Chapter 2341. Ji, are you trying to rebel? Rage appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This Ji was not giving him any face at all. Mu Zifeng had already formed a contract with Xiao Chun. However, at the last step, Xiao Chun put him on the spot. Ji ignored Mu Zifeng's rage and the other doyen's anger. Ji maintained a sinister expression. In any case, in Ji's opinion, Xiao Chun was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. Xiao Chun was ruthless and vengeful. However, Xiao Chun's character was rather good. As long as Xiao Chun made a promise, Ji would believe him. It looked like Mu Zifeng was about to give the order for the other faux gods and doyens to attack Ji together. Xiao Chun raised his hand to stop Mu Zifeng. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Ji's threat made him feel some pity. This was the change of epochs. Even someone as strong as a faux god felt so uneasy and lowly. If it were in the past, Ji would not have bothered with Xiao Chun when faux gods were aloof. However, Ji now showed a cold expression, threatening a four-veined sovereign emperor junior with words that cut off all means of retreat. How could a faux god do such an embarrassing thing in the past? Xiao Chun said calmly, "I can promise you that as long as you do not make a move against me, I will naturally not make a move against you. All the more, I will not touch your Heavenly Alliance descendants or other blood relatives." I was just waiting for you to say that. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ji's expression instantly changed, revealing a faint smile. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression, ignoring Ji's little tricks. He said softly, "Doyens, let's work together to open the seal on Heavenly Divine Mountain." "All right." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The doyens and faux god experts present all took out Heavenly Alliance medallions and dripped their soul blood into them. The medallions immediately gave off a bright light, giving off many ancient and mysterious talisman scripts, looking very dazzling and intoxicating. After a while, these 10-odd Heavenly Alliance doyens merged into a door of light. They formed a door of light that emitted a hazy and mysterious purple luster. The door of light was covered in pure white snow, and a plum blossom stood proudly. This was the symbol of the Heaven Alliance. Mu Zifeng and the other doyens stopped what they were doing and looked at the light door with complicated expressions. "Open this door, and you will enter the core of the God of Heaven Mountain, which is a paradise created by the 9 heavens source gathering formation." Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun was about to step in, Mu Zifeng said again, "There is one last thing that I want to remind you of." "What?" "Once you enter, you won't be able to exit for a year. The 9 heavens origin gathering formation would only self-destruct when the Heavenly Divine Mountain's resources were truly exhausted. The space-time inside is distorted. 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 10 years inside." Xiao Chun turned around and said, "In other words, I have to stay in there for 10 years before I can come out." Mu Zifeng nodded and said, "That's right. The purpose of this Heavenly Divine Mountain is to nurture the epic master. Only a superpower could create such a blessed land. Once the seal was broken, the heavenly treasures would be destroyed. Once the seal is broken, there will be no turning back. You will not come out until you exhaust the resources that the Heavenly Alliance has accumulated for more than 100,000 years." "Do the other super factions have similar paradises?" Xiao Chen asked. "Naturally. Their inheritances might be even more ancient, so you have to give it your all. If you don't exhaust the resources, you won't be able to come out." Xiao Chun thought to himself, "This is equivalent to being separated from Ao Jiao, Mo Chun, and the others for a year. Had I known, I would have made some arrangements in advance. Help me take care of Ao Zhao, Mo Chen, and the others. I hope to see them again 1 year later. Bang! Right after speaking, Xiao Chun pushed open the door and entered the core of the heavenly divine mountain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Doyan's medallions returned, and Xiao Chun vanished. Mu Zifeng muttered to himself, I have bet more than 100,000 years of the Heavenly Alliance's luck on you. I hope you will not disappoint me. At the same time, in the Universe Origin Sect, Bushin Palace, and the profound Heaven Holy Land, the masters of the various super factions did not heed the Holy Lord's orders to head to the faux god world. They were making similar preparations to the Heavenly Alliance. In their opinion, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his rope. The martial epic would crumble soon. If they headed to the faux god world now, they would just die with the Holy Lord. Light flickered, and the world spun. After a bout of dizziness, Xiao Chen's vision cleared up. Then he appeared in a mist-shrouded pool. When he looked up, he saw countless stalactites hanging above him, giving off brilliant lights and spiritual energy. Drip, drip. At the bottom of the stalactite, a handful of dewy spiritual beads fell into the pond. Xiao Chun gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then he plucked a stalactite. Crunching sounds rang out as Xiao Chun took a bite. As he expected, it was spiritual milk. Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun took a bite, the spiritual milk materialized in his body like a storm pouring into his divine energy sea. As he looked around, Xiao Chun said softly, This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy here does not contain any impurities at all. If it were someone else, they would not be able to finish absorbing it even after 100 years. However, Xiao Chun was different. His 10,000 dragons art had already reached the third layer and condensed a blue dragon essence soul. The newly condensed blue dragon essence soul was like a baby waiting to be fed. It happened to require a large amount of resources. Even if it was not enough, Xiao Chun still had the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. He could materialize the demonic cloud bird, so he did not need to worry about not being able to consume it. As Xiao Chun walked, he felt time flow slowly. He entered deep thought, not in a rush to absorb the spiritual milk here. Xiao Chun had his own thoughts. In terms of resources, the various super factions should be about the same. Some super factions had inheritances even older than the Heavenly Alliance. In terms of cultivation, there was no way to determine who was stronger. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he might even be weaker than the other party. Hence, the crux of these 10 years was not to absorb all the resources here and raise his cultivation. Instead, Xiao Chun needed to understand his Tao. Aside from the cycle of reincarnation, his Tao was also the Tao that he accumulated bit by bit. Compared to Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Wenhui, Qi Ming, Yan Songming, Yuan Zhan, and the others, Xiao Chen's Tao was more complicated and his path more difficult. Xiao Chun dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. At the same time, he had a fate with Buddhism. With the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, many people of the Buddhist sect could not compare to him. Furthermore, Xiao Chun cultivated an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. At the same time, he possessed the blue dragon divine body. Xiao Chun dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one. He also had a Buddhist heart. Compared to the natural treasures that littered this place, understanding his Tao was more important in these 10 years. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Wangmu's experiences, but Xiao Chun still maintained an indifferent attitude toward the vast spiritual milk that the Heavenly Alliance had accumulated for more than 100,000 years. His expression was calm, like that of a mortal walking on a mountain made of gold, calm and indifferent. In contrast, when Qingyi, Wenhui, and the others entered their respective blessed lands, they immediately went wild with joy. They did not hesitate to circulate their cultivation techniques frantically, absorbing the surrounding natural treasures into their bodies at a horrifying speed. How long was 10 years? Chen did not know. The instant he entered the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation, he started thinking about dual cultivating immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic, as one, and a Buddhist heart. He wondered how to merge them, how to walk a path that belonged to him, Chen. This was a path that no one had taken before or after. 1 year passed in the blessed lands. Swearenji, Hua Tianyang, and the other doyens came to find Mu Zifeng in a somewhat flustered manner. Alliance chief, not to mention 10% of the resources in the blessed lands, there is not even 1,000th less. What is this Chen doing? Is he sleeping inside? This guy better not waste our painstaking efforts. Regardless of whether he absorbs it or not, after 10 years in the cave, the Divine of Heaven Mountain will self-destruct. The group of doyens appeared flustered. After Mu Zifeng persuaded them to leave with kind words, he also felt apprehensive in his heart. What was Chen up to? Soon, 2 years passed in the blessed enclave. The spiritual milk formed by the various natural treasures in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation did not decrease at all. This group of doyens sought out Mu Zifeng again. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed in the blessed paradise. However, the resources in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation did not decrease at all. Now, not only Hua Tianyang and the other doyens, but also Mu Zifeng could no longer sit still. Everyone, what should we do now? After a while, regardless of whether Chen is willing or not, the heavenly mountain will collapse, but the resources inside will not decrease. Mu Zifeng said somewhat helplessly as he looked at everyone with a sullen expression. The situation before them was beyond Mu Zifeng's expectations, something he had never expected. Actually, they had already discussed such a problem several times. However, they could not come up with a good solution in the end. Should we switch out someone else? Hua Tianyang said after some thought. Since the resources in there have not decreased, let's risk it and open the seal. Then we can switch out someone else to absorb the resources in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation. Who should we switch to? Let's switch to Zhao. He is the Heaven Dragon's descendant. Coincidentally, he absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace. I think that he is a person with great luck. Coincidentally, he is also in our heavenly alliance. He also wants to become the Dragon Emperor, so we might be able to make a deal. Someone whispered a name, which immediately caused a moment of silence. Switching out someone else meant abandoning Chen. Mu Zifeng closed his eyes and said, "Don't say it first. Let me think about it." Chapter 2342. Let me think about it. 8 months had passed since Chen entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation. Based on the ratio of time in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering formation, Chen had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other superfactions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying 9-vein sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that He was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation, nine-veined sovereign emperors in Bushan Palace trembled before him. However, Chen still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. Zifeng, we can't wait anymore. Hua Tianyang, the Old Alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epic changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be one or two people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epic. As faux god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epic. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, I understand. Get someone to send Jiang He over. Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the faux god experts brought Jiang He to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal immortal palace, Jiang He had fallen into a deep sleep. Then, Chen saved him. Jiang He had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal immortal palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal immortal palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the Heaven Dragon mysteries. Now, Chen already possessed a true Heavenly Dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous Heavenly Dragon owed Jiang He a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Swearenji, all carefully sized up Jiang He, nodding to themselves. Chen was very satisfied with Jiang He. Since something unexpected happened to Chen, Jiang He was a good backup. Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me? Jiang He quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhao's Dao Emperor Alliance Chief Shengad. Alliance wants to ask him, King Chen is, you want me to be to replace Chen? You want Chen, you want me substitute. You want a divine emperor, you want me year, you want me replacing me instead. Xiao King Chen, heaven. On one you heaven, on one on demon, you sue you all. Yes, the Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a dragon emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a dragon emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the Nine Heavens source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Jiang He had a deep relationship with Chen, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Jiang He's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself, Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Chen is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success. But we can't wait any longer. That's right. Once the Nine Heavens Source Convergence Array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Chen has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Jiang, he just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance doyens saw Jiang He hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Chen a lot of time. If it wasn't at the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, the entire Heavenly Divine Mountain suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack, crack, cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jiang, he, and the other doyens. Whoosh! Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain shining with spiritual light behind them suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared. In an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Array. It's over. It's all gone. Swearenji shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jiang he entered deep thought, as if he thought of something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded, and a figure drifted out. Xiao Chun, Jiang, his sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the Heavenly Divine Mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Xiao Chun. This is somewhat strange. Swearenji stared at Xiao Chun, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Xiao Chen's cultivation. Xiao Chun, who appeared before Swearenji, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a gray-clad, nine-veined Sovereign Emperor Doyen immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Chun without saying a word. When Xiao Chun punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Then he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Pusi. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the 9-veined Sovereign Emperor Doyen, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. 9-veined Sovereign Emperor. The instant Xiao Chun attacked, Swearenji and the other doyens clearly saw Xiao Chen's cultivation. A bona fide 9-veined Sovereign Emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xiao Chun had absorbed all the resources in this Heavenly Divine Mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xiao Chun landed, he performed a cupped fist salute to the doyen who vomited blood. It's not really. The gray-clad doyen quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xiao Chun attacked earlier, the gray-clad doyen seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epic. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber, be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Chen raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted. Chapter 2343. Chen raised his hand and flicked his finger. The gray-clad, 9-vein sovereign emperor Doyen instantly lost, a clean defeat. Such a scene elicited wild joy from Mu Zifeng and Swearenji's shock. Although this gray-clad Doyen was not particularly strong among the 9-vein sovereign emperors, he was still a bona fide 9-vein sovereign emperor. However, Chen was a bona fide 9-vein sovereign emperor who had accumulated his divine energy for many years. However, he still got defeated in one move. Chen, how did you do it? Mu Zifeng and the other Doyens asked out of curiosity. Chen smiled faintly and replied, I just figured out some problems, understood my Tao, and found the path I want to take. For the past 8 years, Chen had been thinking hard about where his path should be. Immortal cultivation and martial dual cultivation, divine and demon as one, and a Buddhist heart. All these things were hard to separate. Compared to raising his cultivation and absorbing resources, Chen paid more attention to the Tao he wanted to take. How to control it, how to merge it, how to look at his heart, and how to make his thoughts clear. Chen was very clear that if he did not understand, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would not be able to jump out of his current shackles. If he could not break through the bottleneck of the martial epic, he would always have to live in the shadows of his predecessors, unable to be himself. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chen finally understood. His Tao, his path, his original heart, everything came from the saber in his heart that had never been sealed. Chen was a bladesman. No matter how long it took, no matter how many immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas passed, this would never change. After thinking it through, Chen suddenly saw the light. Then he used the saber to suppress the immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas in his heart. Although it was called suppression, it was actually merging and absorbing them, mastering them, and taking the path to his heart. After comprehending the Tao, the world suddenly became clear. In one breath, Chen absorbed all the resources of heavenly divine mountain into the saber in his heart. What exactly is your cultivation now? Mu Zifeng was more concerned about this. Chen had revealed too little strength, so it was better to have an idea. Chen didn't say anything. After a while, he said softly, the level of cultivation isn't important. Once the epic collapses, all the rules will be broken, including the division of cultivation levels. At that time, who will truly be able to establish an epic will depend on one's understanding of the Tao, the world, and one's own heart. What do you mean? The moment Chen said that, Mu Zifeng and the other Doyens exchanged looks, not really understanding. It's fine. With my current strength, I should be able to fight anyone below the empty god realm. Seeing that the other party did not really understand what he was talking about, Chen sighed in his heart. He could only say something practical. When Mu Zifeng and the others heard this, they all laughed. This made it much easier to understand. According to Chen's humble character, he was at the highest level below the faux god realm. Get some rest. Jiang, he is here anyway, and you could ask him about what happened in the outside world while you were in seclusion. We'll be on our way. After experiencing Chen's strength, Mu Zifeng and the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon left in satisfaction. He did not care about the collapse of the Heavenly God Mountain at all. "Congratulations," Qingyi said with a smile as he strolled over. "Many thanks." Chen sized up Qingyi with a few glances and sensed the other party's ethereal air, as well as the deep and distant eyes that looked like the boundless starry heavens. Chen's eyes lit up. After some thought, he asked, "You became a heaven dragon?" "Yes. However, although I became a heaven dragon, my cultivation did not increase by much. I cannot compare to you." Qingyi smiled faintly, not showing much joy. "Is that so?" "That might not be the case. When the martial epic is destroyed, the various rules of the martial epic might be destroyed along with it. At that time, we might no longer be able to judge a person's strength based on their cultivation." "What do you mean?" "You were right about that earlier. That group of doyens said it too." He showed a confused expression. He felt that Chen did not seem to be joking. Chen thought for a while before explaining, "This is just my guess. When the martial epic is destroyed, the rules of the martial epic, like the division of cultivation realms, will be destroyed as well. At that time, before the new epic appears, how much strength one can bring out will depend on one's understanding of one's Tao, not just one's cultivation." He had never heard of such a theory before. When he suddenly heard it, he felt greatly startled. Chen said softly, "Let's not talk about this for now. While I was in closed-door cultivation, did the faux god war in the Wenhui dynasty come to an end?" Chen had been in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation for about 8 years. 8 or 9 months should have passed in the outside world. Logically speaking, the results of the faux god war in the Wenhui dynasty should have come to an end already. He nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I'd like to hear the details. I'm not very sure about the process of the faux god war. However, after that battle, the factions of the underworld god hall and the demonic Tao hall withdrew from the imperial capital Yen City. All the factions belonging to the imperial ancestral temple in the palace have been cleared out. Now, Wang Yan has inherited the throne and is the new Yen emperor." After a pause, He continued, "However, things are far from over. The demonic Tao Hall and the underworld God Hall have already launched a large-scale invasion of the Wenhui dynasty. Right now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the Wenhui dynasty. There was also a new Buddhist sect that appeared everywhere, bewitching the masses. They revered the ancient Kitagarbha Bodhisattva as the Buddha, gaining countless believers. It shows signs of overtaking the hidden spirit temple. Its development speed is incredible." Chen thought to himself, "It looks like the shattering of the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body has something to do with Yuan Zhan. How is the hidden spirit temple now? It's very difficult. The shattering of the golden body of the Buddha caused them to lose many believers. Now, there's a young monk called Chen who goes around preaching and forming an alliance with the imperial family. We're mutually dependent. If that was the case, then the battle between faux gods that day must have been extremely intense. Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanshan should have worked together to defeat the demonic Tao Hall and the underworld God Hall. However, they could no longer support the Wenhui dynasty. The entire dynasty was in a precarious situation, becoming the most chaotic place before the epic changed. Oh, right. There's something else I have to tell you." He looked around cautiously. Then, he sent a voice projection to Chen. Chen felt enlightened, but his expression did not change much. "That's normal. I have not done anything for 8 years. It is hard for them to not get anxious. After all, he staked everything on me." Chen appeared rather calm about Jianghe's secret, replying in a relaxed manner. "That's good. I was thinking the same thing. Before this, I was still hesitating, afraid that you would overthink it. Now, it looks like I was overthinking. Jiang, he sized up Xiao Chen, and found that he could not figure out the other party. It was like Jiang He and the others were still in a cage, but Xiao Chen had already jumped out. How is the situation in the Divine Dragon Empire? I would like to take some time to go over. It is time to resolve some grudges. Jiang He's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Are you sure?" While Xiao Chen spoke casually, Jiang He knew that once Xiao Chen went, there would be a bloody storm. "I'm sure. Tell me, then." Xiao Chen knew that Jiang He had been thinking of returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He had designs on the Dragon Emperor position and had been paying attention at all times. Qin Ming stood out among the outstanding bloodline talents of the 8 great empires and obtained the full support of the Bushin Palace. He came out of closed-door cultivation before you and is a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Now, he shakes the dragon race with his might. The purple gold dragon emperor intends to bring forward the dragon emperor selection. Helplessness flashed in Jiang He's eyes as he said, "However, with Qin Ming's current cultivation, even if the other divine dragon disciples work together, they will not be able to defeat him. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor is just a ceremony for him to crown the Dragon Emperor." "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said softly, "It will not be that easy. Remember to tell me when you return to the Divine Dragon Empire." "Xiao Chen, will you vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well?" Jiang, he felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Although you saved my life, if you vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I'll probably have to fight you to the end and not back down." Xiao Chen did not deny it, not answering directly. He smiled and said, "There's no need to feel conflicted. I never use morals to coerce others. If you do your best to vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I will definitely support you. I have to go and meet the others. Thank you for telling me so much." "What does that mean?" Jiang He remained in front of the rubble of Heavenly Divine Mountain, frowning heavily as he pondered Xiao Chen's words. "Sorry, I have to vie for the Dragon Emperor position. I can only repay the debt of saving my life in the future." Even after a long time, Jiang, he still could not figure out Xiao Chen's words. So he shook his head and chose to leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen continuously traveled through the vast and boundless Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, appearing like a flash of light and shadow, leaving no traces. After a while, he appeared outside Ao Jiao's room. However, he discovered that Ao Jiao had already left. She returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Mo Chun and Su Yi, who were in the same courtyard, came out. After chatting for a long time, they informed Xiao Chun of Ao Jiao's whereabouts. "She already left? That's good. I should make a trip to the Golden Crow Empire." Chapter 2344. At that time, the 100 schools of thought and the 10,000 races would contend for supremacy. Blood and fire, chaos and despair would continue until the start of the new epoch. The two crashed into the Buddhist nation's barrier in the air like broken kites, producing loud sounds that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. Which evil beast dares to barge into the divine kingdom? The two controlled their Buddhist sect consummate techniques as they pleased. With a wave of their hands, they perfectly manifested their true meaning. Xiao Chun felt startled. He had heard from Jiang He that the new Buddhist sect, led by Yuanzhen, was developing rapidly. The so-called purification was using the Buddhist sect's magic skills to brainwash and enslave the other party, turning them into one's slaves. The two's initiative vanished in mere moments, and they fell into a predicament. The saber light materialized by the power of cycles materialized in Xiao Chen's 5 fingers gathered in his palm. Then he casually swung. The many believers on the ground showed joy on their faces. Smiles appeared on their faces, appearing content and blissful. The seal could not stop Xiao Chun, as this world called for the destroyer. The various mysterious phenomena of the Buddhist sect could not advance an inch under the illumination of the saber light. Cloud-rubbing palm. No matter where one was in the vast, boundless starry heavens, as long as one looked back, one would always see the central great realm, which was like an eternal treasure of the world. Xiao Chun was very familiar with such a scene. The life Tao and the death Tao immediately cycled endlessly around Xiao Chun, sending out saber lights materialized by the power of cycles. However, there were still many people outside the divine kingdom who could not avoid worshipping the divine kingdom. These people kowtowed piously, hoping that the bodhisattvas would show themselves and let them in. In an instant, a vast Buddhist kingdom appeared, overflowing with golden light. However, when looking at it now, one could clearly sense an ominous black fog encasing the central great realm. Now, this Wenhui dynasty's ritual ground was densely packed with believers in the blink of an eye. Countless believers worshipped inside and outside the ritual ground. Incense burned, making the Buddha statue and the bodhisattvas and arhats around it look even more dignified. A rainbow path carrying a lotus platform wound its way through the air and landed at Xiao Chen's feet. Then, Xiao Chen saw a gigantic Buddha image in the west of the Wenhui dynasty. Connected to the heavens and the earth, Buddhist light illuminated everything. His appearance was dignified and kind. After passing 10 layers of palace halls and 1,000,000 steps, Xiao Chun saw Yuan Zhan on the spacious Tao platform in front of the palace. Xiao Chun spread his arms and slowly descended from the starry sky like an eagle. Countless refugees, destitute and destitute, the evil Tao ran amok everywhere. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, feeling a little sad. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun felt curious and wanted to probe Yuan Zhan's current situation. He immediately stepped onto the lotus platform, and the Buddhist light rotated. The lotus platform automatically brought Xiao Chun forward on the rainbow path. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's divine sense sensed a dazzling Buddhist light, and he opened his eyes. Xiao, the two of them vomited blood and looked at Xiao Chun with fear in their eyes. That was because if the old era was not destroyed, the new era would never appear. That eternal night would never have a moment of dawn. It would forever fall into darkness. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the barrier of the Buddhist nation in the air suddenly opened like an ancient Buddhist gate. Furthermore, Zhao did not feel at ease leaving little yellow feather alone in the Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chun suddenly understood. This was the purification that the two protector Vajra mentioned earlier. However, since Yuan Zhan invited him, there was no harm in meeting him. Buddhist chanting rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears as scriptures echoed, rubbing the clouds freely and projecting 10,000 Buddhas with the palm. However, Xiao Chun did not know that the other party had already established a Buddhist nation. The eyes of the two Buddhist sect protectors, who were as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors, lit up when they saw Xiao Chun. Then, they saw two Buddhist sect experts bathed in golden light, dressed in protector Vajra attire, flying out of the dazzling golden nation. If they wanted to make things difficult for Xiao Chun, it would not be easy for them to come out. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. After entering the other party's Buddhist nation, his strength would be limited. He knew that this was just the beginning. Such a tragedy would slowly spread. Eventually, it would spread to the entire great thousand realms. When the epic ended, the eternal night would officially descend. At this moment, Yuan Zhan sat cross-legged, giving a lecture to the surroundings. 3 days later, Xiao Chun returned to the central great realm from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. These two Buddhist sect experts had pure Buddhist dharma and deep accumulations. The two did not waste any time speaking nonsense. They each executed a killing move, and vast Buddhist might encased Xiao Chen. At the very least, there were hundreds of millions of them. They are pretty strong. Furthermore, they are spies sent by the royal court's lackeys. Without any warning, Xiao Chen, who moved forward like a laser beam, crashed into the void. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into countless invisible motes of light, spreading out like a spiderweb. Soon, he sensed the entire Wenhui dynasty in his sea of consciousness. This was the small world of more than 100 Buddhist sect experts, gathered using Buddhist magic skills. This materialized a divine nation that rivaled a true god's, even stronger than a small world. Dang! The sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao stood up and left respectfully. Just as the sovereign emperor experts felt horrified, they saw Xiao Chen suddenly raise his hand. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were lifeless, devoid of spiritual light. Clearly, he was already delirious. "We have guests. We'll talk about it another day. You all can withdraw." Flames of war and beacons filled the place. The bustle of the past was long gone. Xiao Chen could see the dragon, Luck, guarding the Wenhui dynasty from the constellation. It was unstable in the wind and rain, showing signs of crumbling. When Xiao Chen sent out his spiritual sense, all he received was negative emotions. The Wenhui dynasty's etiquette had collapsed, order no longer existed, and ghosts ran amok. Night slowly descended, with no hope in sight. Xiao Chen did not panic. He silently circulated the cycle Great Tao. Xiao Chen did not rush to the Golden Crow Empire. He directly landed in the sky above the Wenhui dynasty. This was the center of the entire martial epic, the Great Thousand Realms, where the luck of the entire martial epic gathered. Xiao Chen was like a wild beast that saw delicious prey. He spread his fingers and lifted them up high. In that instant, Xiao Chen's figure magnified infinitely in the eyes of the two, making them look infinitely insignificant. As the world venerate commands, don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Capture him and get martial ancestor Yuan Zhen to purify him. That will be a great help. Now, Xiao Chen somewhat understood why Mu Zifeng said that the Black Dragon King would definitely appear. Even if Xiao Chen knew where the Black Dragon King was sealed, he would not be able to stop the Black Dragon King from appearing. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Qingyi Bodhisattva had opened a similar dojo in the heavenly starry ocean. However, it was much smaller in scale. Millions of five-colored, auspicious signs, layered over each other, burst out. A golden Qingyi Bodhisattva dermic incarnation was hidden in the depths of the Buddhist light. Without more than 100 years of attainments in the Buddhist Dharma, it would be very difficult to materialize such a perfect Buddhist, mysterious phenomenon as one pleased. Flying flower finger. After all, she was the Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. She could not remain in the heavenly alliance forever. Xiao Chen's figure turned around and flew straight to the dojo. He arrived within a short while. "Welcome, Benefactor Xiao. The world venerate invites you in." The countless astral regions in the magnificent starry heavens revolved around the central great realm. Whoosh! After Xiao Chen entered, the gates of the Buddhist nation closed. When Xiao Chen looked down, there was a vast and majestic execution ground that occupied a vast area. Yuan Zhen glanced over. When he saw Xiao Chen, he smiled and said, "Benefactor Xiao, how have you been?" Xiao Chen took a few steps back and looked over, entering deep thought. Flowers flew around, and light and shadows danced. It was not hard to understand why Zhao returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Given Xiao Chen's current strength, he could travel the starry heavens without an alloy warship even faster. Xiao Chen did not seem like a sovereign emperor expert who relied on the power of incense. The people who spoke to him startled Xiao Chen. Among them were sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao. There were even people of the demonic Dao and abyssal underworld's foreign races. Those lawless evil cultivators all appeared pious or enslaved. This situation could not be reversed by just one person. After saying goodbye to Mo Chun and Su Yi, Xiao Chen headed to the Golden Crow Empire alone. The ordinary people showed flustered expressions. They were numb and ignorant, not knowing how to deal with this. Some were kept in captivity by demonic Dao cultivators, using their physical bodies as nourishment for their demonic cultivation techniques, and their souls as sacrifices to the ghost pennant. The various religious sects took advantage of the chaos to bewitch the hearts of the people. When looking around, Xiao Chen saw a dense, indescribable number of believers. Countless arhats wore kasayas and had golden divine powder smeared over their bodies on both sides of the road. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they glistened like ancient arhats, looking incredibly dazzling. Chapter 2345. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When Yuan Zhen saw Xiao Chen, he smiled faintly, showing a relaxed expression. There was an indescribable Buddha nature on him. It was neither good nor evil, and it was extremely strange. Xiao Chen had just heard the others call him the revered one of the world. This was an incredible title. It was rumored that the first ancestor of Buddhism was born. He pointed to the heavens and drew the earth, saying that he was the only supreme being in the world. This simple form of address showed Yuan Zhen's ambition. Xiao Chen asked softly, "Should I call you Yuan Zhen or the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva?" Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and smiled benevolently. "Benefactor Xiao, it is better to address me as Yuan Zhen. I prefer you to call me Yuan Zhen, but in your eyes, it's all the same no matter what you call me." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He found Yuan Zhen somewhat unfathomable. Looking up at the back of the heavenly strength hall, in the depths of the myriad of overlapping auspicious signs, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's transcendence golden body was hidden within. Its face was benevolent, and its heart was filled with compassion. Suddenly, Xiao Chen understood. So that's how it was. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had already merged with Yuan Zhen. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva existed in Yuan Zhen's form. The two had not truly merged yet. Hence, Yuan Zhen's consciousness remained. He was right. The one standing before Xiao Chen was indeed Yuan Zhen, and not the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Xiao Chen said softly, "If you had a choice, would you still bear the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma? According to his plan, when the Buddhist epic is established, your memories of Yuan Zhen will disappear." Yuan Zhen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen saw through his relationship with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist epic arrived, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva would truly awaken. At that time, the dominant position would change. Yuan Zhen withdrew his smile. After some thought, he said, "Most of the time, there is actually no choice." Maybe. Xiao Chen didn't refute the other party. From his point of view, he could choose at any time. But he also understood that the others had no choice. There seem to be many hidden spirit temple esteemed monks in your Buddhist nation? Xiao Chen changed the topic and asked casually. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, "You have pretty good eyes." Indeed, after the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed, the Kasayapa Buddha's body was destroyed. Many martial uncles abandoned the darkness for the light and joined me in creating a new Buddhism. But even if you want to create a new Buddhist school, there's no need for you to make a move against these commoners. No? Xiao Chen pointed at the believers kneeling at the foot of the 10,000 steps. Yuanjin argued, "What's wrong? Didn't you see the smiles on their faces? In my Buddhist kingdom, you only need to worship devoutly every day, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's so bad about that? Right now, the Wenhui dynasty is hell on earth, filled with the flames of war. I am doing good deeds to accumulate virtue. If you want to argue, I won't argue with you." Yuan Zhen's expression slowly turned serious. He said seriously, "Xiao Chen, what if I told you that the Kasayapa Buddha used this method to establish the Buddhist sect back then? Would you believe me?" The epoch changed, and chaos arose everywhere. Extraordinary times naturally required extraordinary methods. If I did not use such methods, how could I establish the Buddhist kingdom in such a short time? I know you want to say that these believers do not have any thoughts or intelligence, like the walking dead. However, this has always been the case in this world. The strong can be merciful. When the Buddhist epoch starts, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva will return the power of faith, and there will be no need to do this. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then he thought of the 3 black mountains behind Spirit Vulture Mountain, the boundless demonic domain filled with sin. Yuan Zhen's words should be true. However, so what? Hence, Xiao Chen did not feel any pity for the hidden spirit temple's destruction. A temple built on boundless sin should not have a reason to exist, no matter how glorious it was. You're on your own. You should understand that these words of self-consolation can only deceive yourself. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable staying here. After investigating Yuan Zhen and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's situation, Xiao Chen did not want to linger, so he turned and left. "Did I say you could leave?" Yuan Zhen snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. The entire Buddhist kingdom's 90,000 arhats, 8,000 vajras, and 300 bodhisattvas all chanted scriptures at the same time. This caused countless ancient Buddhist sect scriptures to surround Yuan Zhen's palm strike. The entire divine kingdom started circulating in his palm. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He turned around and sent a palm strike in retaliation. Boom! The instant the 2 palms clashed, the vast and boundless Buddhist kingdom shook intensely. Images of countless ancient arhats and bodhisattvas appeared in the sky amid thousands of auspicious signs. The Tao of life and death cycled endlessly around Xiao Chen, producing an unending stream of reincarnation power. Xiao Chen resisted the pressure of the entire Buddhist kingdom by himself. "Saber!" Xiao Chen shouted, and an eternal, inextinguishable saber light that surpassed the epic shot out from his body. The saber light soared into the clouds and tore a crack in the Buddhist kingdom's barrier in the sky. Yuan Zhen showed shock on his face as he got knocked back. Then he watched helplessly as Xiao Chen soared into the air and left the divine kingdom before the crack mended. World venerate! Right after Xiao Chen left, many Buddhist sect sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings with grave expressions. World venerate! Why did you not bring out the golden Buddha body and directly suppress him? With Xiao Chen dead, we will have one less strong enemy. Yuan Zhen said indifferently, "I feel that he is not as simple as a 9-vein sovereign emperor. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden body is not complete yet. We cannot take the risk." The 2 were testing each other, probing each other's limits. While Xiao Chen wanted to figure out Yuan Zhen and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's strength, Yuan Zhen thought the same. However, Yuan Zhen could not figure out the other party's strength with just 1 palm strike. After leaving the Buddhist kingdom, Xiao Chen hovered in the air and looked down at the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's golden body. Yuan Zhen remained silent and observed for a long time, not leaving. He wanted to destroy this Buddhist kingdom in one go. However, he felt that there was no need in the end. The Buddhist kingdom was established because the epoch was about to end. Order collapsed, and the natural laws no longer existed. It was like a dynasty on the verge of destruction. The emperor lost his suppression of the feudal lords. Outstanding talents fought each other, and chaos descended. This was not a problem that could be solved by killing one or two feudal lords. The current situation was even more complicated and terrifying than that. The Holy Lord, who controlled the entire epoch, had already lost control of the various factions. The righteous Zhao was no longer righteous, and the demonic Zhao was even more demonic. The entire world was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Chen withdrew his gaze and stood up to leave. Not long later, Chen sensed two figures rapidly approaching him. Big brother. It was the little monk Chen and the heavenly book scholar. Chen asked in confusion, "Why are the two of you here?" "Let's leave this place first. This is the evil Buddha's territory. Even faux gods do not dare to barge in." The heavenly book scholar looked at the Buddhist kingdom fearfully. After a while, Chen understood that Chen and the heavenly book scholar sensed a battle in the Buddhist kingdom. They came to check and discovered that it was Chen, so they rushed over. Whoosh! Far away from Yuanzhen's Buddhist kingdom, the three landed. When Chen saw the little monk Chen, he felt rather happy. "Big brother, my master passed away," Chen said sullenly, showing grief on his face. "Big brother, my master passed away." Venerable Su Yun, this senior had left a very good impression on Chen. Chen felt deep respect for him. "How did he die?" The heavenly book scholar explained. "Back when we were still in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb during the succession race, Senior Su Yun chased after the traitor Su Ming, who was Yuanzhen's master. In the end, that Su Ming had planned this. He lured Venerable Su Yi to the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body. Then he died together, destroying the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body, resulting in today's situation. That was how the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed. This Su Ming schemed and was very ruthless. No wonder Chen did not see him in the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that he was already dead. Where are Abbot Su Yi and Senior Pan Huang? Chen asked. Chen answered. The Abbot and Senior Pan Huang are at Spirit Vulture Mountain, leading the remaining martial uncles to suppress the sin in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Right now, I am in charge of the Hidden Spirit Temple. The Abbot and his martial uncle told me to assist the Yan Emperor and not lower my head to the evil Buddha. Unexpectedly, Chen would have a day where he could stand on his own. Given Chen's character, he probably did not like this responsibility. However, with the epoch changing, the Buddhist sects no longer had anyone to lead them aside from him. Chen said softly, "Before I came, I saw that the entire Yenwu dynasty was covered in smoke. The situation does not seem very optimistic. We have to persevere, right?" The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, "If even we give up, there will be no hope for this land at all." Chen showed a determined expression as he said through clenched teeth, "Big brother, there is no need to worry. When the reinforcements from the other 3 Buddhist temples arrive, the evil Buddha will not be able to be so arrogant." Aside from the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Buddhist sects had 3 other Buddhist temples, all of them holy lands. "It looks like the situation is not that bad." Chen said, "Help me send my regards to 9th brother. I still have things to do and cannot stay to help him for now." After taking his leave of the two, Chen headed for the Golden Crow Empire. Chen passed through the desolate sea and arrived at the Blue Dragon's old land, stopping at the small village that Chen once led. The small village no longer existed. In its place was a flourishing city. A towering tree stood outside the city, covering the sky and sun. A youth formed hand seals under the tree, using spiritual energy to nourish the tree's roots. This youth was none other than Sang, the propping mulberry tree. Wait here first. Sang did not feel surprised to see Chen land. He gave him a casual glance before continuing to focus on nourishing the propping mulberry tree. Many years had passed since they parted. The sapling from back then, after so many years, the sapling from back then had already grown into a towering tree, protecting the city behind it like a guardian deity. Chen was not in a rush. He waited quietly at the side. Chapter 2346. After Sang finished nourishing it with spiritual energy, Chen waved his hand. Then he looked at Chen and said, "It has been many years. However, I knew that you would definitely return. That is natural. However, when I came from the Wenhui dynasty, the desolate sea did not seem to have many waves." As the two walked casually, Chen asked, finding it strange. Sang showed a calm expression as he replied casually, "The desolate sea is filled with deserts and desolate lands, lacking in spiritual energy. It is not like the Wenhui dynasty, which is at the center of the storm. However, it is only a matter of time. When the epic ends, chaos will sweep through the entire Great Thousand Realms." Chen frowned and said, "The epic changes, and the order collapses. You don't seem to feel it at all." "What can I feel? When I was still in the propping mulberry tree's body, I saw the rise and fall of many epics. However, don't worry. With the propping mulberry tree's protection, the villagers in Azure Mountain Town should be able to avoid much trouble." Sang knew that the ordinary people gathered in Azure Mountain Town had a deep connection to the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Perhaps they were once ordinary people under the Blue Dragon race's rule. Although Chen did not say it, he still cared about this group of people in his heart. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Chen thanked Sang. Then he turned his head back and happened to see the towering Azure Mountain in the distance. Chen's expression slowly turned grave. Now that he had returned to the Blue Dragon's old land, he definitely could not avoid this towering mountain that resembled the Blue Dragon's flight. However, the Azure Mountain remained, but the dragon head was gone. It was clear that the Azure Mountain once had a dragon head. However, someone chopped it off. Chen guessed that the Divine Master must have done it after defeating Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun in the Desolate Sea. After the Holy Lord defeated Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun in the Desolate Sea, he chopped off the Azure Mountain's dragon head, using that to strangle the Blue Dragon race's luck. "Bring me to meet Grandpa Seven and the others then." "All right." Sang led the way, bringing Chen to meet all the old friends he once had. Of course, the burning moon wine brewed by Grandpa Seven had to be drunk to his heart's content. In the dead of night, Chen left alone and looked at the blood moon in the sky, deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sang asked as he walked out. Chen muttered softly, "Previously, my cultivation was not high. I thought that the Desolate Sea's blood moon was just a star. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. There was nothing strange about it. Now that I've reached my current realm, I can sense that this blood moon is truly incomparably mysterious. A blood moon would rise in the Desolate Sea every night. This was an ancient mystery. Many faux gods could not solve it. Why could one see the blood moon only in the Desolate Sea, and not elsewhere? What was even more mysterious was that the blood moon was clearly in the sky, but if one flew into the starry sky, they would not be able to find it. It was even more wondrous than the reflection in the mirror. When Chen thought about Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's words in the ethereal immortal palace, he found it hard not to connect this blood moon to the wings of time. This blood moon is indeed strange. It is clearly in the sky, and moonlight covers the entire Desolate Sea. However, it feels somewhat illusory. Sang nodded, agreeing with Xiao Chen's point of view. So, I have to figure it out. What are you doing? Sang asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Then, the divine universe steel quietly emerged from his body. After a while, a light flashed, and Xiao Chen entered the divine universe steel. Then, the divine universe steel vanished into thin air. Sang searched around in confusion, but did not find anything. However, he did not worry. He shook his head and said, "This fellow is becoming increasingly mysterious. He gives me the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than those powerhouses of the ancient epic." The Blue Dragon's old land. Xiao Chun leaped out of the blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. He looked around and saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in the distance. Soul Reaper's figure looked as imposing as before, but its aura was much weaker than what Xiao Chun had seen previously. "Come in." The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind right after he appeared. Xiao Chen turned into a beam of purple light and leaped 50 kilometers. When he passed by Soul Reaper, he turned his head back to look at it. Soul Reaper sensed Soul Reaper. It also turned its head to look at Xiao Chun with a confused expression. Every time Xiao Chun saw Soul Reaper, he felt a trace of sorrow. Sighing softly, Xiao Chun landed on the ancient city's Dao platform. A blue dragon statue surrounded the mountains in front of the Dao platform. Having come here many times, Xiao Chun was familiar with the place, so he pushed open the door of the dragon statue and entered. The dragon spirit had been waiting for a long time. Without saying a word, it brought Xiao Chun to the Blue Dragon's inheritance hall. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He headed for the inheritance hall. This time, he was confident of directly climbing to the top floor. There's no need. With your current strength, you no longer need to go through a test. I can give you the 10,000 Dragons Arts follow-up cultivation technique that you want. However, the dragon spirit stopped Xiao Chun and directly handed a jade strip to Xiao Chun. Ancestor Dragon Art. Xiao Chun gave the jade strip a strange look. To think that the dragon spirit gave him the Ancestor Dragon Art. That's right. With your current foundation, you can already cultivate it. When the 10,000 Dragons Art is cultivated to the end, all techniques will return to one. No matter what bloodline it is, it will take the path of atavism, bringing out the great, desolate Ian Ancestor Dragon's divine might. However, it is hard to say whether you can cultivate it or not. The dragon spirit said indifferently, if one could cultivate the Ancestor Dragon Art, one would be able to bring out 1% of a great, desolate Ian Ancestor Dragon's strength. Unfortunately, over the countless epics, very few managed to cultivate it. However, Xiao Chun did not really need the Ancestor Dragon Art right now. Right now, his flawless saber Dao already surpassed the epics, surpassing immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Furthermore, with the cycle Dao as his foundation, regular 9-vein sovereign emperors would not be a match for him. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had a trump card that others did not know about. Xiao Chun was not a 9-vein sovereign emperor, but a 10-vein sovereign emperor, the special divine vein that Xiao Chun condensed after absorbing the entire immortal burial lake actually existed independently. After Xiao Chun comprehended the Tao and absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain, he advanced to a 10-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiao Chun had not ignited his divine flame and was not a faux god. However, he had one more divine vein than a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call it an immortal vein rather than a divine vein. I'll leave this to you as well. After the dragon spirit handed the Ancestor Dragon Art to Xiao Chun, it handed Xiao Chun an item, Royal Genealogical Record. Xiao Chun received it and took a look. It was a royal genealogical record. Only by writing his true name in it could he truly possess the dragon race's royal bloodline. Before Xiao Chen could digest it, the dragon spirit took out another item. A throne with 10,000 dragons carved on its back appeared out of nowhere before Xiao Chen. A pure emperor dragon's divine might surged out from the throne. This slightly stunned Xiao Chen. Caught off guard, this emperor dragon's divine might forced him back a few steps. This is, be it the ancestor dragon art or the royal genealogical record, Xiao Chen knew about them. Hence, he was not surprised when the dragon spirit took them out. However, this throne startled Xiao Chen. Even with Xiao Chen's current cultivation, this ancient throne still forced him back a few steps when he was unprepared. One could imagine just how great the background of this throne was. The dragon spirit smiled and said, "This is the Emperor Dragon throne that the dragon race has acknowledged since ancient times. The throne in the Divine Dragon Empire is just a replica. Is this for me as well?" Naturally, the dragon spirit's enthusiasm made Xiao Chen feel apprehensive in his heart. This dragon spirit is taking out all its trump cards. Xiao Chen asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The dragon spirit said somewhat excitedly, "I already sensed a great change in the world. The martial epoch will come to an end. With the Emperor Dragon throne and the royal genealogical record, you will definitely be able to snatch back the position of Dragon Emperor. After that, you will lead the Divine Dragon Empire and formally start the Divine Dragon epoch, fulfilling Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's final wish." So, that is what the dragon spirit wants. Xiao Chen put away the Emperor Dragon throne, but did not rush to imprint his soul blood on it. He looked at the dragon spirit and said, "Actually, I am not here today for the supreme treasures of the dragon race in the Blue Dragon treasure trove. I have a question that I would like to ask Senior." "Speak." "Did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtain the wings of time back then?" The dragon spirit turned silent upon hearing that. After a while, it replied, "Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed obtain the wings of time. In that case, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord?" Chapter 2347. In that case, why did Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord back then? Xiao Chen asked the question in his heart. Then he looked at the dragon spirit, hoping to get an answer from it. The dragon spirit remained silent, seeming to be hiding something else. Xiao Chen found it strange, but he did not pursue the matter. He only waited quietly for the other party. After a long time, the dragon spirit said, "I'll tell you after you become the Dragon Emperor. How about that?" Xiao Chen said softly, "It's better to tell you now. I'm afraid of changes in the future. This matter is very important. How long is Senior going to hide it from me?" The dragon spirit sighed. After a while it said, "All right, it is indeed time to tell you. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did indeed secretly take away the wings of time back then. He did not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord. That's because the wings of time were prepared to deal with even stronger enemies. The Black Dragon King, an enemy stronger than the Holy Lord." Naturally, Xiao Chen thought of the Black Dragon King. That's right. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to barely seal the Black Dragon King. Back then, the martial epic declined and could no longer continue sealing the Black Dragon King. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had a greater goal, to kill the Black Dragon King and deal with this problem in one go. This revelation startled Xiao Chen. This Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was very ambitious. This was something that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not do. To think that he wanted to take the risk and kill the Black Dragon King. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, "How did he prepare?" If I guess right, it should have something to do with that blood moon above the desolate sea. The dragon spirit looked at Xiao Chen, and its eyes lit up. It said softly, "It looks like you suspected it long ago. It does have something to do with that blood moon. The desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the Wings of Time, the desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun obtained the Wings of Time, he materialized the blood moon as the formation core and laid two formations." Two formations? Xiao Chun knew that there was a heavenly Tao killing formation in the vast, desolate sea with the blood moon as the formation core. Then where is the other array formation? I believe you know about the heavenly Tao killing formation laid in the desolate sea. The other formation is in the sky. In the sky? Yes, in the vast starry heavens. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mobilized all the dragon race disciples in the various astral regions of the Great Thousand Realms to set up formation nodes. With the boundless universe as the background, the millions of stars as the nodes, and the Wings of Time as the formation core, Xiao Chun formed the unprecedented Great Desolate Blood Dragon formation. Once the formation is activated, the millions of stars will be driven by the blood moon and condense into an ancient blood dragon from the prehistoric era. The dragon's spirit showed a disappointed expression as it spoke of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's shocking actions back then. Xiao Chun was greatly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. The great desolate blood dragon formation used the starry heavens as its background and the millions of stars as its nodes. If this formation was activated, the size of the great desolate Aeon blood dragon that was formed would be simply inconceivable. Do you think I'm strong? However, in reality, the great desolate blood dragon formation alone could not kill the Black Dragon King. He is the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He is destruction itself, the monster that the heavenly Tao used to destroy the martial epic. Hence, the heavenly Tao killing formation is needed. The two formations overlap, using the great desolate Aeon blood dragon's boundless dragon might to suppress him, and then using the heavenly Tao's killing intent to destroy him. The dragon spirit did not pause, continuing to speak. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, with a flip of his hand, Heavenly Slayer appeared in his grasp. My heavenly Slayer saber. The desolate sea was the origin of the martial epic. The heavenly Tao killing formation that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid was to gather the killing intent born of the heavenly Tao since the birth of the epic. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen's heavenly Slayer saber could activate the heavenly Tao's killing intent. The heavenly Slayer saber did not kill but hurt itself. Once it was unsheathed, it would taste blood. Heavenly Slayer and the heavenly Tao killing formation happened to draw on the heavenly Tao's killing intent. The dragon spirit said softly, "You are not stupid. The heavenly Slayer saber in your hand is used to activate the heavenly Tao killing formation. The great desolate blood dragon formation is activated by the Xiuwu dynasty's blood dragon cloak." Xiao Chen quickly recalled the blood dragon cloak that she wore. The first time he saw it, he found it incredibly familiar. Indeed, you already know. The dragon spirit did not show much surprise on its face. After some thought, it said, "Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun dual cultivated the righteous and demonic Tao. He left a total of 2 inheritances. Naturally, one is here, and the other is the demonic Tao Hall. The 2 inheritances each control a formation and compete with each other in the future. The victor can obtain both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Cloak, truly merging the 2 formations and becoming Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's true inheritor." Xiao Chen could not help revealing a self-mocking smile. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun really hid himself deeply. What's starting the divine dragon epic and inheriting his will? From the very start, she and I were his pawns. Only one person can obtain his inheritance. Both of us have been deceived. Xiao Chen was certain that she had not known about this, either. When she saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun visit the ethereal immortal palace, he could not disguise his shocked expression. However, she should know more than Xiao Chen. You could have continued hiding it. Why are you telling me now? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit sighed and said, according to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's will, when you become the Dragon Emperor, he will become the demonic monarch. Then, the protectors of the two inheritances will tell you the truth, letting you kill each other. The one who survives will be able to merge the two formations. However, even you are suspicious now. I believe that person should be suspicious as well. I cannot be certain that the protectors of the demonic Dao Hall's inheritances will not tell him the truth in advance. If he knows the truth and you do not, you will be at a great disadvantage. In the depths of my heart, I definitely hope that you, with a pure-blooded bloodline, can start the divine dragon epic, and not a demonic Dao cultivator without a dragon race bloodline. The dragon spirit showed a guilty expression, but it still told Xiao Chen the reason. Don't blame Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Back then, he spent too much effort laying the two formations. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation to recuperate, the golden dragons betrayed him and told the Holy Lord about his declining strength. The Holy Lord suddenly made a move. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's defeat was too unjust. He simply could not swallow this defeat, so he laid this seemingly inhumane contingency plan. After hearing the dragon spirit's explanation for Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, why did I hear that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took the initiative to challenge the Holy Lord before being defeated? The dragon spirit smiled and said, back then he secretly laid the two formations and was incredibly weak. How could he be stupid enough to attack the Holy Lord? The winner takes all. Since the Holy Lord won, he naturally would not say that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun launched a sneak attack, something so disgraceful. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. This explained why Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did not attack the Holy Lord, even though he had the wings of time. However, the Holy Lord is not in a good state, either. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun severely injured his main body and basically cannot leave the faux god world. In the past 50,000 years, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. However, he could only materialize divine weapons to attack. However, Soul Reaper stopped him. So, that was the case. The golden divine weapons that appeared in this world in the past were actually the work of the Holy Lord. As the dragon spirit said, the Holy Lord was indeed severely injured. Now, I no longer have any secrets. I already told you everything I know. You have to start the divine dragon epic. You have to snatch that person's blood dragon cloak. You can activate the two formations that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back, then only if you obtain both at the same time. The dragon spirit showed a serious expression as it looked at Xiao Chen with a grave expression. The truth was often cruel. The perfect image of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in Xiao Chen's heart had already crumbled. It seemed to be unexpected, but it was also reasonable. If possible, Xiao Chen would not want to face this truth. It was too depressing. Ignoring the grave dragon spirit, Xiao Chen left this place. Then, he saw Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in a daze. When Xiao Chen first saw Soul Reaper, he only felt fear and horror. However, when he saw Soul Reaper now, Xiao Chen felt only sorrow and respect. Compared to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, the desolate slave Soul Reaper held a much higher place in Xiao Chen's heart. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen arrived before the desolate slave Soul Reaper's mountain-like body. Xiao Chen extended his hand. Soul Reaper seemed to sense it, so it raised its thick hand clumsily. When the two hands, one large and one small, touched each other, the cycle great Tao circulated. Then, Chen slowly absorbed the death qi in Soul Reaper's body into his body. Then, he converted the death qi into vigorous life force. Life and death cycled, materializing the power of cycles. The death qi in the desolate slave, Soul Reaper, vanished at a visible rate. Soul Reaper was already a dead person. Due to the death qi in its body, it could not truly die. It could only guard this secret realm in the form of a desolate slave. Bang! The instant the death qi vanished, the desolate slave Soul Reaper's huge body suddenly vanished, turning into ashes. As Chen watched Soul Reaper turn to ashes, he felt deeply moved. He figured out some things. Being despicable was the pass of the despicable. No explanation would be enough. Being noble was the epitaph of the noble. There was no need to say anything. He used his life to shape a character that others looked up to. Chapter 2348. With Wu Chang gone, the blue dragon ancient city appeared even more empty under the blood moon. What was emptier than the ancient city was the human heart. Chen looked at the blood moon and pondered for a long time, lost in thought. The dragon spirit's words dispelled many of the doubts in his heart. At the same time, he felt even more deeply moved by the word involuntary. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun was a formidable and ambitious person. In the end, he fell at the hands of his own people's betrayal. If Chen could recuperate successfully after he finished laying the great desolate blood dragon formation and the heavenly Tao killing formation, he would be able to establish a grand undertaking after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He had not expected that he would not need to use the wings of time to deal with the Holy Lord. Thinking about it, it made sense. With his weak body, he was able to severely injure the other party with less than half of his strength. If he used his full strength, the Holy Lord would definitely not be a match for him. While Chen admired Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun, he also felt repulsed by Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's plan before his death. If it weren't for him asking repeatedly, the dragon spirit wouldn't have told him the truth at all. After Chen foolishly became the Dragon Emperor, he would not know that all this was part of Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's plan. The other party had already set up a plan to kill each other. Between Chen and Shi, only one could live. What was even more frightening was that even when he died, he couldn't understand why he had been so focused on restoring the glory of the blue dragon. He did not know that he was actually killed by the Dragon Emperor of the blue dragon race. She should know the truth by now, right? Chen wondered if Chen, who knew the truth, would still say that no one in the world was his friend, as he did in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. She thought that he was Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's inheritors, thinking that he was Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's inheritor. No matter what, they should be friends on the same side. However, Chen did not know that Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun already planned in his heart. The two of them would kill each other sooner or later, leaving only one alive. After a long time, Chen sighed and left the land of the blood moon. The vast, desolate sea, the origin land of the martial epoch. Under the agile blood moon, it was bleak and gloomy. Now, Chen finally understood why the desolate sea's scarlet color was so bleak, giving off an ominous feeling. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun laid another formation 50,000 years ago, gathering the heavenly Tao's killing intent born in the martial epoch into the heavenly Tao killing formation. In the night sky, a formless killing intent spread to every corner of the desolate sea. Chen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and closed his eyes, carefully experiencing it. The killing intent that filled the desolate sea under the blood moon was connected to Heavenly Slayer. Moments later, Chen opened his eyes. Golden rays flickered in his eyes as the chaos godly eyes were activated. Suddenly, he saw many strange sights that others couldn't see. Countless scarlet threads surged over from all directions, connecting to Heavenly Slayer. Unfortunately, he was unable to activate the Heavenly Dao killing formation for his own use. According to the dragon spirit, one needed to have both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon, Holy Cloak, to activate these two formations. If one possessed only one of them, it would be a soul treasure with no special use. It had to be said that this move was quite ruthless, forcing Xiao Chen and Shi to fight. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He sensed a dark aura containing destruction approaching. This dark aura covered the night sky. It seemed like a thin layer of fog covered the blood moon in the sky, making it much more hazy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a figure approached from afar, rushing over. Zhen Yuan. When that figure got closer and clearly saw its appearance, Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. This person was none other than Zhen Yuan, the one who once had many conflicts with Xiao Chen in the Grave Sea Cluster. Zhen Yuan betrayed his master and entered the demonic Dao because of Zhen Yuan. Then, he absorbed a portion of the Black Dragon King's demonic thoughts in the soaring Dragon Great Realm's underground dragon city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A few more beams of light flashed. Yan Songming quickly followed, arriving beside Zhen Yuan. Yan Songming hovered in the air, looking down at Xiao Chen, who stood on the Azure Mountain Town's walls. Then he said, "Indeed, as I expected, you are really here." Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "What business do you have with me?" A faint layer of black fog covered Zhen Yuan's body under the night sky, making him look unfathomable. Zhen Yuan remained silent, attracting Xiao Chen's attention even more than Yan Songming did. Yan Songming said softly, "If I guessed right, you should be going to the Divine Dragon Empire soon." Going to the Divine Dragon Empire? Xiao Chen did not have such a plan for now. He intended to go to the Golden Crow Empire to deal with Ao Jiao's matters first. As for the Divine Dragon Empire, he would go there after Ao Jiao's matters were settled. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "Is that so? I don't seem to have told anyone that I am going to the Divine Dragon Empire." Yan Songming guffawed and said, "Why act dumb? The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will hold the abdication ceremony 7 days from now. The disciples of the 6 colored divine dragons will fight for the position of Dragon Emperor. Qin Ming inherited the Bushan Palace's inheritance. If you do not go, the position of Dragon Emperor will definitely go to Qin Ming. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor will begin 7 days from now." This news startled Xiao Chen slightly. This news came very suddenly. It should have arrived in the past 2 days. Previously, Xiao Chen had been traveling alone and had not received any notice from the Heavenly Alliance. What does this have to do with you? The internal affairs of the dragon race are not for you to worry about, right? Xiao Chen did not deny it, testing Zhen Yuan's purpose in coming. Yan Songming smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? After all, I have some dragon race bloodline in my body. We are more or less related. I came here to tell you that if you do not work with me, you will die for sure when you go to the Divine Dragon Empire." This joke is not funny. Working with Yan Songming felt like a joke on Xiao Chen's part, very comical. Yan Songming retorted indifferently, "I came from afar and do not have the time to joke with you. A few days ago, you fought alone in the Yenwu dynasty and fought Yuan Zhen to a standstill in the entire Buddhist nation. He is on equal footing with Yuan Zhen's entire Buddhist nation. He might even be superior. This news has already spread like wildfire. When the martial epic comes to an end, only a few people are qualified to start a new epic. Everyone has to know each other's limits. Your strange strength has already caused many people to be unable to see through it. If you were to become the Dragon Emperor, I'm afraid no one would be able to stop you. Xiao Chun felt excited, feeling that Yen Songming was right. Only a few people could start a new epic. They would definitely view each other as competitors. If Xiao Chun accidentally exposed some of his strength in the Wenhui dynasty, news of it would spread quickly. So, Xiao Chun asked as he looked at Yen Songming. You are a smart person. You should be able to guess what will happen later. Yen Songming smiled mysteriously, not saying anything. When Xiao Chun heard that, he could not help smiling bitterly. Given this group of people's characters, they must feel that I am too much of a threat. They are sure that I will head to the Divine Dragon Empire to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. So they might work together to lay a trap and use this opportunity to end me in the Divine Dragon Empire. Hence, Yen Songming said that if I do not work with him, only death awaits me. Those people should have communicated with Yen Songming, inviting him to form an alliance to deal with me. However, for some reason, Yen Songming leaked this information to me and wanted to form an alliance with me. Why are you telling me all this? This was the only question that remained in Xiao Chen's heart. Why did Yen Songming travel so far to tell him all this? A dim light flashed in Yen Songming's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chun. Do you know who set all this up? Who colluded with the outstanding talents of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill you? Yuanzhen? That's not right. Chu Chaoyun? Guess again. The profound heaven, holy lands, Wenhui? Yen Songming smiled faintly and said, That's not right. It's she. After he returned to the demonic Dao Palace from the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, he became somewhat strange. After he learned that you fought Yuanzhen's Buddhist nation alone in the Wenhui dynasty, he became even stranger. Yen Songming did not know the reason either. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. It looks like she knows about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan as well. Hence, she plans to kill me immediately. To me, I definitely do not wish for you to die just like that, and watch as she covers the sky with one hand. Hence, we should work together. I will help you obtain the Dragon Emperor position, and you will help me restore the status of the Flood Dragon humans in the Divine Dragon Empire. Yen Songming continued, telling Xiao Chun his true purpose at the same time. Wrong. You just want us, the epic masters, to kill each other so that you can reap the benefits. Black Dragon King, am I right? Xiao Chun swept his gaze past Jin Yuan and fixed it on Zheng Yuan, who had remained silent from the start to the end. Whoosh! Zheng Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. Two black dragon images swam in the depths of his eyes. Surprise flashed on Zheng Yuan's face when he heard what Xiao Chun said. He said softly, That's right, only you can be absolutely certain of my identity. After all, you personally saw me swallow the Black Dragon King's demonic sense back then. Chapter 2349. That's right. Only you can be 100% certain of my identity. After all, you saw me devour the Black Dragon King's demonic will with your own eyes. When Zheng Yuan heard Xiao Chun determine his identity, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Then, he openly admitted it. You fused with the Black Dragon King's demonic will. Xiao Chun asked in a deep voice. Sort of, but that's not important anymore. You don't have a choice. Everyone knows that you will definitely fight for the Dragon Emperor title. However, once you go to the Divine Dragon Empire, only death awaits you. Zheng Yuan looked at Xiao Chun and said calmly. Yen Songming continued, Work with me. Everyone is just taking what they need. Even if we take a step back, don't you want Qi Ming to become the Dragon Emperor? She's strength is equally terrifying now. You have no choice. Even though Xiao Chun saw through their thoughts, Yan Songming and Zhun Yuan remained fearless. He was not afraid that Xiao Chun would not agree, because he had no choice. No choice? Wrong. As long as your heart is strong enough, you can always make the right choice. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chun suddenly attacked, sending a punch flying toward Jin Yuan. Regardless of whether Jin Yuan had merged with the Black Dragon King's demonic will or not, since it delivered itself to him, Xiao Chun naturally would not let it go. When he punched out, the great Tao of reincarnation circulated, and the endless power of reincarnation circulated. It gathered in the fist radiance and bloomed like an epiphyllum in the dark night, making the blood moon in the sky dim. Zhun Yuan's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Xiao Chun to suddenly make a move. With a cold snort, a monstrous demonic aura erupted from his body, and a destructive aura erupted from his body. In his eyes, there was a sky full of stars. In the vast river of stars, stars were destroyed one after another. This caused the destructive aura on his body to reach a horrifying level. It was as if there were really stars exploding in his body. Pooh! However, before Jin Yuan, who had passively received this punch, could fully extend his arm, he was sent flying by Xiao Chun like a meteor. Stop! At the side, Yan Songming felt greatly startled. Unexpectedly, the force behind Xiao Chen's punch was so horrifying. He quickly made a move to block Xiao Chun, who wanted to give chase. The will of death spread out from his body like a tide. The black aura was like liquid. The strange, evil tentacles materialized and gathered on Yan Songming's palm. Just a glance at the terrifying death intent was enough to send shivers down one's spine. He was afraid of being touched by it and could not avoid it in time. Yan Songming's Death Dao domain already reached the 9th layer, only one step shy of the 10th layer. Its lethality was extremely terrifying. Compared to other killing moves, martial techniques powered by the Death Great Dao could injure a cultivator's life force. If he was heavily injured, his vitality would be damaged, and it would be very difficult to recover. However, Xiao Chun did not fear the killing move materialized by the Death Dao domain. He raised his hand and clashed with it. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the two palms collided, a vigorous life force gushed out from behind Xiao Chun. At a visible speed, a vast green grassland took form behind Xiao Chun in an instant. The grass grew long, and the orioles flew. Everything was in spring. Thousands of flowers appeared in the vast grassland, adorning it with beautiful purples and reds. My death intent. Horror appeared in Yan Songming's eyes, revealing heavy confusion. Unexpectedly, the other party turned Yan Songming's vast and boundless death intent into even more boundless life force, scattering it on this desolate and dilapidated desolate sea land. Flowers bloomed and withered in an endless cycle. Xiao Chun shouted, and the vast grassland behind him looked like a wildfire. It burned out, not leaving a single blade of grass behind. The thousands of flowers and grass instantly withered. The instant the flowers withered, Xiao Chun returned a palm strike to Yan Songming. The death intent contained in this palm strike was even stronger than Yan Songming's. Bang! Yan Songming gaped in disbelief. To think that Xiao Chun was even more skilled in the Death Dao domain than him. Xiao Chen's even more ferocious and surging Death Dao domain directly scattered Yan Songming's heavy death intent. Yan Songming vomited a mouthful of blood as he retreated in an even more sorry state than Jin Yuan. Whoosh! Whoosh! The instant Yan Songming and Jin Yuan landed, they flew up at the same time. Both of them charged at Xiao Chun, going all out this time. Jin Yuan drew his saber, and Yan Songming tightly grasped a black whip with a sticky black liquid around it. Dense black dragon scales appeared on Yan Songming's face. Alloy dragon armor. With a thought, Xiao Chun activated the alloy dragon armor. Then, he grasped the tyrant saber's scabbard on his back with his right hand. As the two charged over, Xiao Chun drew the tyrant saber at the same time. Under the blood moon, this flash of saber light looked as beautiful as a scarlet datura flower. Xiao Chun suppressed Zhen Yuan's and Yen Tsangming's auras by himself. Pa! Yen Tsangming roared ferociously and swung his black whip in a circle in the air. It was like a thunderclap, ear-splitting and ear-splitting. As this whip swept over, it was like a phantom from hell's depths. Zhen Yuan remained expressionless, looking like a demonic Buddha descending to the world as he held the world destroyer in his hand. The dark saber light cut through the world with an irresistible force, containing a boldness that wanted to destroy everything in the world. Even so, the two still retreated before Xiao Chen's saber light. Xiao Chen's saber light seemed to surpass the limits of the epic, unrestricted by the world. It was like the horn of an antelope, untraceable. It was also like the blazing sun, its surging energy soaring endlessly. Damn it, what kind of strength is this? This is definitely not the cultivation of a nine-vein sovereign emperor. Even a faux god is only SOSO. Yen Tsangming said with some despair. Even when the two worked together, they were not a match for Xiao Chun. After exchanging a few moves, the two retreated. However, Xiao Chun remained unfathomable. Under the blood moon, every move he made seemed to freeze time. In the eyes of others, Xiao Chun looked magnificent, unrivaled in the past and present. After 100 moves, Zhen Yuan revealed a strange smile as he stretched out his hand and threw a palm strike at the sky. Whoosh! Under the influence of the destruction great Tao, the boundless night sky slowly turned denser until it hid the blood moon. Let's go! The instant the blood moon vanished, Zhen Yuan grabbed Yen Tsangming and fled far away. The boundless night sky lasted for only a moment. Before anyone noticed it, the blood moon reappeared. However, when Xiao Chun looked around, he could no longer see Yen Tsangming and Zhen Yuan. Did they flee? A look of pity flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was not that Zhen Yuan had fled. It was not that Zhen Yuan had fled, but Xiao Chun clearly felt that Zhen Yuan had not done his best. Xiao Chun had not fought this battle yet, but the other party had already left. This felt somewhat unfair. An unprecedented 10-vein sovereign emperor, the cycle great Tao, and the flawless saber Tao infused with immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Xiao Chun really wanted to know how strong he was now. Unfortunately, this Zhen Yuan, or rather, the Black Dragon King's seal had not been broken, and his strength was not at its peak. Thus, he did not wish to fight with Xiao Chun. What he displayed was only the strength of the Black Dragon King's demonic will and quintessential essence soul, not the sealed Black Dragon King's main body. At best, it can only be considered a clone. How strong is the Black Dragon King's main body? After Xiao Chun sheathed the tyrant saber and calmed down, he entered deep thought. No wonder Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, a peak expert, had to put in so much effort to lay two startling formations to kill the Black Dragon King. At the mention of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Chun recalled the arrangements Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun made before his death. Then he sighed. Now, retribution came. After she learned the truth, he actually worked with the epic masters of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao to kill Xiao Chun in the divine Dragon Empire. He raised his head and saw a glimmer of light on the horizon. Dawn was about to arrive. A vast sun was about to rise into the sky. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. The desolate sea had a blood moon at night, and an incredibly huge, blazing sun during the day, illuminating the desolate sea all year round. The blood moon was a trap laid by Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. Who was the one who laid the blazing sun? which was much larger than the sun outside. Yan Sangming and Zhen Yuan stood side by side in the distance, still feeling lingering fear. This person is too horrifying. No wonder he did not work with me. He did not need it at all. To think that he managed to merge the life and death Tao so perfectly. That is the cycle great Tao, one of the ultimate great Tao. The cycle great Tao. Yes, there's no need to ask about the details. In any case, we already achieved our goal in this trip. He. Originally, I was worried that he was too weak and would be easily suppressed by she. Now there is a good show to watch, Shen Yuan said softly, revealing a playful smile. Yan Sangming remained silent at the side for a long time. Finally, he could not help asking, if we let him grow, will the Black Dragon King's true body be unsealed and not be able to do anything to him? The moment Yan Sangming said that, Zhan Yuan revealed a complicated expression. He sighed. It's useless. The Black Dragon King represents the end, represents destruction. Unless all the epic masters work together, we can barely put up a fight. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. When the Black Dragon King appears, it will be the end of the martial epic. Chapter 2350. The morning sun rose, and the sun rose into the sky. On the horizon, a sun that was much larger than the rest of the world shone with a dazzling brilliance. The sun shone, sweeping away the chill of the desolate sea's night. After Chen took his leave of Sang, he used the Heavenly Alliance medallion to confirm the information he obtained from Yan Sangming with Mu Zifeng. It's true. Jiang, he already left the Heavenly Alliance and headed for the Divine Dragon Empire. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor will abdicate the Dragon Emperor position 7 days later. At that time, the entire upper echelon of the Bushin Palace will arrive. The other super factions will come as well. What do you think? I hope that you can rush to the Divine Dragon Empire quickly. We absolutely cannot let Qingyi obtain the Dragon Emperor position. The Heavenly Alliance will support you fully. I understand. Mu Zifeng's illusory figure on the medallion slowly faded. Chen muttered to himself, thinking about something. He did not tell Mu Zifeng that he obtained the Emperor Dragon Throne and the royal genealogical record. However, it did not matter much whether he told Mu Zifeng. The Heavenly Alliance placed all its bets on Chen. It would definitely support him unconditionally. If Qingyi successfully became the Dragon Emperor, it would be a huge blow to Chen. Chen's luck would decrease significantly. As the epic changed, the previously boundlessly ethereal luck would become even more important. Perhaps an insignificant matter could have a major impact, causing the Heavenly Alliance to lose the competition to start the epic. Dragon Emperor. Chen sighed and shook his head. Then, he carefully put away the Heavenly Alliance medallion. Compared to the Dragon Emperor position, Chen cared more about the other piece of news that Mu Zifeng told him. The White Dragon bloodline had already confirmed that they would send Lu Ruyue to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. The 6 colored divine dragons, including the Heaven Dragon Palace, were all qualified to send disciples to fight for the Dragon Emperor position. However, this fight for the Dragon Emperor position was clearly just a formality. Qingyi, who obtained the full support of the Bushin Palace, was much stronger than the other opponents. Of course, that was if Chen did not appear. I'll go to the Golden Crow Empire first. A bright light lit in Chen's eyes. He did not change his original plan because of this sudden incident. In merely 2 days, Chen crossed the desolate sea and stepped into the Golden Crow Empire's territory. Something's wrong. The instant he stepped into the Golden Crow Empire's territory, Chen sensed a strange divine essence fluctuation in the air. The divine energy fluctuations were extremely weak. Even a regular sovereign emperor would find it hard to notice if they did not pay close attention. As a 10-vein sovereign emperor, Xiao Chen immediately noticed something wrong. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before he looked up at the capital of the Golden Crow Empire. Opening his heavenly eye, Xiao Chen's vision extended out continuously. Cities, rivers, mountains, grasslands, deserts, all of them flashed past his eyes. We're here. After a while, Xiao Chen's gaze traversed the boundless distance and landed on the majestic capital. But just as he was about to take the next step, however, he realized that his vision was obstructed. There was an invisible force blocking his view, and he immediately felt puzzled. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and tried to sense with his soul power. Once again, he was blocked. Be it his soul energy or the heavenly eye, he could not see through the Golden Crow Empire's capital. There were only two explanations. The Golden Crow Empire's capital's protective formation had already been activated, unless a faux god powerhouse worked together to lay the formation. It could not block Xiao Chen's vision. What's going on? No matter which explanation it would be shocking. This meant that a huge change had happened in the Golden Crow Empire's capital. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in them. There were many possibilities for such a huge change. However, it would be best if it was not what Xiao Chen guessed. Whoosh! Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and turned into a flash of lightning, merging into the clouds. Amidst the clouds, lightning flashed and flashed, advancing at an inconceivable speed. About 15 minutes later, electric light fell from a tall mountain peak 50 kilometers away from the Golden Crow Empire's capital. The electric light formed, and the white-clad Xiao Chen firmly landed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Xiao Chen appeared, he discovered the auras of a few sovereign emperors rushing over to where he landed. The security is really tight. I was discovered the moment I appeared, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something big was happening in the capital. 3 figures appeared before Xiao Chen. Without exception, none of them had the Golden Crow bloodline. The leader had white hair and a bright red mark on his forehead, showing that he was a royal member of the White Marsh Beast Empire. The other 2 middle-aged men looked very wild, showing that they were from the Heavenly Wolf Empire. The white-haired old man had a benevolent expression. He revealed a smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. Then he asked softly, "Are you entering the capital?" Xiao Chen felt suspicious in his heart. However, he replied calmly, "I saw that the capital seemed to have activated its protective formation, so I came over to take a look. Your cultivation is rather astonishing. I can sense it even if you are not from the Golden Crow Empire. However, I do not seem to have seen you in the Divine Dragon Empire before." The white-haired old man clearly noticed the dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chen, so he probed. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "He's just a mixed-blood dragon. It's normal that you haven't seen him before." The white-haired old man suddenly understood. That was not strange. The people he dealt with in the Bushan Palace were all divine dragon emperors. However, it was quite surprising. Even though this person's draconic might was restrained, his aura was outstanding and couldn't be concealed. Unexpectedly, such a person was actually a mixed-blood dragon. If you are not the Golden Crow Empire's sovereign emperor, then stay away. Don't be a busybody. The middle-aged man next to him stared at Xiao Chen and said in an unfriendly manner, "All right, I was just curious." Xiao Chen smiled and turned to leave, disappearing from their sight in the blink of an eye. This person is quite sensible. He should be a mixed-blood dragon who has been wandering outside. He doesn't know about what happened in Bushan Palace. The other middle-aged sovereign emperor said softly. The white-haired old man's smile vanished, replaced by a ferocious expression. There was no trace of the benevolence he had a moment ago, and his gaze was like that of a poisonous snake. The white-haired old man said coldly, "We cannot be careless. We cannot make any mistakes at the crucial moment." Suddenly, the white-haired old man's expression changed drastically. After a pause, he said, "Why do I feel that this white-clad person's aura, appearance, and bloodline are very similar to a certain rumored person?" Similar to who? The white-haired old man was about to speak when he sensed a weak killing intent. He shouted, "There is killing intent." Bang! However, it was too late. The two great perfection sovereign emperors with only 6 divine veins could not react in time. Chen, who had quietly circled around, punched them. Supreme Dragon Fist, only I am supreme. The blue dragon image connected the sky and the ground. A vast dragon might descended together with the fist light, making breathing difficult. Before the two 6-vein sovereign emperors could turn around, Chen punched them into bits. They turned into ashes, their souls extinguished. The white-haired old man, who was an 8-vein sovereign emperor, fled far away. When he turned around and saw this scene, he gaped in shock, flabbergasted. What kind of strength is this? He managed to destroy 2 6-vein sovereign emperors with one punch. Although this was partly due to the element of surprise, the might of this punch was too horrifying. Ice small world. Without much time to think, the white-haired old man instantly activated his 10th layer Ice Dao domain and formed an ice small world encasing Chen. Pa! However, before the white-haired old man could show his might, a saber light flashed, and the entire small world shattered into countless ice shards. Chen broke the ice small world with one saber strike. The white-haired old man felt greatly startled, completely at a loss. He opened his hand and grasped a Bushin Palace medallion. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out. The white-haired old man did not see the white-clad old man move at all, but the saber light chopped off his right hand, which held the medallion. Chen reached out and grabbed the medallion. Then he crushed it into a ball and casually tossed it away. "You are Chen." The white-haired old man looked at Chen in horror. Now, he finally recognized Chen and guessed his identity. "Since you know that it is me, then be more obedient. Don't think of informing the faux god experts. Tell me what happened in the Golden Crow Empire's capital. If you don't tell me in 3 seconds, don't blame me," Chen said indifferently without fear as he stood in front of the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man clearly knew that even if he did not say anything, Chen had other means to obtain an answer from him. The white-haired old man had no choice but to take the initiative to tell the white-haired old man. Otherwise, who knew what kind of torture he would suffer? "There's no need to threaten me. The winner takes all. I'm clearer than you on the means of a sovereign emperor. I'll tell you. The Bushin Palace wants the Golden Crow Empire to offer up the Golden Crow Holy Beast as a congratulatory gift to Qingyi, who will become the Dragon Emperor in 5 days. The Golden Crow Holy Beast will sign a contract and become his divine pet." The white-haired old man sighed softly. "You saw the result for yourself." The Golden Crow Empire did not agree, so the Bushin Palace resorted to forceful means. Right now, the Golden Crow Empire's royal clan has already retreated to the Sun Hand Divine Temple. However, they will not be able to hold out for long. It is impossible for him to handle the entire Bushin Palace by himself. Chen did not say anything even after a while. The white-haired old man felt nervous as he probed. "It looks like you are tactful. You know that a faux god is holding down the fort, and do not dare to act rashly. Since that is the case, why make things difficult for me? I've been missing for too long. if I startle a faux god, it will not be good for you. Whoosh! Xiao Chen casually swung his saber and sheathed his tyrant saber. Before the white-haired old man could finish speaking, his divine seal and physical body were chopped in half. When the white-haired old man turned his head back to look at the capital, he saw Xiao Chen standing upright while holding his saber. Unexpectedly, the result was the one that he did not want to see the most. A clump of golden light struggled endlessly behind him. That was the white-haired old man's soul. However, the soul contained a strand of saber intent. No matter how the white-haired old man struggled, it appeared weak and powerless, unable to change the fate of his soul scattering. From start to end, Xiao Chen did not turn his head to look at the white-haired old man. Chapter 2351. As he looked at the Golden Crow Empire's capital, Xiao Chen showed an unsightly expression. After noticing the strange situation in the capital, Xiao Chen guessed that the Bushan Palace was targeting Little Yellow Feather. Who would have thought that the worst outcome would really be predicted by him? Although a pure-blooded holy beast was still young, it would be a great weapon at this crucial juncture when the epic changed. If Xiao Chen ignored Little Yellow Feather and used a secret technique to catalyze it, overdrawing on its life force in exchange for the strength of an adult golden crow, it would be simply unimaginable. That was simply unimaginable. In a battle against the other sons of epics, they would occupy an enormous advantage. The Golden Crow Empire would definitely have a faux god guarding the capital. Its luck would be second to none among the 8 great empires. However, the Golden Crow Empire would not be able to resist when the other 7 great empires worked together. The faux gods had already worked together to seal the entire capital with a barrier. As a result, Xiao Chen had no idea what was happening inside. Breaking the barrier would not be too difficult for a 10-vein sovereign emperor like Xiao Chen. The difficult part was that it was impossible to break the barrier without alerting a faux god expert. Xiao Chen did not know how strong a faux god was. Xiao Chen could not be sure if he could fight a faux god with his current strength. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen gave a simple report of the Golden Crow Empire's situation to Mu Zifeng. Don't act rashly for now. I'll get Ji and the other doyens to help you. With your current strength, it is still not time for you to face a faux god. How long do I need? Half a day is enough. After putting away the Heavenly Alliance medallion, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the summit and thought to himself, half a day? Can Ao Zhao really wait half a day? What if the Solar Divine Temple falls in half a day and the Bushan Palaces, people want to snatch Little Yellow Feather away? Given Ao Zhao's character, she would definitely fight with her life on the line. No, I can't afford to gamble. Compared to Ao Zhao's safety, Xiao Chen would rather face a faux god himself. He could not let the past repeat itself. Ao Zhao had already died once in the Sky Dome realm when she was helping him with his heart tribulation. Faux god, let me experience the strength of a faux god. Xiao Chen shouted and grasped his saber hilt. Then he swung his hand, and the tyrant's saber came out of its scabbard again. The flawless saber Dao, which surpassed the epic, materialized thousands of saber lights when driven by the cycle Great Dao. Then, a boundlessly resplendent saber light rose behind Xiao Chen. The dazzling saber light spread out in circles and overlapped with each other. It was as if another sun had risen behind him. In the vast Golden Crow Empire, the hundreds of millions of commoners and cultivators scattered across the empire's territory all witnessed this shocking scene. Suddenly, a blazing sun appeared in the sky. The 2 suns competed with each other's brilliance, and for a moment, it was impossible to tell which was the real one. However, this phenomenon only lasted for an instant. Just when everyone thought that they were seeing things, a voice suddenly rang out. In a flash, he entered the capital. The four corners of the capital, which seemed to be normal from the start, suddenly changed. Then, a barrier of light suddenly appeared and pressed down, sealing off the entire capital. This made the vast and majestic capital look like a birdcage, firmly locked in. Boom! The blazing sun in the sky smashed into the capital with the momentum of a thunderbolt. In the next moment, the ground trembled. Terrifying shock waves erupted above the capital. The shock waves spread for millions of kilometers. The instant the shock waves shattered the tall mountains under Xiao Chen's feet, Xiao Chen leaped into the air and landed on the majestic city walls of the capital. Xiao Chen broke the barrier reinforced by a faux god with one saber strike. He used an absolutely tyrannical and ferocious saber strike to forcefully break it, not using any tricks at all. Strong winds buffeted Xiao Chen's clothes as he stood on the city wall in his white robes. Xiao Chen looked down at the entire capital. The originally prosperous and flourishing capital had already turned into rubble. Thousands of kilometers of rubble could not be seen. A capital that had existed for a long time was destroyed just like that. It did not get destroyed by Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike. Instead, it got destroyed in the battle before Xiao Chen arrived. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of fighting rang out endlessly. The intense battle came from the distance. Xiao Chen turned his head to look. His vision peered through the dust and saw two faux god experts fighting on a tall mountain in the city. Below, many sovereign emperors fought each other in an extremely intense battle in a completely intact, empty land. It was the Solar Divine Temple. The faux god experts fought above the Solar Divine Temple. The Bushan Palace's sovereign emperors were below. They had already broken the Solar Divine Temple's formations and charged into the temple to fight the final battle. Xiao Chen could sense countless gazes in the Golden Crow Empire's capital, both in the open and in the dark. Countless gazes looked at Xiao Chen, either filled with doubt or confusion. This humble one is Baiju. Might I ask which faction's faux god you are from? Why are you interfering in the private matters of my Bushan Palace? Just as Xiao Chen sized up the surroundings and prepared to head to the Solar Divine Temple, an old man landed on the city wall in the distance. This old man wore gray robes and had a pale complexion. There was a blood mark on his forehead. This was a faux god expert with the great desolate Ian white marsh beast's bloodline. Baiju looked at Xiao Chen, feeling puzzled. He wondered which faction this faux god was. To think that he was so young. However, Baiju only sized up Baiju for a while before feeling even more puzzled. Why does he not look like a faux god? There is no divine nature at all. Then, what about the earlier saber strike? Xiao Chen did not answer. He noticed that the other party held a crystalline pagoda radiating silver light in his left hand. As the other party spoke, he silently circulated his divine energy. The barrier that Xiao Chen broke earlier was slowly recovering. It looked like it was going to envelop the Golden Crow Empire's capital again. Xiao Chen felt excited. It looked like this old man was in a rush to seal off the capital again. Xiao Chen thought about the faux god experts fighting in the sky above the Solar Divine Temple. Xiao Chen immediately understood. The silver pagoda in the old man's hand had the effect of isolating the nation's protective formation. The protective formation could draw in the spiritual energy of the entire Golden Crow Empire's capital. If Xiao Chen was suppressed and could only draw in the capital's spiritual energy, the formation would be useless. Xiao Chen looked around. Indeed, in the Solar Divine Temple, the many sovereign emperors that had already charged into the Solar Divine Temple were chased out. The Golden Crow Empire's sovereign emperors fought even more ferociously. Given this, as long as Xiao Chen delayed this faux god and prevented him from raising the barrier again, he would not have to worry. There was no need to worry about Ao Zhao and the others in the Solar Divine Temple. When the Heavenly Alliance experts arrived, the Golden Crow Empire would have survived this crisis. Trying to act mysterious, Bai Ju finally confirmed that Xiao Chen was not a faux god. Seeing that Xiao Chen still did not answer, he flew into a rage. Bai Ju waved his hand and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. Immediately, Xiao Chen felt that hand cover the sky, cutting off his connection with the world. The entire world turned pitch black. The world started rejecting him, and unprecedented loneliness surged over. Xiao Chen felt startled. What kind of move was this? He had never heard of it before. However, although Xiao Chen felt shocked, he did not panic. He was like a saber abandoned at the darkest edge of the world. However, this saber was unprecedented. Even if the world abandoned it, its light would not be shrouded by darkness. Even if the world abandoned it, its light would not be shrouded by darkness. Whoosh! Xiao Chen sent out a saber light. The instant the saber light flickered, the dark world regained its color. Then, the Golden Crow Empire's capital reappeared bit by bit. Xiao Chen had returned. Crack! Xiao Chen chopped the gigantic palm descending from the sky in half. However, the huge impact still knocked Xiao Chen into the air, shaking his blood vessels and shattering his internal organs. The divine seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool was like a candle flame in the wind, flickering like it would be extinguished at any moment. How terrifying! Even though Xiao Chen blocked the killing move of a faux god, the shock waves were still fatal. When a faux god ignited their divine flame, a casual strike of theirs would be supported by the faux god flame. While severely injuring the physical body, it would also attack the divine seal. If Xiao Chen was not careful, he would turn to ashes. Xiao Chen circulated the cycle Great Tao, using the cycle of life and death to continuously negate the shock waves. By the time Xiao Chen landed, the swaying divine seal in his soul pool had already stabilized and slowly burned. You truly live up to being a faux god expert. This Xiao has experienced it firsthand. Xiao Chen said sincerely as he looked at Bai Ju. A faux god expert was indeed incredible. If it were any other nine-vein sovereign emperor, Bai Ju's palm strike would have been sufficient to turn that nine-vein sovereign emperor into ashes. Even Xiao Chen felt somewhat lucky. When isolated, Xiao Chen did not panic or feel anxious. He did not hesitate to draw his saber. Otherwise, if he delayed for even a moment, the consequences would be dire. This Xiao. A brilliant light flashed in Bai Ju's eyes. After some thought, he said, "You are the epic successor that the Heavenly Alliance nurtured, Xiao Chen. That is me." Ha 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 ha. Bai Ju could not hide the wild joy on his face as he guffawed. "I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. You are really bold to dare to face a faux god expert alone. If I kill you, I can forget about my divine beast." Chapter 2352. Bai Ju, who unexpectedly discovered Xiao Chen's identity, rejoiced. Unexpectedly, such a good thing delivered itself to him. Right now, Xiao Chen was the Bushan Palace's greatest enemy. Between Bai Ju and the Dragon God Crown Prince Qingyi, only one could truly become the Dragon Emperor. If Xiao Chen killed Bai Ju, Qingyi would inherit his luck. The Bushan Palace's chances of starting a new epoch would increase significantly. In the end, Bai Ju came to the Golden Crow Empire to hunt Little Yellow Feather to increase Qingyi's luck and strength, increasing his chances of starting a new epoch. However, the effect was far from being as fast as killing Xiao Chen. Die! Bai Ju attacked again, still using only one hand. He held the silver pagoda in his left hand, wanting to prop up the formation, sealing the capital again. The world sank into darkness again. When Xiao Chun looked around, everything he saw and felt was pitch black. The city walls, the capital, the land, the mountains, the sky, the white clouds, everything that Xiao Chun saw vanished. It was like he was isolated in another world, not tolerated by the world. There was no place for him in this vast world. The sense of isolation in Xiao Chen's heart surged even more ferociously than the first time. Again, this time, Xiao Chen did not feel surprised when Baiju used the same trick, forcing him into this strange space again. Xiao Chen raised his hand and swung his tyrant saber again. All sorts of colors immediately appeared in this world. Xiao Chen's sealed senses and vision recovered. The sense of isolation from the world no longer existed. Whoosh! When Xiao Chen looked up, an ancient finger descended from the sky. The finger descended like it was trying to kill an ant. Xiao Chen felt a vast and boundless pressure. After experiencing it once, Xiao Chen was no longer as nervous as he was the first time, so he dodged in advance. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure turned into a lightning bolt, and a resplendent saber, light, descended. My divine pressure, how can you dodge it? Baiju felt shocked. To think that Xiao Chen dodged this attack. This was simply unimaginable. No sovereign emperor had ever been able to dodge a faux god's attack. After lighting up the faux god flame, one would be able to understand the nature of the world. Within a certain range, one would be like the creator of the world. It could perfectly merge with the world and release divine pressure, sealing off a sovereign emperor's senses and making the world reject the other party. If one were to advance further and become a true god, this space would be comparable to the divine kingdom. However, there were no true gods now. There were only faux gods, and they could no longer materialize the divine kingdom. Even so, the divine pressure of a faux god expert was unfathomable to a sovereign emperor. With the six senses sealed, there was no way to avoid a faux god's killing move when one's soul energy, vision, hearing, smell, and touch were all rendered useless. But now, this iron rule had been broken twice by Xiao Chun. You overestimate yourself. After the shock, Baiju calmed down. After all, Baiju was a void god realm expert. With a raise of his hand, he neutralized Xiao Chen's saber strike, which could kill a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Then he used 2 fingers to clamp down on the saber. Xiao Chun, who was in the air, immediately felt his saber completely restrained, unable to advance or retreat. Baiju smiled coldly and said, "You really startle me. To think that you can dodge my killing move from my divine pressure. Unfortunately, you do not know how horrifying a faux god is." Dang! A flame appeared in Baiju's eyes, and a vast divine might erupted from his body as he flicked his finger. The tyrant's saber immediately trembled endlessly. The force traveled along the saber, sending Xiao Chun flying back like a cannonball. Clang! Xiao Chun, who knelt on one knee, stabbed the tyrant's saber into the ground and stabilized his body. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, but his eyes remained calm, not showing any fluctuations. Baiju felt startled. His earlier attack looked casual. In reality, he had already used 50% of his strength. However, the other party was not severely injured. Baiju's expression was as calm as still water, and his eyes were deep like the starry sea. It was like he was evaluating his own strength. Could he be testing out how strong a faux god is? Damn it! Shouldn't he be scared out of his wits when he sees a faux god? Baiju seemed to feel that his pride as a faux god was being mocked. Rage surged in his heart, and he attacked again. This time, Baiju pressed forward, and a vast and boundless divine might press down like an avalanche. Then he threw a palm strike at lightning speed, a palm strike that could shatter stars. Before Baiju arrived, a sonic boom already rang out in the air. The sound was ear-splitting like thunder, scattering the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around and revealing the boundless starry heavens dotted with stars. Chen smiled faintly, not clashing head-on, with Baiju dodging for now. Chen's primary goal was to delay the other party and reseal the capital. His secondary goal was to verify how strong a foe god was, to see if he could defeat a foe god. The two immediately fought on the ancient city walls of the capital that had stood for tens of thousands of years. The intensity of the battle was no weaker than the fight between the two foe gods above the solar divine temple. Your Highness the Divine Daughter, it is Chen, Hao Kai, who was responsible for protecting Ao Zhao in the distant solar divine temple, finally recognized Chen. Earlier, Hao Kai saw someone break the seal with one saber strike. Hao Kai also thought that it was a foe god senior helping. After observing for a long time, he was shocked to discover that it was not a foe god. It was not a foe god. It was Chen. What is he doing here? That idiot. Why is he fighting a foe god? Compared to Hao Kai's excited expression, Ao Zhao showed a worried expression, continuously grumbling. In her anxiety, she did not even realize that she had called Chen an idiot again. Hao Kai asked, "Divine Daughter, should we go and help?" Right now, the nation's protective formation is fully operational. That group of people from Bushin Palace can no longer charge in. No, Ao Zhao rejected with a calm expression. Don't give him trouble. He took the risk to fight a foe god so that the nation's protective formation could operate perfectly. If we go and help, wouldn't we be wasting his efforts? Furthermore, if they got captured, it would be equivalent to harming Chen. Hao Kai asked, "What should we do then?" Ao Zhao sighed softly. He probably does not know that we still have a backup plan and can leave. This idiot, he always likes to do things his own way. However, since he made a move, he definitely has a way to protect himself. For hours passed quickly after the intense battle on the city walls. Baiju launched a frenzied attack against Chen. Aside from the silver pagoda in his left hand, he used nearly everything else he had. However, despite the other terrifying attacks, Chen did not suffer any severe injuries, aside from being in a sorry state. He was like a lone boat drifting in the wind and rain. The strong wind and heavy rain battered him, but he did not capsize. It looks like foe gods are only SOSO. Chen said coldly as he held up his saber and looked at the furious Baiju, who could not do anything about it. When Baiju heard that, he smiled instead of getting angry. Is that so? In front of me, you don't even have the ability to retaliate. You can only retaliate a few times. Occasionally, you can't even injure a strand of my hair, yet you dare to mock foe gods as so? Indeed, even a fatal attack against a 9-vein sovereign emperor would not be able to injure you. Without igniting the divine flame, no matter how strong my killing moves are, they would not be able to injure you. However, I do not only have these ordinary killing moves. Is that so? In that case, why don't you make a move and show me? Baiju narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling coldly in his heart. He liked the arrogant Chen. Only Baiju knew how strong a foe god was. The more Chen underestimated him, the happier Baiju was. The more arrogant Chen was, the easier it was for him to reveal openings. Baiju's repeated attacks failed to severely injure Chen, which made him look forward to Chen revealing openings in his arrogance. As you wish. The immortal vein formed by Immortal Burial Lake among Chen's 10 divine veins stirred. An ethereal, fairy-like air appeared on Chen's body. The vast soul energy sea in Chen's soul pool surged with strong waves. The divine lightning talisman, formed by the immortal epic's 10,000 tribulation divine, lightning broke out of the sea. Once upon a time, The divine lightning talisman could injure a great perfection sovereign emperor with just the tip of the iceberg. Now, Xiao Chen looked forward to seeing what kind of strength this divine lightning talisman could erupt with when it was completely brought out. This is the expression of Bai Ju, who was waiting for Xiao Chen to reveal an opening, changed slightly. He sensed something strange. By the time Bai Ju sensed something wrong and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. The divine lightning talisman came out of Xiao Chen's forehead. With a flash of light, it struck Bai Ju. The instant the flower blooms, it illuminates 3 lives. Before the divine lightning talisman could take effect, Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer and used the cycle Great Tao to execute the 3-life flower. The past, the future, and the present. 3 blue lotus flowers, 3 figures, and 3 saber lights pierced through Bai Ju, who was severely injured by the divine lightning talisman. However, this was not enough. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and roared, "Flowers bloom and flowers die. The cycle never ends." Previously, when Xiao Chen only grasped the state of cycle, he could execute 3 saber strikes with the 3-life flower. However, now he grasped the cycle Great Tao. There were more than 3 saber strikes for the past, the future, and the present. Flowers bloomed and withered, and killing intent filled the air, filling the entire world with a somber and cold killing intent. 1,000 lotus flowers bloomed around Bai Ju at the same time. 1,000 Heavenly Slayer sabers containing the Heavenly Tao's killing intent pierced through his body at the same time. Today, Xiao Chen wanted to kill a god. Chapter 2353. Flowers bloom and die. Reincarnation never ends. Xiao Chen first used the Thunder Divine Talisman to severely injure him. Then, he used the Cycle Great Tao to activate the 3-life flower and sent out 3 saber strikes. 1 saber strike each pierced through Bai Ju. However, this was still not enough. If he wanted to slay a deity, he had to go all out without holding anything back. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he pushed the Cycle Great Tao and his saber Tao to their limits. Xiao Chen's divine energy and soul energy were instantly drained. After he finished executing the move, he was already exhausted. If he failed to kill Bai Ju, as long as Bai Ju was still breathing, he could easily crush him to death. Thousands of lotuses gradually overlapped with each other. Wisps of space-time ripples appeared around Bai Ju's body like water ripples. Xiao. When the 2 figures completely overlapped, Bai Ju coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief. In his world, only a second had passed. He only felt that Xiao Chen had swung his saber. He simply could not understand how his physical body could be struck by more than 1,000 sabers in an instant. The scariest thing was that every saber strike was lethal. Every saber strike contained a flawless saber intent that surpassed the epic and the inextinguishable power of the cycle of seasons, continuously attacking Xiao Chen's foe god flame. If he had not been careless and allowed the Thunderbolt Divine Talisman to be heavily injured, he would still have had strength to spare even if he had been pierced by 1,000 blades. However, at this moment, the resplendent golden foe god flame in Xiao Chen's soul pool was riddled with holes. Wave after wave of saber intent infused with the power of cycles surged at the dimmed foe god flame. No matter how he struggled, he could not salvage the situation. He could only watch as his foe god flame slowly weakened and slowly extinguished. "I will kill you." Bai Ju's eyes were filled with despair. He roared and ran toward the exhausted Xiao Chen. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to drag Xiao Chen down with him before he died. It was like the final radiance of a setting sun, and its divine might was vast and mighty as if it had returned to its peak. Xiao Chen's expression was relaxed as he looked at the other party indifferently. Boom! Bai Ju barely managed to take a step before his body exploded with a loud bang. A brilliant flame soared into the sky. The light from the flames shone in all directions, emitting a light even more dazzling than the sun. However, although this light was resplendent, it gave off the feeling of a hero past his prime and a beauty with white hair. A sorrow that even the heavens could not suppress filled the world and permeated everyone's hearts. This made the two sides fighting in Sun God Temple in the sky above and on the ground below all stare blankly, stopping their movements. This is a faux god has fallen. Hua. Right after the two faux god realm experts spoke, the resplendent flame appeared. It turned into a blood-red color and exploded with a loud bang. Along with the dusky sky, a blood moon descended. How is this possible? The martial god palace's faux god expert showed a numb and sluggish expression. Although, in this era, it was impossible to become a true god. However, as long as one ignited the divine flame and became a faux god expert, they would not suffer from disease or calamity. It was impossible for a faux god to die. Even if they encountered great trouble, faux gods would be able to protect themselves. But today, a virtual god had actually been killed. The Sun God Temple faux god realm expert looked at Chen, who was on the city wall. Shock filled his eyes. Clearly, he was startled as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the city wall, Chen had just collected Bai Ju's silver pagoda when two figures descended before him. The newcomers were the two faux god realm experts of the Heavenly Alliance, Ji, and the previous alliance chief, Hua Tianyang. You killed this person? Although Ji did his best to suppress the fluctuations in his heart, he could not hide the shock on his face. Chen nodded. It was a fluke. If not for his carelessness, I would not have killed him. He was speaking the truth. If the other party had not received the divine lightning talisman head-on, he would have died. If the other party had not taken the divine lightning talisman head-on, even if Chen executed blooming flower destruction and endless cycle, he would not have been confident of killing the other party. Or rather, if the divine lightning talisman had not severely injured the other party, Chen would not have risked everything and forced himself into a desperate situation. In any case, an opportunity presented itself to Chen. Then, he took the risk and succeeded in killing a true god. Hua Tianyang sighed softly. As he looked at the blood rain falling from the sky, he said in frustration, even a faux god fell. This era is really coming to an end. Ji and Hua Tianyang exchanged glances. Although they were not the ones who died, the two felt desolate and sorrowful. The era that belonged to them would eventually come to an end when the martial epic's luck ran out. Even as faux gods, they would not be able to avoid death. God-conferring pagoda, Hua Tianyang did his best to perk up. When he saw the silver pagoda in Chen's hand, he revealed a shocked expression. Chen stepped forward and handed the silver pagoda to the other party for him to observe. It really is the God-conferring pagoda. After fiddling with it for a while, Hua Tianyang smiled and said, "This is a rare sealing-type soul treasure. It can be considered one of Bushin Palace's trump cards. There were offensive soul treasures, like the Heavenly Slayer saber in Chen's hand. There were also defensive soul treasures, like the alloy dragon armor Hua Tianyang wore. There were also offensive and defensive soul treasures, like she's blood dragon cloak. However, sealing-type soul treasures were very rare, extremely rare." Ji glanced at the Bushin Palace faux god, who had already fled. After some thought, he said, "With this God-conferring pagoda, we can give it a try and see if we can't keep him here." Hua Tianyang handed the God-conferring pagoda to the other party and nodded. "Try to keep him here." Whoosh! After receiving the God-conferring pagoda, Swearenji turned into a beam of black light and gave chase in the blink of an eye. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. What is the origin of this God-conferring pagoda? To think that Senior Swearenji is confident of using this pagoda to seal a faux god, Hua Tianyang thought for a while before replying, it can't really be considered an origin. However, in Swearenji's hands, it can indeed bring out greater might. We can give it a try. As Hua Tianyang spoke, a few figures flew over. They were Ao Jiao, Hao Kai, and the Solar Divine Temple faux god. Hua Tianyang recognized that faux god and introduced him to Xiao Chen. This is the Solar Divine Temple's high priest. He can be considered a veteran faux god. Many thanks to Alliance Chief Hua and little brother Xiao Chen for saving my Golden Crow Empire's calamity. After the high priest stepped forward, he immediately bowed to express his gratitude. He even gave Xiao Chen a few more glances. Clearly, the high priest had already learned of Xiao Chen's identity from Ao Jiao. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Xiao Chen sent a voice projection to Hua Tianyang. Senior Hua, go ahead and discuss proper matters with the high priest first. Hua Tianyang glanced at Ao Jiao and entered deep thought. Then he smiled faintly and said, High priest, now that the Golden Crow Empire has thoroughly offended the Bushan Palace, my Heavenly Alliance is willing to protect the Golden Crow Empire with just one word from the high priest. This. The high priest hesitated somewhat. If he agreed, it would be equivalent to the Golden Crow Empire joining the Heavenly Alliance. Hua Tianyang smiled and said, High priest, is it convenient for us to communicate in private? Sure. After the high priest left, Oh, Zhao relaxed visibly. Then she chided, You idiot, you scared me to death earlier. How could you face a faux god alone? Xiao Chen felt warmth in his heart. He smiled, but did not reply. You are still smiling? I will hit you. Seeing that Xiao Chen only knew how to smile without replying, Ao Jiao pretended to be angry as she stretched out her hand to slap him. Who knew? Xiao Chen did not dodge. Ao Jiao just stretched out her hand and touched Xiao Chen's face. The atmosphere immediately turned somewhat strange. Hao Kai showed an awkward expression as he performed a cupped fist salute and said, Your Highness the Divine Daughter, I'll return first to deal with the follow-up matters of the Divine Temple. Ao Jiao pinched Xiao Chen's cheek, blushing slightly. Then she turned her head to the side and said, Just this once. Got it. Xiao Chen stretched out his hands and gently pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks as he smiled faintly. You. Clearly, Ao Jiao was caught off guard by Xiao Chen's sudden attack. Her heart thumped wildly, and she asked only after a while, Why are you here in the Golden Crow Empire? I came to see you. However, I happened to run into this matter. Where's little yellow feather? Why don't I see it? Xiao Chen appeared very natural. Back when he saw Shi Wangmu turn to dust, he had figured out many things. Treasure the people who love you and don't make them cry. At the mention of little yellow feather, Ao Jiao's expression recovered to normal. She said angrily, Those people from the Bushan Palace are too much of a bastard. To think that they want to capture little yellow feather and make it Qin Ming's divine pet. Little yellow feather is currently absorbing the ancestors' inheritance in the solar divine pool. When it comes out, I will definitely go with it to meet that dragon god crown prince. Coincidentally, I want to go as well. Let's meet up in the Divine Dragon Empire 5 days later. When Ao Jiao heard that, her expression changed slightly. She knew that Xiao Chen would definitely go to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, based on Xiao Chen's words, it seemed like he still had something to do and did not intend to go with her. You still have something to do? Xiao Chen nodded. After some thought, he said, with the Heavenly Alliance's protection, the Bushan Palace will not dare to seek trouble for the Golden Crow Empire. At that time, you can go with the seniors of the Golden Crow Empire. I will meet up with you on time." A reluctance to part appeared in Ao Jiao's heart. However, she understood Xiao Chen the best. She knew that he would not change his mind once he made up his mind. "Be careful. I'll wait for you," Ao Jiao said with a grave expression. "I'll be fine." Xiao Chen thought for a while. Now that he could even kill foe gods, going to the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison to rescue the previous generation, Heaven Dragon should not be a problem. Chapter 2354. The Starry Heavens Dragon Prison locked up all the Divine Dragon Empire's sovereign personage and above criminals. It was deployed in the vast and boundless Starry Heavens. The vast Starry Sea was vast. The Starry Heavens Dragon Prison was like a beacon in the boundless Starry Heavens. Searching blindly was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xiao Chen once went there with the Heaven Dragon Palace's second palace master, and had some impression of it. Even so, it took 3 days for Xiao Chen to find the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. The vast Starry Heavens were boundless and boundless. Xiao Chen stood on an asteroid the size of a city. When he looked around, he saw hundreds of thousands of asteroids of various sizes forming a vast and vast formation. In the depths, it was like standing in the middle of a boundless ocean, vast and boundless, using the stars as the stones and the starry heavens as the foundation to lay this horrifying formation. As Xiao Chen stood at the edge, he could clearly feel the vast and peerless pressure. When looking into the distance, he was horrified to discover dense essence and killing intent gathering at the center of the formation in the asteroid belt. Countless negative emotions and resentment intertwined and condensed into a terrifying human face. Thousands of faces struggled and twisted under the skin of the human face. Xiao Chen recalled the first time he saw this. At that time, his cultivation was too low, so he did not dare to look at it. Now that he looked at it again, it was less shocking, but that was all. Drip, drip. The sound of water dripping came from the depths of the asteroid belt. Every time a drop landed, it made one's heart tremble and soul tremble. Xiao Chen knew that this was the Heaven Dragon's heart blood continuously dripping. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chen recalled the steps that the second palace master once took. With his current strength, he could definitely kill his way in without any fear. However, he was going to save someone, not to flaunt his strength. It would be pointless if he startled the Heaven Dragon and caused the Heaven Dragon's death. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and gently leaped up, landing on an asteroid. The formation formed by thousands of asteroids immediately spun continuously, moving the might of the world. Even a sovereign emperor would have to be careful and not be careless. With a relaxed expression, Xiao Chen followed the second palace master's footsteps in his memory and went deeper. The magnificent meteor formation revolved slowly without any ripples. After a while, Xiao Chen was not far from the core of the formation. At the center of the formation, the distorted human face formed by endless killing intent, resentment, anger, and hatred grew clearer and clearer. It's still the same. Xiao Chen sighed softly. The Starry Sky Dragon Penitentiary had not changed much since his last visit. His gaze pierced through the layers of fog. Under the distorted human face was a black dragon city that shone with a metallic luster. Draconic Prison City. He had finally arrived. Xiao Chen spread out his soul power and sensed the experts in the city. He was extremely cautious. In the center of Dragon City, on an altar, there was a pillar of Heaven Dragon that was as beautiful as fresh blood. On top of the dragon pillar, there was a long sword that exuded a chilly aura. This sword has an impressive background. Previously, Xiao Chen had not noticed it. Now he could tell that this sword had many tricks up its sleeves. This sword stabbed into the Heaven Dragon pillar should be no weaker than the Golden Dragon race's Emperor Dragon sword. Xiao Chen ignored this sword for now. Chains flickering with a dark light bound a petrified cultivator under the Heaven Dragon pillar. Even though that cultivator was petrified, his eyes still sparkled with vigor, filled with spirituality. The petrified cultivator was the previous generation Heaven Dragon, Jianghe's father. A fierce divine flame burned on the altar, making the Heaven Dragon pillar as hot as molten lava all year round. There was a sword wound on the petrified cultivator's chest. His heart blood dripped down continuously. The dragon pillar, which should have been fiery red, looked as beautiful as fresh blood after being watered with the heart blood. Even though Xiao Chen had seen it once before, he still felt shocked when he saw it again. What a cruel method! The purple gold dragon emperor was truly deranged. However, what impressed Xiao Chen even more was the special aura of the previous generation Heaven Dragon. That was a boldness that encompassed the entire dragon city. The dragon prison filled with sin and negative emotions could not make him sink into depravity. Xiao Chen clearly suffered, but he did not show any rage or helplessness. After concealing his aura, Xiao Chen perfectly merged into the dark space. Then he leaped off the meteor. Without startling anyone in the dragon city, Xiao Chen silently landed on the altar without anyone noticing. Whoosh! Xiao Chen felt the flame on the altar at close range. A surging heat wave surged over like a surging sea of fire. The surging dragon, might contained within the flame, surged over. What a fellow! Not only did this flame have a startling heat wave, but it could also invade a cultivator's soul. Xiao Chen gently waved his sleeves and casually scattered the surging heat wave. Then he stabilized himself. Blue Dragon's descendant, we meet again. The previous generation Heaven Dragon's hoarse voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Clearly, he was still alive. I'm here to save you. I already went to the Blue Dragon's old land and obtained the Blue Dragon's inheritance. I still have some questions that I want to ask you. While speaking to the previous generation Heaven Dragon, Xiao Chen sized up the Heaven Dragon pillar and the surrounding seal. Xiao Chen thought about how to break the seal and rescue Jiang. Don't. There is an old monster here, a nine-veined sovereign emperor. He is even more horrifying than a faux god. Leave quickly. No matter how strong you are not a match for him in this starry heaven's dragon prison. Unexpectedly, the previous generation Heaven Dragon directly told Xiao Chen to leave quickly. What a strange aura, both familiar and strange. Just as Xiao Chen was about to speak, a black-clad old man suddenly appeared at the top of the Heaven Dragon pillar, where the black sword was stabbed. Suddenly, a black-robed old man appeared and muttered to himself. His voice was old and hoarse, like an ancient hourglass that was slowly flowing. Just as Xiao Chen was about to move, an overwhelming killing intent assaulted his entire body, sending a chill through him. An unprecedented danger, a killing intent that he had not felt even when facing Bai Ju, enveloped Xiao Chen. Retreat. Xiao Chen immediately made up his mind to retreat 500,000 kilometers away, leaving the Dragon City and landing in an asteroid belt. As the asteroid circled the Dragon City, Xiao Chen looked at the black-clad old man. Whoosh! Nearly the instant Xiao Chen landed on the asteroid and looked up, the black-clad old man drew the black sword stabbed into the dragon pillar. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad old man arrived before Xiao Chen. Then he did not hesitate to pierce Xiao Chen's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, a vast and boundless sword intent charged over at incredible speed. Dang! Xiao Chen did not even have time to think. He instantly drew Heavenly Slayer and blocked this sword. The saber and sword clashed, producing a loud sound. The horrifying impact knocked Xiao Chen back 50 kilometers. How strong? As Xiao Chen looked at the black-clad old man, he felt greatly startled. This black-clad old man was very strong, but the sword in his hand was even stronger. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he was somewhat surprised to discover that this old man's eyes were empty. He was completely blind. Bang! The blind old man's wrist, which held the sword, shook gently, and an endless stream of black sword light swept out. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless. He brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. He used the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to clash with the other party, sending out many sword lights. This person before Xiao Chen was supported by a formation in this asteroid belt. Furthermore, that black sword contained an incredibly heavy, destructive sword intent. The pressure that it gave Xiao Chen surpassed that of Baiju's earlier pressure. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chen relied on the Cycle Great Dao and the recovery ability of life and death to block the other party's attacks. Timing, geography, and people worked together. This created an unparalleled advantage for the blind old man. Coupled with the other party's experienced mental state, Xiao Chen could not find any openings. On the other hand, Xiao Chen revealed some openings several times amid the other party's surging attacks. Xiao Chen did not know whether the other party was overly suspicious or did not want to take risks, but he did not grasp these openings. While Xiao Chen felt lucky, he also felt some doubt. Go. I should not be a match for you outside. However, you are not a match for me in this starry heavens dragon prison. A hoarse voice rang out. After the blind old man gained the upper hand, he tried to dissuade the other party. Sorry, since I'm already here, I do not intend to return empty-handed. Whoosh! A flash of electric light came from Xiao Chen's forehead, illuminating the eternally dark, starry heavens dragon prison. The divine lightning talisman appeared before the blind old man at a horrifying speed. The blind old man's expression changed slightly. He slowly raised his left hand, and the hundreds of thousands of meteors under his feet continuously gathered in his hand. As the meteors entered, the flow of time in front of him seemed to slow down. The explosive speed of the divine lightning talisman actually slowed down. Boom! When the divine lightning talisman finally arrived before the blind old man, a star chart made up of hundreds of thousands of meteors blocked the blind old man's path. In an instant, this star chart shattered. However, the divine lightning talismans might also decrease significantly, allowing the blind old man to block it with his sword. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Given this, even if he executed flower blooming and flower extinguishing without stopping, he would not be able to kill the other party. Lord Dragon Sovereign, he is the Blue Dragon's descendant. He is Xiao Chen, the Xiao Chen that I once told you about. Just at this moment, a figure weaved through the shock waves generated by the two's exchange with great difficulty. This person rushed over with all his might, showing an anxious expression as he shouted at the blind old man. Xiao Chen looked around. When he saw that it was the Heaven Dragon Palace's first palace master, he was immediately shocked. The first palace master addressed this person as Lord Dragon Sovereign. Could this blind old man be the Shadow Dragon Sovereign? No wonder this aura feels both familiar and strange. Blind old man greets Lord Blue Dragon King. When the black-clad old man heard the first palace master's words, his attitude changed drastically. He knelt down with his sword in hand and slammed it down heavily. Chapter 2355. Withdraw. The blind old man's sudden change in attitude startled Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly withdrew the divine lightning talisman into his forehead. Chen flew forward and helped the blind old man up. The battle between the two rivaled that of faux gods, producing shock waves and lingering mysterious phenomena. Even sovereign emperors had to tread carefully, like they were treading on thin ice. The first palace master put in a lot of effort before arriving beside the two. He first bowed to the blind old man, before looking at Chen with an extremely complicated expression. First palace master, receive Chen's bow. When Chen saw the first palace master again, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. Without much thought, Chen directly knelt on the asteroid fragment and kowtowed heavily. It was hard to imagine how much danger the first palace master had taken back then. Chen dared to save him from the hands of ancestor dragon cities, people, while he could have died at any moment. There was no way Chen could repay such kindness. Waves appeared in the blind old man's heart. Clearly, he was shocked by Chen's actions. Despite Chen's age and current strength, he did not put on any pretense before his benefactor. I can't accept this. I can't. The first palace master was startled as well. He quickly helped Chen up and smiled. There is no need to be so polite. Ha ha ha. I've been living quite well over the years. Chen stood up. However, he had thought things through. Back in the Heaven Dragon Palace, the first palace master had taken good care of Chen. The first palace master took good care of the first palace master. He could be said to be half a master, forever a senior. Even if the first palace master had not risked his life to save Chen in Divine Dragon City, he should have maintained a respectful heart. Later, Chen heard from the third palace master that he had been locked up for 100 years. Unexpectedly, he was locked up in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, a place akin to hell on earth. If the first palace master had known, he would have risked his life to save Chen long ago. Now that Chen thought about it, the third palace master must have known about Chen's temper. The third palace master did not dare to tell Chen the truth, so that Chen would feel less guilty and cultivate in peace. The first palace master smiled and said, Lord Dragon Sovereign took care of me in the starry heavenly dragon prison, so I did not suffer much. Chen, let me introduce you. This is the Divine Dragon Empire's Shadow Dragon Sovereign. After something happened to you, the Blood Dragon Guards secretly escorted you out of the Divine Dragon Empire. This was Lord Dragon Sovereign's order. Thank you, Senior, for helping me back then. The blind old man waved his hand and said, Blue Dragon King, you are being too polite. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor created our Blood Dragon Guards. From the moment it was established, it obeyed only the Blue Dragon bloodline. After the Blue Dragon bloodline was destroyed, it became loyal only to the Divine Dragon Empire. I will not respect the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor and wait for the Blue Dragon's descendant to appear. Now that the Blue Dragon King has appeared, I know your orders. Chen came to a sudden realization. So that was how it was. It was similar to what he had thought back then. The Blood Dragon Guards were indeed the backup that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left behind, a secret force that helped the Blue Dragon bloodline rise. Lord Dragon Sovereign, what do you mean by the Blue Dragon King? The first palace master listened very carefully. From the start to the end, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign addressed Chen as the Blue Dragon King. The blind old man nodded and said, My lord has the royal bloodline of the Blue Dragon bloodline. It is the royal Blue Dragon bloodline acknowledged by the ancient dragon god for a long time. If I guessed right, Lord Blue Dragon King must have obtained the royal genealogical record and added his true name in it. The first palace master asked excitedly, Chen, is this true? Chen nodded and said, Senior Dragon Sovereign is right. I have indeed obtained the royal genealogical record. After I save the Heaven Dragon, I will be going to the Divine Dragon Empire." At the same time, Chen gave a detailed explanation of the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's plot to abdicate the throne to Qingyi. Humph! The Bushan Palace has always been the Holy Lord's pawn, and this Purple Gold Dragon Emperor has always been the Holy Lord's lackey. In the past, everyone held back because they were not a match for him, unable to resist the Bushan Palace. Now that Lord Blue Dragon King has brought the royal genealogical record, my Blood Dragon Guards will definitely do our best to protect him. The blind old man snorted coldly. Clearly, he had long been dissatisfied with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. From the blind old man's words, it was clear that the Blue Dragon bloodline was no longer around. He was only loyal to the Divine Dragon Empire and never truly trusted the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Chen rejoiced in his heart. With the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's help and the First Palace Master's rallying power among the mixed-blood dragons, he would not have to worry about anything on this trip. With Wang Zei's genealogical record and the Heavenly Alliance's support, he would not have to worry about anything on this trip. "Lord Dragon Sovereign, what is the origin of the sword in your hand?" Chen could not help asking as he glanced at the black sword. The blind old man explained, "This is the Black Dragon King's sword, the god-killing sword. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor bestowed it to the Blood Dragon Guards and passed it down to me. I can only bring out less than 1% of its might. If I unleashed all of its power, even I would be devoured. Less than 1% of its might was already so horrifying. It turned out that it was the Black Dragon King's god-killing sword." After a pause, the blind old man continued, "However, the saber in your hand has a great origin as well. I feel that you have not brought out the full might of this saber, either." Chen felt startled. Although this Lord Dragon Sovereign was blind, he was not blind. Although this Lord Dragon Sovereign was blind, his ability to see through everything was hundreds or even thousands of times more powerful than that of some people with good eyesight. The true might of Heavenly Slayer could only be brought out when it perfectly merged with the Heavenly Tao killing formation. "Senior, can you let out Senior Heaven Dragon?" After chatting idly, Chen got to the point. Most of the people locked up here are dragon race traders or people who committed heinous crimes. However, the previous generation Heaven Dragon is not one of them. Naturally, this old man will obey the Blue Dragon King's orders. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two followed the blind old man. With a few flashes, they arrived at the Dragon City and stood before the Heaven Dragon Pillar. The blind old man ferociously swung the god-killing sword in his hand, sweeping away the divine flame on the altar. Dang! 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 A few more sword lights flashed. Ding! Ding! Dang! The chains binding the Heaven Dragon all shattered. I can undo these seals. However, I cannot remove the curse that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor left on the Heaven Dragon's physical body. The so-called curse should be the petrified physical body of the Heaven Dragon. Let me take a look. Chen arrived beside the Heaven Dragon and reached into the Heaven Dragon's body. Then he frowned slightly. The previous generation Heaven Dragon sighed. "It should be very difficult to deal with, right? This is a curse secret technique that the Holy Lord taught him. It is activated with a soul treasure. Back then, if not for this curse, how could the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor defeat me?" After withdrawing his hand, Chen did not rush to return. After some thought, he asked, "Back then, why did you fight with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor?" "I don't believe it was for the Dragon Emperor position." The blind old man replied. He went to the Blue Dragon's old land and learned that the Golden Dragon bloodline is just the Holy Lord's lackey. In his impulse, he wanted to change the situation by himself. The first palace master sighed softly. Back then, I advised him to endure and not do anything. There is no need to mention the past. Thank you. The heaven dragon smiled faintly, not regretting his hot-bloodedness back then, which resulted in decades of torture. Have you thought about Jiang? Xiao Chen suddenly said. After you left, he must have suffered a great grievance. When he was unconscious in the ethereal immortal palace, he kept calling out your name, continuously asking why you did not tell him. I feel that he should not mind the grievance and pain he suffered all these years. He only minded his father not telling him. Jiang, at the mention of Jiang, the previous generation heaven dragon, could not control his emotions. A tear leaked out of his petrified body. Let me help you remove the curse. Without saying anything more, Xiao Chen landed a palm strike on the heaven dragon's petrified body. The cycle Great Tao circulated, and life and death cycled. A vast and boundless life force poured into the heaven dragon's body, slowly battering the curse seed in it. This is the blind old man felt startled. Xiao Chen was going to use force to break the curse, directly using the boundless life force to destroy the curse's root. However, such a method required an extremely vast amount of life force. Could it be that Xiao Chen is going to use his life origin energy to help remove the curse? No, this is the cycle Great Tao. When the blind old man recalled Xiao Chen's horrifying recovery ability, when he fought him, he came to a realization. Even so, it still required a vast amount of divine energy and a long time. Blue Dragon King, I'll help you. The blind old man took a step forward, and the dense divine energy in his body entered Xiao Chen's body without hesitation. Many thanks. With the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's help, Xiao Chen's efficiency immediately increased significantly. The heaven dragon's petrified lower body slowly turned illusory. In just a moment, it recovered its physical body. Xiao Chen persisted. An hour later, the heaven dragon's physical body was completely restored. Crack! Xiao Chen used his boundless life force to forcefully destroy the curse's root in the heaven dragon's body. The heaven dragon was incredibly excited, showing a spirited expression. He wished he could raise his head to the sky and roar. After so many years, he finally regained his freedom. Congratulations, Senior. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He believed that he would feel gratified to see his father return in the Divine Dragon Empire. After some thought, the blind old man said, Everyone, rest first. Wait for me to make arrangements. We will return to the Divine Dragon Empire 2 days later. I want to see how the purple gold dragon emperor will pass his throne to Qingyi. Now that everything was ready, all they needed to do was wait, and they could charge back to the Divine Dragon Empire. Chapter 2356, Ancestor Dragon City. This was the most ancient dragon city in the Divine Dragon Empire. It had been passed down for a long time. Only the most talented dragon race disciples in the empire had the qualifications to reside there. Those who could enter were either cultivators with divine dragon bloodlines or extremely talented mixed-blood dragon cultivators. Normally, it was not open to the public. It would only be open to the public during grand ceremonies or extremely important events. Clearly, the battle for the Dragon Emperor was a major event. Compared to offering sacrifices to the dragon god, it was not much different. In the Divine Dragon Empire, the Dragon Emperor could reign for only 500 years. After that, there would be a new competition. However, ever since the Blue Dragon bloodline had been exterminated, the position of Dragon Emperor was almost always held by the Golden Dragon bloodline. The other Divine Dragon bloodlines could not compete with it at all. The current Dragon Emperor was the Golden Dragon clan's Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. According to the clan's rules, he could continue to reign for another 10 years. However, He chose to abdicate on his own accord today to compete for the position of Dragon Emperor again. The 6 colored divine dragons and the heaven dragon made up of mixed blood dragons were qualified to send one person to compete for the Dragon Emperor position. It was said to be a competition, but anyone with a discerning eye knew. Qingyi had already obtained the inheritance of the Bushan Palace and was now a 9-veined sovereign emperor with a grade 7 golden dragon bloodline. The others simply could not compete with him. The so-called competition was just a formality. The upper echelon of the 6 colored divine dragons and the Heaven Dragon Palace had already arrived at Ancestor Dragon City's Dragon God Plaza. The ancient Dragon God Square was vast and boundless. The Dragon God statue stood tall and dignified. Many figures filled the plaza. All the elite cultivators in Ancestor Dragon City had rushed over. Dragons gathered from all directions, and the wind and clouds surged. The 6 colored divine dragons were the gold dragon, silver dragon, white dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, and red dragon. Now that they had all arrived, they were all gathered in one place. The golden dragon race was the mightiest. The purple gold dragon emperor sat on the throne, and many golden dragon race experts stood around him. Apart from that, there were also other experts from the great desolate era bloodline empire who had come to observe the ceremony. Surrounded by the stars, Qingyi wore the golden dragon holy armor. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he looked extraordinarily heroic and outstanding. The dragon might of the primordial golden dragon emanated from his body, giving off a strong, oppressive force. Even though everyone here was a sovereign emperor with the bloodline of the golden dragon race and the other empires, they still felt significant pressure. By Yunfei and Xiahozun from the White Marsh Beast Empire side, inwardly, the one who obtained the inheritance of Bushan Palace and became the son of an era that Bushan Palace focused on nurturing had already left the 2 of them in the dust. Qingyi, the battle to become the Dragon Emperor this time is none other than you. I think that the competitors from the other 5 colored divine dragons are not even a 10th as good as you. Bai Yunfei said in a relaxed manner after looking around and sizing up the competitors of the various schools. Qingyi said coolly, "The position of Dragon Emperor is definitely mine. The entire Bushan Palace supports me. Who dares to oppose me? I just want to know whether Xiao Chen dares to come or not." At the mention of Xiao Chen, Qingyi's eyes revealed a thick, murderous intent. That hatred was frightening. Bai Yunfei and Xiahozun both knew that Xiao Chen once crushed Qingyi into meat paste in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Qingyi nearly died. The name Xiao Chen had already become taboo to Qingyi. The others simply did not dare to mention it in front of him. That Jiang, he seems somewhat unfathomable. Xiahozun said softly as he pointed to the southwest of the plaza, where the Heaven Dragon Palace was. After Zhao, he arrived in the Divine Dragon Empire. He naturally obtained a spot in the Heaven Dragon Palace with a status as a Heaven Dragon descendant. Qingyi showed a cold expression as he said indifferently, "I heard that he refined the entire ethereal immortal palace and completely comprehended the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon. He is an opponent worth paying attention to. However, that is all. That person is the top beauty of your dragon race." Bai Yunfei's gaze fell on the opposite side of the plaza, where the White Dragon Palace's people gathered. Within the vast crowd of people, there was a beautiful figure. Her style was unmatched, and her temperament was otherworldly. She had a face that could topple cities, and there was a myriad of charm to her. She was easily recognized. Strong possessiveness flashed in Qingyi's eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "That's right. It is her, Lu Ruyue. This woman has always been cold to me. She even gave me a bad look in public several times." Let's see how she dares to reject me after I become the Dragon Emperor. Xiahozun smiled and said, In that case, I'll congratulate Brother Qin in advance. You obtained both the country and the beauty. At this moment, where the White Dragon Palace's people gathered, a girl beside Lu Ruyue frowned and said, Elder sister, that Qingming is looking at you like a thief again. He must be up to something. This girl was Lu Ruyun, the White Dragon King's daughter, the White Dragon race's little princess. Let him be. Someone will deal with him. Lu Ruyun showed a somewhat sad expression. There was practically no suspense in this fight to become the Dragon Emperor. No one expected the Bushan Palace to interfere in the fight to become the Dragon Emperor. If Qingming had not obtained the Bushan Palace's inheritance, Lu Ruyue would have been strong enough to fight him. Given Lu Ruyue's strength, she could still fight against him. Now, he was being nurtured as an epic son. Qingming was a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, he had awakened his ancient golden dragon bloodline. The other competitors, including Lu Ruyue, would not be a match for him. The so-called fight to become the Dragon Emperor was just a show to justify the other party's ascension to the Dragon Emperor position. However, Lu Ruyue had heard that there was an overt scheme in this fight to become the Dragon Emperor. Someone had secretly allied the epic masters of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao to kill the person who betrayed the empire. That person had fought against Yuanzhan, who possessed the entire Buddhist nation, by himself in the Wenhui dynasty. That person had not been at a disadvantage against Yuanzhan and left calmly. That person's terrifying strength inspired fear in all the other epic masters. After learning that Qingming would definitely come to Ancestor Dragon City to participate in the fight to become the Dragon Emperor, they worked together to lay a trap. Then, they would turn this place into his burial ground. For some reason, Lu Ruyue felt worried in her heart, hoping that that person would not appear. There was a vague figure lingering in the depths of her memory. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall who it was. Ruyue, what are you thinking? The White Dragon King asked softly as he walked over and looked at Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue recovered her wits and replied softly, I'm thinking that since it is just a formality, can we choose to give up? That's right. Father, why put on an act? Why give him a legitimate chance to ascend to the Dragon Emperor position? Lu Ruyun said quickly, clearly in agreement. A pained expression flashed in the White Dragon King's eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, The other divine dragon palaces are thinking the same thing. However, we need to continue this act. This is because we have the dragon race bloodline flowing in our veins. Our fates are firmly tied to the empire. We cannot break free. Father, if you had known that the fight to become the Dragon Emperor would end up like this back then, would you still have nurtured me to fight for the Dragon Emperor position? Lu Ruyue asked softly. The White Dragon King's heart skipped a beat. As Lu Ruyue grew stronger, she could already feel that some of her memories were missing. However, Lu Ruyue had never doubted him to his face. It was clear that she still respected this father of hers in name. If I had a choice, I would never let you participate in the battle of the Dragon Emperor. The White Dragon King said directly without hesitation. Many years ago, when he first met Xiao Chen, a certain thought in the depths of his heart had already been shaken. Was bringing Lu Ruyue from the Sky Dome realm to the Great Thousand Realms a wrong decision for the sake of the White Dragon race? To be honest, he was at a loss. If that person really came, then, with Xiao Chen's current strength, how was Xiao Chen supposed to face him? If he could, like Lu Ruyue, he hoped that Xiao Chen would not come. Xiao. At this moment, the radiance of the blazing sun shone on the majestic dragon god statue. All of a sudden, dazzling golden light shone brilliantly. The ancient dragon god statue stood at the center of the Dragon God Plaza, rising proudly like a towering mountain. The most eye-catching thing was its vigorous dragon claw. Under the dragon god's gaze, it looked very divine. The time is up. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor officially begins. Palace masters, please send out the candidates of your palaces. Whoever can climb onto the dragon claw and receive the gaze of the dragon god will become the new Dragon Emperor. The purple gold dragon emperor announced loudly as he stood up from his throne. After speaking, the Red Dragon Palace's candidate, Marion, was the first to arrive. Like a meteor, he landed heavily on the Dragon God Plaza, causing a fiery light to spread out. The Blue Dragon Palace's Situ Changfeng leaped up gently and followed closely behind. One candidate after another landed on the Dragon God Plaza. However, they did not attract much cheers or attention. Everyone knew that there was not much suspense in this competition to become the Dragon Emperor. Only when he arrived did he attract some attention. After all, the Heaven Dragon was a respectable existence in the Divine Dragon Empire. He could inherit his father's will and comprehend the Heaven Dragon's mysteries, which made some people view him in a different light. Boom! A vast, ancient dragon might suddenly burst out. It was Qin Ming arriving at the Dragon God Plaza. When Qin Ming unleashed his 9-vein Sovereign Emperor cultivation, he instantly outshone the other 6. As the ancient golden dragon might roared, he attracted everyone's attention and startled cries. Qin Ming's might was much stronger than that of many older generation 9-vein sovereign emperors. He did not look at Qin Ming. Instead, his gaze fell on the dragon god statue. The statue was 30 kilometers tall, towering over the vast plaza. Even at the periphery, one could clearly feel the dragon god's might and pressure. If one approached, this might and pressure would be even more horrifying. Qin Ming's cultivation base and the primordial golden dragon bloodline gave him an absolute advantage. Indeed, after Qin Ming arrived at the Dragon God Plaza, he took the lead and charged over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After crossing the periphery, many ancient dragon generals materialized in the Dragon God Plaza. It was like they traveled through the great desolate Aeon, arriving in heavy armor. They stopped everyone from advancing, swearing to defend the dragon god's might to the death. Qin Ming showed a disdainful expression as he wielded the Emperor Dragon Sword and moved about fearlessly. He left a trail of dust in his wake, easily shattering the dragon generals that materialized in one exchange. In mere moments, the distance between him and the others became clear. In the end, he is the Qin Ming who obtained the inheritance of the Bushin Palace. Such grace has never been seen in the previous Dragon Emperor races. He's too strong. He's advancing so quickly. I'm afraid he's going to create an unprecedented record. Those ancient dragon generals are so weak before him. Indeed, if not for Sidu Changfeng, Marion, and the others fighting bitterly, others would think that they are just decorations. Qin Ming's unrivaled grace won the applause of the crowd. The dragon race disciples gathered in the surroundings were all shocked. Just as Qin Ming was about to enter the dragon god domain and formally climb the dragon god statue, the entire ancestor dragon city suddenly shook. The entire ancestor dragon city suddenly trembled. A melodious saber hum rang out. A saber light covered the blazing sun in the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. The sky instantly turned dark. The eyes of Ao Zhao and the Heavenly Alliance experts where the Heaven Dragon Palace was gathered lit up. Chen is here. Chapter 2357. Qin Ming's aura was flourishing in Dragon God Plaza. When this strange change happened, his expression changed slightly. Qingyi had charged forward courageously in Dragon God Plaza, getting into a killing frenzy. He had thought that Chen would not come. Who knew, just as Qingyi prepared to enter the Dragon God's domain and climb the Dragon God statue, Chen suddenly appeared. "I can't be bothered with you. I'll climb the Dragon God statue first before settling the score with you." Qingyi quickly made up his mind to continue forward and enter the Dragon God's domain. As for Chen, there were so many experts in the Bushan Palace. They were not just for show. It would not be that easy for him to cause trouble. Kill him. The purple gold dragon emperor ordered mercilessly from the throne with a cold expression. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The many foe gods from the Bushan Palace immediately soared into the air to attack Chen. "Protect Chen," Mu Zifeng said softly with a faint smile. Mu Zifeng, who was with the Heaven Dragon Palace's group, smiled faintly and said softly, "Whoosh." Under the lead of Ji and Hua Tianyang, the hidden Heavenly Alliance foe gods blocked this group of foe gods with ferocious auras. The large number of foe gods in the sky above Ancestor Dragon City instantly fought, looking like they would tear the entire sky apart. The purple gold dragon emperor sat on the throne on the tall platform, not showing any surprise on his face. He had expected that this group of Heavenly Alliance foe gods would come to support Chen long ago, with the support of Ancestor Dragon City's formation. This group of foe gods would not be able to cause too much of a stir. As for Chen, there were plenty of people to deal with him. There was no need for him to expose too many of his trump cards. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, you lackey! Do you still remember me, Jiang Tian? Just at this moment, a ferocious roar resounded throughout the entire Ancestor Dragon City. The Heaven Dragon's rage. The dragon roar, unique to the Heaven Dragon, roared in all directions, shaking the sky. This dragon roar suppressed the might of the battle between the foe gods in the sky. What's going on? The voice that the purple gold dragon emperor had not heard in a long time suddenly appeared. The expression of the confident purple gold dragon emperor changed drastically. Xiao, the figure of the previous generation, Heaven Dragon Jiang Tian, arrived in the blink of an eye and landed on the tall building opposite Dragon God Plaza. Chen looked down at the purple gold dragon emperor from above. A boundless fighting spirit blazed in his eyes, and his dragon might blazed like a fierce fire. That pure Heaven Dragon battle will attracted the attention of countless dragon race martial artists. The Heaven Dragon was a special bloodline that surpassed the 6-vein divine dragons. It would forever be a legend of the dragon race. Although the divine dragon empire had not seen Jiang He for many years, Jiang He's story had been circulating in private. Heaven Dragon's might. It really is the Heaven Dragon. Is he that Jiang He who offended the emperor's might and was imprisoned in the Starry Dragon Penitentiary? Why did he come out? This dragon might is so terrifying. The shock that Jiang He brought was even greater than that of the group of foe gods in the Astral War. You dragon race traitor, you are truly bold. To think that you dare to come to Ancestor Dragon City. 6-colored divine dragons. Listen up, kill him. The purple gold dragon emperor did his best to suppress the shock in his heart. He recalled that this was Ancestor Dragon City, where all the experts of the dragon race gathered. As the purple gold dragon emperor, the purple gold dragon emperor could command the dragons. There was no need to fear this Jiang Tian. After all, the purple gold dragon emperor controlled the dragon race's Darch Seal. The older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City had to obey his orders. Who dares to attack? A hoarse voice came from behind Jiang Tian. Then, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign swung the god-slaying sword in his hand. Ta, ta, inside Ancestor Dragon City. The Blood Dragon Guards, riding great desolate eon mutated beasts wore scarlet masks and battle armor. More than 1,000 blood dragon guards rushed over from all directions. Without exception, they were all Sovereign Emperor experts. The Blood Dragon Guards was a faction of the Blue Dragon bloodline that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor personally established. After enduring for tens of thousands of years, the Blood Dragon Guards unleashed all their accumulations. The might that erupted startled the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Lord Dragon Sovereign, the older generation dragon race experts of Ancestor Dragon City, clearly recognized the blind old man and respected him. When the blind old man appeared, they were incredibly shocked and no longer dared to attack. The blind old man said indifferently, "The fight to become the Dragon Emperor will continue. Right now, we are only dealing with the grudge between Jiang Tian and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. Those who trust me, the blind old man, do not interfere for now. I will give you an explanation after this. Since Lord Dragon Sovereign has spoken, naturally, we do not dare to be rash." Although the blind old man spent most of his time in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison, the older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City still respected him. After the blind old man guaranteed his reputation, these older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City chose to remain neutral for now. "Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, do you dare to fight me head-on again?" Jiang Tian glared at the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor as he issued a challenge. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor cursed in his heart. The appearance of Jiang Tian and the blind old man completely disrupted his plans. This was especially so for this group of older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City to not listen to his orders. This embarrassed him even more. "I already defeated you before. How hard is it to defeat you again?" Rage filled the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's heart. He ferociously slammed the armrest of his throne and soared into the air, charging at Jiang Tian. The series of strange changes not only disrupted the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's plans, but also caught the hidden epic scions off guard. Unexpectedly, such a dramatic scene could happen in Ancestor Dragon City. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor immediately panicked, allowing Xiao Chen to soar through the air and land in Dragon God Plaza. Good timing. When Qingyi saw Xiao Chen land, he stopped thinking about anything else. When Xiao Chen landed, he thrust his sword over. Boom! The terrifying dragon might of the primordial golden dragon burst forth from his body as he thrust his sword forward. The instant the sword thrust out, the tip of the sword gathered all the dragon might in one spot. That spot of golden light nearly tore space apart. Scram! Xiao Chen descended while carrying an overwhelming saber might. He did not dodge this sword strike that Qingyi sent out after storing up power. Then, he ruthlessly chopped down with Heavenly Slayer. When driven by the cycle great Dao, the flawless saber Dao that surpassed the epic grew endlessly and endlessly. The divine might of Xiao Chen's blue dragon sword. He did not show any fear when facing the might of that ancient golden dragon, clashing head-on. Kasie! The saber chopped down on that spot of golden light, forcibly dimming that resplendent sword light. Blood leaked out of Qingyi's lips as he frantically retreated, completely unable to control himself. Before the horrified expression on Qingyi's face could fade, Xiao Chen pressed forward and brought out his saber Dao to its limits with Heavenly Slayer. The surging Heavenly Dao's killing intent chopped down the golden dragon might, slowly diminishing the vast aura coming from Qingyi. Even the Shadow Dragon Sovereign said that he was not a match for Xiao Chen after leaving the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. Naturally, Qingyi's strength went without saying. The moment they clashed, Qingyi fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber intent enveloped him, forcing him to retreat. The blue dragon materialized by Xiao Chen's dragon might tore the golden dragon image behind Qin Ming, leaving him in a sorry state. How could Qin Ming's grade 7 golden dragon bloodline compare to Xiao Chen's royal blue dragon bloodline? Xiao Chen, you forced me to do this. Divine dragon forbidden technique, Dragon God's Rage. After 100 moves, Qin Ming was already in a sorry state. It looked like he was about to lose all his momentum and lose. Qin Ming roared, and his physical body changed wildly. Dense golden dragon scales appeared all over his body. His body continuously elongated, and his limbs turned into dragon claws. Golden dragon horns grew on his forehead, as if he was reverting to his ancestry and becoming a true ancient golden dragon. Roar! 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 The roars coming from Qin Ming's body contained a terrifying bestial nature from the great desolate Aeon, startling everyone present. Their expressions changed drastically. The people who were familiar with Xiao Chen said at the same time, "Be careful, Xiao Chen! He is reverting to his ancestral roots." When one flower blooms, fragrance wafts everywhere, circulating the cycle Great Tao to its limits. Xiao Chen took a step forward unhurriedly. When he took this step, it was like he broke the barrier of the world. The surrounding scenery and people all froze. Whoosh! 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 As soft as a swallow, Qin Ming moved like a rainbow. He raised his hand and swung his saber. By the time he turned around, Xiao Chen had already sent out 3 saber strikes. Boom! The surrounding scenery started moving again. Before Qin Ming could successfully revert to his ancestral roots, the 3 saber lights pierced through him. Qin Ming's physical body reverted to its original form. As the heavenly Tao's killing intent destroyed him, his life force quickly faded. When the 3 saber lights layered over each other, Qin Ming's life force came to an end. The previously insufferably arrogant Qin Ming died, so easily at Xiao Chen's hands. He died in an extremely pathetic manner, surpassing everyone's expectations. However, those with good judgment could tell that it was not that Qin Ming was too weak. Instead, it was that Xiao Chen was too strong. Whoosh! Before the crowd recovered from the shock of Qin Ming's death, the Dragon God statue suddenly released a bright light as if it came to life. The Dragon God has awakened. Now is the best time to climb the Dragon God statue. As long as we climb that dragon claw, we can receive the Dragon God's blessing. The Dragon God actually awakened. This is a rare auspicious sign. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed, and the candidates of the various outer palaces moved at the same time, flying towards the Dragon God statue. Among them, the ones at the very front were Jiang, He, and Lu Ruyue. Aside from Xiao Chen and Qin Ming, these 2 were much stronger than the others. The difference was obvious. With Qin Ming dead and Xiao Chen not moving, the 2 of them would definitely be the fastest. Father! I cannot disappoint Father. Jiang, he showed a determined gaze. He did not stop at all as he climbed the Dragon God statue. Whoosh! However, another figure soon caught up. Now, the 3 of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Each of them contained a different saber intent. It was like 3 saber lights soared into the clouds at the same time. They endured the Dragon God statue's immense might and pressure and reached the peak. Naturally, the one who caught up was Xiao Chen. When Jiang he looked back, he could not help thinking about the heavenly book scholar's prediction. The 3 saber lights before Jiang, he seemed to be the same as the prediction from back then. However, Jiang he knew that since Xiao Chen intended to compete, his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor were practically 0. Whoosh! However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly turned around and stopped, blocking Lu Ruyue's path. When Jiang he saw this scene, he could not help feeling stunned and stopped as well. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked over. Bathed in the dragon god's light, he smiled softly and said, "Jianghe, don't stop. Prove yourself to your father that you are no longer the child from back then. You are the Jianghe who comprehended the heaven dragon's mysteries and can climb to the peak of the dragon god by yourself." Xiao Chen, Jianghe felt warmth in his heart. When he heard that, he felt somewhat surprised that Xiao Chen understood him so well. Jianghe nodded heavily, afraid that Xiao Chen would see his moist eyes. Then, he immediately turned around and did his best to endure the dragon god's might and pressure with greater confidence. Lu Ruyue looked at Xiao Chen and was about to speak. Then, she saw Xiao Chen turn around, and the boundless power of cycles gathered at his fingertip. Then, he pressed his finger on Lu Ruyue's forehead and broke the seal in her soul pool at lightning speed. Whoosh! Lu Ruyue's memories flashed. The memories that had been sealed away for decades immediately flooded Lu Ruyue's mind like the tide. Chapter 2358. Xiao Chen used the power of cycles to break the memory seal in Lu Ruyue's soul pool with one finger. Lu Ruyue recalled all the things of the past. Lu Ruyue appeared somewhat dazed, like she had a very long dream. As she looked at Xiao Chen in front, her eyes instantly turned moist. Xiao Chen, she remembered. She remembered everything. She remembered the various memories she had with Xiao Chen on Qingyi Peak at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. She remembered Ruoyan from back then and that youth standing at the highest peak of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, loudly declaring that he liked her. There were many more. It was no wonder that after so many years, even if her memories were sealed, no matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, she could not erase that trace of love imprinted in the depths of her soul. No matter how much time passed, no matter how the world changed, that trace of love could not erase that trace of love imprinted in the depths of her soul. Back then, they had gone through life and death together. Even if they turned to ashes, that trace of love could still give off a resplendent light in the ashes. You have suffered all these years. You searched so hard for me, and I even injured you. Lu Ruyue could not stop the tears in her eyes. When she thought of Xiao Chen, even when the golden dragon bloodline chased after him, he still took the risk to enter the White Dragon Palace to meet her. However, she still injured Xiao Chen. When Lu Ruyue thought of this, she could not help but feel guilty. Xiao Chen's eyes moistened slightly. These were tears of joy. At this instant, he knew that he had made the right choice. It was better to let someone else be the Dragon Emperor. Xiao Chen had a free nature and did not like to be someone else's pawn. He was not willing to accept Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's plan from 10,000 years ago. He just needed to properly repay the Blue Dragon bloodline's kindness. He needed to use his own method to live out his own glory. He did not want to live in a dead person's plan. Even if he had no choice, he had to make his own choices. It's fine. Let's go first. Xiao Chen consoled Lu Ruyue. Then, he held her hand and soared into the air, landing where the people of the Heaven Dragon Palace gathered. Boom! The purple gold dragon emperor fought with Jiang Tian in the sky and lost as well. The purple gold dragon emperor was horrified. He was filled with grief and rage. He had lost this battle too thoroughly. Even his most beloved son, Qin Ming, had died in the hands of Xiao Chen. He had lost everything. The purple gold dragon emperor noticed the playful expressions of the other palace masters. After so many years of oppression, the other dragon palaces had long since disliked the golden dragon bloodline. Now, he had been utterly defeated. There would be no place for him in the divine dragon empire. As long as there's life, there's hope. I'll leave first and make a comeback in the future. Gotcha! But just as he was about to move, a ray of sword light pierced through his chest. It was the Shadow Dragon Sovereign who pinned him to the ground, restraining him. Your debt has not been settled yet. It won't be that easy for you to leave. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's tone was cold, and his expression was indifferent. All these years, you have been loyal to the Holy Lord's lackey, suppressing the other divine dragon temples, and framing the Heaven Dragon. All these have to be accounted for. Whoosh! Suddenly, two beams of divine light appeared in Dragon God Plaza. The Dragon God statues' eyes released a dazzling light. Xiangliu, who stood on the dragon claw, received the Dragon God's gaze, carrying the entire divine dragon empire's luck. His body exuded an overwhelming dragon might. Auspicious signs, visible to the naked eye, spread out from his body. Mu Zifeng frowned slightly and said somewhat unhappily, "Xiao Chen, why did you give up on the Dragon Emperor position? If you did not, then you, Xiao Chen, would be the one carrying the entire Divine Dragon Empire's luck." "That's right. However, in that case, the path I take will be the same as what Dragon Emperor Xiaoyan laid 50,000 years ago. The karma between me and the Blue Dragon race will never be resolved. The epic that I started is actually Dragon Emperor Xiaoyan's unfulfilled wish. It looks perfect, but in reality, it is just a pawn." Xiao Chen's heart was as clear as a mirror. After learning the truth from the dragon spirit, he had a plan. What's wrong with that? Even if you are a pawn in control of your own fate. You can also bring the Blue Dragon race supreme glory. My heavenly alliance can continue to be glorious for another epoch. Mu Zifeng remained angry, not understanding Xiao Chen's thoughts. Just because you are willing to be a pawn does not mean that I am willing. Furthermore, do you know what the consequences are? Be it the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor back then, the later Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun, or the Kunlun Realm's Qing Emperor. They were all unparalleled peak experts. They were all insufferably arrogant, peerless powerhouses of their era. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he continued. However, do you know what the consequences are? It will lead to the destruction of the Blue Dragon race. Be it in the Great Thousand Realms or the Kunlun Realm, it will lead to the destruction of the Blue Dragon race. Countless people will have their families destroyed and die a violent death, all because of the Blue Dragon bloodline. This is because there are no undefeatable experts, no indestructible dynasties, and no immortal beauties in this world. If I become the Dragon Emperor and start the Divine Dragon epic, the dragon race will become incredibly strong, ruling the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, when the epic ends, it will be like the current martial epic's Holy Lord, miserable and desolate, deserted by everyone, perhaps even worse. Such a divine dragon epic is not what I want. In the end, it will just be repeating the same mistakes. Mu Zifeng sensed something unusual. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I want to end the epic." Xiao Chen enunciated every word incredibly calmly. The moment Xiao Chen said that, the expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed drastically. Ending the epic, such lofty aspirations and boldness were something they had never thought of before. It was not that they could not think of it, they did not dare to think of it. I support Big Brother Xiao Chen. It is time for the epic to come to an end. It is an endless cycle of destruction and reincarnation. Too many innocent people die during the birth of every epic. Ao Jiao stepped forward and expressed her position, decisively supporting Xiao Chen. The others remained silent. However, their gazes on Xiao Chen clearly changed. Aside from shock, there was also admiration in their complicated expressions. Have you ever thought about the consequences of failure? Mu Zifeng felt shocked in his heart. He felt an indescribable weakness when facing Xiao Chun. The other party's boldness, breadth of mind, and strength completely suppressed him. Xiao Chun, the small fry is preparing to leave. The blind old man's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Then he looked at Mu Zifeng and said, "Let's not discuss this for now. I have some things to deal with. Lord Mu, don't worry. No matter what I do, I will definitely protect the Heavenly Alliance in the future. However, I might not obtain the overlord position that you imagine." Without giving Mu Zifeng a chance to speak, Xiao Chun soared into the air and landed on a tall building. Then he shouted softly, "You are already here. Are you still going to leave?" Xiao Chen's voice was not loud, but it rang out clearly in everyone's ears. The sound waves contained Xiao Chen's soul energy. As his voice spread out, it locked onto the people Xiao Chun was looking for. "Still not showing yourselves?" Xiao Chun threw a palm strike at the sky. Then 3 bolts of electric light descended from the sky without any warning. Electric light immediately encased Yuanzhan, and Wenhui. They could not hide from the surrounding crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding dragon race disciples quickly moved, pulling away from the 3. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of Dragon God Plaza emptied out, leaving only the 3. When she saw that the Shadow Dragon Sovereign already controlled the situation in Ancestor Dragon City, the Divine Dragon Empire, which should have been a helper, ended up helping Xiao Chun instead. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance's faux god experts blocked the Bushan Palace's faux god experts. Xiao Chun already considered retreating. Qin Ming's death and the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's defeat caused the earlier trap to lose an important link. This caused the situation to flip. Xiao Chen's original plan of catching a turtle in a jar and suppressing Xiao Chun with its momentum reversed. Fortunately, for some reason, Xiao Chun actually gave the Dragon Emperor position to Jiang He. This made Yuanzhan, and Wenhui, who originally despaired, rejoice. After some discussion, they unanimously decided to leave immediately. After losing the Dragon Emperor position, Xiao Chen's luck would inevitably suffer. In the future, they would definitely find a better opportunity to kill Xiao Chun, not giving him a chance to turn things around. However, the crowd had not expected that Xiao Chun, who had just thought of retreating, would pull it out before everyone's eyes. She looked at Xiao Chun and said coldly, "Xiao Chun, what are you trying to do? Do you think that you can kill us after finding us?" Xiao Chun knew that the 3 of them definitely had faux gods protecting them in the dark. If they wanted to leave, there was no way for them to stay. Wenhui and Yuanzhan did not say anything either. They just looked at Xiao Chun with hostile expressions. "I'm not trying to kill you. I'm giving you a chance." "What chance?" "I'm giving you a chance to kill me. You cast aside your prejudices and scheme to work together to kill me. Now that I am here, why are you leaving?" Yuanzhan looked around. Then he looked at the blind old man standing beside the Heaven Dragon. Then he looked at the older generation experts in Ancestor Dragon City. Yuanzhan said sullenly, "You want to fight the 3 of us alone? I guarantee that the older generation experts of Ancestor Dragon City, the Heaven Dragon, the Shadow Dragon Sovereign, and the Heavenly Alliance's experts will not help you." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I believe this is your plan from the start, right? You want the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor to sit back and do nothing, allowing the 3 of you to work together to stop me from arriving at the Dragon God Plaza, and then wait for an opportunity to kill me. I'll give you a chance to work together, to kill me now. I guarantee that no one will help you." She's thoughts raced. Xiao Chun wants to settle this once and for all, defeating the epic masters of the 3 super factions. However, where does Xiao Chun get his confidence to face the 3 of them alone? if Xiao Chun became the Dragon Emperor and inherited the entire Divine Dragon Empires, luck, he might be able to fight against the three of them alone. Could there be a trap? However, if the three of them did not even dare to accept such a challenge, it would deal a severe blow to their confidence. In the future, when they faced Xiao Chun, they would be at a disadvantage before the fight even started. Chapter 23:59. Just as Wenhui, and Yuan Zhen considered retreating, Xiao Chun suddenly stepped forward. Xiao Chun gave the three a chance to work together and fight him. Before coming, the three had already made arrangements to facilitate this opportunity with the purple gold dragon emperor. Unexpectedly, the situation of the fight to become the dragon emperor changed. In an instant, the purple gold dragon emperor, who was supposed to support them, fell, and the shadow dragon sovereign took over the divine dragon empire, forcing the three to leave. However, Xiao Chun suddenly returned this opportunity to them. Xiao Chun, swear that none of the dragon race older generation experts here, including the shadow dragon sovereign and the heaven dragon, will make a move. The three of us will fight you. A crafty look flashed in Xi's eyes as he looked at Xiao Chun. Originally, Xiao Chun was the one giving them a chance. However, she made it sound like Xiao Chun was begging them. Xiao Chun said softly, "I swear on Xiao Chen's name that this fight will be between the four of us. If I break this oath, Xiao Chen, will die a horrible death, falling to my heart demon forever." Good. She laughed loudly after hearing that. Then he said, "Xiao Chen, do you really think that you can kill the three of us in one go? I'll give you that chance now." At the same time, she looked at Wenhui and Yuan Zhen. "What do the two of you think? I have no objections. If we still lose even when fighting 3 against 1, there is no need to fight with him for the Epic Sun title." Wenhui looked rather carefree. If they lost even when fighting 3 against 1, they would not have the face to continue fighting. "As I have heard, I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty." Yuan Zhen chanted scriptures endlessly. He pressed his palms together, and Buddhist light continuously erupted from his body. She and Wenhui exchanged looks. They knew that Yuan Zhen was summoning the Buddhist nation, waiting for the Buddhist nation to descend. Yuan Zhen's combat prowess would soar wildly, reaching the level of a faux god, or even surpassing that of a faux god. What the two needed to do now was delay Xiao Chun and buy time for Yuan Zhen. She waved his hand, and the scarlet dragon image on the sage cloak moved. After a while, a scarlet dragon roared out. A bloody flame burned in his demonic eye of fear, burning out of his eye sockets and lingering under his brows. Boom! A horrifying demonic might instantly swept through the entire ancestor dragon city. Black demonic clouds roared in the sky like a sea. "Forbidden art, devour all life," she shouted, and a horrifying devouring force burst forth from his left eye. It gathered at one point and surged towards Xiao Chun. In an instant, wherever his gaze passed, space and time seemed to distort under the suction of the devouring power. The distorted space wriggled like a snake. How fast was the speed of sight? With just a glance, one would be hit. Xiao Chen's body was immediately entangled by this devouring power. This was the devouring power that came from the demon eye. Like a spider web, she did not care about exhausting himself as he wrapped around Xiao Chun layer by layer. Within a breath's time, thousands of layers of devouring power entangled Xiao Chun, dragging him towards Xi's demonic eye. Even a faux god would find it hard to break free if caught by the devouring demonic eye. Xi's demonic eye's demonic eye had already been incredibly horrifying long ago. Now that his strength had improved significantly, this demonic eye was even more terrifying. Even Xiao Chun found it hard to struggle free. "Die!" Wenhui Yu revealed a sinister smile as a holy mirror appeared in his hand. This was the supreme treasure of the profound Heaven Holy Land, the profound Heaven Mirror. This supreme treasure had been passed down for countless epochs. During the martial epoch, it once had the legendary feat of killing a faux god. The instant the mirror enveloped Xiao Chun, he felt a dangerous aura encircling him. His heart skipped a beat. No way. I absolutely cannot let it hit me. If I drive this profound heaven mirror at full power, the consequences will be dire. Indeed, this group of people came prepared. They had great teamwork and made thorough preparations. No wonder they all revealed crafty smiles after I swore. However, now that she drove the devouring demonic eye at full power, Xiao Chen estimated that even a faux god would find it hard to struggle free quickly. If Xiao Chen could not break this devouring power quickly, the profound heaven mirror would definitely strike him. The situation immediately turned extremely dangerous. No one had expected this. The moment they started fighting, Xiao Chen fell into such a desperate situation, catching everyone off guard. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly made a decision. He stopped resisting and allowed Xi's devouring demonic eye to pull him over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xi's demonic eye swallowed up Xiao Chen and the profound light from the mirror mist. How can it be like this? Wenhui paled, his eyes bloodshot as he panted continuously. That earlier strike nearly drained all his soul energy and divine energy, bringing out the might of the superior grade soul treasure in his hand to its limits. Even a peak faux god would be severely injured or even killed in one hit. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen gave up resisting and allowed Xi to swallow him up, perfectly dodging the attack. Although Wenhui felt dissatisfied, she showed joy on his face. He laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen, you are seeking death. My demonic eye is an inheritance of the ancient god demon. Even if a faux god enters, only death awaits them. Watch as I use the power of the god demon. Bang! Before Wenhui could finish speaking, a saber light flashed, and his head instantly exploded. Amid the scarlet light, Xiao Chen reappeared with Heavenly Slayer in hand. Then, Xiao Chen tore off the blood dragon cloak from Wenhui's body, not continuing to kill him. Then, he looked at Yuanzhen, who was summoning the Buddhist nation. The vague form of the Buddhist nation appeared. Yuanzhen revealed a confident expression, showing no fear. Xiao Chen recalled his experience in the Yenwu dynasty. He knew that the Buddhist nation was like the god demon's nation, hard to break. Right now, the vague form of the Buddhist nation appeared. Regular killing moves would find it hard to break it. Go over. As the power of cycles circulated, Xiao Chen shouted and took a ferocious step forward. With this step, it felt like the entire great thousand realms blocked him, preventing him from advancing at all. He faced unprecedented resistance. Cassier! However, Yuanzhen managed to take this step in the end. With one step, he traveled to the future. As I have heard, hell is not empty. In the past, Yuanzhen had just pressed his palms together and chanted 2 lines of scripture. The Buddhist nation had not even appeared. Horror flashed in Yuanzhen's eyes when he faced Xiao Chen, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Pooh! Xiao Chen mercilessly stabbed the flawless saber intent, which surpassed fortuitous encounters, into Yuanzhen's forehead. Now, time and space returned to the present. The vague form of the Buddhist nation shattered, and a figure appeared before Yuanzhen. The slender saber blade stabbed into Yuanzhen's forehead. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's remnant soul in Yuanzhen's soul pool let out a sharp, miserable shriek. Yuanzhen! This startled Wenhui. He turned around and raised the profound heaven mirror, preparing to overdraw on his life force to strike Xiao Chen. The future, Xiao Chen shouted. Then light and shadow flashed, appearing in the future behind Wenhui. Then he chopped Wenhui in half with his peak saber strike. Past, present, future, flowers bloom with a thought. The dragon race experts below were flabbergasted as they watched, sighing in amazement. The dragon race experts saw 3 blue lotus flowers bloom, and a figure stood on them. The instant the flowers bloomed, Xi's head exploded, the saber pierced Yuan Zhan's forehead, and Wenhui was chopped in half. The instant the flowers bloomed, they illuminated 3 lives. 3 figures layered over each other. Wenhui, Xi, and Yuan Zhan were instantly defeated. Xiao Chen's originally dangerous situation instantly reversed. Blood continuously squirmed around Xi's neck as he lay on the ground. Soon, a new head grew out. Xi's eyes looked like those of a normal person. However, he appeared fatigued and incredibly weak, finding even moving incredibly difficult. Xiao Chen did not destroy Xi's divine seal. On account of Xi being Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's pawn, he spared Xi's life. However, with Xi's demonic eye destroyed, his strength plummeted. He lost his sharpness and could no longer compete with Xiao Chen. As for Wenhui, he was not as fortunate. Xiao Chen's peak saber strike destroyed both his physical body and divine seal. The 3 figures layered over each other. Xiao Chen held Heavenly Slayer as he stood in front of Yuan Zhan. Xiao Chen maintained the posture of half the saber-piercing Yuan Zhan's forehead. As for Yuan Zhan, Xiao Chen only wanted to cut off the karma between him and the Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva. He did not kill Yuan Zhan until the Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva's remnant soul in Yuan Zhan's soul pool was destroyed. As blood spurted out, Xiao Chen pulled out his saber and sheathed Heavenly Slayer. Yuan Zhan's eyes slowly regained clarity. Then he wobbled like a broken kite and fell to the ground. In the distant Yenwu dynasty, the Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddha statues in the thousands of temples Yuan Zhan built crumbled. The auspicious signs in the Buddhist nation on the ground scattered. The ordinary people living there appeared dazed, as if they just woke up from a dream. One thought to live, one thought to die. Xiao Chen chose to take the risk of fighting the 3. If he had not dodged the profound Heaven Mirror's strike, he would have been the one to die. If he had dodged, the other party would have been the one to die. This extremely dangerous gamble also brought a huge harvest, dealing with the 3 hidden dangers once and for all. From then on, no other faction's epic masters could compete with Xiao Chen. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen looked boundlessly elegant, making all the cultivators in Ancestor Dragon City admire him. Even the many faux gods of the Heavenly Alliance and the Bushan Palace felt somewhat horrified, ashamed of their inferiority. They had to admit that Xiao Chen was now the strongest person in the world. Now that he grasped the cycle great Tao, no one could defeat him head-on. I have 2 supreme treasures to give to 2 seniors. I will leave the Divine Dragon Empire to you. In the future, please take care of my Kunlun realm's blue dragon bloodline. Xiao Chen arrived before the Shadow Dragon Sovereign and the Heaven Dragon Jiang Tian. Then, he handed the Emperor Dragon Sword that he obtained from Qingyi to Jiang Tian. Then, he solemnly handed the royal genealogical record that he obtained from the Blue Dragon's treasure trove to the Shadow Dragon Sovereign. The blind old man was loyal to Xiao Chen in the first place. Now that he obtained the royal genealogical record, he would definitely take care of the Blue Dragon bloodline. Given that, the Blue Dragon would definitely have a foothold in the Divine Dragon Empire in the future. Seniors of Ancestor Dragon City, does anyone have any objections to Jiang, he becoming the new Dragon Emperor of my Divine Dragon Empire as the Heaven Dragon's descendant? Given Jiang his qualifications, many people would be unconvinced if he wanted to suppress these dragon race older generation experts. This was especially so for the Silver Dragon bloodlines and the Golden Dragon bloodlines. However, After seeing Xiao Chen's strength, practically no one dared to look him in the eye when he spoke. As far as the eye could see, no one dared to say anything. "Congratulations on the birth of the Dragon Emperor, Qingyi," Xiao Chen shouted. Then, he suddenly took out the Emperor Dragon throne, the supreme treasure of the dragon race that had been passed down for countless epochs. Immediately, a vast and pure Emperor Dragon's might spread out, causing the many dragon race disciples to tremble. Under the pressure of this Emperor Dragon's dragon might, the many dragon race disciples fell to their knees. He gave Xiao Chen a deep look as he stood on the dragon god statue. After some hesitation, he sat on the throne. At this moment, as everyone cheered for the birth of a new dragon emperor, in an inconspicuous pavilion in Ancestor Dragon City, Yen Songming revealed a cold smile as he watched Jiang he sit on the Emperor Dragon throne with a cold expression. A crystal ball in Yen Songming's left palm projected the earlier scene into the distance. In the distant soaring dragon great realm, where the Black Dragon King was sealed, Zhang Yuan looked through the crystal ball and saw the scene that Yen Songming sent over. To think that his cycle great Tao is so strong. However, he already revealed his trump card. He can forget about reversing time and space before me. Crack! Zhang Yuan's eyes suddenly turned pitch black as he crushed the crystal ball. Then he muttered to himself, "It is time for the martial epic to end." Blood stained the surroundings of the sealed land. 10-odd faux god corpses lay cold on the ground. These were the faux gods who felt dissatisfied and wanted to stop the Black Dragon King from returning to reality and ending the martial epic. However, all their efforts were futile. They all died at Zhang Yuan's hands. These faux gods did not know that the Black Dragon King would not end the martial epic. Instead, the martial epic's luck was about to run out, giving the Black Dragon King the opportunity to destroy it. Right now, all the luck of the martial epic was in the Black Dragon King's seal. When the Black Dragon King broke the seal, he would run out of luck, and the end would arrive. Whoosh! The Black Dragon King's veritable essence, energy physical body turned into a clump of black shadow, a clump of pure demonic thought. Then, it instantly entered the seal amid a flash of black light. In the next moment, cracks appeared in the ground, and the entire soaring dragon great realm trembled endlessly. A pitch-black, demonic claw broke out of the ground. The claw ferociously clenched, seeming to crush something. In the Divine Dragon Empire's Ancestor Dragon City in the central Great Realm, he had just sat down on the Emperor Dragon throne. The god-killing sword in the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand buzzed endlessly as it gave off a dense black light, trying to struggle free of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand. Whoosh! The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's expression changed dramatically. The god-killing sword struggled free of the Shadow Dragon Sovereign's hand with irresistible force. Then it turned into a beam of black light and shot into the sky. He is coming out. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign's body trembled slightly, appearing somewhat fearful. As Xiao Chen watched the distant beam of black light, he showed a complicated expression. After a long time, he sighed, "The martial epic is over." Chapter 2360. Suddenly, the god-killing sword struggled free of the blind old man's hand and turned into a beam of light, flying far away. Xiao Chen and the blind old man felt startled. They knew that the Black Dragon King was coming out. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to seal the Black Dragon King. If the Black Dragon King broke the seal, it would mean that the martial epic's luck had reached its end. When the Black Dragon King completely came out, the martial epic would begin to end. Although the faux gods present did not recognize the god-killing sword, they were bound to the martial epic. They already sensed that something was wrong. Horror appeared in their hearts, acutely sensing that the world was about to change. Needless to say, the faux gods of the Heavenly Alliance and the Bushin Palace all knew what was going to happen. This day would come sooner or later. Many faux gods could not sleep at night, living in fear. They feared that the apocalypse would arrive, forcing them to fall. However, when this day truly arrived, most of them discovered that they were not as afraid as they imagined. Compared to the fear and horror of day and night, this was a form of release. Whoosh! Suddenly, a resplendent light burst forth in the sky northeast of the Divine Dragon Empire. In the next moment, scarlet light rained down like a meteor shower. Mu Zifeng looked up, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Then he looked at Swearenji and Hua Tianyang, who were beside him. Swearenji and Hua Tianyang did not say anything, only silently nodding. Zifeng, I'll leave the Heavenly Alliance to you in the future, Hua Tianyang said softly as he looked at Mu Zifeng with a smile. Hua Tianyang said softly as he looked at Mu Zifeng with a smile on his face. Mu Zifeng's expression changed dramatically as he grabbed Hua Tianyang. However, right after Mu Zifeng grabbed Hua Tianyang's hand, Hua Tianyang's physical body shattered, turning into ashes. Hua Tianyang's body shattered, turning into ashes. A beam of divine light soared into the sky. The resplendent light illuminated all of Ancestor Dragon City, so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. In the next moment, the light vanished, turning into a scarlet meteor that bloomed like fireworks. This sudden scene shocked the surrounding cultivators in Dragon God Plaza. How could a faux god die just like that? No, although Mu Zifeng knew that this day would come sooner or later, he still could not accept seeing Hua Tianyang fall before him. Swearenji sighed softly. The old alliance chief was injured in the first place. He definitely wouldn't be able to last long in this great change. But I won't be able to hold on for long. The faux god flame in Swearenji's soul pool was like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind and rain. Swaying, the light dimmed bit by bit. Mu Zifeng turned his head to look. At this moment, Swearenji's face showed unprecedented signs of aging. Where are you going? Mu Zifeng asked softly when he noticed Swearenji's intention to leave. Let's go back to the sect in the netherworld. Even if we're going to die, we should die where we want to die. I'll leave my family in the Heavenly Alliance to you. After fighting with you for half my life, I really did not expect such an outcome. Swearenji laughed at himself, turned around, waved his hand, and left alone. Be it the Heavenly Alliances or the Bushin Palace's faux gods, they all sensed the great changes in the world. He noticed that his faux god flame could no longer absorb divine energy from the world. Some of the world's laws had already been broken, unable to support the burning of the divine flame. Some people bawled, tears flowing down their cheeks endlessly. Some people felt dissatisfied, frantically consuming powerful divine herbs and searching for a place where the divine flame could continue burning. However, most of the Heavenly Alliances and Bushin Palaces' faux gods remained calm, like Swearenji. Before they died, they went to an old haunt in their hearts and waited for the divine flame to extinguish. In the past, these faux gods could summon the wind and rain, pluck the stars and grab the moon. They could crush countless sovereign emperors with a wave of their hands. At this moment, these faux gods showed unprecedented humbleness, inspiring sorrow in others. Xiao Chen looked at these departing faux gods, at their faces of despair, calm, or despair. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that many years ago, when the immortal epic was destroyed, those helpless immortals were probably like this as well. After he comes out, he will definitely come to you first. The Shadow Dragon Sovereign said, as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I know. I'll leave my friends in senior's care for now. Don't worry. I will do my best to protect them. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. Then he went over and said goodbye to Lu Ruyue and Ao Zhao. Then he instructed the two to remain in the Divine Dragon Empire and not to leave Ancestor Dragon City. Xiao Chen, I do not blame you for not becoming the Dragon Emperor. However, you have to destroy the Black Dragon King. Mu Zifeng enunciated every word as he looked at Xiao Chen, a heavy murderous intent gathering on his face. Xiao Chen looked at Mu Zifeng. Then he looked at the worried Lu Ruyue and Ao Zhao. Then he looked at Jiang He. These were all familiar faces. If Xiao Chen could not defeat the Black Dragon King, these old friends of his, these beautiful memories of his life, would all be destroyed by the Black Dragon King, utterly destroyed. They would all be destroyed by the Black Dragon King, completely and utterly destroyed. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. After he walked out of the city gates, he looked back. Scarlet meteors already filled the entire sky of the Divine Dragon Empire. That was the blood of faux gods turning into countless tiny specks of dust. Then, the world's most beautiful flowers bloomed in the dust, creating a tragic and tragic scene in this doomsday. You are going to the desolate sea, right? The clear-eyed, she jumped down from the city walls. Then, he covered his mouth with his right hand and coughed heavily. The desolate sea had two powerful formations, the heavenly Tao killing formation and the great desolate blood dragon formation materialized with the wings of time as the formation core. Back then, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had poured his life's effort into preparing these formations for the Black Dragon King. The formations could only be activated by combining the Heavenly Slayer Saber and the Blood Dragon Cloak. Although you obtained the Blood Dragon Cloak and the Heavenly Slayer Saber, you can only activate the Heavenly Tao Killing Formation. If you want to activate the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation, you have to kill me. As she looked at Xiao Chen, his stern face did not reveal much. However, she's right hand, which was clenched into a fist, trembled endlessly, revealing the struggle in his heart. She had hesitated for a long time before appearing before Xiao Chen and saying this. She did not want to die. Everyone feared death, and she was no exception. However, she was now seeking death from Xiao Chen. At this moment, the insufferably arrogant and terrifying Lord Shi, who once inspired fear in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, appeared incredibly weak. Xiao Chen replied softly, I know. The old dragon horse once said that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan would allow only one of them to survive. According to Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plan, Xiao Chen would become the Dragon Emperor, and she would become the Demon Monarch. Then the two would fight, and the victor would receive all his inheritance. From that moment on, Xiao Chen had new thoughts about becoming the Dragon Emperor. Did Xiao Chen want to become the Dragon Emperor himself? Or did a dead person from tens of thousands of years ago want him to become the Dragon Emperor? The answer was the latter. Xiao Chen had no desire for power or status. He was naturally free. For a long time, Xiao Chen had felt a sense of duty, passively wanting to become the Dragon Emperor. This was what it meant by having no choice. Shock filled Shi's face. He asked somewhat incoherently, Then why did you leave me alive? Did you kill my friends? Do we have an old grudge? Did you cross my bottom line? If not, why would I kill you? If not, why would I kill you? It was just a simple sentence, but it stirred up huge waves in Shi's heart. His entire worldview was toppled. However, can you kill the Black Dragon King with just the Heavenly Tao killing formation? Anxiety filled Shi's eyes, urgently wanting to know Xiao Chen's answer. If I don't try, who knows? I can't possibly kill someone I don't want to kill just because of this. My heart will not forgive me. Outside Ancestor Dragon City, blood rain fell from the dark sky on the desolate land. As the blood rain fell like meteors, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. He said softly, "You escaped Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's karma and can live for yourself. Why seek death? Bless me. I will definitely kill the Black Dragon King. I believe in my own choice." With this smile, she suddenly understood why Xiao Chen could fight 1 against 3 and why he was inferior to him. This was because from the very start, Xiao Chen had a pure heart. Even though he ruled the world now, dominating the past and present, his original heart remained never changing. Cloud water marsh, a spring every 10 steps, and a river every 50 kilometers. The hazy mist lingered for tens of thousands of years. After putting on the blood-clad sage robes, Xiao Chen passed through the mist and arrived at the desolate sea. Then he sat on a rock and hugged Heavenly Slayer, resting with his eyes closed. After some time, the mournful cries in the world grew louder. Then Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A scarlet light illuminated the sky of the entire central great realm. Thousands of meteors turned into a boundless blood rain. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and let a drop of blood rain land on his palm. Xiao Chen squinted and sent in his soul energy. Scenes unfolded before his eyes. These were the remnant memories of a certain faux god, the imprint that a legend once left in the world. However, they now turned into a sorrowful blood rain, sinking into the soil. Boom! A beam of black light fell together with the blood rain. When it landed, the black light coalesced into a human figure. This person was tall and wore heavy black dragon armor. His fingertips were covered in sharp metal armor. This person looked like the claws of a wild beast, holding a pitch-black sword that gave off a faint dark light. Veritable essence energy could be vaguely seen on the face under the helmet. Without a doubt, this person was the Black Dragon King. "You've been waiting for me for a long time, right?" The Black Dragon King looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. However, his smile was extremely horrifying, making one tremble in fear. "I have been wanting to kill you for a long time." The instant the flower bloomed, it illuminated 3 lifetimes. Xiao Chen drew Heavenly Slayer and executed the 3-life flower at lightning speed, wanting to cross space and time to kill the Black Dragon King. However, when Xiao Chen was about to take that step, he was somewhat surprised to discover that he could not break the space-time barrier in front of the Black Dragon King. Unable to advance or retreat, the god-killing sword in the Black Dragon King's hand stabbed at Xiao Chen's chest, carrying a heavy state of ruin. Dang! The saber scabbard held horizontally in front of Xiao Chen's chest. This sword strike knocked him back. The state of ruin lingered in his ears, and a deep dragon roar echoed endlessly. "I've already seen your trump card in the Dragon God Plaza. As long as I keep my guard up, it will not be that easy for you to break the space-time barrier before me." The Black Dragon King revealed a disdainful smile as he said softly, "Actually, I can attack you the instant you break the space-time barrier. I can let the space-time tear you apart. However, that would be pointless. There is no point in boasting. Flawless saber Dao, endless cycle." Xiao Chen gave up on instantly killing the other party. Then he shouted coldly and pressed forward while holding Heavenly Slayer. He used the cycle great Dao to materialize his own flawless saber intent. Then he connected it with the Heavenly Dao's killing intent contained in Heavenly Slayer and unleashed a vast and boundless saber move. Excitement flickered in the Black Dragon King's eyes as he said softly, "Cycle Great Dao, I have yet to taste what it feels like to destroy the Cycle Great Dao." Ha 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 ha! The Black Dragon King laughed maniacally as he drew his sword. The two started a startling battle in the desolate sea. Xiao Chen's supreme saber Dao, which surpassed the epic, became incredibly sharp with the support of the power of cycle. Saber lights filled the sky. As they flickered, the sky alternated between black and white. Every saber strike contained the might to easily shatter stars. The continuous saber moves connected with the power of cycle. The saber lights turned into an ancient blue dragon that circled the world and roared ferociously under the guidance of the saber lights. The Black Dragon King fought strength with strength. Be it the cycle Great Tao's power of life or power of death, they all shattered. When the will of destruction touched him, it was completely destroyed. The will of destruction lingered in this world. It was like the will of heaven, unquestionable. It was like fighting against the heavenly Tao. Xiao Chen brought out everything he had, bringing out his saber Tao to an unprecedented level. The dragon armor on the Black Dragon King's body was already riddled with holes from Xiao Chen's attacks. However, the originally fatal killing move penetrated the dragon armor and struck the Black Dragon King's body. This person seemed to be blessed by heaven, like the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, possessing boundless life force. I am the incarnation of destruction, born from a calamity. I represent the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao's killing intent contained in the saber in your hand cannot injure me. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not kill me. What more you? The Black Dragon King mocked softly as he looked at the pale, blood-stained Xiao Chen, who appeared to be in a sorry state. The other party's trump card was the cycle Great Tao, tearing space and time. Aside from this killing move, which was somewhat strange and needed to be wary of, the Black Dragon King did not fear any of Xiao Chen's killing moves. Even with the cycle Great Tao's flawless saber intent supporting it, the Black Dragon King did not fear it. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his pale face. He said softly, "Have you never thought that there was no reason for me to force you here despite being covered in wounds?" The Black Dragon King's expression changed slightly. When he looked up, he saw a blood moon hanging in the sky. Moonlight poured out, encasing the Black Dragon King. Xiao Chen tightly grasped Heavenly Slayer and pointed it at the sky, activating the Heavenly Tao killing formation. Immediately, the Heavenly Tao's killing intent that had existed since the birth of the martial epic poured endlessly into the saber. The Heavenly Tao's killing intent came from all over the desolate sea and gathered on Heavenly Slayer. A dense scarlet light spread out. The terrifying killing intent made boundless blood-like snowflakes fall from the sky. Wings of Time, Heavenly Tao killing formation. When the Black Dragon King saw the Heavenly Tao's killing intent in Heavenly Slayer continuously strengthen, some fear finally appeared in his heart. No killing move in the world could truly kill the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King was the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. Only heaven could subdue him. When the Heavenly Tao's killing intent reached a certain level, it could truly kill the Black Dragon King. You want to kill me with just this formation? You are too naive. The Black Dragon King withdrew his smile and slowly turned grave. The source of destruction in his body surged wildly. What if I join in? However, just at this moment, the Black Dragon King recalled a discordant voice. He turned his head in the direction of the voice. Whoosh! The Black Dragon King's eyes immediately got pierced. He saw a blazing sun, an extraordinarily huge sun, hovering in the air. The blazing primal chaos sun blazed fiercely in the sky above a figure. That figure's appearance could not be clearly seen under the piercing light. Only the smile on that figure's face could be seen. It was like the morning sun, resplendent with the sun and colorful clouds filling the sky. Chapter 23, 61. Chu Chaoyun. This startled Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, when he needed help the most, Chu Chaoyun would step forward at this moment. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was the smile on Chu Chaoyun's face. Back in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, Chu Chaoyun had been extremely gloomy and uneasy. He had not smiled like this in a long time already. Don't just stand there. Kill this black loach first. Chu Chaoyan shouted at the dazed Xiao Chun as the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and replied, "Got it." The sun and moon shone together in the boundless, desolate sea. A blood moon materialized by the wings of time, and a blazing sun materialized by the universe origin, true flames, origin flame, materialized a miraculous scene that the desolate sea had never seen before. The two cooperated with each other. Chu Chaoyan used the universe origin, true flames, origin flame to materialize thousands of killing moves, continuously harassing the Black Dragon King. The blazing sun above was the heavenly flames, origin flame, that the Holy Lord had collected since the start of the martial epic. Xiao Chun had accumulated it for an entire epic for this day. Even though the Black Dragon King had tough skin and startling defense, it still burned the Black Dragon King's origin flame. The Black Dragon King roared endlessly. The Black Dragon King's origin flame, which merged with the heavenly Tao, materialized boundless attacks that continuously charged at Chu Chaoyan. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." However, Chu Chaoyan possessed the primal chaos great Tao. As his figure flickered, space and time rippled. Even the Black Dragon King could not pinpoint Xiao Chen's position. The Black Dragon King's horrifying attacks looked incredibly horrifying. Even the shock waves could severely injure Chu Chaoyan. However, the Black Dragon King could not injure Chu Chaoyan. Instead, he ended up playing with him. Rage filled the Black Dragon King's heart, causing openings to appear. Xiao Chun seized the opportunity. Xiao Chun used Heavenly Slayer to drive the Heavenly Tao killing formation. The vast ocean-like Heavenly Tao killing intent materialized all sorts of killing moves. Xiao Chen's flawless Saber Tao, which surpassed the epic, could easily suppress the Black Dragon King in the first place. However, the other party had the Heavenly Tao's protection. It was born in response to tribulation to begin, with the embodiment of the Heavenly Tao that destroyed an era. Its vitality was practically boundless, and it was impossible to kill it at all. But now, with this Heavenly Tao killing intent that was as dense as the sea, he could borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao to launch an attack, and the situation was completely different. Although the universe origin true flame burned the Black Dragon King in unbearable pain, even burning his soul, the Black Dragon King was in great pain. However, it was not fatal. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's attack, which was infused with the Heaven's Path's killing intent, was a completely different story. It could directly touch his origin of destruction. The clouds rolled in and out. The sun rose and the moon set. The cold blood moon and the blazing sun rose and fell in the desolate sea sky, perfectly displaying the sun and the moon shining together. This was an unprecedented, mysterious phenomenon. The originally hopeless situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. Blood spurted out. Saber lights pierced through the Black Dragon King's body, continuously draining his life force. The Black Dragon King's expression turned sullen. He, who had been roaring furiously, fell silent. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan exchanged glances. They immediately understood that the Black Dragon King was preparing to make a desperate counterattack. Since they already knew, they naturally would not give him a chance. Everlasting primal chaos, ancient one sword, Mahamaya abstinence violation, kill without mercy, Chu Chaoyan roared, and the primal chaos, great Tao spread out from his body. His physical body immediately became like a black hole. Primal chaos spread out like the beginning of the primordial chaos, when the world had yet to be divided and the sun and moon did not exist. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light shot out from that primal chaos, turning into an azure beam of light. This sword split the world, projected the sun and moon, immortal for all time. Xiao Chun drove the Heavenly Dao killing formation and gathered the boundless Heavenly Dao's killing intent in his body. The saber hum in Xiao Chen's body did not stop, and a terrifying crack tore open in the sky. There seemed to be an eye slowly opening in the crack. If heaven had feelings, it would grow old. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Dao was the most emotionless. If heaven wanted someone to die, they had no choice but to die. Kill without mercy. The two worked together seamlessly. Observing the Black Dragon King's expression, they took the initiative and executed their killing moves at the same time. Boom! A sword light and a saber light pierced through the Black Dragon King at the same time. A sorrowful dragon roar came from the Black Dragon King's body, reverberating in the surroundings. Pusii, the Black Dragon King's facial features twisted as he vomited a mouthful of black blood. His life force drained continuously. Bang! The saber light and the sword light rampaged around the Black Dragon King's body without any fear. Then they merged and exploded. In that instant, the insufferably arrogant Black Dragon King's physical body exploded. The sun and moon shone together in the desolate sea. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan showed fatigued expressions as they slowly approached. "Is he dead?" Xiao Chun asked doubtfully. He did not believe that the Black Dragon King died, just like that. Chu Chaoyan's eyes were like lightning piercing through the starry heavens. Then he saw a flash of black light vanish from his vision. This blazing sun should be the trump card that the Holy Lord left behind, Xiao Chun said. Xiao Chun looked at the sky, at the blazing sun that shone as brightly as the moon. Then he looked at Chu Chaoyan. Xiao Chun had thought countless times that the blood moon was the trump card that Xiao Yun materialized with the wings of time. In that case, whose trump card was the blazing sun in the desolate sea. After thinking about it, there was only one answer. Chu Chaoyan did not deny it. He smiled faintly and said, "You are right. After I completely sever the karma, you can tell me." Boom! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, a dragon roar suddenly rang out. The expressions of Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan changed slightly. When the two looked up, they saw an unknown object continuously falling. The two slowly approached the desolate sea from the starry heavens. When they saw it clearly, their expressions changed drastically. This was actually a black dragon head. It was just a head, but it encased the entire desolate sea. It's the Black Dragon King's main body. He executed a forbidden art. We cannot let him come down. Otherwise, the entire central great realm will suffer a calamity, Chu Chaoyan said, hastily, his expression turning pale with fright. The two roared ferociously and threw a palm strike at the same time. The sun and moon rose into the sky. The blood moon and sun soared into the sky at the same time and smashed into the Black Dragon King's head. Rumble! As the shockwaves spread out, the entire central great realm, from the 8 great empires to the Xiuwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty, and the Tianwu dynasty, shook intensely. The world spun around like the end of the world had arrived. "Let's go." Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan soared into the air, instantly arriving in the boundless starry heavens. When the two clearly saw the Black Dragon King's main body, they both inhaled sharply. The Black Dragon King's colossal body stretched across the starry heavens. The sun, moon, and stars were as insignificant as the glass balls in a child's hand before the Black Dragon King. We absolutely cannot let him appear in the central great realm. The two immediately made up their minds. Given the Black Dragon King's horrifyingly colossal body, it would be an irreversible disaster if he appeared in the central great realm. "Chu Chaoyan, do you trust me?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Chu Chaoyan. "If I did not trust you, Why would I come and help you? Right after Xiao Chen said that, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan both revealed smiles. They both felt like they had said something pointless. I have a Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. If I can control the blood moon and your sun and materialize the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram, I will definitely be able to knock him back. I understand. Without needing to say anything more, Xiao Chen spread out the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram with a wave of his hand. Then a painting unfurled in his hand and covered the vast starry heavens. Xiao Chen took the lead, absorbing the blood moon into it. The two watched as the Black Dragon King roared in the depths of the starry heavens. Countless stars shattered with a horrifying might. The entire starry heavens trembled. Here, at the critical moment, Chu Chaoyan shouted and finally succeeded in embedding the sun into the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. Sun and moon cycle, endlessly multiplying. Xiao Chen pushed his hand forward. Immediately, the blood moon and the blazing sun turned into a black and white fish. A Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram formed in this boundless starry heavens, turning into a light screen that forcefully knocked the Black Dragon King back. The two gathered their strength and materialized the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. In the starry heavens, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan worked together to push this diagram, continuously pushing back the Black Dragon King in the boundless, pitch-black starry heavens. The Black Dragon King's colossal body continuously crashed into the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. However, he could not stop himself from being pushed back. The two forces clashed in the starry heavens. Everywhere they passed, stars exploded and shattered. Crack, crack, cracks appeared in the Taiji Yin-yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen quickly said, "Withdraw." After withdrawing the blood moon and the blazing sun, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan each landed on a star. The star that Xiao Chen landed on was desolate, devoid of spiritual energy. When Xiao Chen looked around, he saw a vast, boundless wasteland. Just as he was about to soar into the air and meet up with Chu Chaoyan, the ground under his feet suddenly exploded. The ground under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly exploded, and a black spear appeared without any warning, thrusting at him. Bang! Closely following that, the entire star shattered. Intense, fiery shock waves erupted from the core of the star. One of the Black Dragon King's claws directly shattered the star, nearly injuring Xiao Chen. It was not over yet. The instant the star exploded, the surrounding space shrank. A suction pulled at Xiao Chen. This startled Xiao Chen. He knew that the Black Dragon King's dragon claws had grabbed him. However, the other party's dragon claws were too large. Xiao Chen did not have time to grab the Black Dragon King. Xiao Chen immediately swung his saber, illuminating the surrounding starry heavens. Then, he forcefully chopped off a dragon claw and jumped out. But the danger did not stop. In the depths of the universe, in the vast starry sky, the Black Dragon King, who used a forbidden art to revert to his ancestral roots, erupted with strong combat prowess. Although Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyan did their best, they were too insignificant before the Black Dragon King. "Chu Chaoyan, protect me." Xiao Chen sent a voice projection. Then he merged Heavenly Slayer into his physical body and bloodline before retreating continuously. "What are you doing?" When Chu Chaoyan saw Xiao Chen, he showed a grave expression. Something was wrong with the situation. Previously, we severely injured this Black Dragon King. In a desperate situation, he executed a forbidden art. In reality, he is already a spent force. As long as I successfully execute the forbidden art and revert to my ancestral roots, I will definitely be able to destroy him in one go. In that case, I'll protect you. Before you successfully execute the forbidden art, I guarantee that you will not be injured. Right after Chu Chaoyan spoke, he bit his lip and did not say anything else. Then he brought out his primal chaos great Tao to the limit, and countless stars continuously gathered over. When the stars approached, the primal chaos great Tao shattered them. As the stars shattered, space twisted, and a huge black hole appeared. Chu Chaoyan paled as he roared, at the cost of overdrawing on his life. He drove the primal chaos great Tao without a care for anything else. He used the horrifying black hole to block the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King felt danger. However, a distorted black hole formed by swallowing countless stars lay in front of him. Even with the Black Dragon King's current body, he still felt some fear when he looked at that black hole. He sensed the aura of a primal chaos god fiend in it. However, when the Black Dragon King saw Chen, who had merged with a soul tool behind Chu Chaoyan, his aura turned increasingly dangerous. The Black Dragon King had to make a move. He opened his mouth and spat out pitch-black dragon flames of destruction, continuously attacking Chu Chaoyan's body. The Black Dragon King wanted to kill Chu Chaoyan and force him to give up on maintaining the primal chaos great Tao. However, Chu Chaoyan allowed the waves of dragon flames to strike his physical body. He remained as unmoving as a mountain, continuing to drive the primal chaos great Tao. Dragon's Gate Forbidden Art, God Demon Body Disintegration. Boom. Xiao Chen's eyes turned scarlet as he watched Chu Chaoyan block the Black Dragon King's attack with his body of flesh and blood. Xiao Chen had long felt anxious and enraged. Now that the forbidden art finally succeeded, an ancient dragon roar resounded in the starry heavens. Xiao Chen's body wriggled continuously. Soon, he turned into an ancient blue dragon. However, this was not enough. Xiao Chen continued to execute the god-demon body unsealing art. The ancient blue dragon reverted to its ancestral form, finally turning into a great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon. When the ancient, great, desolate Aeon ancestor dragon appeared, some mysterious existences in the depths of the starry heavens trembled in fear. The ancestor dragon's body was even larger than the Black Dragon King's, and its dragon might was even stronger. Horror immediately appeared in the Black Dragon King's heart. No matter how strong he was, he could not change the dragon race bloodline in his body. When the Black Dragon King saw the ancestor dragon's fear, it instinctively turned around. The insufferably arrogant Black Dragon King, who claimed to be the incarnation of destruction, fled in panic. "You want to leave?" "No way." Xiao Chen roared. Then he infused the heavenly Tao's killing intent materialized by Heavenly Slayer in his bloodline into his dragon claws. Pa! The primal chaos ancestor dragon pounced forward and struck the Black Dragon King's body with its claw. The Black Dragon King, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, was already a spent force. The Black Dragon King, who was already a spent force, let out a miserable shriek, and his colossal body crumbled, exploding in the depths of the starry heavens. With one strike, Xiao Chen's thoughts turned chaotic. Many chaotic memories of an ancient ancestor dragon appeared in his mind. Xiao Chen felt like his head was going to explode. His entire body twisted uncontrollably, causing stars to explode. The side effects of the forbidden art had arrived. If Xiao Chen could not maintain his original heart, he would not be able to recover his physical body. This would continue until his bloodline drained, his soul fell, and he died of exhaustion. Seeing the ancestor dragon instantly descend into madness after killing the Black Dragon King, Chu Chaoyan quickly retreated. Xiao Chen had nearly injured him. When Chu Chaoyan saw the situation, he frowned slightly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and stepped forward. Then he took the risk to approach Xiao Chen, who had already turned into an ancestor dragon. Using his soul energy as a voice, The name Xiao Chen continuously echoed in the ancestor dragon's mind. This helped Xiao Chen maintain his original heart and not let it fall into chaos. After a long time, just as Chu Chaoyun felt some despair, a light flashed in the great, desolate Ian ancestor dragon's eyes. The berserk aura on the great, desolate Ian ancestor dragon's body slowly dissipated. After a while, its terrifyingly huge body shrank and fell towards a star. "I'm back." Chu Chaoyun revealed joy on his face as he said softly. Then he gave chase. About 7 minutes later, Chu Chaoyun saw the fatigued Xiao Chun lying on the ground on a desolate star. "Can you still stand up?" Chu Chaoyun asked with a faint smile. "You are not dead. Naturally, I can stand up." Xiao Chun stood up with much difficulty. Then he looked at Chu Chaoyun and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow was really not dead. Earlier, when the Black Dragon King spewed waves of destructive dragon flame at Xiao Chen's physical body, it frightened Xiao Chun badly. "I'm not dead yet, but I'm almost there." "Who knew?" Chu Chaoyun said something that stunned Xiao Chun for a long time. "What's wrong?" "Ha ha ha. I thought that with your intelligence, you would have guessed it long ago. Unexpectedly, you are still so shocked." As Chu Chaoyun wiped away the blood on his lips, he revealed a radiant smile. His laughter was melodious, calm, and carefree. However, Xiao Chun could not bring himself to smile. "I already felt that something was wrong with you in Black Wind Ridge. When that sun appeared, I roughly guessed it." Chu Chaoyun sighed softly. "Sometimes I feel really helpless. It was not easy for me to come to this great 1,000 realms from the Kunlun realm. I thought that I could fly freely, that I could have a new start from here on out. Unexpectedly, I still could not shake off my fate. Back then, the Tianwu dynasty of the Kunlun realm was established by the Holy Lord. His bloodline flows in me. From the start to the end, I was just a pawn that he used to suppress you. Is it strange? Back then, when the Blue Dragon race was destroyed, the Blue Dragon Palace preserved its inheritance and flew to the Kunlun realm. This did not escape the attention of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord followed the Blue Dragon Palace to the Kunlun realm and established the Tianwu dynasty in the Sky Dome realm, leaving behind this plot. My fate has been intertwined with his from the very beginning. If he lived, I lived. If he died, I died. From the very start, I was a pawn that he used to deal with you. When I learned the truth, I nearly collapsed. When I saw you in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, I wanted to say something several times, but hesitated. At that time, I really admired you. You clearly had no choice, but you still dared to draw your saber and make your own choice. Xiao Chen said, "Actually, don't say anything. Listen to me. In the future, you won't be able to hear much." Chu Chaoyun interrupted Xiao Chen. He narrowed his eyes and revealed a faint smile. Then he said softly, "One day ago, I was still uncertain whether I had no choice but to follow the trend and use the trump card that the Holy Lord left behind to kill you and become the new epic master. Or I could just not resist and die at your hands. However, in Dragon God Plaza, you gave up on the Dragon Emperor position and the luck of the Divine Dragon Empire. At that moment, I knew that I already had my answer. No matter how helpless I was, we all have our own choices in life, and we all have our own perseverance. I don't want to be the epic master or any pawn. I just want to be myself, to be Chu Chaoyun, to be your close friend, Xiao Chun." Ha 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 ha. Right after Xiao Chun spoke, Chu Chaoyun guffawed, his laughter filled with boundless joy and delight. "The facts prove that I did the right thing. I feel joy in my heart. Since I was born, I have never felt as relaxed and happy as I do now." As Xiao Chun faced Chu Chaoyun's carefree laughter, Xiao Chun could not bring himself to laugh in his heart. This was clearly a matter of boundless misery. However, Chu Chaoyan spoke casually. If Xiao Chen did not become the new epic master, the Holy Lord would definitely die. If the Holy Lord died, Chu Chaoyun, who had the Holy Lord's bloodline and was connected to the Holy Lord's fate, would die as well. In Xiao Chen's life, he had friends, lovers, and masters. However, there had never been anyone like Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun was both an opponent and a close friend, with such a deep bond. However, this person would soon die along with the Holy Lord. Let's go. I'll help you with one last thing. The Holy Lord is astute and astute. He still has a trump card that he used to threaten you. I'll help you get it back and easily sever my own karma. What is it? Come with me. The instant Chu Chaoyan turned around, he staggered and nearly fell. Clearly, Chu Chaoyan had overdrawn on his life force to block the Black Dragon King's dragon flame of destruction earlier. Now, it was not as easy as it seemed. The two arrived in the starry heavens. Not long after, they discovered a corpse floating in space. Zhen Yuan. Stepping forward, Xiao Chen clearly saw the corpse's appearance. Then, a complicated expression appeared on his face. The Black Dragon King was killed. As the host, Zhen Yuan's soul completely merged with the Black Dragon King and died as well. It looked like the venerable Xian Bei's instructions from back then could not be fulfilled. Let's go. Xiao Chun did not feel much sympathy for Zhen Yuan. He brought this upon himself. 1 hour later, under Chu Chaoyun's lead, the two entered the tattered faux god world. The void god realm that was once bustling with activity was now completely empty, without the slightest bit of life. All the faux gods were already dead, falling along with the destruction of the martial epic. The two arrived at the holy city and entered the divine palace step by step. A skinny old man wearing a mask lay weakly on a high throne in the depths of the palace. This old man's aura was weak, and his life force was faint. When the old man heard footsteps, he did not open his eyes. He said weakly, "Chaoyan, you're back. Did you kill Xiao Chen?" "Yes, I killed Xiao Chen. I will become the new epic master." "Really?" The incredibly weak old man on the throne shuddered and sat up. He was so agitated that his voice trembled. The old man looked like he came back to life, brimming with energy. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. He happened to see Chu Chaoyun. His eyes narrowed, and he smiled craftily like a white fox. "Sorry, I lied to you. Kasie." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, a sword light flashed. Then Chu Chaoyun killed this dying holy lord with one sword strike. Chu Chaoyun stepped forward and searched under the old man's throne. Joy appeared on his face as he took out an item. Then he turned around and said, "For you, Pusi." Before Chu Chaoyun finished speaking, he vomited a mouthful of blood. His pale complexion turned even scarier. A dragon head. Xiao Chen caught the item that Chu Chaoyun tossed over. Then he showed a startled expression. This was the Azure Mountains dragon head that he had been searching for. Chu Chaoyun coughed intensely a few times. Then he smiled and said, "This old man is very sinister. If I failed to kill you, he would use this to threaten you. If this item is destroyed, even in the new epic, the blue dragon bloodline will not be able to rise again." The Holy Lord died. Chu Chaoyun, whose fate was linked to the Holy Lord, visibly lost his life force. However, Chu Chaoyun did not seem to notice. He looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Do you have wine? I suddenly recall that we have known each other for so many years, but I have never had a proper drink with you." Xiao Chun took out heartburn and poured a cup for each of them. "How unfortunate. It was not easy for me to live for myself, but I have to leave so soon. However, it does not matter. After this cup, we will be bosom friends in our next lives. There is no such thing as fate. There is no such thing as an undying old man wearing a mask. There is only a bond and friendship. My sword awaits your saber. Chu Chaoyan raised his wine cup and clinked it. The crisp sound of cups clinking rang out. Then Chu Chaoyan coughed endlessly and vomited a large mouthful of blood. The blood fell into the two's cups, dyeing the wine red. This made one's heart ache. It's dirty. Xiao Chun changed to another cup. Plop. Chu Chaoyan, who was changing cups, suddenly felt his hands losing strength to hold the wine cup. As the wine cup fell to the ground and shattered, he fell limply. It looked like he had fallen asleep. Then he closed his eyes with a smile. Chu Chaoyan. Xiao Chun stepped forward and caught her. Then he shouted, "Brother, you're not dead yet." However, that handsome and outstanding Chu Chaoyun, who always had a smile on his face, was already asleep forever. Drip! A tear leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's eyes as he closed his eyes. The tear fell into the cup and melted into the blood-like heart-burning. Xiao Chun drained the cup in one go. However, although this wine was called heart-burning, it did not make him feel any heartache. There was a kind of pain called pain at its peak. The heart could no longer feel pain. 5 years later, after Xiao Chun dealt with the matters of the Great Thousand Realms, he prepared to head to the Kunlun realm with Lu Ruyue, Ao Jiao, and Mo Chen. Before parting, Xiao Chun looked at the starry heavens and spread his hands. Then he merged his soul energy with the great Tao and said softly, "I hope that all the men in the world have the heart of a gentleman, that the heavens move vigorously, that they constantly strive to improve themselves. I hope that all the women in the world have the heart to improve themselves, not inferior to men, comparable to the sky. I hope that all the people in the world are like dragons, having the heart of a newborn, not seeking eternal life, only chasing their dreams, not regretting it even if they die." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, a crystalline, dazzling seed flew out of his palm and slowly drifted into the sky. "Big brother Xiao Chun, what is this?" Mo Chen asked softly. Xiao Chun replied gently, "This is the epic heart that I condensed. It is also a seed, the divine dragon epic that I want. I hope that all the people in the world are like dragons, having the heart of a newborn, not seeking eternal life, only chasing their dreams." However, why not seek eternal life? Because eternal life represents all desires. Eternal life is lived for one's desires, not for oneself. Such a person living is worse than death. If everyone lived forever, then this epic would end sooner or later. Lu Ruyue, Mo Chen, and Ao Jiao entered deep thought, not really understanding. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Stop thinking about it. Let's go. Let's return to the Kunlun realm." However, when Xiao Chun saw the bright moon in the night sky, his smile revealed a trace of bitterness. Back then, the bright moon shone on the colorful clouds. End of book.
Chapter 391, Pets in Charge. Chapter 391, Pets in Charge. "Aren't you going to arrest him?" Lester asked. The white dog shook his head. A strange thought appeared in Lester's mind. Is he going to stalk the man? No way. Is he really that smart? Lester crouched down and pointed the camera over White Ma's back at a hooded man. The hooded man stood there for a long time. Suddenly, a man with colorful hair passed by the hooded man and stopped before the opposite shelf. With his back facing the hooded man, he pretended to be selecting a product, but they were clearly having a conversation. Just then, White Ma started to back away. Lester felt that the dog was literally a human. After leaving the hooded man's visual field, Black Ma appeared. There was also a cameraman beside him. "Black Ma, we've found the second person. It's the guy with colorful hair. Go watch him and see if he speaks to anyone." The two cameramen watched the twin dogs have their conversation. Although they had no idea what the dogs were barking, They felt as if the dogs were really communicating. Just then, a red giant lizard climbed out from the bottom of a shelf. Both cameramen were astonished, but the red lizard had no intention of attacking them. Instead, it began to communicate with the two dogs. "Is this really a supermarket? This has to be a zoo," Lester muttered. Abitos brought them the clue to the third poisoning suspect. However, they just could not find the fourth suspect. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the checkout counter. Someone attempted to dash past the counter, but Princess knocked him onto the floor with one slap. Then the police dogs around surrounded and bit the person tightly. The police also walked up and arrested the person. "Shit, why can't Sa just be patient?" Dumb cursed softly. "Dumb, what do we do? Wait, I don't believe that they'll block the exit forever." Suddenly, Black Ma appeared on one side of the aisle, together with his cameraman. Dumb and the man with colorful hair lowered their heads at once and tried to leave through the other side of the aisle. However, White Ma and his cameraman also blocked the other side. Dumb and the man were stranded in the middle of the aisle. The two cameramen realized that, unlike police dogs which would attack criminals straight away, Black Ma and White Ma slowly approached the two suspects. When Dumb put his hand into his clothes, Black Ma attacked immediately. His slow movement earlier was just an illusion. When he launched his attack, he flew across the aisle like a black bolt of lightning. In an instant, he knocked Dumb onto the floor and bit Dumb's arm tightly. On the other hand, White Ma had been staring at the man with colorful hair. As long as the man did not move, White Ma would not move. The man did not dare to move and raised his hands. White Ma slapped the floor with his paw. Confused, the man asked, "You want me to lie on the floor?" White Ma nodded. Woof! The eyes of the two cameramen glowed brightly. It was truly an excellent material. This piece of news would certainly go viral. Suddenly, on the other side of the supermarket, the last poisoning suspect started to run wildly. "Lester, I think something happened there. Go there and film. Leave this scene here to me." Lester immediately chased after the person, but he realized that Abitos, the huge red lizard, was already pursuing the suspect. Abitos was not slow at all. Panicked, the suspect saw a little girl in the way and charged at her directly, attempting to subdue her as a hostage. However, suddenly, a silver beam of light flashed past. A silver fox leaped from one shelf to another, leaving a bloody mark on the suspect's face. "Shit!" The suspect attempted to grab the silver fox with his hand, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Beelzebub had already torn a piece of flesh off the suspect's leg. "Ah!" The suspect collapsed onto the floor, covered his leg, and screamed loudly. Meanwhile, he took out his gun, wanting to shoot Beelzebub. At the next moment, something appeared on the suspect's arm. A colorful snake wrapped itself around the arm and bit the suspect's hand. The suspect used all his might to fling Raymond away, but Abitos was already in front of him. Slap! Abitos hit the suspect's chest with his huge tail. The man flew backward and knocked over an entire shelf. Lester captured the complete series of actions with his camera. Wow! The various pets had jointly overpowered the atrocious criminal. Each and every pet was unique and useful. Lester could hardly contain his excitement. This would definitely cause an explosion in the media. "Boss, all 4 suspects have been caught." "All? You sure there are only 4? That's what Mr. Chen said." "All right, I suppose it should be correct then. Have you found out who sent them here?" "The owner of New Association Supermarket," Daisy replied. "Damn, I knew it was him." Winnip's face darkened. "Also, when we interrogated Dumb, one of the suspects, we found out that he had actually instigated Bradley to shoot you yesterday. That bastard. Do they really think that I'm a pushover?" "Boss, what do we do now?" "Tell the media immediately. Let everyone know what New Association Supermarket and Russville have done." That day, the media in Sacramento erupted. The supermarket poisoning case was staged in various engrossing forms. Mara Supermarket became totally famous, in addition to receiving another name, the Zoo Supermarket. After all, the poisoning case had actually been solved by a group of different pets, from discovering the problem to capturing the suspects. The police supported them. The pets had displayed their astounding intelligence and capability. The final scene, where the group of pets teamed up to deal with the evil criminal, even became a tale to be told. Of course, all of this had another direct consequence. Mara's supermarket became unbelievably popular. Those who would not usually shop there especially rushed to the supermarket to meet the group of little heroes. Of course, Princess was no little hero, but she was surely the most glorious and important character. After all, she was the first to discover the attempted poisoning. Then, she even stationed herself behind the counter to search for poison products and caught a suspect who tried to escape. Chapter 392, Another Screenplay Sold. Chapter 392, Another Screenplay Sold. Chen, give them to me. I'll give you both of my daughters. I love them so much. Wenhui hugged Princess' head and kept patting and ruffling. Mom, I don't care about Feilai, but am I that cheap? For asked unhappily. Wenhui rarely got the chance to be playful. Her moods were really like a roller coaster today. When she learned that someone had poisoned her store, it felt like she'd fallen into an abyss. Who would have guessed that there would be such a theatric development? Not only did nothing bad happen, but Mara's supermarket also got great publicity. Go ask them. Whoever's willing to stay can stay. Speechless, Wenhui rejected him. Of course, she didn't expect Zhao to accept her proposition. It had just been a joke. Zhao would never agree. Okay, I know it's impossible, but you have to lend them to me for these few days. Half of the store's customers are here for them. Ring. Zhao's phone went off. Hello? Rascal, what's up? You're in Sacramento, right? How do you know? Your entire family is in news, and you're asking me how I know. You saw the news too. I don't usually watch this kind of news, but my company had a copyright meeting, and I hosted it. Our employees think that what happened to your family has a great market. If we adapt it into a movie, it can have a lot of potential. You want to buy the copyright again? Yes. How about it? Sell it to me. Your company bought the copyright to that other movie, but you haven't started filming it, right? It's not conflicting. What price? No bargaining. $500,000. Zhao considered it. The price is okay, but I hope that Mara's supermarket's name can be included in the script. What's your relationship with the supermarket? It's Feilai's mother's store. Sure, Rasfa agreed easily. Usually, this kind of product placement had to be paid for. It could cost a few million or even $10 million. However, since the business was related to Zhao, Rasfa didn't mind giving it to him. After discussing with Rasfa, Zhao told Wenhui about it. After all, if this event could be turned into a movie, it would be very beneficial to her store. After hearing that a film company bought the rights and may turn it into a movie, she was immediately interested and started asking Zhao questions. Zhao couldn't give any exact answers. After all, whether the movie could be filmed wasn't up to him. Some companies bought the rights not to film a movie, but to make sure competitors couldn't get the rights. Zhao estimated that PLM wouldn't start this project in at least half a year. Right, did you catch Russville, the guy that hired the poisoners? Zhao asked. Wenhui smiled. It was Zhao's first time seeing such a cruel smile on her. The police will probably never find him. Zhao didn't keep asking. Some things were better left unspoken. The fourth day after the shooting, Kane was brought home. Kareem and Howard came back too. Kane's condition wasn't bad anymore. He didn't have many problems other than being a bit weak. If you insisted on a problem, it was that he was bald now. He wanted to cry because Princess kept coming over to touch his head. Stop touching my head. I can feel my skull cap moving. Stop licking. I feel spit getting into my wound. Chen, are you sure Raymond doesn't want to hibernate on my head? Zhao glanced at Kane. It couldn't be helped. Earlier, Zhao had used the perfect potion when treating Kane. There were still remnants inside Kane's head. It was good enough that Princess and the others didn't open up his skull again. I'm so bored. Let's go fishing, Laurent suggested. Not going, Zhao refused directly. Anyway, he decided that he'd rather die than ever go out with Laurent again. Who knew if Laurent wanted to prank him again? Laurent glanced at him. I wasn't asking you. Kane, Kareem, Howard, let's go. Laurent took the 3 bodyguards fishing. Fei Lai and Four went shopping again. Wenhui brought the group of pets to the supermarket because they were very popular. Mara's customer volume expanded greatly recently. No one would have thought that these pets could double Mara's customers. Chen Zhao didn't laze around by himself at home. The new house at Mirror Lake was getting decorated. There were many things that he needed to be asked about. Bant and Fellwood had to communicate with him often. The housekeeping system was installed already. They had to discuss with Chun Zhao about installing other furniture too. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome to fix things afterward. Mr. Chun, I think this wall should have some color. White is the main theme, but if everything is all white, it's too monotone. You can add a scenic painting here to add some color. It also complements the river view from the floor-to-ceiling window across from it. Sure, but I don't want it to be too flashy. Also, are you sure you don't want to add anything to the second basement? No need. It doesn't need any style or design. Just whitewash the walls. He thought for a moment. Oh, go with the first basement. I want to see how it feels overall. Fellwood rode the elevator to the first underground floor. He opened a video chat and showed Chen Zhao what the floor looked like after construction. From the bottom of the stairs to the floor-to-ceiling window on the outer wall, don't do anything other than whitewash the walls along the path. I'm going to put a large-scale piece of art there. Okay, understood. Can you tell me what kind of art? A skeleton model. I found a Hollywood expert to make a monster skeleton. Then how about I make the walls darker? Okay. Also, help me try out the housekeeping system. Notify me if there are any problems. Okay. Chen Zhao was the most satisfied with the first underground floor. The curved floor-to-ceiling window was 12 meters long and 3 meters wide. You could see the bottom of the river. However, construction had just finished, so the water needed some time to settle before it cleared up. Chapter 393, Leisure Mode, Fishing. Chapter 393, Leisure Mode, Fishing. Then, Chen Zhao asked for some of the electrical appliances to be moved into the house. He spent the entire afternoon talking to people regarding his new home. In the evening, Laurent, Kane, Kareem, and Howard came back. They were carrying a giant catfish that weighed over 50 kilograms, which looked really awesome. Chen, look at what we've caught. Laurent flexed proudly in front of Chen Zhao. Isn't it just a big catfish? Look at how happy you are. Go and fish one too if you can, Laurent immediately taunted. Chen Zhao twitched his lips. He would not go fishing because of such an inferior taunt. Soon, Wenhui, Fei Lai, and Four returned one after another. When Laurent saw them, he incessantly showed off to them what he had gained. Unfortunately, just like Chen Zhao, none of them was slightly excited about it. Laurent was very much displeased by their perfunctory tone. Nevertheless, everyone relished the barbecue. Unlike mammalian meat, which would become tougher as the mammal ages, fish would only become more tender. Wenhui, Fei Lai, and I plan to go back the day after tomorrow. So soon? Why don't you stay for a few more days? I don't think so. Our new house is more or less completed. We need to go and sort things out. All right. Dad, Mom, when will you come to Los Angeles again? Ask your mom. I'm free every day, Laurent said. Dad, I welcome you to come alone too, Fei Lai said. Laurent glanced at Chen Zhao and sneered. If he were to go to Los Angeles by himself, he would surely be killed by Chen Zhao. He was not stupid enough to run into a tiger's mouth. In their final day here, Fei Lai and Four activated their shopping frenzy. On the other hand, Chen Zhao entered a rest mode. Lying down was perhaps the greatest happiness he could receive. But things just would not go as planned. Bump, bump. Chen Zhao opened his eyes and realized that Laurent was kicking the lounge chair. What? Chen Zhao asked. Look at the lovely weather. Let's go fishing. Chen Zhao was really annoyed by this childish father-in-law. No. Chen Zhao was convinced that as long as he ignored Laurent, Lawrence's plots would not succeed. Don't be stubborn. Let's go. I can't leave you here alone. Who needs your sympathy? Chen Zhao did not even want to give a reply. Stop pestering me. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt some pain in his arm. Opening his eyes, Chen Zhao realized that Laurent was standing at the back of the small truck, hooking him with the fish hook. Laurent, do you really want to die? Come and hit me if you can. Laurent shouted in satisfaction. Cain, drive. However, the truck did not move. Cain, did the bullet destroy your intelligence? Quickly drive. Mr. Laurent, did you forget to refuel the truck? Laurent watched as the enraged demon walked toward him. He immediately smiled in fear. Chen, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Chen, let's go fishing. It's so boring to stay at home alone. Yeah, let's go. Fishing is actually quite interesting. Kareem and Howard also persuaded. Chen Zhao thought about it. Unable to reject their coaxing, Chen Zhao eventually jumped onto the back of the truck. 2 kilometers away from the farm, there was a turbulent, fast-flowing river that was more than 20 meters wide. When the group alighted from the truck, there were already a few people fishing by the river. Laurent, why are you here again? An old man said with a mocking tone. Why can't I be here? Laurent really wanted to ignore the old man. Laurent, did something happen? Chen Zhao asked softly. Although he hated Laurent, it was only their family business. Chen Zhao would not deliberately embarrass Laurent outside. Nothing. Laurent did not want to tell Chen Zhao about it. Yesterday, the 4 of you did not succeed. Do you think you can make it with an Asian shorty? Huh? Chen Zhao glanced at the 3 bodyguards. They all turned their heads away and kept silent. Suddenly, the old man who had just mocked Laurent leaned forward and fell onto the ground. With his fishing line taut, he was soon dragged into the water. The people around him quickly rushed into the river and pulled him out. Cough, cough. Ha ha. Powell, looks like you're not doing much better than me. Ha. Laurent laughed loudly. Chen Zhao frowned. Something had just dragged the old man into the river. What's in the river? Chen Zhao asked. A monster, Laurent said. Actually, Laurent asked you here because he wants us to fish the monster together, Cain said. Yesterday, all 4 of us were dragged into the water. Shouldn't the fishing rod break first? Chen Zhao asked in surprise. This fishing rod is meant to be used at sea. Even the biggest swordfish can't break it, Laurent said. What fish is in the river? An enormous catfish, estimated to be over 5 meters in length, Laurent said. Chen Zhao gasped. 5 meters catfish. The largest catfish that had been caught was 7 meters long and 300 kilograms heavy. What would 5 meter long catfish look like? Let's compare it to Princess. Before Princess demonized, she was about 3 meters tall and 500 kilograms heavy. After becoming a demon, she was now 5 meters tall and about 1,000 kilograms heavy. Her weight roughly doubled. The weight of a catfish should grow at approximately the same rate too as its length increased. Hence, the catfish would very likely weigh over 500 kilograms. It was no wonder that Laurent, Cain, Kareem, and Howard would be dragged into the water all at once. So Laurent had been trying so hard to bring Chen Zhao here in order to deal with the gargantuan catfish. Of course, although the 4 of them had been dragged into the river the day before, Cain was still recovering and could not use too much strength. Chen Zhao was interested as well. But are you sure that it will definitely bite the bait? Dunno, depend on your luck. It's very cunning and will hide in the aquatic grass to observe the fishers. If there are too many people, it will not take the bait. Then I'll fish it myself. Don't stand beside me. Don't force yourself. It's not something that a single person can handle, Laurent said. I'm not as weak as the 4 of you. Chen Zhao was not kind at all. Chapter 394. Being old but unrespectable, no contradiction. Chapter 394. Being old but unrespectable, no contradiction. Kid, you have stick arms and legs. Be careful you don't get dragged down by Earl Eric later. The guys who didn't get along with Laurent started mocking when they saw Chen Zhao sitting there and fishing alone. Old grandpas, your bodies are all old now. Chen Zhao didn't back down at all. Don't play these physical games here. Just sunbathe and take in the fresh sea air. Probably even a small fish can drag you into the water, let alone Earl Eric. There was no need to respect the elders now. They didn't look like gentlemen either. They started mocking Chen Zhao as soon as they saw him. Chen Zhao wouldn't respect them either and just shot an insult back. So uncultured. No manners. The old men immediately started yelling. Laurent, Where did you get such an unmannered kid from? Laurent and Chen Zhao had the same thought. This is my in-law. I don't have to like him, but I won't let you outsiders talk about him. You old things have 1 foot in the grave already, Laurent cursed. It's none of your business where I got him from. If you don't like it, then get the stick out of your ass first. Laurent, don't think you can talk like that just because you have more guys. Yeah, I have more guys. Laurent yelled. So what? Want to fight? Chen Zhao's combat power was great. He wouldn't lose to anyone. The old guys grew furious too. Okay, you want to fight with numbers, huh? I'll call more guys. They all started calling people. Powell, who'd been dragged into the water earlier, seemed to manage a farm. He immediately yelled into the phone, Pacey, get everyone on the farm and come to the fishing hole. Do what? Fight, obviously. Whoever doesn't come can fuck off forever. The others were similar. They were either the owner of a farm or ranch. This was like a party for farm and ranch owners, and each one had angry expressions. It seemed that conflicts weren't rare. They all looked experienced at calling men over. Mr. Laurent, I think they have more guys than us. Mr. Laurent, you offended too many people. Chen Zhao was speechless too. Was this old guy digging a ditch for themselves here? Offending 1 or 2 guys was okay, but going against the whole world? Laurent faltered too. Chen, you'll help me fight later, right? We can put our rivalries behind first. When there are other enemies, we have to fight them together. Chen Zhao was clear about this, at least. You could fight however you want behind closed doors, but when there were outsiders, they had to unite. That's good. But those old guys kept calling more and more people. Even Chen Zhao wasn't sure anymore. Those farm and ranch owners could call 7 or 8 guys each. For groups came, totally to more than 30 men. They were men who spent their days doing farm or ranch work. Each one was tall and muscular. Many of them were even bigger than Kareem's trio. Laurent, don't say that I didn't give you a chance, Powell said arrogantly. You and that Asian apologize to us now. Otherwise, all of you will feed the fish in the river today. Laurent and Chen Zhao's expressions were both unnatural. The other side had too many people, while they only had 5 men. One of them, Kane, was also injured and definitely couldn't fight. Laurent was a bit old. He was useless even if he tried. Only Chen Zhao, Kareem, and Howard could fight. Chen, how many can you take? Kareem asked. Howard also looked at him. Chen Zhao calculated a little. How about you guys? I could take 6, Kareem said. Then me too, Howard said. Okay, Chen Zhao said. Give the rest to me. Are you sure? Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. Kareem and Howard took 12, so there were at least 20 left. Could Chen Zhao really take care of 20 men? I don't know. I've never fought with so many people before. Powell started speaking again. If you're scared, it's not too late to surrender. Yeah, don't get your brains smashed later. You think you're so powerful just because you have more people? Try one-on-one. Laurent yelled. You're the one who wanted to compete with numbers. How come you're scared now? Coward, weakling. Politicians are all like this. It seemed that these ranch and farm owners didn't like Laurent, who'd been a senator before. They excluded him from their little clique. Lawrence's expression was very uncomfortable. American society was like this. You could see these concepts in the movies. In American movies, most politicians were evil while soldiers were brave. This was politically correct. The people liked these concepts too. The feelings that were present in China were also present in America, such as hating the rich. Everyone here knew that Laurent had been a senator and his wife, Wenhui, was the owner of a chain supermarket and worth millions. On the other hand, the farm and ranch owners had to scrimp and save. This naturally widened the gap between them, causing conflicts. Do I have to pay the medical fees when I injure these pieces of trash? Chen Zhao asked. No. For fights like this, no one cared about medical fees. Everything was all right as long as no one died. The people here had always been dowdy. Ranch and farm owners often fought over the smallest things. Hey, what did you just say? Such big words. Don't stand in the back. Bring it on. These cowboys and farmers were all egging him on. Chen Zhao took off his jacket and walked forward. Come on, Chen Zhao urged the 20 to 30 men. Lawrence's group was honestly scared for him. They couldn't act so fearlessly. What a joke. If they were the ones facing so many people, they'd piss their pants. Just then, a 2-meter-tall guy walked out of the group. He was muscular and wearing a tank top. His figure was already scary enough. You guys don't need to fight. I'll do it, the big guy said with a rough voice. Hey, monkey, let me teach you about respect. Chen, this guy is an underground boxer, Kareem whispered behind Chen Zhao. He was jailed for 2 years. Be careful. Don't get cocky. They knew that Chen Zhao was strong, but his opponent wasn't weak either. They worried that Chen Zhao would be too cocky. If the first opponent won, it would be embarrassing. You call me a monkey? Chen Zhao loosened his shoulders while looking at the big guy. What? You don't like it? The guy curled his finger. Come on, I'll let you have 3 punches. Chapter 395 Fight. Chapter 395 Fight. Bam! Chen Zhao walked up and punched the big guy. Everyone heard the grating sound of his fist moving through the air. Then, the big guy slowly fell backward and collapsed on the ground. Oman, get up. Stop pretending dead. Stand up now. Nobody believed that the seemingly weak Chen Zhao could knock Oman out in one blow. Laurent and the bodyguards also watched in disbelief. Oman was the best fighter in the region. If it was just fighting, even Kareem, Howard, and Kane were no match for Oman. However, Chen Zhao had just defeated the bull in one punch. No matter how the crowd tried to call him, Oman did not wake up. What a mean person. You sneak attacked him. Are Asians all so mean? Chen Zhao shrugged. He invited me to hit him thrice. I've just made one punch, and he's already down. How disappointing. It's not a boxing tournament. Go and beat him up. Powell shouted in anger. Everyone charged toward Chen Zhao. A cowboy hugged Chen Zhao, but he was immediately flung into the river, and then went the second and the third. Kareem and Howard also took part in the fight, adding to the chaos. Although it was a mess, Chen Zhao, Kareem, and Howard were actually not losing. Nevertheless, they were being hit as well. They were clearly hit more often than they were able to hit others. Kareem and Howard could not take the fight for much longer. In the end, Chen Zhao had to help them. Fuck off. Chen Zhao threw another person into the water. Fool, don't throw him into the river. He'll be uninjured when he climbs up. Punch him instead. Laurent watched the battle anxiously. Bam! A farmer punched Chen Zhao's face, but Chen Zhao was completely fine except for a minor wound on his lip. Chen Zhao returned a punch, and the farmer fell unconscious at once. After 10 minutes or so, both Kareem and Howard were lying on the ground, but Chen Zhao was still standing. On the other side, 20 people had fallen down, most of which were due to Chen Zhao. Only a dozen people were standing. However, they were also somewhat injured. Chen Zhao did not kill anyone. After all, they were not irreconcilable enemies. It was like a street fight. No sane person would stab another person with a dagger. The dozen people did not really dare to go close to Chen Zhao. They had seen how terrifying Chen Zhao was. It was almost impossible to hurt Chen Zhao without a weapon. Chen, beat them up. Beat all of them up. Laurent had no intention to bury the hatchet. Of course, Chen Zhao had no such intention too. This time, instead of counterattacking passively, Chen Zhao charged into the crowd. Immediately, the place was enveloped in painful groaning. None of the people were actual fighters. Chen Zhao could easily finish a person with one punch, although he had to be careful with his strength. He could neither attack too heavily nor attack too lightly. Chen Zhao beat the rest of the crowd up as quickly as he could. Howard and Kareem felt that even if they were not present, Chen Zhao would have won the fight. What humanoid monster! Why would they even provoke such a monster in the first place? Old men, would you like to apologize or be thrown into the river? There was no way Chen Zhao would hit these old people. If he was slightly careless, he might very well be sued. Nonetheless, he could throw them into the river and nothing would happen. The few old ranchers and farmers looked as if they had just stepped on dog shit. Who's this Asian? How could he have defeated so many people? Is he a Chinese? Does he know Kung Fu? Right, all Chinese know Kung Fu. All right, you win, Powell said in indignance. And I apologize for what I have said and done. There are no right or wrong in this fight, only win and loss. The person who won was right. Zhao won, so he was right. Suddenly, the bell on a stationary fighting rod began to ring and the line went taut. Chen, we have a fish, Laurent shouted. Zhao rushed to the fishing rod at once. He grabbed the rod and tried to pull it up. However, he did not manage to. Zhao used more strength, but he still could not pull the fish up. The fish was really powerful. Was it that big guy? Although Zhao could not pull the fish up, the fish also could not break free. Come here, Zhao roared. Then, an enormous creature jumped out of the river, but it immediately fell back in, creating a huge wave. Earl Eric. It's Earl Eric. It's huge. Wow, this guy could surely eat a human. Everyone started to scream in excitement. Those who had been lying on the ground also got up on their feet. Everyone knew that there was an Earl Eric in the river, but not all of them had seen it, including some people who had been fishing here for many years. Today, they were fortunate enough to see Earl Eric for themselves. Zhao clutched the fishing rod, unable to pull it. The fish was too powerful. With its own weight, Zhao felt that it was at least a ton of force. The situation went into the stalemate. The fishing rod had already been bent into an arc. As Earl Eric continued to struggle, ripples appeared constantly and the water became muddy. Chen, do you need help? Kareem and Howard asked, rolling their sleeves upward. Zhao shook his head, but did not speak. He had to use all his strength to fight Earl Eric. Kareem and Howard would only affect him instead of helping him. In fact, Zhao and Earl Eric were not only testing their strength, but also their endurance. It all depended on which of them could persist till the end. Everyone held their breath as they watched Zhao and the creature struggling in the river. While they looked forward to Zhao pulling Earl Eric out of the water, they also hoped that Earl Eric could escape. They did not want Earl Eric to be caught by an outsider, especially when he was their enemy. Moreover, Earl Eric was also a belief and obsession for them. If the river lost Earl Eric, they would lose their interest. Everyone watched the fierce battle nervously. Laurent looked at the fishing rod, which had almost been bent to the maximum. Chen, you can do it. Chapter 396, Simba and Nala. Chapter 396, Simba and Nala. Crack. A sharp crack rang through the air. The fishing pole whipped back, making Zhao stumble back. The string had snapped. Everyone was a bit disappointed, but also happy. They were happy because Earl Eric wasn't caught by an outsider. Their belief and wishes could continue. But they were disappointed because even someone as strong as Zhao couldn't catch Earl Eric. Could anyone fish it out? Zhao shrugged helplessly. It wasn't his fault. Even the tempered fiber string had a limit to what it could bear. Even though he was disappointed, he didn't obsess over it. Plus, even if he did catch such a large fish, he probably had to let it go in the end. Laurent didn't see Zhao pull Earl Eric on a land, but he'd brought Zhao here, so he was still proud. Huh, Powell, how's Chen? Better than your failures, right? Powell didn't speak. After all, he'd lost the fight. As of now, Zhao was also the only one who could go up against Earl Eric. In the past, everyone who tried to go against Earl Eric had failed. In fact, Earl Eric's highest record was pulling 6 guys into the water at once. It was the king of the river. Today, the king of the river met its match. So, he'd lost utterly and completely today. On the way back, Zhao was upset. He'd come out to fish, but didn't catch any. Instead, he had to fight and go home with a face of bruises. How could he be happy? On the other hand, Laurent looked satisfied as if he'd won a fight. As expected, Zhao couldn't fool around with Laurent anymore. Whether he did on purpose or not, Laurent was just bad luck. Chen, if you can catch Earl Eric, I'll let you be with Fei Lai. You're crazy. Zhao didn't feel like caring about someone as immature as Laurent. He had no hope. It was his last day here, though, so he didn't give Laurent a hard time. When they got home, Fei Lai, Four, and Winip had returned too. They saw Zhao, Kareem, and Howard come in with bruised faces. You guys want to fight? It was amazing, Laurent said, spittle flying. We taught that old asshole Powell lesson. You can't imagine how pissed he looked. It was great. Wenhui glanced at Laurent, completely unimpressed. What does this have to do with you? Did you fight? I didn't fight, but if I didn't give strategic pointers from the side, Chen wouldn't have been able to win at all. Laurent shamelessly assigned the honors to himself. Zhao didn't feel like refuting him. Do whatever you want as long as you're happy. Next day, Zhao, Fei Lai, and four packed up and prepared to return to L.A. Wenhui bid farewell to them one by one. As for Laurent, he still looked at Zhao with a hateful expression. Zhao didn't act nicely either. When they hugged, they expressed their hatred without holding back and cursed each other. Come to L.A. When you have time. I'll let you enjoy a near-death experience. You better never come to Sacramento again. Next time, I won't welcome you so gently. As if you could do anything to me. Don't get cocky. I didn't prepare well enough. Next time, I won't let you leave Sacramento alive. I'll be waiting. Don't disappoint me, old asshole. Zhao went to the car. Wenhui then said goodbye to each pet. When they left, Wenhui cried. No one knew if it was for Four and Fei Lai or Princess and the others. What did you say to Dad? You guys seemed unwilling to part, hugging for so long. Fei Lai was still fooled by the fake friendship. She didn't see the truth at all. I invited Laurent to L.A. He says that he's excited to go next time. You guys have a great relationship. Are men's friendships all so pure? For glanced at the rearview mirror and scoffed. For would drive this time, but she demanded that Zhao and Fei Lai had to be within eyesight. They couldn't do inappropriate things as if no one was around. 4. Drive to the Sacramento Zoo. Why? Say bye to a friend, Zhao said. You made new friends in Sacramento. Fei Lai and Four were shocked. If Zhao went to say bye to him, then they must be great friends. When they reached the zoo, Zhao went to the Africa part. Charmin was already waiting. Fei Lai and Four were surprised to see him too. Charmin, you and Chen know each other? What did you guys meet? Charmin chuckled wryly and changed the subject. My princesses, how are you two? I'm very well. I'm good too. Oh, Chen said he's here for an old friend. Who is he meeting? Charmin glanced at Zhao, who looked back at him. He made the staff leave and opened the door to the lion cage. Zhao walked in. Fei Lai and Four watched as Zhao went to interact intimately with the pride of lions. They were immediately frightened. After a while, Zhao walked out of the cage with 2 cubs. Fei Lai and Four were both confused. These were 2 newly born lion cubs, right? Zhao had promised the lioness to take her babies that were about to be born. She didn't want her babies to be trapped in this tiny cage. Don't let anyone see, Charmin said. Thank you, Mr. Charmin. We're even now. Charmin clearly didn't have a good impression of Zhao. After all, he was stealing 2 baby lions right before his eyes. Back in the car, Fei Lai asked, Chen, are we going to raise them? Yes. Is Charmin the friend you wanted to say bye to? No, it's their parents, Zhao said. Fei Lai could tell that Zhao loved these cubs. What are their names? Simba and Nala. Zhao had already decided on these names. It was the pair from Lion King. They were a couple in Lion King, but these 2 were siblings. If he had the chance, he would send them back to Africa. Of course, he needed both the chance and the ability. He didn't have the ability right now. They also couldn't survive on the African plains. Merely a baboon could kill them. Chapter 397, New Home. Chapter 397, New Home. The return journey was much smoother. Nothing really happened, except for Four's complaints. Shortly after they departed, Zhao and Fei Lai disappeared from the rearview mirror, and their voices began again. The whole journey took 8 hours. Zhao sent Four back first. Then, they went straight to their new home at Mirror Lake. It was the first time they saw their new home in its complete form, apart from the small saplings that had yet to be fully grown. When the planted trees were fully grown, half of the villa would be covered, leaving only its top visible. By then, it would look like a white gem among the sea of trees. When they arrived, there were still people inside putting the finishing touches. Mr. Chen, Ms. Fei Lai Hai. Felwood approached them and shook their hands. Then, he led the two into the villa, introducing them to the various areas. Chen Zhao had to admit that buying the piece of land and building such a villa here was really a wise choice. The villa fitted perfectly with the environment. From the master bedroom to the guest rooms, there was glamorous scenery. The rooms faced either the lake or the waterfall. On the first floor, there was a living room connected to the forecourt, which, situated on the left side of the villa, was connected to the lake and the small dock. The backyard was huge, covered with grass. It was enough for all of Chen Zhao's pets to play on. On the second floor, there was a master bedroom, a working room, and a bathroom. The third floor had 3 guest rooms and a living room. All the guest rooms had individual bathrooms. Above the third floor was the rooftop, which would be an ideal place for one to spend one's leisure time. Using the elevator, Felwood brought Chen Zhao and Fei Lai to the garage. The garage was underground, for otherwise it would destroy the aesthetics of the entire building. Right above the garage was the swimming pool. The swimming pool was beside the waterfall. If one were to play in the pool, one would even feel the water vapor blowing from the waterfall. However, if a rainstorm caused the waterfall to flood, polluted water would easily enter the swimming pool. This was the only drawback. After every rainstorm, the swimming pool would need to be cleaned, which was nonetheless acceptable. Considering the climate of Los Angeles, it was unlikely for a rainstorm to occur here. It would probably happen no more than once or twice a year. "What's the soonest time we can move in?" Chen Zhao asked. "Actually, you can move in now, but let my workers leave first," Felwood said. "If you encounter any problems with the quality of the building, you can call me anytime. I'm available 24/7. To be honest, Felwood was really grateful to Chen Zhao for giving him his first major project. In addition, Risfar, Chen Zhao's friend, even introduced him to other projects. Because of that, Felwood's construction company had gotten through the difficult survival period and was on track. "Sure, thank you." Chen Zhao paid Felwood the remaining amount. Both he and Fei Lai were very satisfied with the villa, which they thought was truly flawless. Felwood's workers helped Chen Zhao and Fei Lai to carry some of their luggage into the house. "Mr. Chen, Ms. Fei Lai, please open all the windows for the next 2 days so that fresh air can blow away some of the gases in the building. Of course, we've used toxic-free and harmless materials and paints, so you shouldn't be worried about pollution and harmful gases. Every floor also has an air quality monitor, which is connected to the automation system." Everyone else left. Only Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were left in the villa. "Fei Lai, do you want to try our large bed?" Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai and could not wait to try the super large bed. "Wait, you promised me that when we move, I'll see a legendary creature. Where is it?" "Let's go to basement 1. Chen Zhao held Fei Lai's hand, and they went to the basement. "Where is it?" Fei Lai scanned around, but there was nothing. Chen Zhao pulled Fei Lai to the windows. "Look outside." At the moment, the lake water was somewhat dusky. Aquatic grass was swaying in the water, and Fei Lai could not see anything clearly. Suddenly, something flashed past the windows. Fei Lai was astonished, but she still did not get a good view. "What was that? A snake?" Fei Lai asked, uncertain. Chen Zhao knocked on the window. Finally, the thing began to approach them. It was a snake, but it had 9 heads. It was Little Nine, the Hydra that Chen Zhao had obtained in hell. When he first received Little Nine, it was only as long as a finger and definitely less than 20 centimeters. It had been staying in Blackie's space crevice since then. Now, it was already more than 2 meters long, and its 9 heads were also much bigger. It looked like a small python. Fei Lai placed her hand on the window, her face filled with bewilderment. 9-headed Hydra? I mean, the Hydra in the legends? "It's called Little Nine, my pet." While Fei Lai was shocked, she was not scared. After all, having stayed with Chen Zhao for so long, she was already very tough-minded. Moreover, the silly twins could even combine into a 2-headed wolf. Chen Zhao had also warned her in advance. Mentally prepared, Fei Lai was not afraid at all. Furthermore, Little Nine did not look very fearsome at the moment. In the house, there were a few pets larger than it. Princess was obviously one of them, weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Black Ma and White Ma were also over 100 kilograms heavy. Abitos had been growing quickly too. He was almost 200 kilograms heavy, while Walter weighed 80. And there was also Raymond. Although Raymond was not a python, he had also grown from a small, colorful snake into an enormous one. At the moment, he was 2 meters long. What does it eat? Snakes. Snakes? It eats its own kind. Actually, it eats everything, but snakes are its favorite. The more poisonous the snakes are, the more it likes them. Is it stronger than Raymond? Phalai asked another weird question. Perhaps she was worried that Raymond would be eaten by it. Raymond is stronger, but it's rarer. Who is smarter? Raymond, Chen Zhao said. The cleverest ones we have are Beelzebub, Raymond, and Carrie. They can understand whatever you tell them. Black Ma and White Ma are idiots, but they can also understand most things. And then Abitos and Samuel. Abitos is a kid, so he is really mischievous. Samuel is small too, right? Samuel is quite special. He should be very clever, but he just isn't. Chen Zhao said. How about Walter and Princess? And Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala? Water and Princess should be about as clever as Little Nine. They can understand most of your commands, such as taking a bottle of wine for you, but they may not understand why you ask them to do that. Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala are still ordinary animals now. I don't plan to develop their intelligence yet. Maybe when they're older. Chapter 398, 3 Dogs Entering New Home. Chapter 398, 3 Dogs Entering New Home. Suddenly, a black shadow loomed over Little Nine. Amon. Amon had come. He'd gotten even bigger. Swimming past the glass window, the entire view turned black. Phalai had seen Amon before, but it was her first time seeing Amon's full body. He was like a prehistoric beast. His figure contained a repressive aura. The current that he created overturned Little Nine. Can killer whales be in fresh water? Phalai asked in shock. Yeah, Chen Zhao answered. Actually, there have been records of killer whales entering fresh water from the sea long ago. For example, there had once been a group of killer whales in the Thames River in England. Of course, they couldn't stay in fresh water for too long. Most of them were used to the salt and seawater. Being in fresh water for too long would damage their bodies. This was unrelated to Amon, though. He was a demon, not a true killer whale. Freshwater and seawater were the same to him. Chen Zhao took out the monster skeleton and placed it on the side of the basement. The bones were close to 10 meters long, and the creature was 4-legged, similar to Abitos. Of course, there was no way that it was a dragon. Chen Zhao and Phalai took a long time to assemble the bones. Chen, are you sure it's okay to put this skeleton here? What problems can we have? We'll just say that it's a man-made piece of art. No one will suspect anything. That's true. Phalai was reassured. The house was habitable now, but they couldn't stop. After all, they still had to buy large amounts of everyday items and groceries. Chun, I think you should buy another car so you can go places more easily. You can't drive an RV to buy groceries, right? Okay, I'll go buy one tomorrow, Chun Zhao said. Oh, let's invite all our friends for a housewarming party since we've moved now. Sure. Let's invite the members of the Coastal Rescue Guard too, especially Robio. He designed our house. They obviously had to invite Robio. Chen Zhao had to invite his friends too. He just didn't know what the scene would be like when Ethan, Caprice, and Robio met. Oh, we have a special pet too. What special pet? My friend asked me to take care of it. It's not an average pet, right? A 3-headed hellhound. 3-headed hellhound? Phalai was both scared and excited. When can I meet it? You should say them. The 3 heads have separate minds, Chen Zhao said. I'll introduce you tonight. Are they dangerous? They're like Walter. They're not dangerous as long as they know you. At night, Chen Zhao and Blackie went to the basement one last time and took the 3 dogs out. Chen Zhao rode them back to Mirror Lake, taking advantage of the darkness. These 3 were the biggest of Chen Zhao's pets, other than Amon. Even Princess was 3 times smaller than them. The 3 dogs' body was also very muscular. They ran as quickly as a sports car. Chen Zhao planned on introducing Fei Lai to the three dogs because he didn't want them to be stuck in the tiny space crack like before. It was like how a lion shouldn't be locked in a cage for people to gawk at. Dogs were naturally energetic and wanted people to accompany and play with them. They looked like monsters, but they were still dogs deep down. Fei Lai, we're almost at Mirror Lake. You can come out to wait for us. Fei Lai stood at the door. She could hear a light wind. In the distance, she saw a huge shadow galloping in the dark. There were also some eerily glowing eyes. When the three dogs came before her and the three heads looked down, she stiffened. Facing them felt different than facing Little Nine. Little Nine wasn't big, so it wasn't that shocking. Plus, there was a glass between them, so she didn't feel any danger. However, she was face to face with the three dogs. Fei Lai stiffened like she was faced with a lion, not daring to move. Chen Zhao jumped down from their back. Little 3, Little 2, Little 1, let me make introductions. This is my girlfriend. You have to treat her like you treat me, okay? The three immediately went forward and slobbered over Fei Lai's face. She couldn't really take their enthusiasm. But after getting over her fear, they gave her the same feeling as Black Ma and White Ma did. Fei Lai, this is Little 1, this is Little 2, and this is Little 3. She took out the meat that she'd prepared. Chen Zhao had instructed her to do this beforehand. She gave an entire roasted cow thigh to the head in the middle. The other two tried to steal it, and Fei Lai immediately comforted. Everyone is food. Don't fight. Then she gave food to the other two heads. The three heads all ate tastily. Next, Chen Zhao introduced the dogs to Amon. They'd actually already met the other pets, especially Little Nine. It had been kept in the space crack before, too. They were companions and were now extremely familiar with each other. The dogs hadn't met Princess, Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala before either. They were honestly too excited to meet so many new and old friends. They practically went crazy. After playing for a few hours, the three dogs finally went through the hole that connected the bottom of the river to the house and ducked into the second basement. Chen Zhao had left this entrance to the basement just for the three dogs and Little Nine. Little 3's head was too big. It couldn't go into the basement from the front. With the three dogs' size, going in from the living room would destroy the newly constructed room. Little 9 wasn't big, but Chen Zhao learned from Beelzebub that a Hydra's final form would be much, much bigger than Amon. By then, Little 9 would have to go into the sea. At least, Mirror Lake wouldn't be big enough. The other pets also went to rest in the second basement. It was very spacious there. The big and small pets piled together without seeming cramped. There was even room left over. Chen Zhao wasn't sure how many more pets he would get, so he left some space just in case. This was an unfamiliar place for the pets. It was also Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's first night here. It was unfamiliar, but made them feel reassured. After all, this was truly their home. Chapter 399, Inviting Friends. Chapter 399, Inviting Friends. The next day, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai went to different places. Fei Lai went to the coastal rescue team to invite her friends and colleagues. On the other hand, Chen Zhao invited his friends, David and Kate, Leonardo, Bant and his family, Ethan, Caprice, Vincent, Del and Faith, Risfar and his family, Rasfa, Zola, Daniel, Manny, Stephen, Wright, Normans, and Mr. Doman, Evely, Sienna, Chris, Cheryl, and Rufford. He had to invite all of them, whether they could attend the party or not. He had to display his sincerity. Chen Zhao created a name list to see if he had missed anyone out. Right, Dion Sloat and his daughter Azina. Dion had helped him to get this very piece of land. After all, Dion was the mayor back then. Regardless of how the other people in the town thought about him, Chen Zhao did not have a bad impression of Dion. Ethan, I've just moved to my new house. I'll be organizing a party. Remember to come with Annie Lee. Sure, I'll be there. Remember to bring a present. The signal is bad. What did you say? David, I've moved. I'm having a party tonight. Okay, I'll definitely go. Remember to tell Kate about it. Leonardo. Okay. Rasfa. I'm sorry, Chun, but I'm on holiday. All right, but I think Zola, Daniel, and Manny will be there. Sure. Steven. Chun, I'm inspecting the filming locations, so I can't attend the party. I'm sorry. Don't worry. Also, remember to tell me when you start filming. Of course. Rupert, Chen, I'm in a closed-door training. Got it. Mr. Doman, Chen, I'm in the UK right now. I'll ask Normans to go. Congrats anyway. Caprice. That old asshole's going, so I won't go, but still, congratulations. Most people could attend the party. Clearly, Chen Zhao thought that the more, the merrier. Nevertheless, to those who could not come, Chen Zhao expressed his regrets and understanding. Nobody had to leave their work just for his party. Moreover, some people really could not make it to his party in time. At the moment, Chen Zhao had a name not on the list, Yafen. He was reluctant to invite her. Although they had no official relationship, there had still been some emotion between them. In the end, Chen Zhao still decided to call Yafen. Yafen, I moved to my new house. I'm holding a party. Are you coming? Congrats, Chen, of course I'll be there. Yafen agreed. Actually, she was a very clever person. Chen Zhao had helped her a few times, so she was also willing to attend his party. Chen, I have 8 friends here. Fei Lai called Chen Zhao. Got it. We need to prepare sufficient food. I don't want to run out of food at night. Chen Zhao gave Fei Lai a positive reply. He indeed had to take note of this. Although they were all friends, it was a party, so it was important for everyone to feel happy and satisfied. Chen Zhao first went to buy a truck. Instead of spending time to make his choice, he bought a random small truck. Like what Fei Lai had said, both the RV and the sports car were not suitable for shopping. The small truck cost less than $10,000, but it would be really useful. Then, Chen Zhao went shopping. However, he could not find huge beef pieces in the supermarket. When he was in Sacramento, he could easily find entire beef thighs in the supermarket. Chen Zhao thought of Rhea. Hey, Rhea. What? Are the cattle in your ranch for sale? You're going to raise cattle? No. I need beef, so I would like to purchase a cow. A slaughtered cow, of course. We do not sell them one by one. Rhea rejected directly. Wait, are you holding a party? Yes, I've just moved. I'm expecting a large number of guests. Tell you what, I can offer you a cow, but you need to let Rena and I attend the party too. Chen Zhao was stunned. They were not even friends. In fact, there had even been conflicts between them. Why would Rena and Rhea come to his party? Of course, I'm honored to have you. All right, give me your new address. Because it was a party, Chen Zhao would not have enough time to prepare it all by himself. Hence he called David and Leonardo again and asked for their help. Soon, Rena and Rhea arrived. They even had many bodyguards behind them, some of which Chen Zhao found familiar. Those few bodyguards ignored Chen Zhao completely. To be honest, their encounter with Chen Zhao that day had left such a deep impression. Chen, are they your enemies? Fought once. Why didn't you call us? Go away. Why do you want to be in everything? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Go and prepare the barbecue stand. Leonardo and David prepared the stand, which was used specifically to roast beef thighs. Rena and Rhea approached them. Rhea brought Chen Zhao 2 cows, which had both been slaughtered. The few bodyguards carried them down the truck. This place is so beautiful. Rena admired the scenery. Why are you still here? Didn't you go back to San Francisco? Chen Zhao said. Are you chasing me away? Why would I? Chen Zhao glanced at Rhea, who was beside them. Can I play on the lake? Rena asked. Sure. There was a small wooden boat by the dock. Felwood had prepared it especially for Chen Zhao and Fei Lai, although they had yet to use it. Do you need help from me or my men? No, you could go inside and rest. The party has yet to start, and the guests yet to arrive. Let me help you with the roasting. All right. Rena rafted on the lake alone. Suddenly, Rena saw a black thing on the surface of the lake, not far away from her. Rhea and the few bodyguards charged toward the lake at once. Rena, what's wrong? Whale. There's a killer whale here. Chen, why is there a killer whale here? Is it the same one you had? Rhea asked, worried. Chen Zhao said lightly, he won't bite people. Can killer whales enter a freshwater lake? Why are you so surprised? There are records of killer whales entering freshwater areas. Fine, are you sure he won't hurt Rena? However, When Rhea raised her head again, she realized that Rena's initial fear was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she jumped right on top of the killer whale. Chapter 400, Such a Big, Big Fish. Chapter 400, Such a Big, Big Fish. Just then, a white yacht cruised over. Zhao looked up and saw Risfar, Laura, Dell, and the 3 kids, Ronnie, Vil, and Faith. "Daddy, look. Big fishy, big fishy. A big, big fishy. I want to go up. I want to go up." The 3 already saw Rena on the river and Amon floating in the water. It was Laura's first time seeing such a big killer whale. It was 3 times longer than their yacht. So big. Laura was a bit afraid. After all, this was her first time. "Daddy, I want to go. I want to go." Faith wouldn't stay still either. If Dell wasn't holding her, she probably would have jumped into the water. She was only 1 year old, but she was already a good swimmer. They were still far from land, so Risfar could only call Zhao. "Chen, Faith, Ronnie, and Vil want to play with the killer whale. Is that okay?" "No problem. Don't worry. Amon is really gentle." Just then, Amon moved. The huge body cut through the water and jumped up. "Ah!" On his back, Rena yelled, not in fear but excitement. When the people on the yacht saw the huge beast's full figure, they couldn't help but make sounds of surprise. Ronnie, Vil, and Faith's mouths dropped open. Their eyes sparkled. Under Zhao's command, Amon poked his head out and interacted with the people on the ship. He made dolphin noises. After messing around for a long while, the yacht finally got to land. Everyone was wet from Amon's sprays. Just then, Black Ma and White Ma came out with a cluster of bananas for Faith, Ronnie, and Vil. Princess also came swaying into the front yard. Every now and then, she would ask for food from the people cooking. The 4 kings, Briar, Bramble, Simba, and Nala, were playing around. They quickly caught the attention of the 3 kids. They started petting the 4 kings crazily. "Chen, this is the gift I prepared just for you." Zhao accepted Risfar's red wine. The packaging was very detailed and looked expensive. "Thank you." Zhao wouldn't reject Risfar today. "Chen, my gift for you is on the boat. Come get it with me." A while later, Dell and Zhao rushed out, one after another. "Don't run. I'm going to kill you today." "Why?" "Chen, why don't you like the gift? It cost me a few $100,000. A famous Italian artisan made it himself. Don't you know that you can give a Chinese person anything, but not a clock?" Zhao caught up to Dell and tossed him into the river. But in the end, he still accepted the thoughtless gift. It wasn't evening yet, but many of the guests had already come. Mary and Bant definitely came together too. As soon as Mary arrived, she went straight to the kitchen to help. Bant gave Zhao a wood carving of Zhao's whole family. Zhao, Falai, Walter, Black Ma, White Ma, Princess, Briar, Bramble, Beelzebub, Carrie, and Raymond were all there. "Why aren't I there? Why aren't I there? Why aren't I there?" Samuel stared at the carving, very upset. "Okay, stop it. I'll add you in later." "Is this your new home?" Some women from the coastal rescue team stared at the tall house in shock. Along the way, they thought there couldn't be a nice house in such a remote place. When they arrived, they realized how laughable their thoughts had been. The house before their eyes was too beautiful. Just imagining living here made them go crazy with jealousy. "Robio designed it," Falai said. "It's too beautiful." They couldn't look away. Falai brought them to the living room, but they couldn't stay sitting. They looked around the entire house, checking out the inside and outside. Chen really knows how to enjoy life. He's rich. Too bad Falai got him first. Falai's so lucky. How come I didn't realize that Chen has potential? Do you see that yacht in the river? What's wrong with it? That's a limited edition designed by Azimut Benetti. It's like a limited edition sports car. That one would cost around $5 million. All the women expressed their amazement. Just then, a roar of an engine came from the road. The women on the balcony all looked down at this noise. They saw a gray sports car zoom over. It was a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. The sleek car was filled with power. It only gave off one feeling: expensive. A young man and woman came down from the car. The girl seemed to not be of age yet. "Chun, Daniel and Manny greeted Chen Zhao. Manny studied Chen Zhao's new home. Your house is pretty, much prettier than Grandpa's house. Rascal will be sad if he hears that, Chen Zhao teased. The truth is the truth. Grandpa's house is so ugly. Not just the outside, but the inside is ugly too. I don't get his taste. The entire house just screams, tear me down. Oh, your mom didn't come? She did, but she's helping Grandpa prepare a gift for you. A while later, Zola came over with Paul. Their gift was a Bodhi tree bonsai around 1 meter tall. Chen Zhao thought that this gift was very suitable. At least, he liked it a lot. It would definitely be a shining point in the living room. Chen, congrats on your new home. Thank you. Come in and sit. Paul, you too. Thank you, Mr. Chen. More and more guests came. The atmosphere grew hotter and hotter. After welcoming Paul and Zola, 2 more cars stopped before Chen Zhao. Yafin and Lucy came one after another. Yafin had put away her usual sexiness. Her makeup was light too. Lucy also came dressed like a businesswoman. It was evident that they knew what today was and didn't plan on stealing the show. However, Chen Zhao didn't expect them to show up together. They weren't friends, right? There weren't any true friends in Hollywood either, but anyone who saw them would think that they were good friends. Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were busy hosting the guests. In the evening, Ethan and Li Qing finally arrived. But the scene that Chen Zhao worried the most about happened. Ethan saw Robio. The father and son met. Chapter 401. It's just a mode. Chapter 401. It's just a mode. All along, Chen Zhao knew from their conversations that their relationship was really bad. In fact, Robio had a poor relationship with not just Ethan, but also Caprice. Chen Zhao had no idea why the family of 3 would view each other as enemies. Luckily, Rudd arrived in time to separate Robio and Ethan. Chen Zhao was really scared that the 2 might end up in a fight, which would be a tricky situation to handle. Moreover, if they did, Chen Zhao would not know who to help. Right? You look amazing today. You're still so sweet. Chen Zhao helped Wright get into the house and introduced her to Fei Lai. Fei Lai just realized that the elder before her was the principal of ULCA and also For's teacher. Nonetheless, Wright did not stay for long. She did not enjoy the noisy party atmosphere, after all. She visited the house and praised Robio's design, after which she left by herself. The party was still in full swing, but Chen Zhao realized that Leonardo was busy asking for numbers again. Leonardo, come here. Chen, what's up? How's your partner, Rose? How are the 2 of you? I don't want to talk about her. What happened? While Chen Zhao had only met Rose once, he felt that Rose should be into Leonardo. However, they apparently did not have a good time. Can you tell me what happened? I don't want to talk about it. Fine. Chen Zhao shrugged. He could not help Leonardo if Leonardo would not tell him the situation. Anyway, you don't chase girls like this. Firstly, you can't just go around and ask for their numbers. Then what should I do? First, you cannot let her feel uncomfortable. So what do I do? Leonardo asked patiently. Tell me, what did you say to them? May I have your number, please? Leonardo answered. And that's all. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. First of all, you shouldn't pick someone who has friends around, whether her friends are guys or girls. Why? If there are a few girls together, don't I get a better chance? Of course you get a better chance. If you're charming enough, you might hook all of them, but if you can't even get one of them, do you think it'll work? Also, women have chain reactions. If one of them likes you, then the others will also like you. If one hates you, then the rest will hate you as well. If any of them thinks that you're too low, then, in order to maintain consistency in their style, they'll all reject you. Do you understand? All right, so what should I do? Leonardo was a good student because was eager to learn. But no teacher would want to teach him. Do you see the girl who's drinking alone beside the bar counter? Her name's Brad Leese, Fei Lai's colleague. She doesn't really mix with the other girls. Leonardo nodded. Yes, she looks pretty. That's not the important thing. Listen to me. Okay. Hi, are you alone? Chen Zhao said. She will look at you and then nod. And then, it's really noisy here. Do you want to go outside instead? There are many people outside too, Leonardo said. Go to the waterfall. Nobody's there. Isn't it even noisier there? What an idiot. It's noise from the people, not the environment. Also, throw away the can of beer. Go to the counter and take a bottle of red wine. Zhao patted Leonardo's shoulder. Leonardo mustered his courage and walked toward the girl named Bradley's. David approached Zhao. Chen, are you teaching Leonardo how to hook up with a girl? Zhao and David touched their cans of beer. I'm just worried that he'll chase all the girls in the party away. If that happens, there will be no girls in my parties ever again. Do you think it will succeed? That girl probably just broke up with someone. If someone can walk into her heart now, she'll accept him quickly. Zhao glanced at David. How about you? How are you and Kate? Not bad, although we're both very busy with work. Yeah, a cop and a reporter. Zhao did not think that their relationship could last for long. Although Kate really admired David, it was only because of the distance between them. Should they live together, the mystery and fun would all disappear. Furthermore, both David and Kate were very independent. This is what happens in romantic relationships. When both parties are too dominant, cracks will start to form. On the other hand, if one party is stronger than the other, the relationship would be more stable. For example, Laurent had always been the weak one, and Winip was more dominant in their family. Of course, as one of his principles, Zhao would not interfere with another person's relationships, even if the person was his good friend. No matter how close he and David were, he was but an outsider in David's romantic relationship. Zhao had neither the right nor the reason to interfere. Even though David claimed that the relationship was quite stable, Kate did not come to the party, which could be a sign. Zhao had only been in love twice, once in college and now with Fei Lai, but he knew quite a lot about relationships. The reality was not a movie or drama. You've had quite a lot of alcohol tonight. I think it's better for you to stay here overnight, Zhao suggested. Will that be convenient for you? The thing is, I need someone to help me clean the place up. Can I say no? No, Zhao said, smiling. Just then, Sienna approached the two of them. Chen, come here. What's happening? Why are you acting so suspiciously? David asked curiously. What's in the basement? What? Did she see Hellhound? Or perhaps Little Nine? The skeleton. Sienna stared at Zhao with a serious face. The skeleton? It's a craft that I've hired someone to make. It's not real. Zhao found an excuse. You can't trick me. The skeleton's real. Chen, what skeleton? Did you kill someone and hide their skeleton here? David was shocked. What are you thinking? Zhao rolled his eyes and looked at Sienna. How do you know that it's real? Chapter 402, Most Dangerous Wizard. Chapter 402, Most Dangerous Wizard. The aura on it is too obvious, Sienna said. It's a magical aura. I'm sure that it was very strong before death. Is it your prey? Chen, take me to see it. I want to see what prey it is. David instantly grew excited. Zhao didn't reject them. After all, David had seen supernatural powers with them before. He counted as a member of their circle. Zhao brought Sienna and David to the basement. David instantly saw the huge skeleton that circled the wall. So big. What was it when it was alive? It doesn't have a name. It's just a monster. You could actually kill something so strong. Even though only the bones remain, I can still feel that it contains strong magic power. Can you give me a bone? I'm keeping it here to look pretty. If you take away a bone, my collection will be ruined. It's too wasteful for you to put here. What are you going to use it for? To make a magical potion, obviously. Magical potion? Zhao thought for a moment. He was getting more and more reliant on magic when treating some difficult patients. Every time he finished, he would be mentally and physically exhausted. If he could improve his magical abilities, it would be a great help to his career. I can't give you this, but I can get you some other bones, Zhao said. I'll help you get some later, but you have to share the magic potion with me. Sure. Oh, Chen, you're here. Just then, Normans and Evely walked down the spiral staircase. They saw Zhao and his two friends. What's this? It looks so realistic. Is it a dinosaur model? Evely asked curiously. Normans touched a bone. It feels special too. No, a Hollywood prop master made it. I see weird creatures in movies all the time, so I paid a prop team to make this for me. It feels so special. Evely said. It's different from bones. Of course, Zhao said. After all, it wasn't cheap. Putting a model like this in a dark basement. You're seriously creepy. Sienna pretended to shiver. Let's go up. Zhao shrugged. Let's go. There's nothing to look here. Let's go up. Everyone in the front yard was having fun. Dell was bragging about his past. Something about skydiving, deep-sea diving, or what mountains he'd climbed. Uncle Chen, I want to see your magic tricks, Faith said, tugging Zhao's pants. Chen, I want to see your magic too, Risfar said. How about you do a trick? Zhao snapped his fingers and turned his hand. A coin was between his fingers. He turned his hand again, and the coin disappeared. I can see these tricks on TV every day, Risfar teased. Do something harder. Zhao chuckled. He put his hands together. Then, coins of various sizes kept slipping out of the cracks. Pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters fell out endlessly. Soon, the ground was covered in coins. Everyone was amazed at this. Zhao wore short sleeves, so he couldn't hide so many coins in his hands. Zhao piled the coins together. Then he wiped his hands over the pile, and the coins all disappeared. Sienna looked at him in confusion. Was this a magic trick or spell? If it was a spell, how come she couldn't feel anything? Uncle, can you do something bigger? Zhao separated his hands slowly. A bottle of wine appeared between his palms. But then he put his hands together and the wine disappeared. Okay, please clap now. Everyone started clapping and cheering. Zhao finally took out the bottle of wine happily. Chen, where did you hide this wine? Dell asked curiously. How come I couldn't see it at all? Magic is magic. I can't tell you. If you want to know, then go think of the answer yourself. Zhao chuckled. Just then, the phone rang. The performance is over. Keep having fun. He went somewhere without people and answered the call. It was from Pierce South. Chen, Pierce, how can I help you? Chen, I'm outside your door. Taken aback, Zhao went to the door. He saw Pierce South standing in the shadows with a robed man. Pierce. Mr. Chen, let me introduce you to Jaisha from India. Hello, Mr. Jaisha. Chen, Jaisha and I are here today to work with you. For that King of the Sun golden chalice. Yes. I don't believe that you can be so careless. Such an important thing. Zhao cut Pierce off. Pierce, please let me maintain the last bit of a good impression I have of you. That diary is already burnt. I didn't know how important it was until you told me the true background of the diary. Fine. Chen, I hope you can think about it carefully. We can share the Sun King Gold Cup, because everyone can only take the effect of one mouthful. Working together is good for everyone. Pierce, you're not welcome here. Please leave. Zhao finally tried driving him away. He hated how Pierce South kept clinging to him. That diary belonged to him. He could share it if he wanted to. If he didn't want to, no one could force him to do so. Pierce South and Jaisha could only turn and leave. In the darkness, Pierce asked, How is it? Did you get a result? He lied, Jaisha said. That diary is still here. Are you sure? Of course. Jaisha pulled a python out. It had a pentagon on its head. My baby tells me that the Chinese man is lying. Pierce's face darkened. So that guy wants to take it for himself. It seems to be the case. What solution do you have? Since he's unwilling to cooperate, I'll have to make him feel pain, Jaisha said confidently. I'll make him come beg me. That Chinese man is really strong. He's not a typical wizard. You best be careful. I won't go face to face. Only barbarians do that. An eerie smile appeared on Jaisha's face. Hiss, hiss. Terrifying noises came from Jaisha's sleeve. Pierce glanced at him. This was why he'd asked Jaisha to come. Jaisha was a wizard like him, but he was the most dangerous wizard of all. Chapter 403 Snakes. Chapter 403 Snakes. Rinse these. David, throw these into the bin. All the guests except David and Leonardo had left. As Zhao cleaned the place up, he asked, Leonardo, can you tell me why you failed again? I was holding her hand, sitting by the waterfall. Both David and Zhao stopped what they had been doing. In their opinion, if a woman was willing to follow a man to a waterfall when it was dark and quiet, something ought to happen. And then for some reason, she kept staring at me. And then, I asked her if she was tired. A bit, she said. And then I said, if you're tired, you can go and rest. I'll continue to sit here, Leonardo said with a long face. Chen, Zhao, and David dashed toward Leonardo and showered him with their fists. Stop! Why are you punching me? Just then, Feilai, who had been in the living room, also walked out. She gloated. She hoped that she could sleep with you in the guest room. But I wasn't tired. That's why they're hitting you. Suddenly, Leonardo slapped his forehead. Oh, I get it. I missed such a good opportunity. It's too late, unfortunately. Oh, there's a snake here. David suddenly used a pole to pick a snake up. Is it Raymond's relative? No. Throw it into the lake. Chen, Zhao shook his hand. I think it's a saw-scaled viper, Leonardo said. What about it? Do you recognize the snake? Recently, 2 people in our police area have died to this venomous species, Leonardo said. You should be careful. Try not to go out at night, especially the wild, David said. Chen, you and Feilai should be very careful. Your house is kind of in the wild. No, the 2 victims died in their homes. Did the snakes climb into their homes? Saw-scaled vipers are only found in Asian tropical regions, mainly India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, and they're most abundant in the Indian subcontinent. They're venomous and very aggressive, Leonardo said. You mean there shouldn't be any of them in America? Yes. Also, you should have killed the snake instead of throwing it away. It'll be really troublesome if there's a species invasion, and people might get hurt given how aggressive they are. Chen Zhao squinted. Coincidence. He hoped that it was just a coincidence. Huh? My snake died. Some coldness flashed across Jasha's eyes. Seems like I've still underestimated him, but he won't be so lucky again. When Piers South saw Jasha release about a dozen venomous snakes on the ground, he frowned. With so many snakes, you'll kill him. If he dies, how should we find the nautical dairy? It doesn't matter whether he's dead or not. We can go into his house and search for the dairy ourselves. Fine. Piers found the plan sensible. Anyway, he was not going to be the murderer, so he was not worried at all. After showering, David and Leonardo went to sleep. Chen Zhao cast Banshee's charm on them to give them a better rest. On the other hand, Chen Zhao and Feilai sat by the lake with their feet in the water. It was a rare period of peacefulness. Just then, a few heads surfaced from the lake. Little Nine could finally bring its heads out of the water. Immediately, Hellhound did the same. They had such a boring time in Basement 2 and could not wait to breathe some fresh air. Hellhound began to run wildly in the darkness. Woof, woof. Suddenly, Hellhound started to bark loudly at some grass. Huh? Did they see something? Feilai asked. Chen Zhao could hear the violence in Hellbound's barking. Then he saw Hellhound slap the ground with their paw, and something was thrown toward him. It's a poisonous snake. It was a deadly mini-banded kite. However, the mini-banded kite was only found in Asia, mainly central and southern China and Southeast Asia. Why would there be a mini-banded kite here? Swish! Suddenly, one of Little Nine's heads seized the snake that had just been killed by Hellhound and swallowed it. Unlike normal snakes that would swallow their prey whole, Little Nine would chew its food. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He could confirm that someone was causing all this. The most suspicious person was the Indian named Jasha. Given that he was a friend of Piers, he was very likely a wizard too. Chen Zhao would not be surprised if he had been controlling all the snakes. Nevertheless, the ability was really impossible to guard. Feilai, you should go in first. I think there might be quite a lot of venomous snakes around. I'll ask them to clean all the snakes up before they start to affect our quality of life. Sure, be careful, Feilai nodded. After Feilai went into the house, Chen Zhao's face darkened and he summoned Raymond, Beelzebub, Carrie, Walter, the silly twins, and Princess. Carrie was instructed to protect Feilai, while Beelzebub and Raymond were asked to watch David and Leonardo. Chen Zhao was unsure if any snakes had already entered the house, so he had to be careful. At this hour, it was clearly impossible for Chen Zhao to search for all the snakes by himself. Walter, the silly twins, and Princess all had very high resistances against poison, so they would not die even if they were bitten. Go and find every single snake around here. Just then, Blackie floated toward him. That's too much work. Let me point them to you. Zhao slapped his forehead. Blackie could see souls, including those of snakes. Even in the darkness, Blackie could still pinpoint the snake's souls. Blackie, check if any snakes have entered the house. I already did that. There was none. With Blackie's promise, Zhao could finally heave a sigh of relief. Shit, all my babies are dead. Fuck. How dare he? How dare he hurt my babies like this? Jade roared madly. Jade, is that all you have? Pierce South was very unhappy. The two of them had already been standing in the darkness for a few hours, with mosquitoes everywhere. Pierce would not have stayed with the manic wizard if not for the nautical dairy. For the entire night, Pierce had been listening to Jace's roaring. Do you want to see my true power? Fine, I'll show it to you. Suddenly, Jace grabbed the cobra, which struggled in discomfort. However, Jace pulled the cobra with more and more force. Snap! The cobra was torn into two. Jace stuffed the two pieces into his mouth and chewed them. As Pierce watched, he was utterly disgusted. Then, Jace's stomach suddenly became bloated, after which he began to vomit. His abdomen, neck, and mouth all somewhat enlarged. Soon, a large python was spat out of his mouth. Covered in some kind of viscous liquid, it looked really nasty. After vomiting the python out, Jace became very weak. Go, eat every single person in that house. Chapter 404. Magic is indeed used for getting food. Chapter 404. Magic is indeed used for getting food. Jace was tall and thin, and he looked like he was malnourished. But even with that body, he spat out a 10-meter-long python. Of course, Pierce knew that this was Jace's special magic. He'd heard long ago that Jace's magic came from the snake god of India. This spell, called Snake Reborn, was especially evil and sinister. Apparently, this spell could turn all of the user's magic and vitality into a divine snake. This snake would listen to the user's orders and eat his enemies, then return back into the user's body. The swallow vitality would then belong to the user. Jace's title as the most dangerous wizard wasn't unfounded. Just in the time he spent in L.A., he already killed 2 people. The python looked terrifying. It was like a monster python from a movie. It didn't have any of the laziness that snakes usually had and slipped into the lake with a whoosh. This python was practically undefeatable on land. No creature could counter it. Even lions, tigers, and bears would flee its sight. Hey, there's a big guy in the water, Blackie suddenly said. Such strong vitality. Is it powerful? Zhao couldn't see the lake, so he couldn't help worrying. Similar to Princess, Blackie said. What level was Princess at now? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was the strongest creature on Earth, but now, there was a creature at the same level as her. Amon, drag it into the water, Zhao commanded immediately. If this thing reached land, it would probably be a difficult battle. In this case, he'd just make sure it couldn't get onto land. After getting Zhao's order, Amon complained while acting. He'd already found the thing and sent a message to Zhao. It's a python. Another snake? It was definitely Jace messing around. Just swallow it. Getting Zhao's command, Amon opened his mouth and swallowed the python. The python may have no enemies on land, but it was facing Amon, who was 100 times bigger than it and the Lord of the Sea. It was powerless and couldn't even struggle. Amon took a bit. Pure life essence spurted into his mouth, and he instantly grew spirited. Wow, such pure vitality. What vitality? Zhao asked in confusion. This python probably isn't a normal creature. It may be born from magic, but creatures like this need matching vitality to support it. The stronger the vitality offered, the stronger its power and body. Then Amon added, tasty. Ah, Jace suddenly yelled. Blood spewed out of his mouth. Monster, monster! Pierce South was in disbelief. What had happened? Seriously, what had happened? Why did Jace have this reaction? Why was he yelling monster? Immediately after, Jace's body started shriveling up. He reached out an arm that looked like a withered branch. Help me, help me. but he shriveled up faster and faster. Crack! His arm couldn't bear the weight anymore. It snapped right in front of Pierce. There wasn't a drop of blood at the breakage. Pierce stepped back in fear. He watched as Jaisha quickly died. Finally, his body collapsed completely, spilling onto the ground like a pile of dirt. Pierce shuddered. He couldn't stay here. He had to leave as fast as possible. That Chinese man was more dangerous than he'd imagined. Damn it, he shouldn't have attacked directly. Now, Chen Zhao would know it had something to do with him. Little Nine swam around Amon, eating the leftover bits. To Little Nine, even Amon's leftovers were enough for a full meal. Chen Zhao sat beside the lake. His expression was still dark. He'd moved to a new home, but he ran into trouble the second day. He had to solve this problem. The new home's defense was too weak too. He had to fortify it. Blackie, I want to add some defenses. Do you have any ideas? It's time to use my dead soul magic and those bones. Yeah, I said those bones are useful, right? What should we do? Scatter the bones around Mirror Lake. Bury them underground. If there are people with bad intentions, I'll be able to know immediately. But I can't kill people, so I think you should learn some necromancy spells. Chen Zhao got a bigger headache. Learning those spells wasn't a problem. The problem was that his magic was too weak now. It seemed that he had to move magic up his priority list. First, he had to find time to visit Hell. He would move some bones over from Samuel's nest. Samuel always ate those strong demons. Even the bones still contained strong magical power. Sienna could make magic potions, so he would get some from her. However, he didn't know how effective it would be. Blackie surveyed the surroundings again. After confirming that no one was there, Chen Zhao went back to rest. He didn't have a good night's sleep, though. It was all because of that Pierce South. And that Jaisha. If Chen Zhao caught them, he would definitely feed them to the dogs. He didn't know yet that his wish would never come true. After all, Jaisha had already died, indirectly in his hands. Chen Zhao spent the entire night thinking about how to strengthen the house's defenses. He didn't worry about any enemies coming inside the house, but the other never did it face to face. They always came secretly. If they had put 10 more snakes and Blackie wasn't here, it would be truly hard to defend the house. Fei Lai especially couldn't protect herself. If she was bitten by a poisonous snake, things would get worse. Blackie's suggestion was to use dead soul magic and bury those bones. This plan was nice, but a slow remedy couldn't address the current emergency. The enemy wouldn't wait for him to improve in magic or make all the necessary preparations. Unwilling to sleep, Chen Zhao climbed out of bed and started checking the house's blueprint. Of course, the best solution was to kill Pierce South and Jaisha. They wouldn't appear obediently before Chen Zhao, though. He would visit Pierce's house tomorrow. If Chen Zhao saw him, he would definitely twist Pierce's head off and use it as a soccer ball. Chapter 405, Gimme a Combo. Chapter 405, Gimme a Combo. While it was still dark, Pierce South snuck into a deep alley. The alley was filled with a stench. It had clearly been a long time since the trash containers were last cleared. The entire alley was enveloped in darkness, with sewage seeping out from the ground. Pierce quickly covered his nose. He would not be here if not for the dire situation. He walked further in and eventually stopped before a rusty iron door. Clank, clank. The iron door produced a loud noise. Then, Pierce heard a voice from inside. Come in. Pierce South pushed the door open. The room was similarly very dim. Crash. Pierce had accidentally knocked ajar. Just then, Pierce heard another voice, which he found rather awkward. You've broken my experiment equipment. $1,000. Pierce immediately pulled out his wallet and said, Ms. Rupert, hi. I'm Pierce South. I think you should remember me. Nope, Ms. Rupert answered rudely in the darkness. It was really awkward. Pierce picked himself up and continued, Ms. Rupert, I need your help. Then, a neon light sign beside her lit up. Business scope, revenge, $2,000 plus. Extramarital affairs investigation, $10,000 plus. Stealing a specified item, $1,000 plus. Looking at the complicated business scope, Pierce South felt that he had entered the wrong place. Ms. Rupert, I would like to hire you to deal with a sorcerer. Huh? Oh, I see, sorry. The sign dimmed and another sign lit up. Various curses, $10,000 plus. Evil spirit harassment, $10,000 plus. Nightmare harassment, $10,000 plus. Diseases, $3,000 each. Divination, $1,000 each time. Attacking a witch/wizard, $100,000 each, whether successful or failed. Ms. Rupert, can you please turn the lights on? I would like to talk to you face to face. The room was really dim, so Pierce could only roughly see a shadow. The lights are broken. Let's just speak like this. All right, I need you to attack a wizard. He just killed Viper Jasha from India's Snake God clan, so I need your help. So he's very powerful? Rupert asked. Yes, very. Then I recommend a combo for you. Attack him plus evil spirit harassment plus nightmare harassment. Discounted price, $120,000. Where's the discount again? I won't charge you for the conversation. Pierce was already regretting his decision. Nevertheless, Rupert was the most famous witch in Los Angeles, and Pierce had no other choices. If Zhao found him, he would be dead for sure. After some hesitation, Pierce said, I want him dead. Murder is illegal. Not if you do it with magic and don't get caught. Fine, $1 million. Wait, why is it so expensive? I'm a witch with principles. Why would I violate my own principles without a sufficient price? The combo you just said? To what extent can you injure him? That would depend on how strong he is. Pierce was dissatisfied, but there was nothing else he could do. When would you begin? Depends on my mood. No, depends on whether I can find an opportunity. Zhao went to town and asked around. Pierce had actually moved away a month ago. The chemical plant that he had been working in had fired him for some unknown reason. Zhao was very annoyed by this, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had to move on. Clearly, he would not travel everywhere just to look for Pierce. Then, Zhao went to the hospital. Tiger's arms had already healed. Zhao first helped Tiger to be discharged from the hospital. After all, the hospital was not a good place for Tiger's eye replacement. Tiger bore my van. With an eye mask, Tiger entered Zhao's RV. Zhao had healed Tiger's arms in just half a month, which made Tiger much more confident in his medical skills. Nonetheless, Tiger's left eye was completely blind. Could Zhao really cure his eye too? It was impossible for Tiger to become a professional boxer with just one eye, because it would reduce the field of vision greatly. Being observant and alert was the most basic requirement to becoming a boxer. Therefore, Tiger was still lost about his fate and future. What do I do now? Tiger was quite familiar with Zhao's pets, so he was not surprised when he saw them in the RV. Lie there. Following Zhao's instruction, Tiger lay on the bed. Then, you'll sleep. Zhao snapped his fingers, and Tiger lost consciousness. Zhao took out a pristine eyeball. Replacing Tiger's eye was an easy task for him, since the pristine eyeball would complete everything by itself. Although the process looked somewhat like parasitism in those horror movies, it was a very normal thing in hell. Zhao drove the van to UCLA, during which Tiger had an amazing sleep. He felt that it had been a long time since he had such a good rest. In the last period of time, his damaged eyeball had been continuously causing pain, disrupting his sleep. Slap! Wake up! Tiger felt that someone was slapping his face. He waved his hand. Go away. Wake up. Go away before I beat you up. Swish. The next instant, Tiger was lifted into the air. Tiger opened his eyes and realized that he was being held by Zhao. You want to beat me up? Huh? No. Tiger almost cried for his carelessness. I was dreaming. That's better. Zhao put Tiger back onto the floor. Lucky. Tiger patted his chest, but he felt that something was wrong. He closed his left eye and then switched to the other eye. I can see with my left eye. No way. Is this an illusion or a dream? Mr. Chen, my eye. Forget the past. If anyone asks you about it, say that your eye was just injured, not blind, Zhao said. Do you understand? Mr. Chen, what happened to my eye? Why do you have so many questions? Do you want me to dig your eye out and then put it back again? No. I won't ask anymore. Tiger feared Chen Zhao even more, but he also found Chen Zhao mysterious. Let's go to the boxing club and practice. Every day, I'll be spending 2 hours on your rehab training until I think that you can stand in the ring again. Chapter 406, Tiger's Recovery Training. Chapter 406, Tiger's Recovery Training. When the boxing club saw Tiger return, they were all very happy. Everyone crowded around to greet Tiger. But when Chen Zhao came in, all the laughter died down. They all greeted Chen Zhao meekly. It felt like he was some villain in a movie. Move aside now, Chen Zhao said. Tiger just got discharged. I need to do some recovery training for him. The crowd dispersed, and the two put on the gear with practiced ease. Both the boxing gloves and helmet were for protecting both sides. Punching with bare fists could easily disable or even kill someone. In the next few days, you need to practice taking hits. You and Xiangliu Douglas don't have true differences in fitness, but when you're in the ring, your ability to take hits is far weaker than his. In the following days, you'll need to face even crueler practice. Instead of you calling stop, I'll only stop when I think I should. Okay, I understand, Mr. Chen. All right, let's start. Going through Chen Zhao's training again, Tiger could feel clearly that Chen Zhao's power was stronger than before. He knew that Chen Zhao hadn't used his true power when he trained before. Tiger didn't realize just how different their levels were until Chen Zhao broke Xiangliu's 2 arms with 1 punch to take revenge. Before that, Tiger always thought that Chen Zhao was one of the better professional boxers, but he didn't think that Chen Zhao could compare with the true top figures. He didn't realize the truth until Xiangliu lay on the ground by Chen Zhao's feet. If Chen Zhao participated in a professional boxing competition, he would definitely be like a demon. He still didn't use much strength. After all, Tiger's arms had just gotten better. They hadn't healed completely yet. Chen Zhao's attacks were still a bit conservative. After 10 stormy minutes, Chen Zhao finally freed Tiger, letting him catch a breath. Clap, clap. Chen Zhao and Tiger turned around to see Wright clapping outside the ring. Miss Wright. Tiger was one of the better students in school. Even his grades were quite well. Of course, that was only on the surface. Privately, Tiger would also take jobs to bully people. For example, the last time he got into a conflict with Chen Zhao had been because he was hired to do so. This was how he made money. After all, Tiger's family wasn't wealthy, and boxing wasn't only his dream. It was a way to get rich. Chen, you don't focus on your job. Wright looked at him with dissatisfaction. You're a professor of the medical school. How am I not focusing on my job? This counts as teaching, right? Chen Zhao turned to Tiger. Am I right, Tiger? Tiger grinned, but didn't reply. Are you free this afternoon? I arranged a public lecture for you. You said you already arranged it. Can I say no? Then it's set. A smile finally appeared on Wright's face. Oh, I heard that in the few days you were in Sacramento, you revived someone who was shot in the head. You can't say I revived him. I saved him. He's pretty lucky. If he was shot by a large caliber gun, probably even I would be powerless. Tiger glanced at Chen Zhao, thinking he was even more amazing now. He also felt fortunate that he had voluntarily resolved their conflict back then. He only got this opportunity because he hadn't continued viewing Chen Zhao as the enemy. Miss Wright, wait. A man in his 30s chased after her. Jared, can I help you? Wright turned around and asked. Miss Wright, can you explain why my public lecture was replaced? I don't think I did anything wrong. Jared stared at her furiously. Why? Wright thought for a moment and looked at Jared. I don't want to get overly involved with your private life, but please put your eyes on someone other than students. I don't want to have 2 girls walk into my office while I'm working and report you for your relationships. Plus, you've missed at least 5 classes in the past month. In that case, I'll give you fewer classes so you can take care of your love life. Plus, since I have a better choice, why don't I choose that? I'm already being merciful by not firing you. I hope you understand your situation. Jared's expression was livid. There's someone better than me in neurosurgery. Of course, Wright replied matter-of-factly. Does someone like that exist at UCLA? Jared obviously didn't think he was the best neurosurgery expert in the world, but he thought that better ones didn't exist at UCLA. Mr. Jared, if you want to object to my decision, please improve your professionalism and career ethics before debating with me. Okay, I'm busy. Goodbye. With that, Wright turned and left. She never hesitated about her decisions. The one who replaced Jared's public lecturer was none other than Chen Zhao. If Chen Zhao didn't have his own job and was a full-time college professor, Wright would fire Jared without hesitation. He was already clinging to her just because a few classes had been replaced. Jared refused to surrender. He was the youngest professor in the history of UCLA. Only 30 years old, he already had the honorable title of professor. Other than a few old guys with terrifying age and status, he wasn't impressed by anyone. Plus, he always thought that he was the best in his field. He wasn't a typical professor who only knew how to lecture. He'd been a doctor before. He was the main acting neurosurgeon for 4 years and worked a year as an intern. Regarding neurosurgery, even the professor with the highest seniority didn't dare to compete with him. Mr. Ronan, Jared called his own teacher. Aunt Ronan was the dean of the neurosurgery department when he was an intern. He was also the neurosurgeon that Jared trusted the most. Jared had learned many things about neurosurgery during his internship under Aunt. Plus, Aunt was the only expert in this field that Jared admitted was better than him. Chapter 407, Getting Helpers. Chapter 407, Getting Helpers. Jared, what's up? Aunt Ronan asked. Mr. Ronan, my lecture has been taken by someone else. The principal said that I'll be replaced by someone better, Jared complained. Aunt frowned. What's wrong with that? It only means that you're not good enough. I've checked the person who's going to replace me for the public class. I've never heard of him before. He's only given one lecture as a substitute, and he's not even a professor in neurosurgery. How can I accept that? You mean someone from another specialty is going to give your lecture in neurosurgery? Aunt's face darkened. While Jared was not the best neurosurgeon he had seen, indeed, not even as good as himself, he believed that nobody in another specialty could do better than Jared. Exactly. I suspect that there might be some shady deals. So what do you want me to do? I hope that you can expose him during the lecture. At least we can let the college realize that we're specialized for a reason, and no outsider can replace me. When is the public class? In the afternoon. All right, I'll be free in the afternoon. I'll be there. Jared's face was filled with delight. With Aunt Ronan as his backing, he was confident that he would be able to destroy the substitute. If the substitute was questioned by a neurosurgery authority in public, he would definitely be too embarrassed to stay. If Jared was a neurosurgery expert, then Aunt Ronan was definitely an authority. In all of California, or even America, Aunt Ronan was one of the best neurosurgeons, not to mention LA. Sir, just then, Jared heard someone call him. He turned around and saw a stranger. The stranger had thin hair and was in his 50s, but his clothes looked decent. Why does he look so familiar? Hi, how may I help you? Jared asked. May I know how to get to the principal's office? The more Jared looked at the man, the more he found the man familiar. Why are you looking for the principal? Oh, I've been asked to be UCLA's external lecturer. I'm reporting today. Are you Mr. Hillnans? Jared finally recognized the person before him. As a neurosurgery authority, Hillnans, nicknamed Surgical Knife, had a near-perfect personal record. He had outstanding performances in many super difficult surgeries. With more than 30 years of experience, he was even more senior than Aunt Ronan. He would not reject most surgeries, unlike other doctors who would shun difficult operations to increase their surgery success rate. Oh, do you know me? Hillnans was somewhat surprised. We've met during the California Medical Conference a year ago. Do you remember me? Sorry, I have a really poor memory, Hillnans answered, smiling. Suddenly, Jared realized something. Wait, is he the person who's going to replace me? I'll be in big trouble in this case. This caused Jared to be somewhat anxious. Mr. Nans, which department will you be joining? I'm specialized in neurosurgery, Hillnans replied. Jared's heart skipped a beat. If Hillnans was really the person who was going to replace him, he would have to ask Aunt Ronan to not come in the afternoon. Otherwise, it would really be awkward. Hillnans was not ordinary, and everyone knew how good he was. Going to his class and looking for trouble would only end up badly for Jared. But I'm not a full professor, only an external lecturer. Huh. Jared was stunned, but he realized that there was still hope. Mr. Hillnans, given your professionalism, I don't think any school would reject you as a professor, right? No, I'm far from being good enough. I heard that UCLA has many excellent professors in neurosurgery. Apart from giving lectures, I'm also here to exchange and learn, Hillnan said. Hearing that, Jared heaved a sigh of relief. It was probably not Hillnans, who was an ordinary lecturer and would only give professional talks. Usually, public classes are given by at least associate professors or successful people invited by the college. No matter how expert Hillnans was, as long as he was not an associate or full professor, he would not be able to give a public class. Mr. Nans, I'm Jared, also a neurosurgery professor, but I'm clearly no expert before you. Mr. Jared, I'm sure we'll have many chances in the future to interact. By the way, I think you should note that not every professor in the college deserves the title. This afternoon, someone from another specialty is actually going to give a neurosurgery public lecture. Oh, another specialty? Yes, a professor who's only given one lecture before is giving a public class. Is it? In my opinion, neurosurgery is a profound and demanding subject. I do not want my students to be misled by an outsider, so I'll go and expose him during the lecture, Jared said. Mr. Nans, it'll be great if you're there to help me. Sure, but I need to see if that person is a professional or not, Hillnan said. Yes, of course. I really need to go to the principal's office for the administrative stuff now. Of course. The office is in that building, 4th floor, turn left, 2nd room. There's a sign on the door. Right. See you, Mr. Jared. Jared walked 2 steps and saw a bug guy walking toward his direction. He called, Tiger, you're finally discharged. Yes, Mr. Jared. Tiger also greeted Jared. Tiger, do you want to earn some pocket money? I'm afraid I don't do those anymore. Sorry. Tiger shook his head. Since he was beaten up by Chen Zhao last time, he had stopped accepting dirty work. It was bad for his reputation, and he was also scared that he would meet someone like Chen Zhao again. Furthermore, if Chen Zhao found out about it, he would be enraged. I'm not asking you to beat someone up. Oh, is it not? An outsider has snatched my public class from me. I need you to question him during the lecture. $1,000. Tiger was tempted by the easy task, especially when he was in need of money. So, I don't have to hit anyone, right? Yes, you only need to question him. Also, find a few people from the boxing club. I'll be great if they can question the speaker with you. That will cost extra. Sure. Chapter 408, Tiger's Doomsday. Chapter 408, Tiger's Doomsday. After lunch, Tiger returned to the boxing club. There were some new members. The coach of the club led the new students to Tiger. You all should get to know Tiger. He's a junior this year, but he's the best of the club. He already has a professional certificate. Hearing that, the students immediately all had reverent expressions. Hi, Tiger. Tiger, have you participated in professional competitions before? Tiger, do you have time to teach us? Okay, stop disturbing Tiger. You haven't even learned the basics yet, so stop clinging to Tiger. If you want to train with him, you might get creamed with one punch. Start with the basics. Dion, wait, Tiger called to the coach. I have a job and need some guys. I thought you stopped taking jobs. It's not beating people up. I don't do that anymore. If Mr. Chen finds out, I'll probably be in the hospital again. It's not beating people up. Yeah, it's to help Mr. Jared. Tiger explained everything. I see. You kids, who wants to help Tiger? I can do it. Me too. I'm free in the afternoon. The newbies were really happy to help Tiger. They just entered college and were filled with excitement about college life. How could they miss this drama? Okay, then I'll take you guys. Miss, I want that, and that. The cafeteria lady looked at Chen Zhao like he was a monster. Sir, this is your 3rd time getting food. It's not like I don't pay. Chen Zhao rarely got to eat cafeteria food. It wasn't very good, but it was at least cheaper and had pretty big servings. He would naturally eat his fill. Fine, but you should know our rules. You'll get fined if you have leftovers. Of course, I understand. Chen Zhao carried away the tray filled with food. As soon as he sat down, Evely sat across from him. Hi, Chen. Hi, Evely. What's up? Chen, I feel like I haven't been improving recently. My time is always around 8 minutes. Do you have any suggestions? No. How can you be so irresponsible? What am I responsible for? I'm going to scream harassment, Evely said, pouting while glaring at Chen Zhao. Then you better find a place with no cameras. There's a camera here. You have no sense of humor. But speaking of, do you really plan on becoming a professional athlete? Don't you know? I was chosen as an Olympic athlete. I'll debut at the World Championships this year. Oh, that's how you'll reply to me? Evely stared at Chen Zhao. What do you want? Come back and be my coach. My family hired someone who calls himself the champion coach. Apparently, he was Phelps' coach before, but after I followed his methods, I was 10 seconds slower. After I changed back to the method you taught me, I went back to my original speed. Evely understood fully now that Chen Zhao was the best coach. The other coaches couldn't even compare to him, even though Chen Zhao was always distracted while he trained, but the effects on Evely were obvious. In 10 days, her fitness and speed had all improved substantially. This was why she kept going to Chen Zhao, hoping he could change his mind. I have to train Tiger. I don't have time to train you. Didn't you say that you hope I can break the men's world record? You really want to break the men's world record? I know it's really hard, but I really want to try. I want to be the first female athlete to break a men's world record. But you can't go compete against men, right? I don't have to. I'll break the record in my own meet. As long as I do it fair and square, what can people say about me? I need to think about it, Chen Zhao said. When can you give me an answer? One of the World Championships. It starts this August. There's still half a year. Take it slowly, don't worry. It's less than half a year, Evely corrected. Wait for Tiger's progress. I can't be a boxing and swimming coach at the same time. How long does he need? I don't know. Depends. Give me an exact time. This way, I can fire the coach at a more accurate time. Hearing Evely's words, Chen Zhao felt really bad. I'll go look at your training results when I have time. How about that? Do you have time today? No. I have a public lecture today. You have a public lecture? Which room? Lecture hall number 3, Chen Zhao said. Then he suddenly reached over and squeezed Evely's arm. Hey, what are you doing? She was both embarrassed and annoyed. Your body fat ratio increased. Go back and eat vegetarian for 2 days. Evely glared at Chen Zhao. She knew that this asshole was flippant, but he did have some skills. He just squeezed her arm and discovered that her body fat had increased. She'd done a checkup yesterday. Her fat content was 2% higher than during the competition. She indeed hadn't paid much attention to her diet. She'd have to start that again. However, her face darkened when she saw the food on Chen Zhao's plate. Why don't you pay attention to your diet? Aren't you afraid of getting fat by binging like this? Please don't think like that before I get fat. I have a high metabolism, and I don't exercise any less than you. Chen Zhao shoveled the food into his mouth. After cleaning up, he said, I have to go prepare the material for this afternoon's lecture now. It took him more than an hour to prepare the material. After getting ready, he checked the time. He had to go to the lecture hall now. When he arrived, he saw that there were quite a lot of students. The commotion quieted down instantly when he walked in. Chen Zhao scanned the room. He seemed to see some familiar guys from the boxing club. Maybe they'd come to support him after hearing that he was lecturing. But Tiger, sitting in the back, paled the instant he saw Chen Zhao. There was only one thought in his mind. Shit. I'm dead. Chapter 409, Hitting a Hard Snag. Chapter 409, Hitting a Hard Snag. It's about time. Let's start. Chen Zhao looked at the students present. I'm Chen Zhao. Some of you may know me, and I won't introduce myself. During the talk, try not to interrupt me if possible. You can ask me questions after I finish. Chen Zhao began the class. I'm a professor in TCM, and my favorite treatment is acupuncture. Just then, a tall student stood up. Tiger and the old members of the boxing club could feel their hearts skip a beat. Shit, it's over. What bullshit is that? I've never heard about TCM being used in neurosurgery. With astonishing speed, Tiger charged forward and knocked the student onto the floor. Shut up. Listen to Mr. Chen's talk in silence or scram. Almost. Tiger shivered, but he was proud of his cleverness. All right, Tiger, don't punch people in class. Those who are not interested can leave now. I don't want the same thing to happen again." The student was still in a trance as he was pulled back onto his seat. "Senior, is that part of the plan? Why did you?" the student asked softly. "Are you mad? Do you know who he is?" "Who is he?" "He's the one who caused Zamla Douglas to be handicapped. If you don't want him to beat you up too, you better be polite." The student had just joined the boxing club on that day and clearly did not know Chen Zhao. When he heard Tiger's words, his face paled in fear. "Senior, will Mr. Chen, be very polite to him later." Tiger was also very upset. He had no idea that Jade was trying to target Chen Zhao. Had he known it earlier, there was no way he would accept the job. Fortunately, nothing terrible happened. The lesson resumed. Jade looked at Tiger multiple times, questioning Tiger with his eyes. However, Tiger only replied with a malicious glare, as if he was going to devour Jade alive. Jade just could not figure out what Tiger meant. Didn't we have a deal? Why would he change his mind halfway? Is it the price? That's not a problem at all. He should have told me earlier. Forget it, Jade thought in his mind. Anyway, Tiger was insignificant to his plan. His plan would work with or without Tiger. Jade estimated when Aunts Ronan and Hill Nans would arrive. Suddenly, he saw someone outside the windows who looked like Aunts Ronan. Jade was delighted. "It's time." Jade stood up. "Mr. Chen, what have you been talking about? Are you sure you're not a fraud?" Chen Zhao turned his head to look at Jade, who was clearly not a student. A lecturer? Chen Zhao was confused. Why would he attack Chen Zhao so directly? Had there been any conflicts between them? Nevertheless, there was no reason for Chen Zhao to retreat from such a blunt assault. In the American medical community, it's generally thought that TCM is most suited for recuperation, not as a main treatment, especially for neurological diseases. But you've been talking about how to use TCM to treat neurological diseases. So I have to question your academic and medical knowledge. Just because you don't understand it or agree with it doesn't mean you're right. I'm standing here, but you're sitting down there, which proves that I have the right to teach the students with my theories. Also, before the talk started, I asked you to not interrupt me. I hate it when someone breaks my rhythm. Can nobody interrupt you? Jade dug a trap for Chen Zhao. Yes, even neurosurgery authorities? I'm standing here. I am the authority. Is it? Just then, someone pushed the door open. I would like to see which authority you are. Aunts Ronan stood at the door, but when he saw Chen Zhao, his face turned purple. Aunts Ronan opened his mouth. Mr. Aunts, you're finally here. Jade clearly did not notice Aunts Ronan's weird expression. He happily approached Aunts and announced loudly, "Let me introduce you to Aunts Ronan, the Dean of Chantilly Hospital's Neurosurgery Department. He has published 6 academic papers, one of which is in our college's official textbook. The other 5 have appeared in Medical Weekly and been awarded with the California Outstanding Medical Contribution Award. I believe he can be called an authority. Mr. Chen, he should be able to question you, right?" The students burst into excitement. Most of them were medical students, and some had subscribed to Medical Weekly. It was already difficult enough for a paper to enter Medical Weekly. More unbelievably, Aunts Ronan's paper had been selected to be part of the official syllabus. Nobody could achieve this apart from top experts. Tiger and the others began to panic. They did not expect Jade to invite a real authority just for Chen Zhao. The other students also noticed the unusual atmosphere. Jade and Aunts Ronan were obviously here to look for trouble. It all depended on how the speaker would react. He might just be defeated by the pair and lose all his reputation. Aunts Ronan stood still, his face filled with hesitation. Ronan, how come you're here?" Just then, another person walked in. "Nans, you're here too?" Aunts Ronan looked at Hill Nans in surprise. When Jade saw Hill Nans, his face shone brightly. "Mr. Hill Nans, here you are. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to Hill Nans, aka Surgical Knife, who specializes in high-difficulty neurosurgery. He has the top-tier specialist certificate recognized by the International Medical Institution." The students were wowed again. Nobody expected Jade to be so brutal and invite 2 neurosurgery authorities at once. Perhaps many students had never heard of the name Hill Nans, but everyone was familiar with the nickname of Surgical Knife because his surgical videos were used to teach them. Many of his classic surgeries were models in the medical community and have been studied by students over and over again. Chapter 410, He's Not Authority Before Me. Chapter 410, He's Not Authority Before Me. Mr. Chen, do these two authoritative figures have the right to question you? Jade turned toward Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at Hilnans and Aunt Ronan. You two are here to question me. Aunt Ronan immediately shook his head. No, I heard that you're having a public lecture, so I came just to listen. I'm not qualified to call myself an authoritative figure before you. I'm here to learn. Everyone was shocked at this. Jade froze. Mr. Ronan, what? What's wrong? Aunt hated Jade now. You can go against anyone you want. Why did you choose him? The students present couldn't believe this. Whether Aunt was authoritative went without question. But he was actually this humble before Chen Zhao. Could it be that this Mr. Chen was truly that skilled in the medical field? Seeing that Aunt Ronan couldn't be useful, Jade glanced at Hilnans. Now, he could only put his hope on Hill. Mr. Hilnans, do you agree that his traditional Chinese medicine can be used for neurosurgery? I'm not familiar with traditional Chinese medicine, but since Mr. Chen says so, then I believe it's possible. I've stepped down from my position and came to UCLA in hopes of becoming Mr. Chen's aide. The room went crazy again. Everyone was stunned. This Hilnans was a magical doctor known as the Surgical Knife. He was actually willing to be Chen Zhao's aide. Weren't they here to question this Chinese man? Even Jade was utterly stunned. What was going on? What exactly was going on? Didn't they agree on this? How come they all changed their minds after seeing this Chinese man? Mr. Chen, you won't mind us listening, right? Just don't interrupt me when I lecture. I'll follow the rules, Aunt said. If I sit here, then I'm a student. Aunts Ronan and Hilnans took their seats. Only Jade was still standing there. He didn't know what to do. Sir, please leave my lecture. Right now, this moment. I'm not going. This belongs to me. Jade couldn't accept this result. He kind of lost all reason. Just then, the guys of the boxing club finally stood up. Mr. Chen, I'll take him out, Tiger said. I won't let him make a scene here. With that, Tiger's group dragged Jade out, not caring if he was willing or not. Someone even covered his mouth so he wouldn't spout nonsense. When they dragged him out of the classroom, they tossed him onto the ground. Tiger, why did you betray me? Didn't we agree on this? Don't you know who Mr. Chen is to me? Tiger stared coldly at Jade. You know him. He healed my arms, and now he's my coach. You want me to mess with Mr. Chen? Tiger stared at Jade with clenched teeth. He's your boxing coach? Jade yelled. With that body, even I can defeat him. The boxing club guys all laughed. They'd thought that before too. But after that time, none of them had that idea anymore. Then you could try challenging Mr. Chen, but you better get yourself steel armor first. Okay, this is all I have to say today. Any questions? Mr. Chen, I know that you recently performed heart surgery on a patient determined dead by extremely accurate medical equipment. Can you tell me how you determined that he's still alive? The classroom was in uproar again. A patient was determined dead by equipment, but this man actually got the opposite result and revived the man. In traditional Chinese medicine, the process of diagnosing is actually similar to Western medicine. Of course, that patient couldn't reply to me at that time, but I could sense it from touch. Of course, not everyone can do that. I'm a bit special in this matter. I'm more sensitive, so I could feel that the patient wasn't actually dead. So how could you do something that 4 doctors couldn't do? Aunt Ronan asked. Hilnans was also skilled in surgery. He obviously knew how complex heart surgery was. One person doing an entire surgery was like a person constructing a building alone. It's actually not as hard as you thought. Even though the 4 doctors failed in the end, but their processes weren't completely useless. I just took after their work and fixed the mistakes. Also, this question is unrelated to today's topic. Mr. Chen, I have a question, Hilnans said, raising his hand. Sir, do you still remember me? Yes, but can you not call me sir? Mr. Chen, not too long ago you accepted an injured man that I thought had no hope left. He was shot in the head from short distance, and large amounts of shrapnel remained in his brain. What did you do to get rid of them? And what did you do in response to the internal bleeding? I'm afraid I can't tell you now. Why? It's too complicated, Chen Zhao said. There's too much content about traditional Chinese medicine, but I've only given one lecture. Your knowledge is too shallow now. I'm unable to explain the complexity of the surgery. Yes, I'm too hurried, Hill said, nodding. Mr. Chen, did you use traditional Chinese medicine to awaken the person in the vegetative state before? No, it was actually a combination of traditional and modern medicine. Pure Chinese medicine couldn't awaken them. The difference between you and I is that I'm familiar with traditional Chinese medicine, so I have an additional choice when treating patients. That's why I can cure some seemingly impossible diseases or conditions. At that moment, all the students there realized that this professor from China had very advanced medical knowledge. At least, he could make the two experts surrender to him. The students who hadn't paid much attention to the lecture were now all asking the people around them or borrowing notes. Mr. Chen, when is your next lecture? Hill asked. Depends on my mood. He really did have a unique personality. Probably no other professor at UCLA dared to reply like that. Okay, that's all for today. Class over. Before Chen Zhao could leave the classroom, he suddenly saw Jared run in. He raised a baseball bat and went for Chen Zhao. It's you. You took everything from me. Die. Jared's bat was already coming down on Chen Zhao. Watch out. Chapter 411. What the hell is a nest of curses? Chapter 411. What the hell is a nest of curses? Just when everyone was worried about Chen Zhao, he punched. Crack. The baseball bat broke into two as Jared flew backward. Someone called the ambulance. Then, Chen Zhao turned around and left. Wow, handsome. I'm wet. Evely caught up with Chen Zhao and tapped his shoulder. Chen, nice one. Did you run to me just to tell me that? What else do you want me to say? Nothing, bye. Chen Zhao stretched. Then, he found Right and took back all his pets. Because of the class earlier, he had left his pets with Right. In her overexcitement, she rode Princess around to scare people again. Chen Zhao thought that Right would eventually be impeached by the college board if she kept behaving like this. With his various pets, Chen Zhao left the staff building. Suddenly, a ball rolled toward him and stopped beside his feet. A little girl trotted toward him. Uncle, could you please pick up the ball for me? Smiling, Chen Zhao bent down, but before he could reach the ball, he felt his arm go out of control. This had not happened in a long time. Since Chen Zhao mastered spiritual connection, he had been able to control his arm perfectly. But today, his right arm went berserk again. One of the eyes on the back of his hand opened without warning. Then, the mouth of Glutton also opened. It grabbed the ball on the ground and swallowed it. The little girl's expression changed drastically. Shit, how did you discover it? I'll be back. Stunned, Chen Zhao watched as the girl ran away. Wait, what the hell? Rupert's face paled. He's too powerful. What spell is that? How did he devour the curse? After all, it was the curse of the sacrifice, nominally the most vicious curse. The curse of the sacrifice was not fatal. In fact, most curses were not. However, it would cause the target to bleed continuously, like menstruation, regardless of the target's gender. Before the curse was stopped or broken, the curse would keep bleeding. Think about it. If a person was hit with the curse of the sacrifice, he or she would basically be menstruating every day. Nobody could take that. Furthermore, the curse was very difficult to break. Rupert had originally expected it to be a simple task. She clearly did not expect her target to break the curse. No, not break. He devoured the curse. She had never heard of such a spell. Chen Zhao, who had just scared Rupert away, was now having a headache as he stared at the eye on the back of his hand. Since the true visioner's 6 pristine eyeballs were embedded in his right arm, they had been inactive. Even when he managed to control his right arm completely, he was still unable to activate the eyeballs. Chen Zhao had almost forgotten about them. Today, for some reason, he managed to activate the first pristine eyeball, but he could not control it again. Nevertheless, after the mouth ate the ball, Chen Zhao felt a wave of satisfaction. What's this? Are rubber balls really that delicious? Should I go and buy a few more rubber balls? As for the girl's words, he did not hear them clearly. Chen Zhao thought that the girl was just too frightened. Luckily, she was only about 7 or 8 years ago. He did not have to worry about her telling everyone about what she had seen. Even if she did, people would think that it was just a child's imagination. On his way home, Chen Zhao kept studying his right arm. The eye was really troublesome. He did not know how he had opened it, and now he could not close it or even control the mouth. Suddenly, Chen Zhao had an idea. He could not control the mouth, probably because the eye had somehow usurped his rights. Instead of controlling the mouth, could he control the eye instead? Chen Zhao tried it out. Indeed, the eye was much easier to control. He could feel the eye. Just then, Samuel trotted and jumped into Chen Zhao's arms. Master, Samuel, do you know what's happening? Pristine eyeball. You've activated a cursed eye and gained curse vision. What do you mean? Basically, it can detect the existence of curses. Most curses are inferior spells, but precisely because of that, they're hard to detect. This eye has the ability to sense and discover curses. But how did it manage to control the mouth of Glutton? Pristine eyeballs are just organs and have no awareness. It's just like how you see food and will subconsciously eat it. After thinking, Chen Zhao called Sienna. Sienna, where are you now? Chen, what a perfect moment. We've at Movich's power station. Come here quickly. There's a problem we can't solve. Chen Zhao was speechless. He called Sienna for help, but Sienna asked him to help her instead. Fine. Since Sienna had already made the request, Chen Zhao decided to go to Movich's place. He had no idea what they had encountered. It actually got Sienna. When Chen Zhao reached the power station, he realized that it was empty. I'm at the power station. Come out and bring me in. Soon, Movich Tudis ran out. Chen, you're finally here. What's happening? Why is there no one in such a large power station? I asked everyone to go for a break. If they find out what's inside, I think nobody will come to work ever again. I definitely don't want to see that happen. So what's happening inside? I don't know the exact details. Today, an engineer discovered a glitch. He brought some people into the station and realized that something was attached to one of the generator sets. It looked like an enormous ant nest. In order to remove the nest, the generator set has to be stopped. So the engineer informed me, and when I saw the thing, I informed Sienna. And then, after Sienna came, her expression clearly changed. She asked me to empty the station first. Bring me in. When they entered the power station, Chen Zhao saw Chris waiting at the entrance. Chen, you're finally here. What's the situation now? I don't know. Sienna didn't allow me to go in. Too dangerous, she said. Only Cheryl followed her. Chen, am I very useless? Chen Zhao did not know how to reply. Although it was an established fact, he could not say it directly. Actually, you're really useful. You have just yet to discover your talents. Really, I think we should talk about the current situation. Chen Zhao turned his eyes away. Of course it's fake. Just then, Cheryl ran out in an awkward manner. There were signs that she had transformed earlier, and her body was covered in a green liquid. Chen, here you are. Can you defeat a nest of curses? Chapter 412. Is it here for comic relief? Chapter 412. Is it here for comic relief? Nest of curses? What the heck? Lead me to see, Chen Zhao said. Chen. Chris stopped Chen Zhao. Can I go look too? Chris gazed imploringly at him. Earlier, Sienna didn't let her go in because she feared she would give Sienna trouble. Since Chen Zhao was here and Chris knew how he was, she hoped she could go in under his protection. Chen Zhao considered this. Come if you want. Chris was overjoyed. Movich Tudis also asked, what about me? I can't stay here alone. Since Chen Zhao was willing to have Chris tag on, he had no reason to refuse Movich. Everyone, come along so you're not alone. It's more dangerous that way. A while later, Chen Zhao saw a light inside. He remembered that it was the light of magical phosphor. Next, Sienna ran out in a pathetic state. Huff, huff. Chen, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I would have died in there. What's going on? Roar. A strange green-skinned creature ran out. It had 4 gangly limbs and was stuck on the wall, crawling like a lizard. It was extremely fast. What's that? Disaster. What? Its name is Disaster. It was a witch before. Sienna's expression was unnatural. Just then, disaster reached Chun Zhao. A tongue shot out of its big mouth, curling toward Chun Zhao's left arm. "Careful," Sienna cried. The disaster wanted to drag Chun Zhao over with its tongue, but Chun Zhao didn't budge. He felt that it wasn't very strong, probably at the same level as Black Ma and White Ma. Seeing that it couldn't move Chun Zhao, the disaster jumped and pounced on Chun Zhao. Thud! Chun Zhao swung his right arm with full power and whacked the disaster's head. Everyone's mouth fell open, watching Chun Zhao distort the disaster with one punch. "Back off." Disasters release curses before death. Don't breathe in the green gas it releases. That's the curse. Everyone jumped away when they heard Sienna's words. The disaster's body started evaporating into green vapor. Getting an idea, Chun Zhao quickly activated the cursed eye. The mouth of gluttony also opened at once. It took a deep breath, sucking in all of the green vapor. "Chen, what are you doing?" "Nothing," Chun Zhao said, shrugging. "Just purifying this place." Sienna's eyes were even more troubled when she looked at Chun Zhao. The creature that she couldn't fend off was just a matter of a punch for Chun Zhao. "Tell me what happened here." "Later. There are more." "More?" Chun Zhao looked into the deep cave and shrugged. "Let's go look." Just then, a disaster darted out from under a huge pipe. This time, Chun Zhao didn't even need to punch. The mouth of gluttony opened its mouth at the disaster. Everyone watched as Chun Zhao's hand suddenly enlarged. His palm turned into a huge mouth that bit down on the disaster. The bottom half of the disaster was still struggling, but the mouth chewed a few times and swallowed the creature. "Chen, what spell is that?" Sienna asked. "Mouth of Gluttony." Gluttony, one of the 7 demon kings of hell. Huh. Chun Zhao was surprised that Sienna would think of this. "Do you know about it?" "I don't know the spell, but something that can be related to the 7 demon kings won't be weak. Magic originated from demons. As a witch, Sienna obviously knew this. Magic didn't distinguish between good and evil. If there was a categorization, then all magic would be labeled as evil. Thus, magic was also known as demon magic. This was one reason why the church hunted witches back then. Finally, Sienna brought Chun Zhao to the nest of curses. It was something that looked like a beehive hanging on a huge generator. Green liquid dripped down constantly. There were many tiny holes on the nests outside. There was an opening on the bottom that looked like a reproductive organ. It kept moving like it was producing something. A disaster was using all its might to crawl out of the organ, but it had nowhere to apply force. It could only swing in the air. Finally, the organ of the nest of curses spat the disaster out. As soon as the disaster landed, it pounced toward Chun Zhao's group. Chun Zhao repeated his actions, swallowing the disaster again. Chun Zhao was about to approach the nest, but Sienna stopped him immediately. "Don't get close. That nest is really dangerous." "Dangerous?" Chun Zhao asked in confusion. "It doesn't look like it can attack." Sienna pulled a walnut-sized marble from her pocket and threw it at the nest. Countless long and thin tentacles instantly shot out of the holes all over the nest. The marble was shattered in midair, followed by an intense explosion. The marble must have been made out of magical phosphor. The explosion was similar. The tentacles all had a thorn at the bottom. If Chun Zhao had approached it unprotected like earlier, he would probably get stabbed through. "Chun, do you have a solution?" Sienna asked. Chun Zhao thought for a moment. He glanced around and saw the tools scattered on the side. He grabbed a wrench and activated the mouth of gluttony on his right arm. A layer of gold shone on his right arm. Chun Zhao hurled the wrench. The wrench flew extremely quickly. The tentacles didn't even have time to reach out, and the wrench had already slammed into the nest. A great amount of green liquid spewed out. The group hurriedly took a step back. Only Chun Zhao and Shirley didn't fear the liquid. The injured nest of curses picked up its reproduction pace. Chun Zhao grabbed a small hammer and threw it again. A disaster was half pushed out, but was suddenly swallowed back when the nest of curses was injured again. No, more accurately, it was eaten. The nest of curses actually ate that disaster. The bottom half of the body had been 2 halves. Now it suddenly split apart like a blossoming flower into 5 slabs of flesh. Each slab was covered in poisonous fangs. The surroundings of the nest of curses opened up. An arm reached out, then a leg reached out. But the leg grew right next to the arm. 5 more arms or legs grew out after that. They all grew without order. Some were on top, some below, some left, and some right. It looked really awkward. The next moment, 4 or 5 disaster heads poked out of the reproductive organ. Is it here for comic relief? Chapter 413. Will you support me if I stop taking illegal deals? Chapter 413. Will you support me if I stop taking illegal deals? Sienna wanted to maintain the serious atmosphere, but as she looked at the weird limbs and heard Chen Zhao's tone, the horrifying atmosphere vanished. It does look slightly funny. The walking nest of curses suddenly leaped at Chen Zhao, who was prepared for it. He opened the mouth of Glutton as wide as he could and enveloped the nest from above. Munch! Only the lower half of the nest remained. Chen Zhao felt somewhat full, but there was still something left. Whatever, it's okay to be too full. He controlled the mouth and did the same thing again. The nest was gone. After the second bite, the mouth was clearly chewing and digesting the food, much more slowly. Chen Zhao had no choice but to drag his huge arm along. Everyone looked at his arm. Chen Zhao immediately said, "I'll eat anyone who dares to laugh at my arm now." What lovely weather. Movich turned his head to look at the ceiling. After a while, the mouth finally digested the nest. Chen Zhao's arm returned to its original size. He moved his arm around and could feel the power within it. Tell me what's happening. Someone has been hunting and killing witches. Sienna had a very solemn expression on her face. What? The nest of curses is made from the corpses of 10 witches. Their bodies developed into the nest, which in turn hatched them, turning them into disasters. What's the point of doing that? Chen Zhao asked, confused. If all the 10 disasters are completely hatched, they'll start to kill and devour each other. In the end, there will only be one left. And then, the disaster will turn into a calamity. Is it very strong? Dunno. Sienna shook her head. I'll ask the witches who were specialized in curses. Maybe someone will tell me the answer. First of all, you said someone's been hunting witches, so the person is definitely more powerful than an ordinary witch. It must be difficult to kill 10 witches, right? Chen Zhao asked. Sienna nodded. The person is not just strong, but also very cruel. I don't understand why he or she would do this. Next, why would that person place the nest here? Could it be placed by a staff member here? Chen Zhao looked at Movich Tudis. I don't think so. I suspect that the nest has escaped from the person's control. That's why it's here. It should be a coincidence. Why? I found traces of the nest moving near the vent there. I've also checked the surveillance video records. Before the nest of curses appeared, nobody's been here. In fact, the engineer would not have come here if not for the malfunction generator set, Movich said. Fine. Let's say it's not a staff member here, Chen Zhao said. The only thing we can confirm is that the person is really powerful. Sienna, do you know anyone who's that powerful? Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. Sienna also pointed at him and said, Not me. I wouldn't do such a perverted thing. There aren't many powerful witches in L.A., let alone someone who can kill 10 witches. Is there anyone you suspect? Not really. Forget it. Let's get out. It smells so bad here, Chen Zhao suggested. The group walked out of the station. The air outside was indeed much fresher. Burp. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao, who helplessly glanced at his right arm. It's my arm. It's too full. Everyone was speechless. They sat down and discussed for a long while, but to no avail. After all, they had too little important information. There was no way they could deduce anything useful. I'll go and ask someone about it. Chen, if needed, I think you should help us again. The person's intention should be to create a calamity. The nest of curses here has been destroyed by you, so the person might start to kill witches again. Sienna, aren't you in a dangerous spot then? Chris asked. Sienna, if you need anything, call me anytime. I'll be there as soon as possible. Yes, I understand. Sienna also did not dare to be careless. After all, the incident was very unusual. 10 witches had been killed. The person was powerful and brutal. On their way back home, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl all seemed listless. Sitting in the back seat, Sienna grabbed her phone. "Rupert, where are you now?" "What? I need your help." "Not free. I have a big deal at the moment." "I discovered a nest of curses today," Sienna said with a serious tone. There was a momentary period of silence. "Are you all right?" "Yes. Fortunately, my friend arrived in time to prevent the worst-case scenario." "Do you know another powerful witch apart from me?" "Even you aren't confident about taking down a nest of curses, right?" "Nobody can be confident on that. That's a meaningless statement." "I'm not calling to argue with you. I just want to remind you to be careful. I don't know who the culprit is yet, but the person is definitely very strong. If she can create the first nest of curses, then she can certainly create the second." "I'm not scared of her. Do you know anyone in LA who might have done this? Or anyone who might know how to make a nest of curses?" "Dunno. You know that I seldom talk to other witches, even you, not to mention others." "All right. If you have any clue, remember to tell me." "For what? So that you can go and kill yourself?" "I can't beat such a lunatic, but my friend can." "Oh, by the way, lend me the spell book that teacher left for you. I need to look at a few curses." "You have another illegal deal. Or else, will you support me financially?" "Forget it. You can't even sustain yourself." Sienna did not know what to reply. Indeed, she had a really tough life. After she hung up the call, she fell into silence again. "Sienna, who was that?" Cheryl asked out of curiosity. "A younger sister. She's even younger than you." "Why do I feel that she's older than you?" "She's my teacher's second student. She awakened on the second night, so she's much more talented than me. Also, she's very mature." Chapter 414. How Can I Lose to a Man? Chapter 414. How can I lose to a man, Miss Rupert? Did you start yet? Pierce South asked impatiently. "No. Why are you in such a hurry?" Rupert said with a voice-changing tool. "The man isn't a normal wizard. I have to prepare sufficiently. Just wait for my news. You're so annoying." Pierce South was annoyed, but this was a famous witch. He could be angry, but he didn't dare express it. "Okay, that's all." Rupert hung up the phone. Rupert's temper wasn't good at all. Of course, this was also because she was too young. She had to use this method to disguise herself, so others wouldn't dare to offend her and she could protect herself. "How can I beat that guy?" She had a headache. Rupert flipped through the spellbook in her hands. Suddenly, she stopped at one page. "Swallow all is a spell from the king of gluttony." Rupert's heart jumped. The image of the spell looked really similar to the spell that the man used today. Unfortunately, the book only introduced the spell. It didn't include how to use it. This disappointed Rupert. Clutching her head, she cried out, "Teacher, why did you die so soon?" Right then, a figure emerged gradually behind Rupert. Whack! Rupert got hit in the head. Clutching her head, she said, "Teacher, I didn't say anything bad about you. I heard it all. Don't refute it. You know the spell swallow all, right?" "No. People did in ancient times, but it wasn't passed down." "Why not?" "The spell looks really powerful." "Because no one can learn it, so it wasn't passed down. Many ancient spells are lost now. Magic only thrived during the Dark Ages." "Really? But I met someone today who used swallow all." "Impossible." "It's true. It's a Chinese man. I put the sacrificial curse on a leather ball. He discovered the curse and swallowed both the ball and the curse." "Are you sure?" "Yes. I'm sure that it's the swallow all spell." "Then you better not piss him off. The spell couldn't be passed down, but it's a spell of the Seven Kings. It's the personal spell of the king of gluttony. The magic needed to use it is multiple times what you have. You can't win against him." "But that's a man, and I'm a witch. How can I lose to a man?" "A wizard's magic power and status aren't as high as a witch, but this doesn't mean there aren't exceptions. Don't underestimate anyone." "I'm not underestimating him. That's why I'm thinking about how I can beat him." "Why must you get involved with an enemy like him?" "Think about it," Rupert replied earnestly. "If I don't get involved with him, I won't have money. If I don't have money, I'll die of starvation. If I die of starvation, you'll lose someone to guard. I'm working so hard all for you, teacher. Rupert's teacher facepalmed. Why did I choose to protect you back then? I should have chosen Sienna. Camilla was also frustrated, but she'd chosen Rupert because Rupert was her daughter. In fact, she was her daughter who'd been sealed for 20 years. Rupert was actually similar to Sienna in age. Camilla had been forced to seal her daughter for a certain reason. After that, she'd failed in a mission to attack a ghost ship, so her daughter stayed sealed. Camilla didn't become free until recently. Then she found Sienna and saved Rupert from a seal. After being sealed for 20 years, Rupert's memory grew muddled. She forgot that Camilla was her mother. Rupert thought that she was Camilla's student, just like Sienna. Stop thinking. I won't let you go against someone that you have no chance of winning. You can't stop me. I'm your teacher, Camilla yelled. But you're my guardian spirit now. Shouldn't you be protecting me instead of stopping me? Sometimes, stopping you is protecting you too. I think you should go protect Sienna instead. She seems to be in big trouble. Super big trouble. What trouble? She ran into a nest of curses. Someone's making them. Is she okay? She's okay for now, but someone in L.A. is hunting witches. She's so weak. She'll definitely be in more danger than me. Crack. Chen, you got stronger again. Fei Lai looked at the glass shards in Chen Zhao's hands. She wasn't surprised anymore. Chen Zhao would get stronger every now and then. After that, he wouldn't be used to his strength and destroy things everywhere. Chen Zhao was frustrated too. After the mouth of gluttony had eaten and digested the nest of curses, he'd gotten stronger. He wasn't sure just how strong his right arm was now. Fei Lai, I can't sleep with you tonight. Oh, Fei Lai was surprised. It was Chen Zhao's first time voluntarily not sleeping with her. You're busy tonight? Sienna might be in trouble. If she's unlucky, it could kill her. I need to research a little and see if I can help her. Okay, but you need to be careful too. Don't put yourself in danger, all right? Of course. I'll protect myself. Crack. Chen Zhao accidentally warped the bowl in his hands. This was made out of metal. His left arm seemed to have gotten stronger too. It wasn't as crazy as his right arm, but the change was obvious. It's right that you're not sleeping with me tonight. With your crazy state, you'll definitely hurt me. Chen Zhao shrugged. It seemed that he had to get used to this strength faster, so Fei Lai wouldn't kick him out. He went to the gym to test his right arm. He could now lift a 300-kilogram barbell like it was a dumbbell. This wasn't his limit either. Snatching 500 kilograms with one arm was easy too. Now, he was considering getting a custom-made barbell. This barbell was at a professional standard, but the bar was already bent from the huge weight. If he added more weight, it would definitely snap. Next, he used a pulling method to try to test his left arm. He could pull around 1,400 kilograms. His right arm was more than twice as strong as his left arm. He felt like he could reach 3,000 kilograms. The current Chen Zhao was a true human-shaped monster. Chapter 415, Hate at First Sight. Chapter 415, Hate at First Sight. Despite his promise, Chen Zhao still snuck into the bedroom in the middle of the night. You've got a solution? Fei Lai was in a light sleep and could feel Chen Zhao's hands moving on her body. Nope. Then why are you here? It's really troublesome. Importantly, we can't find the culprit. Speaking did not slow down Chen Zhao's actions at all. Fei Lai began to pant. Can you tell me what's happened? Chen Zhao summarized the incident. After remaining silent for a while, Fei Lai said, "Protect those 3 women." Yes. In the morning, the AI system automatically opened the blinds, and the warm sunlight shone through the windows. Chen Zhao only got up after Fei Lai had prepared breakfast. Then, Fei Lai went to work, and Chen Zhao went to the gym again. Adapted to his new strength, he was delighted. After that, he went for a swim in the lake. It was a really pleasant day. "Sir, a call for you." Just then, Chen Zhao heard the AI system's electronic voice from the speaker. The AI system was connected to Chen Zhao and Fei Lai's phones. If the phone was at home and was not picked up for over 30 seconds, the AI system will inform them. Moreover, if a special call was not picked up, an automatic reply would be given. "I'm currently busy and I will call back later," or the system would initiate the voicemail mode. Chen Zhao had to admit that his life had become much more convenient after installing the AI system. After all, the system cost over $100,000. Chen Zhao felt that it was worth it. After getting ashore, he said to the system, "Pick up the call. Hey, Chen." "Hi, Steven. The film location is ready. Can you come here? We'll probably be starting in the next 2 days. I need to discuss the plan with you." "Sure. Give me the address." "It's an island about 40 nautical miles from shore." "Does the story require filming on an island?" "Yes. The Mexican gang's base will be here. The plot is mainly about the conflict between the protagonists and the gang." All right. Chen Zhao was neither an actor nor an investor, so he only needed to know the plot briefly. He had no right to ask Steven or the investors to change the script. "Bring him on here too." "Okay." Chen Zhao thought that it was inconvenient to bring Princess and the other pets out to sea. He had to leave them at a place. After some consideration, he decided to send them to Dell's house. "Chen, why are you here?" "I think I need to leave my pets here again. I can't ask Dell to look after my pets every time. Looks like I need to think of a solution. Also, lend me a car." "Of course, just pick a car from my garage," Dell said generously. Without being over-polite, Chen Zhao chose an ordinary Volkswagen. To be honest, it was not easy to find such a car in Dell's garage. It was full of sports cars. The ordinary car really stood out among them. After reaching the port, Chen Zhao was about to park the car when another car charged into the parking space at high speed. Chen Zhao stuck his head out and looked at the car. "Hey, buddy, I saw this parking space first." The other driver, a lady with glasses, also stuck her head out of the window. With no makeup at all, she looked like she was in her late 20s, and her hair was also casually put in a bun. "Does that mean it's yours?" The lady with glasses gave Chen Zhao the middle finger and then closed the door. "Fuck." Chen Zhao cursed and went to find another parking space. He only managed to do so after driving a few rounds in the parking lot. Needless to say, his good mood was entirely destroyed. When he entered the port, he saw the lady with glasses talking to someone else. The person should be the captain of the yacht. There were many such small passenger yachts at the port, but the cost was not fixed. Passengers would need to discuss transport with the captain in advance. Chen Zhao glanced at the lady and then approached the captain. "Hey, do you go to Gaya Island?" "Oh, you're going to Gaya Island as well." The captain looked at Chen Zhao. The lady with glasses also glanced at him. Chen Zhao nodded. "How much does it cost?" $1,000, round trip, but you can only stay there for at most 6 hours. "I'm not with her." "Also, 1,000 is too expensive. I can give you at most 500. "Wait, I'm with him," the lady said, grabbing Chen Zhao's wrist. "We're going together. Ms., do we know each other? We can still ride the yacht together. It's clearly cheaper for 2 people. Buddy, whether you're going alone or together, 500 is too little. 800 at least." 800? I only need 1,200 to rent a yacht for a day, and I can play on it for the entire day, Chen Zhao bargained. 700 then, the captain compromised. 600. The lady with glasses pulled Chen Zhao. 300 from each of us. You'll pay 400. Chen Zhao smiled. "Why should I pay 200 more than you?" "Because you took my parking space just now." "Are you a member of the crew?" "I'm going there too. I'll be able to help you there," the lady said. "No, I don't need help." "Are you an actor? Maybe I can get more shots for you." "I'll take $600, but are you done discussing?" the captain urged. "If you keep delaying, I'll have to raise the price. I still need to come back and get another passenger." "All right, 600, we'll pay half each." Chen Zhao also did not want to waste any time. After all, his time was more precious. The two boarded the yacht, which set sail, but its speed was rather slow. "Captain, can we speed up, please?" the lady with glasses shouted impatiently. "No, that's the max speed of my yacht. It'll be dangerous if we go any faster." Chen Zhao frowned. Their speed was clearly unusually slow. The captain must have noticed that they were in a hurry, so he deliberately slowed the yacht down in order to extort more money from them. Furthermore, his reason was very valid. Even if they called the police, it would be useless. "Hey, think of a solution," the lady said anxiously. "What can I do?" "What a useless man," the lady complained. "Why don't you think of a solution to prove that you're not useless?" Chen Zhao rolled his eyes and ignored the lady. Do you believe that I have many ways to get you kicked out of the crew? The lady threatened. Nope, Chen Zhao sneered. Chapter 416, Menopause. Chapter 416, Menopause. How come you stop? Even Chen Zhao couldn't take it this time. Engine broke down, the captain said offhandedly. Then hurry and fix it, Glasses Girl yelled impatiently. The sun is too bright. Wait until the clouds come over. Chen Zhao went into the cabin and dragged the captain out. He grabbed the man and hung him over the deck. If the boat doesn't start in 10 minutes, I'll feed you to the sharks. The captain obviously just saw that Chen Zhao and Glasses Girl would be easy to take advantage of. However, Chen Zhao didn't plan on going easy on the captain. The captain almost pissed his pants. To him, Asians always stayed low-key in America. They would just bear it even when people bullied them. Who would have thought that Chen Zhao would be so aggressive and attack him directly? As expected, the boat started after the threat. Even the repair step was skipped. The boat was even faster too. Glasses Girl glanced at Chen Zhao. Barbarian. Bitch, Chen Zhao shot back. This girl kept bugging Chen Zhao to solve the problem earlier. After the problem was solved, she called him barbarian. Chen Zhao couldn't stand this. Finally, the boat reached land. Chen Zhao glanced at the captain. Stay here. If you dare to leave, I'll show you. He jumped off after threatening the captain. Glasses Girl looked at him and scoffed. Idiot, you think he'll listen to you? Chen Zhao didn't feel like responding to her. He really didn't care if the captain ran off. Amon was swimming nearby. That small boat wouldn't be able to take Amon's hit. After Glasses Girl got off the boat, she didn't feel like dealing with Chen Zhao anymore either. She ran toward the small island. On the other hand, Chen Zhao wandered around. Gaia Island had basic infrastructure left behind from the fishery decades ago. But after 20 years, L.A. no longer had any fisheries nearby. There was a pier of average size, but the coast was lined with rocky beaches. Carrying a briefcase, Agatha heard Stephen's roar from far away. Agatha had worked with Stephen for 4 years. She knew practically everything about this dictator now. She missed the cruise ship in the morning because her alarm had broken. She ended up paying $300 to get over here. Not only was she late, she knew that she had to face the storm named Stephen now. Agatha, you still came? Stephen raised his voice immediately when he saw Agatha. Why don't you just disappear? Then I have a reason to get a new assistant. Mr. Stephen, someone from the crew, gave me a hard time along the way. He purposely delayed me. If not for him, I would have gotten here long ago. Who is it? I don't know him. Agatha replied pitifully. He must be new. Don't ever make me wait an hour again. I hate waiting. Do you understand? This is your first time, and I hope it's your last time. If you make me wait again, I'll make you sleep on the streets. Yes, I understand, sir. Give me those documents. Stephen's volume was still very high. Agatha hurriedly handed the documents to Stephen and followed him obediently. They hadn't started filming yet, so they were still building some basic scenes. I don't need you here, Stephen said, waving his hand when he realized that Agatha was still there while he looked over the documents. Go check the infrastructure for the next scene. I don't want any emergency situations. As if freed, Agatha hurriedly bowed out. She started surveying the film site. Of course, she wasn't in charge of the work. The heads of the crew weren't under her control. At that moment, Agatha saw the strolling Asian. Chen Zhao seemed like he was on vacation. He just enjoyed the scenery along the way. Agatha immediately went up to him, pointing at him. What are you doing? Are you here to have fun? Don't you know how busy the crew is? Do you know how many people are waiting for you? How many people are waiting for me? Am I that important? Chen Zhao was confused. If you don't want to work anymore, then get out. The crew doesn't need slackers like you. Agatha took all her anger from Stephen out on Chen Zhao. Most of the crew were seniors that she couldn't offend. However, Chen Zhao looked like a rookie. She could yell at him without worry about the consequences. Chen Zhao picked at his ears and looked around. Seeing his attitude, Agatha was even more furious. What attitude is this? Do you still want to work? Don't think that I can't do anything about you. Miss, are you in menopause right now? Or you haven't had sex for too long, so your hormones are all messed up? Bullshit. Get out of here. Get out of the crew and never appear before me again. You can't decide if I stay or leave. You think I can't do anything about you? Agatha turned toward the crew. Eddie, is he part of your maintenance crew? No, Agatha. In the distance, Eddie shook his head. Most of the people saw Agatha and Chen Zhao's argument, but they didn't know Chen Zhao, so they didn't plan on getting involved. Glenn, is he from props? Nope. Film, Agatha asked doubtfully. She wasn't sure anymore. The film crew should have the most people. They were also the most important. For example, cinematographers, lighting assistants, machinery. They were all extremely important. During these times, the crew would also hire experienced professionals from outside. These kinds of film crew members had the largest voice other than the director. Sometimes, they were even allowed to make suggestions to the director crew. When Agatha saw how indifferent Chen Zhao was, she suspected that Chen Zhao was an invited professional. These people were usually freer outside of their own duties. Their professional abilities were able to determine the final quality of the film. I don't care who you are or what you do. This is Steven's crew, so we do things according to his rules. Don't you know that he hates people who are late the most? Finally, Agatha name-dropped Steven to intimidate Chen Zhao. Chapter 417. You need to apologize to my friend. Chapter 417. You need to apologize to my friend. Just then, Agatha heard Steven's voice. Hey, you're finally here. Agatha was clearly delighted. However, the next moment, she saw Chen Zhao walk up and hug Steven. Only friends would do that. They were definitely not a superior subordinate pair. Old man, you've been playing too much recently. Chen Zhao patted Steven's back heavily. Stop that. Cough. Steven made a few coughs. What? He's not a crew member. He's Steven's friend. Bastard. He must have done it on purpose. He deliberately had a conflict with me. Fire almost spurted out from Agatha's eyes. The other crew members were glad that they were not involved, or else they would be the unlucky ones. Just then, James appeared from somewhere. Behind him was a lady who looked quite pretty. Mr. Steven, Mr. Chenhai. When Steven and Chen Zhao saw James, they knew at once what he had just done. Nevertheless, Steven was too busy to care about such things, while Chen Zhao was not in the position to speak. Agatha was more frustrated by the fact that James also knew Chen Zhao. She felt as if the entire crew had been deceiving her. Everyone was trying to harm her. Steven looked at Agatha. Agatha, you need to apologize to my friend. Mr. Steven, Agatha realized that she had hit a hard snag. However, she was extremely disgusted by Chen Zhao. You offended my friend. Steven stared at Agatha with a serious look. I wasn't wrong. Agatha shouted, mustering her courage. Then you're fired. Steven did not hesitate at all. Chen Zhao similarly showed no sympathy. Since the start, this irritating woman had been making trouble herself. Chen Zhao did not think that he should forgive her. Mr. Steven, I've followed you for 4 years. You're firing me just for an outsider? Correct. If you have any other questions, please talk to my lawyer. Steven pulled Chen Zhao away. He was not planning to have a long chat with Agatha. You'll regret this. Steven, you bastard tyrant. And you fucking dogs. I won't let you off. Steven looked at Chen Zhao. Chen, you just made me lose an assistant. You need to compensate me. What the fuck? You fired her yourself. I've been experiencing lumbago recently. You should restrain yourself, old man. No way. Steven rejected immediately. Is Amon here? Yes. The two went to the beach and saw a shipwreck in the sea, as well as someone swimming toward the shore. What's happening? Chen Zhao realized that the person was the captain who had sailed them earlier. He muttered a few lines to Steven. Steven widened his eyes. Is Amon that obedient? You can ask him to execute such a complicated command? Yup. I should change the script. I need to give him more shots. Steven was unconcerned with the captain's tragic experience. In fact, he felt that the captain deserved it. Can you ask Amon to come out? Wait till that asshole's gone. I don't want him to know that I'm involved in the shipwreck. You're careful as ever. The captain swam to the shore and asked for help from the two. Steven asked the crew members to give him a blanket. Nonetheless, they would only bring him back when they were ready to leave. The two went to the shallow water zone. Stephen asked. Do we need to go a bit further? Isn't it too shallow here? Zhao shook his head and clapped his hands. Immediately, waves surged toward them and a giant charged into the shallow water zone. As the thing approached them, more of its body was exposed above the sea. It was like a stranded submarine. Stephen stared at the enormous beast before him, dumbfounded. Too big. It was really too big. It was formidably huge. Amon's gigantic body was somehow realizing a suffocating aura. Can I touch him? Stephen asked in both fear and excitement. Amon's size had totally exceeded his imagination. It was such a great visual impact. It was not the kind of killer whale that Stephen was expecting. Amon was more like an ancient beast. Of course, Stephen took a few steps forward and the water reached his waist. He reached out toward Amon's body. Suddenly, Amon spouted a mouthful of water, and Stephen fell into the sea. Rear. Amon made a weird sound, but it was obvious that he was pleased as he continuously slapped the water with his tail. Realizing that it was a prank, Stephen immediately turned his head. Chen, you asked Amon to do this, right? It must be you. Haha, you want to get up his back? He can take you for a ride on the sea. Can I? Of course. Stephen used all his might to get up Amon's back. Chen, aren't you coming? Nope. Amon, let him feel what it's like to be the king of the sea. Amon began to move his huge body, which was indeed tiring in the shallow water zone. When he returned to the deep zone, however, he sped up. At the beginning, Stephen was terrified, but he slowly forgot his fear and only excitement remained. He felt as if the entire sea was beneath his feet. It was a unique feeling that was hard to describe. It was as if he had regained youth. It was totally different from a ship or a speedboat. It was thrilling, intriguing, and beautiful. Roar. Stephen held onto Amon's dorsal fin. Suddenly, Amon leaped out of the sea and then back into it. Stephen saw a great white shark in Amon's mouth. It was an adult great white shark measuring 6 meters. It would have been a marine killer, but now, in front of Amon, it was insignificant. Stephen enjoyed himself for a full 10 minutes before Amon sent him back to shore. However, he was reluctant to leave. Stephen, you'll get another chance next time. When you start filming the movie, you can play all you want, as long as it won't affect your progress, Zhao said. Fine. Stephen was just being slightly playful. I can't imagine how you managed to make him so obedient. He's smart. He's very big. You sure killer whales can reach this size? You're looking at him yourself, aren't you? Fine. Chapter 4:18, Crazy Woman. Chapter 4:18, Crazy Woman. I'll have someone take you back. Stephen ordered one of the crew's boat for Zhao. His work with the crew wasn't done yet, so he could only walk Zhao onto the boat. Zhao had to return to UCLA. Tiger was still in his recovery training these days. Recovery training was very important, so Zhao had to try not to miss any days. Stephen was a workaholic. He went wild during breaks, since he was old, but his heart wasn't. But once he started working, he would also work without rest. He didn't return to the pier until nighttime. As soon as he got off the boat, a figure charged over and poured some liquid onto him. Old asshole. Stephen and the other staff were all shocked. They thought it was acid or something else, but Stephen didn't feel any pain. Looking up, the person was already restrained. It was none other than Agatha, who he just fired. Take this crazy woman to the police. Stephen yelled angrily. He shook off the water on him. Had the crazy woman poured water on him to scare him. Stephen still didn't feel safe, so he went to the hospital to check. He also collected the liquid for a test. He finally felt reassured after it was confirmed that he was okay. The water that Agatha had poured on him was just normal water. By the time Agatha left the police station, it was already dawn. That old bastard Stephen and that Chinese man, I'm going to kill you both. You two deserve to die. Agatha's features were dark and had a murderous veil. When she got home, she saw that the light was on. Who is it? She was confused. She lived alone and had no one else in her house. Agatha didn't think it was a thief either because she'd set up a ward in her door. It would be activated if a stranger entered, but she didn't feel that her ward had gone off. It must be someone she was familiar with. Agatha pushed the door open and saw someone sitting in the living room. When the person sensed Agatha, they stood up. "Hi, Agatha. Teacher Evangeline? How come you're here?" Agatha gaped at her teacher. Evangeline had disappeared for 20 years and was now in front of her. What surprise! "Teacher, where did you go these years?" Evangeline smiled at Agatha and opened her arms. "You grew up and matured." Agatha hesitated, but she still hugged Evangeline. She felt that Evangeline was hugging her too tightly. She couldn't breathe. "Teacher," not so strongly. But instead of letting go, Evangeline hugged her even more tightly. "Teacher, teacher." It felt like Agatha's ribs were about to snap, but Evangeline hugged tighter and tighter. "Teacher, Agatha." Evangeline suddenly applied more strength. Crack. Finally, she let go. Agatha's body turned limp. She collapsed onto the ground, blood trickling out of her mouth. "Agatha, don't be mad at me." Evangeline wriggled her body. There seemed to be something moving in her neck. Ethan was under house arrest by Qingyi these days. He wasn't even allowed to take out the garbage. He could only sit in the motel all day. It felt like he was about to die. Just then, a beautiful woman walked over. Ethan's eyes brightened. "Hi, do you need a room?" "Yes." "One person?" "Yes." Ethan studied this woman. She was honestly too pretty, and her clothes looked expensive too. She didn't look like the type to come to his crappy motel. "I'll take you to your room." "Okay." Just then, Qingyi came downstairs. When she passed by the woman, they looked at each other at the same time. They seemed to sense something. "Li, watch the counter. I'll take her upstairs." "Mr. Ethan, how about I take her up? You can watch the store." "No, no need. I'll do it." There was no need for someone else to lead this pretty girl. He could do it himself. Maybe something lustful could happen. Ethan grew more excited as he thought about it. "Mr. Ethan, your STDs haven't healed yet," Qingyi said without feeling shame. "Please don't go walking around." "Li," Ethan's face reddened. "Okay, you would have no lustful events." This pretty girl definitely wouldn't get in bed with him anymore. "What pity." "Miss, please follow me." Evangeline glanced at Qingyi and followed behind her. On the third floor, Qingyi slowed down and tensed slightly. Evangeline smiled faintly. "You seem scared of me, Chinese witch." "What are you?" Qingyi stopped and looked at Evangeline with furrowed brows. "Guess." Evangeline suddenly grabbed Qingyi's neck. Qingyi reacted quickly too. She somehow had a red string in her hand. The string quickly wrapped around Evangeline's wrist, and there was a sizzling sound. Evangeline immediately pulled her arm back. She saw that there was a deep red mark on her arm. "Red string burns. 7 stars light up." Qingyi turned her finger. The string came back, wrapping around her finger. She pointed forward again. "Kill all evil." Evangeline was pointed in the chest. There were suddenly countless screaming souls on her. Qingyi instantly felt dizzy and retreated hurriedly. But she couldn't block the screams. They were about to burst her eardrums. Guard the heart with the lights as guidance. As soon as Qingyi cleared her mind, Evangeline grabbed her chest. "Ah!" Qingyi cried out. She was sent flying into the wall. Evangeline was about to climb the wall when Ethan came up the stairs. Seeing the strange-looking Evangeline, he yelled, "What's that?" Bang! Evangeline's chest was shot through, a bloody hole opening up. "Arg!" Evangeline roared at Ethan. Scared, Ethan fired his gun subconsciously. This time, he shot Evangeline's neck. Only half of her neck remained. She touched her neck and glared at Ethan. Ethan was about to piss his pants. What was this? She still wasn't dead. Chapter 419. You ain't gonna die. Stop saying your last words. Chapter 419. You ain't going to die. Stop saying your last words. Evangeline was about to leap at Ethan when she felt a sharp pain in her back. She scratched her back and grabbed a burning white crystal. Immediately, she flung the white crystal away. Anyway, it was all that Qingyi could do. Just then, Evangeline realized that a large portion of her hand was festering. She did not know what the white crystal was, but it was hurting her greatly and continuously. Damn! Turning around, Evangeline jumped out of the window and fled. Li, how are you? Ethan quickly charged up to check Li Qing's injury. What was that? I don't know. Barf? Li Qing could not help but spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. When Ethan saw the black blood, he carried Li Qing back in her room at once. 4 alarming black marks were branded on Li Qing's chest. Ethan was at a loss, having never experienced anything like this before. Suddenly, Ethan thought of someone. Chen, Li, lie down first. I'll call Chen. Chen, there's a big problem. Come here now. Ethan, what time is it now? Don't tell me you've been arrested. I'm not going to bail you out. No, it's Li. She's hurt. Andy Li. Chen Zhao was fully awakened. What happened? I don't know how to describe this. We met a monster. Are you being serious? Yes, absolutely. I'm not joking. I'm coming. Chen Zhao jumped up from the bed. Fei Lai could roughly feel Chen Zhao moving. Chen, what's happening? Ethan's sick. I need to go out. At this hour? Yes. You should go back to sleep. Chen Zhao did not want Fei Lai to worry for him. Chen Zhao drove the small truck and arrived at Ethan's motel in half an hour. Ethan, I'm here. Ethan ran down from upstairs. Chen, great. Quickly follow me. When Chen Zhao saw Li Qing's wound, he knew that it was abnormal. He immediately took out an angelic crystal and cleared the filth around the wound. Then, he removed the decaying flesh and sutured the wound. Mr. Chen, Li Qing eventually woke up. Annie Li, what happened? Let me tell you about it. An hour ago, a very beautiful woman entered the motel and asked for a room. Li brought her to the room, but somehow they started fighting. I heard the noises and went up. The woman looked somewhat weird, so I shot her twice, once in her chest and once in her neck, but she still looked terrifying. She did not seem to mind her wounds at all. Do you have your gun with you all the time? It's under the counter. You know, I always stay open till very late, and there's always the possibility of emergencies. The noises just now were really loud, so I brought the gun. Mr. Chen. Li Qing looked at Chen Zhao. It was clear that she was still very weak. You're also special, aren't you? Chen Zhao hesitated. He knew what Li Qing meant. After a while, he nodded. I know some Western sorcery. Can you help me to take out the stuff from that box? Li Qing asked. Following Li Qing's instruction, Chen Zhao opened the box and saw many ancient books in it. These are, Mr. Chen, I'm a successor of Qingyi's sect, but unfortunately, I'm the only one left. Please help me to pass down Qingyi's sect. Chen Zhao gave a bitter smile. Li Qing was just feeling desperate. How could Chen Zhao accept the inheritance just like this? Auntie Li, I'm afraid. Mr. Chen, don't reject first. I'm not asking you to make Qingyi's sect shine. You're really powerful. I'm only asking that if you meet a suitable person in the future, please pass the books to the person. Annie Li, although you're injured now, it's not fatal. You don't have to find a successor immediately. Look at how old I am already. Even if I go out, nobody will become my disciple. Mr. Chen, please help me. I don't want to see Qingyi's sect die in my generation. Chen Zhao smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll help you. In order to ask Chen Zhao to help, Li Qing even called herself old. Li Qing was just over 50 and was not that old. In modern society, she was, in fact, only middle-aged. Mr. Chen, while Qingyi's sect is not a big clan, there are many recuperative codices, many of which could be applied to medicine. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. All right, Chen Zhao nodded. Auntie Li, do you know what attacked you earlier? I can't tell, but it should be a Western monster, Li Qing answered. The monster is not just odd, but also much stronger than a normal person. Mr. Chen, if you meet it, you mustn't take it head-on. If you discover its whereabouts, you should find a few colleagues and fight it together. Got it. Chen Zhao nodded and took out another angelic crystal. Andy Li, please take this. Mr. Chen, vitality stones are too precious. You've already given me one earlier, which I used to fight against the monster. If the monster is still outside, you might run into it one day. You should leave it for yourself. Auntie Li, I still have more. Just take it. Ignoring Li Qing's objection, Chen Zhao placed the angelic crystal beside her pillow. Then, Chen Zhao left the room. When Ethan saw Chen Zhao carrying Li Qing's box, he asked curiously, "Chen, why are you holding Li's things?" "She gave it to me." "To you? Why not me? Did I not treat her well enough?" "These are all TCM books. Do you want to take a look?" "Oh, forget it. Chen, do you know what happened?" "Nope, but you need to take good care of her for a few days. Call me if there's a problem." "What if we encounter that monster again?" "Prepare 2 more bullets." "Can you give me a proper suggestion?" "No, I'm a doctor. What suggestions do you want from me?" Chen Zhao glanced at the ceiling. "Give me the surveillance video records here." "Okay. Why?" "I'll ask others about it. Maybe someone will know what to do." Chen Zhao gave a random excuse. Chapter 420, The Seed Chen Zhao Planted. Chapter 420, The Seed Chen Zhao Planted. "Sienna, are you resting? If you have something important, then I'm not sleeping. My friend was attacked by something today. I have 2 flash drives with the surveillance footage. Help me check it." "Okay, come over." Chen Zhao hurried over to Sienna's home. It was his first time visiting where Sienna, Chris, and Shirley lived. The house wasn't big, but it was in a nice neighborhood, so the monthly rent wasn't cheap. They probably lived here, so Shirley could have a good environment. Sienna and Chris were waiting for Chen Zhao in the living room. He took out the flash drives. He first played the footage from the front desk. A woman walked into the motel, and Ethan started talking to her. "Huh," Sienna uttered in surprise. "What, you know her? She can't be alive still. This is impossible." "Why?" "Her name is Evangeline, a powerful witch. 20 years ago, she and my teacher and a dozen other witches went to fight a ghost ship. She never came back." "What if she didn't take part in the mission?" "She definitely did. Well, I brought my teacher there back then. I saw her on the ship already." Chen Zhao played the second video. It was the footage from the 3rd floor. Chen Zhao also saw the entire process of Li Qing fighting Evangeline. He saw Li Qing use Eastern spells on Evangeline. Then semi-transparent apparitions appeared on Evangeline's body, and her body was distorted. "Ah!" Sienna cried out. "I got it. What's going on?" "Evangeline is a death-speaking witch or a death speaker. She's skilled in soul magic. When she fights, she can make her soul separate from her physical body and fight as a soul. It's possible that during the ghost ship battle, she hit her body first and then participated in the battle. However, the mission failed in the end. Her soul was trapped in the ghost ship. For some reason, she recently broke free and her soul returned to her body. But it's not just her. The souls of the other witches and the evil spirits also returned to her body. The dozen of witch souls and the evil spirits all combined into what she is now. What is she now? I don't know. This has never happened before. Chen Zhao was reminded of how he and Blackie had gone to kill the ghost ship before. Blackie had destroyed the ship and most of the evil spirits, but there had been too many. The mixed souls in Evangeline were most likely the souls that escaped from that time. Might she be the one hunting witches to create the nest of curses? Chen Zhao asked. Sienna furrowed her brows. If that's the case, then it's a problem. How big of a problem? She has so many people's souls combined. Most of them are from other witches too, so her magic must be unprecedentedly rich now. She'll know all sorts of magic, from toxicology to death-speaking, spiritology, and divination. The souls and magic abilities of the dozen witches are all combined, in addition to a dozen spirits. She'll be physically strong, too. Chen Zhao was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Let's assume that she's the one killing the witches. Do you know why she would do that?" "No, but I must tell the other witches about this. If there's still some who are ignorant about this, they can get attacked suddenly." "Is there a way to track her?" "I need to research," Sienna said. "You decided to attack?" "She already hurt my friend," Chen Zhao said. "The woman in the video?" "Yeah." Sienna nodded. "I'll help you ask now." She called Rupert and said, "Rupert, is teacher beside you now?" "Yeah, why?" "There's a problem." "What problem?" "Evangeline is still alive, and she's turned into a monster. She's the one killing the other witches." "What?" Rupert cried. "What's going on?" Sienna explained everything. Rupert was completely terrified. Evangeline had combined the souls of a dozen witches and evil spirits, possessing the knowledge, magic abilities, and power of the other witches. What kind of monster was this? Even if Rupert thought she was a genius, she still had to hesitate when faced with a monster like this. Teacher also escaped from that ghost ship. Ask her if there's a way to track Evangeline. Are you crazy? Rupert exclaimed. Why do you want to track something so dangerous? My friend, a really strong friend, will act. No matter how strong, they can't go against this kind of monster. This is seriously a monster. No one can fight against monsters. I don't know if he can win, but if even he can't, then we'll probably have to leave El. Otherwise, Evangeline will most likely find us. I doubt you'd want to face a monster like that. Okay, I got it. I'll ask teacher. Rupert hung up. Camilla had already floated over to her. Was that Sienna? Teacher, there's a big problem. If it can make you this scared, it must be very serious. Camilla looked seriously at Rupert. She was always fearless about everything. Camilla had never seen such an expression on her. Rupert told Camilla what Sienna had said. Camilla's expression changed as well. Even back then, I felt that her magic lacked something, but I didn't know what. Now, I finally understand. She'd forcefully turned herself into a monster. What a pity. Teacher, do you have a solution? How can I have a solution? Evangeline has already become an irreversible monster. Even if I'm alive, I'd still turn and run if I see her, let alone as a soul like now. So there's no solution at all? I don't know. I can't think of anyone who can beat her. Sienna said that she has a powerful friend who might be able to beat her. She wants you to help and track Evangeline. Impossible. It's too dangerous. But Sienna insists. No, Camilla said firmly. Go now and restrain Sienna. We can't let her mess around. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. No, go now. But it's already 3 a.m. I want to sleep. Say that again. Okay. I'll go now. Chapter 421. That's a monster that no human can defeat. Chapter 421. That's a monster that no human can defeat. Rupert arrived at Sienna's place and stood outside the door. Teacher, how do you think I should subdue Sienna? You're a toxicologist. Just give her a curse combo, Camilla said. Don't hesitate. Knock on the door and cast your spells once the door opens. Fine. Rupert rubbed her hands, looking somewhat nervous. Although she was more powerful than Sienna, Sienna was her senior. After all, they had the same teacher. Curses would more or less harm Sienna. Rupert had never cast any spells on her friends before. I'll cast weak, then blind, then confusion, and lastly hypnosis. Will these do? Rupert asked. Yes. With Sienna's reaction, she certainly won't be able to resist. It'll be enough, Camilla nodded. Knock, knock. Rupert knocked on the door and also took out her staff. The door opened. Rupert immediately cast weak. However, the next moment, a large hand grabbed Rupert's shoulder and lifted her into the air. Astonished, Camilla was about to attack Zhao. Zhao looked at Camilla and pointed his finger at her. Sleep. Camilla fell asleep at once. Rupert was flabbergasted. What? Although her teacher was in soul state, she had at least 80% of her original powers. But the person before them had managed to hypnotize her instantly. Importantly, with Camilla's magical resistance, why would she fall asleep that easily? It's you, Rupert shouted. Let me go. It's painful. Oh, I remember you. Zhao recognized Rupert as the girl who had suddenly run away the previous day. Her rubber ball had activated his cursed eye. Zhao had been very much puzzled by all that, but now he finally got it. The girl was also a witch. She had been trying to sneak attack him the day before. Clearly, she did not expect Zhao to activate the cursed eye and ruin the attempt. Today, she tried to attack him again. Zhao was determined to beat her up for her wicked action. Huh? Chen, Rupert. Teacher, what's happening? Just then, Sienna walked out. Zhao turned his head and asked, Sienna, do you know her? She's my junior, and the soul is my teacher. What happened to her? Huh? Is she asleep? Can souls fall asleep? Sienna, save me. He's going to kill me. Rupert grasped at straws at once. Just as Zhao put Rupert back onto the floor, she took a few steps back and was about to attack him again. Zhao's cursed eye, as well as the mouth of Glutton, opened. Stop! Rupert, what's wrong? Why are you attacking my friend? He's your friend? What do you think? Rupert moved her eyes and thought. Brother, I'm sorry. It's my mistake. Are you thinking about admitting defeat first and then attacking me? Zhao would not believe Rupert easily. No, of course not. I would like to make a deal with you. What? Someone wants me to attack you. The person will pay me a lot for that. You pretend that you're defeated by me. When I receive the money, we'll split it. And how much is that? 120,000, Rupert replied. Wait, I'm in. Sienna was energized when she heard the amount. Aren't you going to ask for my opinions first? Chen, I really need some money now. You won't reject my request, will you? Sienna emphasized greatly on the word request as she stared at Zhao with watery eyes. Who wants you to attack me? Zhao asked. Someone called Pierce South. Rupert betrayed Pierce without hesitation. Zhao's face darkened straight away. Do you know where he is? No. If you can find him for me, I'll give you 50,000. You won't need me to pretend to be defeated by you. Zhao really hated Pierce. He did not look for Pierce, but Pierce had been wanting to harm him. He originally asked me to kill you. I rejected, Rupert added. So can you find him or not? It's hard. Rupert admitted, helpless. Should we go in and talk? Also, Chen, what happened to my teacher? She's your teacher? Yes, if she offended you. I do apologize for her. She's just hypnotized. She's fine. How do we wake her up? Sienna was surprised that Zhao could hypnotize a soul, but she knew all along how powerful Zhao was. Although her teacher had been very strong while alive, she was probably no match for Zhao even in her best state. Wait for 12 hours or attack her. While Zhao could make a person or soul fall asleep, they would still have their instincts. Receiving damage would cause them to wake up. Sienna cast a small spell, and Camilla was immediately awakened in shock. Rupert, Sienna, run. Air. Teacher, Chen's my friend. Your friend? Yes, my friend. Camilla stared at Zhao in doubt. What did you cast on me just now? Why was I hypnotized? Banshee's charm. Camilla's expression changed. You know Banshee's charm? Yes. Teacher, what's Banshee's charm? We've never heard of it before. Rupert and Sienna both asked out of curiosity. All sleeping spells developed from Banshee's charm. Camilla looked at Zhao. Nobody could cast Banshee's charm. That's why people were forced to change it into the different weaker versions today. Rupert and Sienna also stared at Zhao with a different look. Zhao shrugged. Camilla looked at Sienna. Is he the one whom you said is going to fight Evangeline? Yup. Chen's really powerful, Sienna answered. Indeed, but I'm unsure if he can defeat Evangeline, Camilla said. That's a monster created from the souls of more than 10 witches and other evil spirits. A monster new to the world. She has not only potent spells, but also extraordinary strength. I'm quite confident about the strength part, Zhao said. If she's merely a dozen times stronger than a normal person, I should be able to deal with her. No way. No human can possess such great strength. Chapter 422. Your curse is tasty. Chapter 422. Your curse is tasty. I don't have to prove it to you. I only need you to find that monster for me. You really want to fight that monster? Camilla asked. I can help you find her, but you have to promise that Sienna and Rupert won't get involved or be in danger. I don't need their help, Zhao said. Teacher, can you really find Evangeline? Sienna asked, surprised. I'm familiar enough with her. We were once friends. Can we do it now? Camilla shook her head. She's hurt. She won't appear so easily. Then fine. Notify me whenever you think you can find her. Zhao glanced at Rupert. What about you, little girl? When can you find Pierce South? Don't call me little girl, or else I'm going to curse you. Rupert exploded. I'll tell you when I find him. Zhao patted her head and turned around with a smile. Suddenly, he felt his body turn heavy. The mouth of gluttony opened and sucked Zhao's body. He instantly recovered. Turning to Rupert, he said, You just tossed weak at me. What? You going to attack me? Rupert looked guardedly at him. She was actually nervous that Zhao would attack her. No, toss me some more curses. I think your spell was quite tasty. Zhao wasn't lying. Rupert's curse was indeed tasty. At least, it was tastier than swallowing the disasters and nest of curses. The only flaw was that it wasn't as powerful. Everyone's magic tasted differently to the mouth of gluttony. Different people would have different flavors. The mouth of gluttony was clearly interested in Rupert's curse. Fuck you. Get the fuck out. Rupert was deeply hurt. She thought her curses were very powerful, but to Chen Zhao, it was just tasty. This comment was too much. She glared at Chen Zhao with clenched teeth. She decided that she would never curse Chen Zhao again. After spending the entire night at Sienna's house, the sky was already lightening as he went home. When he arrived, it was already 7 in the morning. Feilai was already up. Chen, you're so late. No, how come you're so early? How is Ethan's condition? Chen Zhao kissed her. It's okay. Not dangerous. Are you going out? Feilai looked at him. She still felt bad for Chen Zhao. She knew that, because of his job, he would run into many emergencies. But she still hoped that Chen Zhao could rest more, instead of pushing himself to the limits. I think you should rest today. I'll rest in the morning and see in the afternoon, Chen Zhao said. After Feilai left, Chen Zhao called Tiger. Tiger, come to my place for training in the afternoon. My address is 21 Mirror Lake, Mountain Town. Turn left at the vet billboard on Route 21. After giving Tiger directions, Chen Zhao fell straight asleep. In the afternoon, Tiger's calls woke him up. Tiger had seen Chen Zhao's RV before, so he knew that Chen Zhao was pretty rich. However, he was still shocked when he saw the house. The RV cost more than the house, but it wasn't as impressive. Tiger had still been hospitalized during the housewarming party, so Chen Zhao didn't invite him. This was his first time at Chen Zhao's house. His eyes inadvertently turned envious. Hi. Chen Zhao came downstairs, shirtless with a toothbrush in his mouth. Take a seat. Do you want to drink anything? Other than alcohol? Tiger had healed, but he was still recovering, so he couldn't drink. Plus, an athlete's basic requirement was to watch what they ate. Any drink is fine, Tiger said. There are energy drinks in the fridge. Help yourself. Chen Zhao got dressed and came back out. Take this card. Mr. Chen, what's this? From now on, I'll send $20,000 into your card every month. Why? I said before that I'll invest in you. This $20,000 is my investment. I'll send it until you can make money by yourself. How much did an athlete need every month? Even just looking at food, Ruppert's basic nutrition meals cost at least $200 per day. As a heavyweight athlete, Tiger couldn't afford his meals at all. Even regular food was stressful for his family. Chen Zhao knew that Tiger accepted some illegal gigs. After all, it wasn't a big secret. This is the money for your food and training. I'll also introduce you to a professional trainer. They're obviously really skilled. I'll learn my techniques from them. Can you imagine that they beat me up before? Mr. Chen, stop joking. No one can beat you up. I'm not lying. I was once beaten up badly by that trainer. I wanted to learn boxing to take revenge, but then they ended up as my trainer. Tiger was shocked. Did you get revenge? We became friends. Tiger didn't expect this story. Chen Zhao continued, but you'll still do rehabilitation training with me. You also have to listen to me for your diet. I understand. Today's task is swimming. Mirror Lake is 2 kilometers wide. I want you to swim to the end and back. Boxing wasn't just punching all day. Boxers had to train in many other sports too. For example, swimming was something practically all boxers did. Long-distance swimming could improve a boxer's endurance. Aerobic exercise was helpful for Tiger's recovery too. Chen Zhao also got into the water to accompany Tiger. Tiger was too heavy. He chose the 86 kilograms and above weight class. He weighed about 98 kilograms, which was pretty standard. Even though the boxer only had to meet the requirement for the 86 kilogram and above weight class, there was still a threshold. The closer you were to the threshold, the better your performance would be. The range was around 50 kilograms. Higher than that, your weight would weigh you down. Lower than that, your force would be affected. Tiger's weight stopped him from improving his swimming speed. This was also a great burden. Tiger, watch the rhythm of your breathing. Chapter 423, Evil Intention. Chapter 423, Evil Intention. After Tiger left, Chen Zhao brought Samuel to the supermarket in town. "Hey, Chen, you here again for dog food?" Every time, Chen Zhao would fill the cart with various dog foods. The staff in the pets section have known him for a long time. Chen Zhao's pets would often appear in town, and many people also knew where his house was. After all, if they went to Mirror Lake, it was impossible to miss such a huge house. Mirror Lake was now private property, but Chen Zhao did not forbid people from entering. Those who were not invited or his friends could still play near the lake, as long as they did not enter the villa zone. Yeah, every time, the manager will praise me because the products here are sold extremely fast. He probably doesn't know that you buy most of them. Actually, have you been eating dog food yourself? The employee teased. Fuck, Chen Zhao said. If you want to try them, I'll treat you for a year. Meow. Human, become my servant. You shall enjoy my kindness. Chen, does your cat like me? He shouts at me every time. Yes. Chen Zhao grabbed Samuel's neck and lifted him into the air. He does that to everyone. As Chen Zhao left the checkout counter with a large number of items, he did not notice two pairs of eyes staring at him. That Chinese looks rich. I heard he owns a huge villa near Mirror Lake. Marion and Trigly were gangsters in town and frequent visitors to the police station. Nevertheless, they had never been kept for more than 2 days. Such gangsters could be found in almost every town, and they would never reduce in number. Human society was really weird. It always seemed to be full of special characters, both good and bad. I heard Chinese are really timid, Marion said. Trigly's eyes glittered. They were strapped for cash again. To them, as long as they could get money, they would do anything. Go. The same method, Trigly said. Experienced, Marion walked up and collided with Chen Zhao's cart. Ah, Marion screamed. Before Chen Zhao could react, he knocked Marion onto the floor and pushed the cart onto Marion's body. Chen Zhao quickly pulled the cart back. With 20 packs of dog food in it, the cart was quite heavy. It was obvious that the person had deliberately run into his cart. Chen Zhao was not that easy to deceive. As he pulled the cart back, Marion screamed again. What have you done? Trigly charged forward and pushed Chen Zhao. I need a doctor. I need a doctor. Looking at Marion's realistic wailing, Trigly thought that Marion's acting had improved greatly. He had no idea that Marion was really in pain. Marion was not only hit by the cart, but also literally run over. Kid, how do you think we should settle this? Trigly seized Chen Zhao's collar. What do you want? Chen Zhao asked back. Compensation. My buddy's injured by you, so you either pay us or we'll sue you till you're bankrupt. Trigly shouted angrily. How much do you want? 100,000. Trigly shouted. Chen Zhao grabbed a pack of dog food and flung it at Trigly's head. He did not dare to use his fist. With his current strength, he was unsure if he would kill Trigly in one punch. How much do you want again? Didn't hear you properly. You dare to hit me? Do you want to be sent back? Trigly roared. If I call the police now and tell them that you tried to extort 100,000 from me, who do you think the police will believe? I think it's enough for you to stay in jail for 3 years. Chen Zhao smiled gently. Trigly and Marion were awake at once and even stopped yelping. The police could not do much to them for small crimes. They would at most be detained for a few days before being freed. As professional gangsters, they knew that there was a line they must not cross. An example was stealing over $1,000, which would lead to a criminal proceeding. However, because Chen Zhao was a Chinese, they asked for 100,000 in their hot-headedness. Of course, they knew that there was no way they would get that amount. They thought that they would obtain at most $1,000 or $2,000. Clearly, they did not expect Chen Zhao to threaten them instead. Just you wait. Trigly helped Marion up from the floor, and they ran away. Chen Zhao did not even bother to stop them. They were not the only gangsters in town. It was also not the first time such a thing had happened. The residents of Mountain Town were quite brave. While there were many onlookers, nobody called the police. To them, it was only a small conflict. They were glad that Chen Zhao had taught the two gangsters a lesson. Whistling, Chen Zhao returned to his truck only to find one wheel missing and the windows were broken. The culprits were obvious. Chen Zhao roared at once, "Don't let me catch you, or I'll break your limbs. Gritting his teeth, Zhao called for his truck to be towed to a repair shop. Towing cost $200, while the repair would also cost $200 or $300. Although it was not a big amount, Zhao was very displeased. Trigly, didn't you say that Chinese are timid? Why did that asshole resist? Marion complained. How would I know? I can't just leave like this. What else do you want? We've already broken his truck, Trigly said. That Chinese is such a nice house. There must be many valuable items inside. Let's go there at night. We might just be lucky. What if he sees us? Bring our knives. If we're really discovered, gloom flashed across Marion's face. We'll stab him. Seriously? If we're found, we'll be doomed, Trigly said reluctantly. But if we find anything valuable, we'll be rich. Marion licked his lips. Are you in or not? Yes. But if we're seen, we should run away if we can. We don't have to kill. Trigly was still hesitant. After all, he had only committed small crimes in the past. He was used to being arrested into a police station. Nonetheless, he really did not want to end up in jail. If he killed someone, his life would be over. Chapter 424. Amazing Adventures of Trigly and Marion. Chapter 424. Amazing Adventures of Trigly and Marion. At night, Trigly and Marion snuck to the other end of Mirror Lake. Marion, when will we go in? What's the hurry? Don't you see the lights are still on? You want to go in now and get killed? Then how long do we have to wait for? Shut up. Just wait until they turn off the lights. It's only 8 p.m., Trigly said a bit unwillingly. I think they'll need at least 2 or 3 hours. I'd rather go to a bar and get girls. I won't stop you if you want to quit, Marion said. But don't think about splitting the profits when I get rich. Fine, I'll listen to you, Trigly acquiesced in the end. Trigly and Marion bore the mosquitoes and bugs until 11 p.m. The lights in the house finally dimmed. We can go now. Trigly and Marion went around Mirror Lake. But before they could get close, a huge bear suddenly appeared before their eyes. Roar! They practically pissed their pants. This bear was too big, too terrifying. They turned to run, but then a black wolf appeared behind them. The black wolf stared at them with green eyes. When it opened its maw, the two saw glistening white fangs. Completely freaked out, Trigly and Marion jumped into the lake. They just hoped that the huge bear and wolf wouldn't get into the water. But before they started swimming, a wave came. There was something in the water. They both realized this problem. In the direction of the ripples, there was a knife-like thing standing up in the water. Using the moonlight, they could vaguely see something over the water. The thing underwater was definitely not small. Escape was what they were both thinking. But they couldn't swim toward the water beast or go on land. They could only swim toward the house. Thankfully, the water beast pursuing them wasn't very fast. The two used all their might. They felt like they could break a world record. Finally, they reached land, but then they saw a fiery red lizard crawl toward the water. The lizard was huge. It was definitely big enough to eat them. Plus, lizards could swim. So the two jumped back into the water as soon as they got on land. Lizards can't go underwater. Let's go to the bottom of the lake. But there's a bigger one underwater. It doesn't look too deep here. That big guy probably can't get close. Are you sure? No. But if we stay here, that lizard will discover us. Marion dove into the water. Trigly followed him in. Underwater, they could vaguely see a huge beast pacing around in the distance. It was nighttime and they were underwater, so they couldn't see clearly at all. Just then, Trigly discovered a man-made entrance. He gestured at Marion. Marion was running out of air, so he ducked into the entrance. Seeing him do that, Trigly also followed suit. The tunnel wasn't very long. It was only around 4 or 5 meters. They soon broke through the water. Hey, this is inside the house. We're in. It should be the basement. So dark. Trigly couldn't see the surroundings, but being on solid ground reassured him. Marion, did you bring a flashlight? Yes. Marion took off the flashlight hanging on his hip. Water got in. He slapped the flashlight. It lit up and then went off again. He tried a few other times and dried out the water. Finally, it lit up again. The two started creeping around carefully. Rich people have such weird interests, Trigly said. He actually has a tunnel connecting the basement to the lake. Isn't he afraid thieves would come in? Clearly, he forgot that he was a thief. Isn't that better? He gave us a chance. Marion laughed. Wait, Marion, your flashlight shone on something. Trigly suddenly cried out. Go back again. Be quiet, Marion reminded. But he still followed Trigly's request and shone the light back. It was an empty wall. Nothing was there. There's nothing here. Thud. A strange noise came out of nowhere. Frightened, Trigly grabbed onto Marion's arm. Don't touch me. Marion shook him off. Did you step on something? No, Trigly said, terrified. That wasn't me. That's weird. Where did the sound come from? Marion suddenly pulled his flashlight back, and they saw something flash past the lit-up area. It was only a blur, but the two could see that the thing was huge. There really is something. What is it? Trigly was even more frightened. Hurry, we can't stay here, Marion decided. The two immediately rushed into the water, but they felt something slippery underfoot. Marion shone the light into the water. They saw a snake's head dart out of the water. There were countless snake heads, all huge and strangely shaped. It looked like many snakes tangled together. Hiss, hiss. The two backed out of the tunnel in fear. By then, many snakeheads had come out of the water. Marion and Trigly also saw the full body. It wasn't a cluster of snakes. It was a creature with many heads. It has 9 heads. A 9-headed snake? Marion trembled in fear. Even though this 9-headed snake wasn't as huge as in the myths, it was still frightening. The two were covered in goosebumps. They retreated into a corner in fear. Suddenly, they backed into something. It wasn't a hard wall. It should be an animal's body. Huge. That was the first word that popped into their minds. Shuddering, they fell to the ground while the light shone on the thing. It looked like a huge dog, but its body was a bit too much. It was bigger than a horse. The moment that the dog turned its head, Marion and Trigly honestly pissed their pants in fright. From the side, they only thought that it was a huge dog. But now, they finally saw the dog's full appearance. Chapter 425, Guinea Pig Volunteers. Chapter 425, Guinea Pig Volunteers. Cerberus. It was actually Cerberus. All 3 heads had red lights in their mouths. It was hellfire. Both Trigly and Marion felt death approaching. It was different from the Hydra. While the Hydra did manage to astonish them, it was only 3 meters long, after all. The Hydra was at most a huge python, and not nearly as formidable as the legendary monster which could turn seas upside down. Hellhound was different. It was a giant measuring 3 meters in shoulder height and over 5 meters in length. Marion fled at once, so did Trigly. The two charged to the other side of the room, opened the door, and bolted in. The next instant, they felt a cloud of fog float past them. It was as if they were standing in the clouds. When they cleared the cloud and looked before them, they were bewildered once again. They saw a magnificent castle towering right in front. It was a giant castle that was hard to describe, one more imposing than any architecture they had seen before. Entirely white, the spire of the castle soared into the clouds and merged perfectly with the sky. An animal seemed to be flying and circling around the spire. The animal also discovered the two. Thousands of meters away from them, it suddenly dove toward them. Bang! When the animal landed, the two could feel the ground shake. The animal looked both like a dragon and a bird. It was enormous, about 8 or 9 meters long. It had sharp claws on both its feet, and its tail was thin and long. Its wings looked like those of a bat, while its head resembled a dinosaur. The two immediately attempted to escape through the door behind them, but the door was nowhere to be found. The wyvern stuck its head toward the two. Trigly and Marion turned around and ran. With tacit understanding, they ran in different directions. However, the wyvern's tail reached out and caught Trigly at once. Marion was in deeper peril as the wyvern grabbed him with its mouth. Ah, Trigly, save me, save me. Marion was still alive and resisting. He drew his gun and fired at the wyvern's mouth. In pain, the wyvern threw Marion onto the ground. However, Marion could no longer stand. His entire body was covered in blood. He could only crawl with his hands. The wyvern smacked Marion with its paw. Ah! Ah! Blackie was alarmed. He felt death. Someone was about to die here. Was it Chen Zhao? Blackie quickly left the castle and floated toward the place of death. It was not Chen Zhao. Blackie was reassured as he confirmed that the intruders were not Chen Zhao. Grim Reaper. Both Marion and Trigly saw Blackie, who looked identical to the Grim Reaper they knew. Blackie ignored the two and left the space crevice directly. Once he entered the villa, he informed Chen Zhao at once. Chen Zhao, stop playing. Two people just entered my territory from your basement. Chen Zhao trembled. Below him, Feilai gave a loud moan as her body shivered. Chen, why are you so quick today? Chen Zhao patted his forehead and said, Hellhound and Little Nine are fighting. I need to check on them. How did you know? I just do. Should we hire a maid? I'll take care of it. Chen Zhao put on his pants and rushed downstairs. Chen Zhao entered the basement and saw many watery footprints on the floor. A key was also inserted in the magic door. I forgot to withdraw the key, Chen Zhao said as he pushed the door open. Then, he saw a wyvern toying with Marion. It was also grabbing a person with its tail, who was Trigly. Chen Zhao knew that the two did not come here with good intentions. Not far away, there was even a gun on the floor. At the moment, Marion was already one step away from dying. Constrained by the wyvern's tail, Trigly was also startled, although he was not injured. Let them go, Chen Zhao shouted. When the wyvern saw Chen Zhao, it first showed its teeth fiercely, but as it smelled Chen Zhao, it was clearly terrified. Chen Zhao did not care about Marion and Trigly, but wyverns were food, after all. He had no plans to feed them with living humans. The wyvern left Marion and Trigly and fled via the air. The dying Marion stared at Chen Zhao, his eyes filled with a begging look. On the other hand, Trigly's face was filled with horror. Even though Chen Zhao was only wearing a casual pair of pants, he still looked frightening. After all, Chen Zhao had just scared the monster away. The Grim Reaper was following him. Who is he? What does he have in his house? Cerberus, Hydra, and a monster in the lake. Bear, wolf, lizard. Are they all his pets? The huge biped monster just now fled upon seeing him. Clearly, the Chinese before them was even scarier than the biped monster. Who is he? A demon king. How do we handle them? Blackie asked. Leave them here. I just happen to need living humans for experiments, Chen Zhao said. Ask the underlings to bring them in. Soon, Trigly and Marion saw countless small, green monsters surge toward them and carry them into the castle. Chen Zhao performed a simple treatment for Marion just so that he would not die. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao did not plan to let the two have a good life. They had broken into his house with a gun. It was clear what they were planning to do. Moreover, they had already discovered his secrets. There was no way he would release them. It would be a waste to kill them. After all, Chen Zhao and Blackie had many experiments that required living subjects. Of course, Blackie would not perform them himself. He must not kill, after all, or he would be punished. But Chen Zhao did not have such a restriction. Since he killed the first person, he had already overcome the psychological barrier. Chen Zhao had never killed an innocent person before. Sir, let me go. Let me go. I promise I won't say anything. I swear to God. Trigly was sent into a cage. Chen Zhao sneered. Then you shouldn't even have entered in the first place. Also, do I look like I believe in God? Trigly shivered. Demon. He's definitely a demon from hell. Or maybe he's Satan himself. Good, you look scared of me. That's excellent. Lord, I swear allegiance to you in your name. I don't need you. Why don't I need a loyal piece of trash? Chen Zhao really did not know how he could use the two gangsters apart from guinea pigs for his experiments. Ignoring the risk of releasing them, what could they even do for him? Earn money? Or gain territory? Turning his head, Chen Zhao said to the underlings, watch them closely. If they escape, I'll feed all of you to the wyverns. Chapter 426, it's time to build some defenses. Chapter 426, it's time to build some defenses. Blackie, It seems like it's not just my house lacking security. Your house does too. They came into my house from yours, Blackie said, dissatisfied. Plus, couldn't you put away the key when you left? Disregarding outside intruders. What if your woman broke in? Oh yeah, what if Fei came in accidentally and neither of us were here? Chen Zhao immediately realized this was a problem. The inferior demons in the castle might not dare to do anything, but the wyverns had low intelligence. They might not know that this was the female master. Have Samuel make a badge that carries his aura. This can scare the wyverns. Chen Zhao nodded. This was the only solution. Oh, help me train some inferior demons, Chen Zhao said. Choose some smarter ones so I can bring them out. The house was so big, but only Chen Zhao and Fei lived there. They had the AI system for help, but it was tiring to clean such a big house. Even Chen Zhao found it tiring, let alone Fei. Cleaning up after the big and small pets was also annoying. Thus, Chen Zhao felt it necessary to have Fei meet some inferior demons. Fei wanted maids, but there were too many secrets in the house. It wasn't suitable for outsiders to know. This was why inferior demons were the best choice for maids. They were timid and very obedient. They were also more hardworking than humans because they had to show their value. If they realized that they'd lost value, they would lose their reason to exist. Plus, inferior demons wouldn't affect his and Fei's lifestyles. This was the most important. Okay, I'll choose some for you. Blackie nodded, agreeing to this. Right, I heard that there's a stone demon production technique in hell. Next time you go, look and see if you can find it. What are stone demons used for? Stone demons are man-made, mixed demons, like the Hellhound, but they're usually statues. They can both guard and attack. Isn't necromancy enough? Stone demons are a type of necromancy beings, but they're different. They have two states, living and statue. You don't have to activate them. Their thoughts also have a certain synchronization with the master. They can differentiate between friend and foe by themselves. That's nice. Chen Zhao thought that his house really lacked defenses. Any random person could break in. Strengthening the defenses was necessary, but regular types couldn't be used. They were both expensive and inconvenient. Magic beings were the simplest. Chen Zhao returned to the bedroom, and Fei immediately grabbed him. Wasn't the Hellhound fighting with Little Nine, right? Fei rubbed against him. Still not sleeping? Chen Zhao kissed her softly. The dogs are so friendly with Little Nine and always follow each other around. How can they fight? Oh, it's no big deal. Chen Zhao rested Fei against his chest. I found some servants for our house. Some? Our house is big, but we don't need more than one, right? Special servants, Chen Zhao said. How special? They're not human. Oh, where are they now? Still in training. I don't want to teach them what to do after they get here. They have to know what to do beforehand and get to work immediately. What are these things you speak of? A special breed. They're a type of supernatural beings. They're really small and timid and live to please their masters. Like earth elves in books, they're much more obedient. Fei grew even more curious. When can they get here? It depends on their training. How big are they? A bit bigger than Beelzebub, but not more than 1 meter tall. After Fei started dating Chen Zhao, she kept discovering new and unimaginable things. Chen Zhao's mysteriousness deeply attracted her. As they entered March, the days started getting warmer. Of course, LA's weather was always quite stable. It never got very cold or hot. Most of the time, the temperature was below 20 degrees Celsius. Tiger, come over. I'll take you to the trainer today. A while later, Tiger hurried over. He'd been nervous since Chen Zhao told him yesterday that he would recommend him to a trainer who'd beaten Chen Zhao up before. In the car, Tiger kept asking, Mr. Chen, what should I say after I meet the trainer? Don't worry. She's not going to eat you. That's not for sure, Tiger thought. What kind of monster could defeat Chen Zhao? After Chen Zhao and Tiger reached the gym parking lot, he saw a car that looked familiar. Wasn't that his Ford SUV? But it seemed to be repaired. Let's go up. Chen Zhao brought Tiger upstairs. Tiger grew even more nervous. After they got to the fitness center, the older members went to greet Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao pushed open Gaia's office door. Hi, Gaia. Tiger froze when he saw Gaia. How come it was a woman? But seeing Gaia's body, he didn't dare to overlook her anymore. Gaia was probably in the same weight class as him. Who's that? Gaia asked. Someone with potential, Zhao said. I want to invest in him. Boxing? Yes. No way, Gaia said. He looks like he has the same personality as you. All soft, not suitable for boxing. Don't be like that. Zhao looked helpless. Can you not kill my ego in front of my student? It's for his own good, Gaia said. I won't stop him if he has a monster's body like you. I'll take care of his body, Zhao said. Just help me train him in technique. Zanla Douglas broke his arms before, and he just got his confidence back. Are you going to destroy a young man's spirit like this? I heard Zanla's manager announce that he's quitting, Gaia said. Does this have anything to do with you? I broke his arms too. Gaia touched her chin. What do I get from this? You'll get what an athlete's coach gets. Trust me, he has more potential than you think. Gaia thought for a long while. You're sure he can perform well in professional boxing? Yes, I promise. Fine, I could train him for free, but if he doesn't get anything within 2 years, you'll have to pay me $500,000. How about that? Okay, Zhao answered easily. I haven't fought in a long time. How about we do a round? Chapter 427, Rapid Aging. Chapter 427, Rapid Aging. Nope, Zhao rejected. To be honest, Gaia was definitely no match for Zhao at the moment. Skill was indeed important, but when the difference between their strengths was so big, all skills were useless. Now, Zhao was truly a monster that no ordinary humans could fight. Really? Gaia asked. Apart from bringing Tiger here, I also need your help. What? I need some special fitness equipment for myself. How special? Zhao muttered something into Gaia's ear. Gaia was clearly somewhat hesitant. You need them for yourself? Yup. You sure you didn't accidentally add a 0 behind each number? I know what I'm saying and also what I need. Tiger, familiarize yourself with the place first. Chen and I need to discuss something. Gaia brought Zhao into an isolated gym. Lift that barbell. Zhao shrugged. With just one hand, he lifted the barbell, which had 7 or 8 weights on it. Gaia frowned. Zhao's strength was becoming absolutely alarming. He was carrying a 200-kilogram barbell, but he was holding it like a normal dumbbell. You're a beast. Gaia shook her head. It was no wonder Zhao had rejected her request for a fight. If they really entered the ring, she would lose for sure. Zhao was way stronger than her, so much so that no skills could make up for the difference. How's Morgari? Gaia suddenly asked. You killed him. Zhao was unsure about Gaia's position, so he denied it as his first reaction. After leaving the fitness center, Zhao went to Ethan's motel to visit Li Qing. Li Qing was recovering well, especially her mental state. Mr. Chen, have you read Qingyi's sex books I gave you? I was too busy. I'll read them once I get back. Zhao felt as if Li Qing was forcing him to read the books. Remember to read them. Qingyi sect has many techniques that can cure various diseases. They're really useful. Li Qing was blowing her own trumpet. Zhao could only nod. When Zhao left the motel, he received a call from Sienna. Chen, something happened again. Today, a witch was killed and another was severely injured. It's Evangeline again. Yes, Sienna answered. Chen, I think you should reconsider. Evangeline is too strong. We don't have to find her actively. Zhao, however, had already made up his mind. He had caused all this, so he had no reason to hide. In any case, he had to take care of the situation. The longer Evangeline roamed outside, the more victims there would be. Are the witches in LA defenseless? What do you expect us to do? We could at most build a few defensive wards at our house, but such wards cannot stop Evangeline at all. Is there really nothing we can do? Zhao was worried about Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl's safety. No, unless witches stay in groups, but that's almost impossible. How about you come to my house and wait till I settle all this? Zhao asked. No, it's good here. Is there any news from your teacher? Not yet. I'll inform you if I receive anything. Mr. Stephen, you look very tired the past 2 days. Do you really not need some rest? James stood before Stephen. I don't feel anything different. How's the construction of the filming location? Stephen asked. 80% complete. It's estimated we can start filming in the next 2 days. Also, I need a new assistant. Release the news for me, Stephen added. Now, follow me to check out the location together. Stephen rubbed his forehead. Indeed, he had been feeling weak recently. However, in both visits to the hospital, he was told that his body was entirely normal. After walking for a while, Stephen was already feeling tired. His strength had significantly decreased. Just a few weeks ago, he could play with 2 women all night without feeling this tired. But now, walking a few steps would exhaust him. It felt very uncomfortable. Stephen slowed down with cold sweat running down his forehead. Realizing Stephen's status, James quickly walked up and supported him. Right, go away. I'm not so old that I need someone to carry me. Stephen tried his best to focus and check the location, after which he rushed home to rest. However, he was soon awakened by a call. Hey, James, what is it? Nobody would enjoy being disturbed from sleep. Mr. Stephen, I've already sent out the announcement. When will you be free to interview the applicants? Stephen's name was really useless. With just once announcement, there were already hundreds of applicants. After James did some preliminary selection, there were about 10 people left. Tomorrow morning. I'm hanging up. Yes, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. After Stephen hung up, he wanted to sleep again, but he just could not fall asleep. As he got up, he felt weakness running through his body. He had a hard time getting himself up the bed. However, when he saw himself in the mirror, his expression changed. His hair, which had been half brown, was all white now. At the same time, there were countless wrinkles on his face. Stephen felt as if he had aged for 10 years all of a sudden. He kept rubbing his eyes, unable to believe in the reality. Ignoring his aching body, he rushed to the hospital for an examination. Waiting for the report was a very painful process. Stephen waited for 3 hours and his state deteriorated. Mr. Stephen, we detected your cells splitting rapidly. This is a very bad sign. A doctor gave the medical report to Stephen. What do you mean? Stephen asked, confused. You might have one of the progeroid syndromes. Can you be more direct? You're aging at a rate which is dozens of times quicker than normal, the doctor said. Boom! Stephen could feel his head go blank. Aging dozens of times quicker. Is there a treatment? No. Currently, there is no cure. It cannot even be slowed. What should I do then? Stephen asked. I'm really sorry, but there is not much I can tell you. Please keep optimistic. Chapter 428. This man is from a gang. Chapter 428. This man is from a gang. Stephen didn't know how he walked out of the hospital. His mind was blank. The doctor had just given him the death sentence. He was aging 100 times faster than normal. His bone density was decreasing, his fitness was decreasing, and his bodily functions were all dying. This made everything turn dry and dull. According to the doctor, he had around 1 more month to live. Of course, this wasn't definite. It could be faster or slower. What would he do in 1 month? Perhaps he could shoot one last movie. Stephen took a deep sigh and suddenly gathered his spirits. Yes, even if he was dying, he had to finish this movie. At least, he couldn't ruin things for Rasfa. He was the one who was managing the movie. PLM was the main investor. Next day, James was surprised to see Stephen become spirited. Stephen, how are you feeling? Not bad. Are the applicants for the assistant position here? Yes, they're outside the site. Should I call them in? First, get rid of the men. What? I want a female assistant. Not a male assistant, understand? All right. James felt helpless. Stephen was still so authoritative. A while later, James led a handful of women to the door. Go in one by one. You first, James said to an Asian girl. Knock, knock. Come in, Stephen called. When he saw that the first girl was Asian, he was shocked. Wenhui was used to Stephen's reaction. After all, this was a white society. People of color were always overlooked or even discriminated against. Asians especially were discriminated against in all aspects. She just came to try her luck. She didn't think she could actually become a famous director's assistant. Introduce yourself, Stephen said. My name is Wenhui Yu. I'm a senior in financial management at UCLA, 22 years old. Half a year ago, I worked in a top 500 company. My resume includes recommendations from that company. Stephen flipped through her materials. You're Chinese, right? Yes. Your name should actually be Wenhui, right? Yes. She didn't expect that Stephen would care about how her name was pronounced. Is there anywhere fun in China? There are many fun places. If you have the chance to go to China, I can take you around, regardless if I get the job. Regardless if I have the chance to go to China, you got the job, Stephen said, smiling. Wenhui froze, gaping at Stephen. She was Chinese. Regardless of how her resume and material were, there were still many other candidates. Why did Stephen decide without looking at the other choices? Wenhui knew that she was pretty, but she probably only suited Eastern beauty standards. Westerners probably didn't like her looks. After all, she'd studied abroad here for 3 years. She was quite familiar with Western beauty standards. Sometimes, one of her dorm mates would even say that she definitely didn't have a boyfriend because she was so ugly. And what could Wenhui do other than roll her eyes? But Stephen actually liked an ugly girl like her. She couldn't understand what this famous director was thinking. Of course, she was very excited to get this job. I hope you can come to work tomorrow. I also hope you won't make any excuses for being late. The last assistant I fired was because she was late. Yes, I understand, Mr. Stephen. Okay. Stephen waved his hand. Go call James in. It's that asshole that brought you here. A moment later, James came in and Stephen said, James, go prepare a contract for that lady. Don't tell me it's not part of your responsibilities. I don't want to hear it. What could James say? He could only bow his head and act as Stephen's temporary assistant. When Wenhui returned to school, she suddenly heard a whistle. She turned around in shock and discovered it was the football team. They seemed to have just ended practice. The big guy who just catcalled her was captain of the football team, McCallan. Hey, Chinese girl, have time to eat together? Sorry, I'm busy. Wenhui frowned. She didn't like McCallan. Plus, she remembered that he seemed to have a relationship with another dorm mate of hers. She didn't want to ruin her friendship like this, so she turned to leave. But McCallan put his hand on the wall. He was muscular and a round one, 9 meters tall. Standing before him, Wenhui was too tiny. Chinese girl, don't reject me so quickly. I promise you'll fall for me. Sorry, I'm not interested. Please move. How about I'll move if you kiss me? Move. Wenhui glared at him. You're pretty when you're angry. Chinese girl, McCallan likes you. You're so lucky. The other football players watched the drama from the side. Let's go. Don't be so shy. McCallan grabbed Wenhui's arm shamelessly. McCallan, do you want to get expelled for harassing girls? Wenhui shook his hand away. McCallan's expression froze. He didn't keep moving. He really didn't have the courage. I was just joking, he explained. With that, he took 2 steps back, but he didn't look behind. He backed into something and immediately yelled out, Are you blind? But he was met with a pair of cold eyes. McCallan shuddered. He ran into none other than Zhao. Oof! McCallan was punched in the stomach. He fell to his knees. Zhao grabbed McCallan's collar and looked around. What you looking at? Want to die? Get the fuck away. All the other football players lowered their heads and fled. Wenhui turned to leave too. Who was that Asian? Was he from a gang? How come he dared to beat up a student at UCLA? Chapter 429, Wenhui's Imagination. Chapter 429, Wenhui's Imagination. Wenhui could hear McCallan's screams and cries from the path. She had not walked far. When the voices stopped, she peeked at the path. She saw McCallan lying on the ground, while the Asian was already gone. The members of the rugby team quickly pulled McCallan away. Wenhui was more certain that the Asian must be from an illegal gang. But was UCLA not known for its safety? Why would a gang member dare to beat someone up in the college? Chen, I could hear McCallan's screams from one building away. Don't tell me you weren't involved. Wright widened her eyes at Zhao, but she was making coffee for him. Right, I was protecting the college's reputation. I saw that asshole harassing a girl, Zhao said. If this happens again, I'll do the same. What an asshole. I'll forgive you this time. Wright placed the cup of coffee before Zhao. Anyhow, you're a lecturer here. You should come here more often, even if you're just here to teach those bastard students a lesson. Why not I become a security guard instead? No, that will be a waste of your knowledge. Write through a document before Zhao, who picked it up. What's this? University Medical Symposium. To put it simply, a paid tour. Where is it? New York. Zhao whistled. When is it? 20th. That's more than 2 weeks away. Zhao thought about it. Can I bring someone with me? The college will only pay for your tickets, accommodation, and food, Wright answered. If you're bringing someone else, you need to pay yourself. Fine. I thought you'll give me a discount. If you can show the rest how professional UCLA is, I don't mind paying for you. I would rather keep a low profile. Zhao smiled. He was only interested in the paid tour. As for the rest, he was completely unenthusiastic. By the way, mister, Hillnans will go with you. Bang. Zhao shrugged. What's happening next door? It's so noisy. Decoration. I plan to expand my office by combining the adjacent room, Wright said. Isn't your office big enough? Not enough to display my authority as the principal. Good. Zhao nodded. He really liked how Wright would ignore others' opinions and do what she wanted. Well, I gotta go. When Zhao left the office, someone ran into him from the back. Then, he felt some liquid being poured onto him. Oh, I'm sorry. A worker was carrying a bucket of red liquid. Zhao did not know what it was, except that it was probably used in the decoration. Zhao looked at himself and sniffed his arms. It did not smell bad. What's this? Can I wash it away? It's a resin synthetic dye. It's harmless, but it's probably difficult to wash away. If it's on your skin, you'll need to wash with alcohol. The worker looked at Zhao awkwardly. Sir, maybe I'll pay you for your shirt. Nah, forget it. Zhao's shirt cost at least a few $100s. While it was not that expensive, it should be a lot for a worker. Sir, I'm really sorry. Zhao left in discontent, while the worker kept apologizing to him. Just then, Wenhui and her friends walked out of the building. From afar, they could see a person covered in blood walking toward them with a gloomy look. They immediately froze and watched the person walk past them. Wenhui's face paled. Who is he? What happened to him? No, what did he do? He looks uninjured. The blood must be someone else's. Did he kill someone? Just then, a few burly, unkind-looking men appeared, and the man covered in blood left with them. He's definitely a gangster. Those burly guys should be his men. Zhao was displeased. Usually, no matter where he was, he would be dressed up properly and decorously. After all, he had to meet many special clients. Dressing up too casually might offend them or imbue a sense of distrust. He could not believe what had just happened in the college. Fortunately, he met some people from the boxing club. He planned to borrow a shirt from them. Moreover, they also found some alcohol and removed the red paint from Zhao's skin. With a new shirt and the red paint gone, Zhao was much delighted. When he left the college, he suddenly saw a policewoman sticking a ticket on his car. And the policeman was none other than Sharon. Hey, Sharon, how are you doing? Zhao glanced at the window with the corner of his eyes. There was no vacant parking space in college, so he could only park it at the space by the roadside. Sharon looked at Zhao. What? Are we very close? Why do you sound so unhappy? Zhao smiled and looked at Sharon. Why should I be happy? Sharon had a cold attitude. You just found another chance to give me a ticket. Shouldn't you be happy? Is this car yours? I remember you had a Ford SUV. It was broken, so I bought a new one. Zhao removed the ticket. Keep the ticket, and I'll ask David to switch you to his team. How about that? I was just switched from his team to traffic department, Sharon said, her face darkening. Why? I don't want to talk about it. Did you confess to David and was rejected? Ha ha, Zhao laughed. Sharon immediately drew her pistol and pointed it at Zhao's head. Now I suspect you have contraband items in your car. Lift your hands and lie against the window. What? Do what I said, or I'll shoot. Fine, I'll cooperate. Zhao regretted provoking the madwoman. Wenhui walked out of the college and saw Zhao again. She did not know how many times she had seen Zhao already, but her impression of him kept worsening. As she watched a policewoman point her pistol at Zhao's head, She thought, finally he's arrested. He's definitely going to jail. Zhao looked around him and noticed the strange atmosphere. Chapter 430, Before Death. Chapter 430, Before Death. Rasfa, it's me. Stephen called Rasfa. Stephen, you should be at the film site now, right? Usually when I call you at this time, you always bark my head off, Rasfa teased. How come you're calling me today? If you want me to invest more money, don't even think about it. No, I just suddenly wanted to call you. Stephen, what's going on? Rasfa felt that Stephen's tone was a bit strange. Nothing. Do you feel all right? I'm fine, Stephen said offhandedly. I'm saying if something happens to me and the movie isn't finished, then that bastard James will take over. Sometimes he seems unreliable and likes to play games, but he's been with me for so many years. He's pretty skilled. Stephen, is something wrong? I'm fine. I'm just saying whatever I thought of. Don't overthink. I'm honestly fine. Okay, I'm hanging up. With that, Stephen hung up. Rasfa was unsettled. Stephen's tone was obviously off today. It felt like he was giving his last words. Worried, Rasfa dialed back, but Stephen's line was busy. The call couldn't go through. Thinking a bit more, Rasfa called Zhao. Chen, I just got Stephen's call. His tone sounded weird. Did he get some incurable disease? Incurable disease? I gave him a checkup a few days ago. Other than being a bit weak because he played with too many girls, everything else was normal. Then what if he accidentally contracted AIDS while messing around? Zhao inhaled sharply. Are you sure that old asshole isn't joking with you? I just called him, but I couldn't get through. Do you know where he is now? Usually, he should be at the film site. A light bulb went off in Rasfa's brain. Oh, I'll call James and ask. Okay, let me know if you find out anything. Got it. After hanging up, Rasfa immediately dialed James' number. James, it's Rasfa. Is Stephen at the film site? No, he hasn't come yet today. Hasn't come? Do you know where he is? No. Has Stephen seemed weird these days? Weird. He seems to be a bit dispirited and got a new assistant, James said. If you find him, have him call me immediately. Okay, got it, Mr. Rasfa. Halifa Oliver was eating breakfast in the garden of a mansion. The maid beside her asked, Mistress, would you like more coffee? No, Halifa said. Give me the L.A. Daily and California Times. Just then, a black suit bodyguard walked over. Boss, there's a car outside. It's been there the entire morning. Oh, is it paparazzi or someone else? No, it seems to be Stephen. What does that old thing want? Halifa muttered to herself, frowning. She and Stephen had divorced more than 30 years ago. They stayed clear out of each other's lives now. They might not even see each other once per year. Every time they met, they were never able to talk peacefully. They completely viewed each other as each other's arch-nemeses. Why did Stephen come to her house today? Didn't he know how he would be humiliated after running to Halifa's territory? Stephen had a talent for making every woman fall in love with him and then hate his guts. Bring him in, Halifa said. A short while later, Stephen was brought in. When Halifa saw him, she realized that Stephen looked especially frail today. It felt like he had one foot in the coffin already. He didn't have the confidence and spirit from when Halifa saw him in media. He didn't look like the all-powerful king that he was at film sites. Right now, he just looked like an old man. How come you look like this? Halifa frowned and looked at Stephen in disgust. This old thing was annoying, but he always took care of his appearance. Halifa had never seen such a miserable Stephen. She didn't think Stephen would ever be miserable either. He had a bad temper, but his talent went without saying. Back then, it was also his talent that made Halifa fall head over heels for him. As long as this guy was still alive, he would never be in a miserable state. Stephen sat down beside Halifa. Nothing. I just suddenly wanted to see you. Halifa's frown deepened. She almost suspected that this guy was knockoff. Stephen never knew how to compromise or back down. If he did, they wouldn't have had a falling out more than 20 years ago. What was wrong today? Did the sun rise in the west? Did this guy suddenly change his religion to Satanism? Okay, you saw me. You can leave now. Yeah, bye. Stephen nodded. He stood up and turned to leave. Wait. Halifa finally realized that this guy was acting abnormally. Usually, he would make a scene if he was kicked out. But today, he was actually leaving so peacefully. Are you sick? Halifa's heart clenched. There was an indescribably uncomfortable feeling. She obviously hated Stephen, but she didn't want him to die. She cursed him to death countless times before, but she still wanted to see Stephen live nicely. I'm fine. I'm great. Bryant, bring Stephen onto my car and go to the hospital. Don't touch me. Motherfucker, you want to die? I'm going to have someone stuff your head into a toilet. As soon as Bryant touched Stephen, the man freaked out. He went back to that annoying and hateful bastard. Ignore his threats, Halifa said. Take him into the car. I want to know what's wrong with him. Actually, Halifa was just as stubborn and insistent as Stephen. This was why they'd broken up in the end. Neither of them knew to take a step back. Chapter 431, A Gift of Jade. Chapter 431, A Gift of Jade. When Halifa Oliver received the medical report, her mind also went blank. She finally understood why Stephen would visit her. He was here to say farewell. The man who had disturbed her for her entire life was about to leave. On their way back, Halifa Oliver and Stephen kept silent. The two sat quietly in the car, just like when they first knew each other. Just then, Stephen's phone rang. Stephen glanced at the caller. It was Rasfa. He hung up immediately, but the phone rang again. It was Rasfa again. Frowning, Stephen hung up once again. However, the phone rang for the third time. Stephen finally put the call on loudspeaker. Asshole, stop calling me. Stephen, you bastard idiot fool. Have you forgotten that I'm your private doctor? Quickly come here and let me check you. Even if you really have AIDS, I won't let you die. Quickly come. Halifa Oliver turned to look at Stephen, stunned. Are your private doctors all like that? Air. Stephen took his phone and turned the loudspeaker off. Chen, why is it you? I don't have AIDS. No matter what disease you have, you better come here right now, or we're done. Chen, what I have is incurable. To me, no disease is incurable. Don't compare me with those quacks outside. You really won't be able to save me this time. Nobody can, Stephen said. Only I can decide the life or death of my patients. Nobody else can, nobody. Chen, do you believe that I'll actually go to your house and beat you up? I'm not at home now. I don't care. Give me an address or come to my place. I'm busy right now. Fuck, you're about to die. What are you busy about? I'm not dead yet. I don't care what you're doing. Anyhow, come here immediately. If you die, the world will think that my incapability as a private doctor has killed an important client. Am I just your client? If you think we're friends, you should have visited me first. Fine. I'll find you in the afternoon. Afternoon it is. I'll only wait for you for a day. Stephen hung up, and Halifa glanced at him. Stephen felt rather embarrassed. He's my friend, a very good doctor. I should introduce him to you. I promise that he can cure most of your illnesses. I don't want a private doctor who calls me an idiot. If my doctor dares to do so, I'll throw him into the sea and feed the sharks. You better think of a new way. I can promise that you won't be able to kill him with that method. I'll try. Please don't. You'll never kill him on the sea, Stephen said. Stephen, move to my place. I'll find the best doctor for you. I don't need pity. Also, I know the best doctor in the world. You mean that rude young man who can't even speak English properly? Halifa said, apart from his arrogant tone, I don't see why he would be outstanding. Stephen gave a bitter smile. Indeed, he was too confident this time. After being diagnosed with progeria syndrome, Stephen had done some investigation. To his despair, the disease had no cure. In fact, it could not even be suppressed. Doctors did not even know the cause of the disease. Progeria syndromes were very random, occurring in both young people and old people. Of course, Stephen was somewhat lucky. He had at least lived for enough years already. It was hard to imagine how painful it would be for a young person to be diagnosed with the syndrome. Nevertheless, the older one gets, the more one would be afraid of death. Older people generally would not possess the fighting spirit of younger ones. Stephen sighed. Halifa, send me home. This was probably their most peaceful encounter in many, many years. Stephen, I'll help you to find a doctor, the best doctor. Stephen shook his head. No need. When a person still has hope, he would use all he has to survive. Even if it is just a straw, he would grab it with all his might. However, when the person is totally desperate, he would begin to calm down instead. Rationality would return. Stephen was precisely in such a state. With his constantly aging body, he had no more strength to struggle and resist. His fate had been sealed. Apart from facing reality quietly, there was nothing he could do. As for Chen Zhao's request, he was really grateful. But Chen Zhao could not help him. Apart from God, nobody could save him. Thinking about his life, Stephen knew that God would not save him. It seemed likely that he would end up in hell. Nonetheless, he had to visit his old friends, including Chen Zhao and Rasfa. Where are you now? I'm in college, Mr. Stephen. What do Chinese people normally give each other as gifts? What? I'm visiting a Chinese friend. I would like to give him a gift, but I don't know what I should give. Mr. Stephen, may I ask how old your friend is? Less than 30 years old. Wenhui was surprised that Stephen actually had such a young Chinese friend. Maybe Jade, Wenhui replied after thinking. Jade is a very good present in China. Come here now, and we'll go and buy a piece of Jade. Okay. Wenhui quickly rushed to Stephen's place. She realized that Stephen was dressed very formally, as if he was going to visit an important person. In LA, there were many large jewelry shops that would sell jades. Their main customers were Chinese tourists, and Jade was a popular choice. With Wenhui's help, Stephen bought an exquisitely crafted dragon-shaped jade. Drive the car. Call me when we reach. I need to take a nap. Stephen looked very tired. Mr. Stephen, where are we going? Mountain Town, Mirror Lake, number 21. Turn left below the pet hospital billboard on Highway 21. Wenhui nodded. When they arrived at Mountain Town, she asked around and finally found the road that led to Mirror Lake. Chapter 432, Horror Mansion. Chapter 432, Horror Mansion. Such a pretty house. They were still a few hundred meters away, but Wenhui could already see the pretty house on the riverbank. Whoever can live here must be really rich, she thought. Whoosh! Suddenly, a huge black bear charged out of the forest on the side of the road. Wenhui slammed on the brakes. She'd almost hit the bear. But the bear was so big and terrifying. How come you stopped? Stephen asked, opening his eyes. Mr. Stephen, look. Oh, we're already here. Seeing Princess, Stephen opened the car door with a smile. Mr. Stephen, don't you see that bear? Yeah, I know her. Stephen got out of the car. Hi, Princess. Princess ignored Stephen. She turned and ducked into the forest on the other side. Immediately after, Black Ma and White Ma ran out too. They brushed past Stephen and chased after Princess. Mr. Stephen, don't do these dangerous things anymore. Don't you know that that bear can rip your head off? She won't. They're all good friends. Okay, drive over there. When they reached the house, Wenhui suddenly saw a slightly familiar figure standing there. Wasn't it that gangster? Was Stephen here to see him? Go park in a garage. Stephen got off and opened his arms. Hi, Chen. Don't act like we're close. We've already ended our friendship. Don't be like this. Look what I brought for you. I chose it just for you. Chen Zhao accepted Stephen's gift. His expression finally improved after he opened it. Right then, the cursed eye on Chen Zhao's right hand opened again. Thankfully, Chen Zhao's palm was facing up. Stephen didn't see the open eye on the back of his hand. Otherwise, Stephen would definitely be scared to death. Chen Zhao looked at Stephen and furrowed his brows. Let's go and talk. Mr. Stephen. Wenhui had finished parking. She fearfully put some distance between her and Chen Zhao. Who's that? Chen Zhao asked, confused. It's all because of you that I fired Agatha. Then I got a new assistant. She's from China like you. Oh, take a seat anywhere outside. Stephen, let's go in. Wenhui was barred from entering. After Chen Zhao and Stephen entered, the glass door locked automatically. Wenhui could only find somewhere to sit. However, before she could settle in, she felt something soft under her. Touching it, she found that it was a snake, and she almost got a heart attack. The snake slithered slowly and moved somewhere else. It curled up and continued to sunbathe. Wenhui didn't dare to stay beside Raymond. She found another empty spot, but there was an even more terrifying guy. Abitos was sunbathing there. Chen, this is my report. Take a look. Chen Zhao accepted the report. He took a glance and tossed it to the side. The report stated that Stephen had the Hutchinson-Gilford syndrome, but it wasn't true. Someone had actually cursed him with age. Seeing Chen Zhao's actions, Stephen's heart fell. There's no hope, right? Answer my questions. Answer correctly, and there'll be hope. Answer incorrectly, and you'll die. You have a solution? When did this start? A few days ago. When specifically? Let me think. I think it's the day after your visit. Who did you interact with between me leaving and you starting to feel sick? Or did anything special happen? Let me think. Stephen thought back and suddenly thought of Agatha. Oh, Agatha poured water on me. I thought it was acid or something poisonous, but I got tested and it was just normal water. Give me your hand and close your eyes. Stephen obediently reached his hand over to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao opened the mouth of gluttony and sucked in deeply before Stephen. The man instantly felt something leave his body, and he felt much more relaxed. Chen, are you done? You can open your eyes now. Chen Zhao glanced at Stephen. The curse was gone, but the aging caused by the curse couldn't be reversed. The age curse had already gone into effect. This meant that Stephen had aged decades in these past few days. Just like a disease, the curse would intensify as it went. He would age faster and faster. If Stephen had come to find Chen Zhao the first day that he started feeling sick, it wouldn't be such a big problem. But so many days had passed, and Stephen's rate of aging had sped up more and more. The only solution now was the Spring of Youth. Wait. Chen Zhao got up and mixed a bottle of the Spring of Youth. 10 minutes later, he returned to Stephen. Drink this. Huh? You want to get me drunk? Shut up. You really want me to drink it all? Stop wasting time. If you want to live, then drink it. Drink as much as you can. Give me a glass. There's no one here. Why do you want a glass? I'll have to wash it later too. Just drink from the bottle. You're so uncivilized. Stephen picked up the wine and poured it in his mouth. After the first gulp, he realized that it tasted better than he'd expected. Tastes great. Which winery is it from? How come you rich people always ask about the winery whenever you drink red wine? After drinking half a bottle, Stephen fell asleep. Chen Zhao picked up the remaining wine and put it away. He tossed a blanket on to Stephen and stopped caring about him. Chen Zhao went into the yard and saw Wenhui standing there. How come you're not sitting? There's nowhere to sit. There's a snake. Wenhui was terrified of the entire house. Of course, she was the most scared of Chen Zhao. It doesn't bite, Chen Zhao said. But who would believe him? That was a snake, not a cat or dog. Where's Stephen? He's sleeping. You can go back first. No, I must see Stephen, Wenhui said, gathering her courage even though she feared Chen Zhao. She didn't believe that Stephen would sleep in someone else's house. He's in the living room. Chen Zhao found a chair and sat down. When Wenhui went to the living room, she indeed found Stephen asleep on the sofa. He smelled of alcohol too. Was he drunk? Wenhui didn't know what to do. She wasn't strong enough to pull Stephen, but she didn't think it was safe to leave him here alone. Chapter 433, The Madam Here. Chapter 433, The Madam Here. You've seen him. Can you leave in peace now? No, mister. Stephen told me to not leave him. Whatever. Ignoring Wenhui, Chen Zhao removed his jacket. What are you doing? Wenhui backed away anxiously. It's my house. I can do whatever I want. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes and walked to the courtyard, after which he jumped into the lake. Wenhui just realized that it was a false alarm. Mr. Stephen. Mr. Stephen, wake up. Unfortunately, Stephen was really in deep sleep. Wenhui could only wait nervously. Luckily, Chen Zhao had no intention to do anything to her, for which she heaved a sigh of relief. Screech. Suddenly, Wenhui heard a loud noise from outside. Turning her head, she saw a sports car enter the villa and then the garage. When Fei Lai came up through the elevator, she had already noticed the car in the garage. She knew that there should be a guest in the house, but she was still stunned when she saw Wenhui. Wenhui panicked slightly. Hi. Hello, you are. I'm Mr. Stephen's assistant. I think Mr. Stephen's drunk. I'm waiting for him, Wenhui answered. Wenhui observed the lady before her. Her skin was wheat-colored, and she was tall and sexy. Even from a woman's perspective, Wenhui had to admit that the lady before her had the qualities of a female lead. "Oh, where's Chen?" Fei Lai asked. "I saw him jump into the lake just now. He's probably been there since then," Wenhui said. Fei Lai walked to the forecourt and saw Chen Zhao in the distance. "Chen, you should come back now." Wenhui stared at Fei Lai. Just then, she saw the big bear earlier enter the house. Wenhui's body tightened, but Fei Lai did not seem disturbed at all. She took a pack of dog food and placed it before Princess. "Eat this first. Your master is swimming. I'll ask him to prepare dinner for you later." Wenhui watched as Fei Lai bustled about. Soon, several other pets came into the house. Whether they were huge, tiny, fierce, cute, or frightening, Fei Lai could handle them with ease. Just then, Wenhui noticed Chen Zhao climb up from the lake. Fei Lai walked out with a towel and dried Chen Zhao's body. "Ms. Yu, are you staying for dinner?" Wenhui was indeed hungry, but she felt rather embarrassed. "You can stay for dinner," Fei Lai invited. "By the way, when will Mr. Stephen wake up?" "Maybe tomorrow, early morning." "Huh? Is he going to sleep for that long?" "So would you like to stay here overnight?" Chen Zhao asked. You can also come here again tomorrow. Stephen and I are friends. I'm not going to eat him alive." Wenhui was not reassured. After all, in her opinion, Chen Zhao was an atrocious gangster. In addition, Stephen was a billionaire. She did not know if Chen Zhao would do anything bad to Stephen. Therefore, even during dinner, Wenhui seemed to be extremely careful. After the meal, Chen Zhao and Fei Lai played in the swimming pool. Annoyed, Wenhui sat down on the sofa opposite Stephen and played her phone alone. When Chen Zhao and Fei Lai were ready to sleep, Wenhui was still watching Stephen. In the end, Chen Zhao had no choice but to hypnotize Wenhui and carry her to one of the guest rooms. "Where am I?" Stephen opened his eyes and realized that he was in an unfamiliar place. Just then, the lights at the corners of the room switched on, and Stephen heard an electronic voice. "Hello, Mr. Stephen, you've been sleeping for 12 hours. Would you like to have some beverage?" Stephen rubbed his forehead and remembered being in Chen Zhao's house. "I need to take a shower." Then, the guide lights also lit up. Stephen followed the lights to the bathroom. After the shower, Stephen felt very much refreshed. There had somehow been too much dirt on his body. Puff! Stephen stood before the mirror and his expression froze. The person in the mirror. "Who is this?" "It's you." "Ah!" Stephen was astonished. He realized that Chen Zhao was standing at the door. "Why are you here?" "You didn't close the door. You know, if Fei Lai came down instead and saw something, I would kill you." "Okay, I'll be more careful next time," Stephen said, feeling awkward. "There won't be a next time. I won't let you stay here overnight again." "Chen, what happened to me? Why is my face younger?" "You've become younger for about 30 years, which means you're about 60 years old now," Chen Zhao said. "What? I don't understand." "To put it simply, your disease has been cured, but because of it, you've become older for about 10 years, which means you were about 90 years old. Although you wouldn't die immediately, you would soon. So I used a special method and made you younger by 30 years. You sure? You're not kidding with me? Let's not make this long-winded. I need to go back to sleep. Also, you'll be sleeping on the sofa for tonight." "Wait, you have an empty room, right? It's a punishment for you. Why didn't you inform me immediately when you felt sick? You didn't trust me. I'm very angry." Stephen really regretted his decision. If he had visited Chen Zhao earlier, he would not have gone through all this. Now, he was very grateful toward Chen Zhao, but he was not going to ask what exactly Chen Zhao had done. Stephen felt rather guilty. After all, he did not believe Chen Zhao until this very moment. "Chen, I'm sorry." "Fine, apology accepted. Then can I sleep in a guest room tonight?" "Nope. The punishment is inevitable." "Then drink with me. If I can't sleep, you ain't going to sleep either." "No way." "Oh, where's the Chinese girl that came here with me? She waited for you for the whole night. Now she's in the guest room. Why can she sleep in the guest room, but not me? She doesn't need a punishment. By the way, remember to put some makeup before going out tomorrow, in case someone notices the difference." "Got it. Had I come to you earlier, would I have become even younger?" Yup. When Stephen heard this, he could feel his heart shatter. An old person's biggest wish was probably to regain youth. Stephen realized that he had missed the opportunity. Chen, can you do it again? I'll pay any price for it. There's only one chance for everyone. I can't change that. You should be happy, since Rasfa only gained 20 years. What? You've already done it for Rasfa? If I didn't, he would die this year. That old asshole. He didn't even tell me about it. Chapter 434, Qingyi. Chapter 434, Qingyi. The next day, Wenhui was shocked when she saw that she was lying in the guest room. The first thing she did was check her body. Thankfully, nothing had happened. Then she discovered the waterfall across from the guest room. The view outside the window was indescribable. She must admit that the environment here was amazing. As expected, rich people's enjoyment was something a regular girl like her couldn't understand. As people said nowadays, poverty had restricted her imagination. After washing up, Wenhui went downstairs. She found Chen, Zhao, and Stephen eating breakfast. Bastard, you really made me sleep in the living room for the entire night. Feilai, don't you think Chen is just too much? Stephen, I understand why he did it. You ruined our perfect two-person world, so you had to be punished. You don't stand on the side of justice at all. I should be treated fairly. Eat your breakfast. There's all this food, and it can't shut you up? Chen Zhao glared at Stephen. But your AI system is really nice. I want to get one too. In your old house? Are you sure you want to install it there? The entire system is probably more expensive than your sad house. I want to build a new house somewhere. This place is nice. How about I build a house on the other side of Mirror Lake? No, definitely no. This is private property. I won't let anyone build houses on my territory, not even you. Selfish. So selfish. Stephen raged. I don't care what you say. I won't allow it. You think I care? Stephen was throwing a tantrum too. Anyway, don't even think about building a house here. Fine, I won't build it. You, let's go. Stephen left in a huff. Wenhui listened to Stephen yell and swear the entire way back. But she could tell that Stephen and that man were true friends, because Stephen kept saying that when he finished his house, he would have Chen Zhao get a taste of sleeping in the living room. If Stephen was truly mad, he probably wouldn't even invite Chen Zhao to his new home. Rasfa, you old asshole. Chen told me everything. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't try to fool me. Chen had you drink some wine before, right? Oh, you drank it too? How was it? Felt good, right? No wonder. I've been wondering why you seem so energetic these days. I plan on throwing a party for you tonight. Will you come? Call Chen over. You try and see if he'll come. You don't know. He made me sleep in the living room the entire night yesterday. After Stephen left, Feilai went to work too. Chen Zhao was alone at home again. He lay on a recliner and took out the Qingyi sect books that Li Qing had given him. There were 3 main books. The first one was Qingyi Manual. It seemed to be used for cultivating qi. Qi from the East was the same as magic in the West. It just went by a different name. This book was quite useful for Chen Zhao. In all the spells he'd seen before, none of them talked about cultivating magic. Chen Zhao's magic had always been improving passively too. The Qingyi Manual would help him understand and use magic more precisely. It would also help him systematically raise his magic too. However, the method in the Qingyi Manual relied on the physical body. Blackie didn't have a physical body, so Chen Zhao couldn't pass it on to him even if he wanted to. The second book was Qingyi Techniques. The content was very complicated. It was like a spell book. However, Eastern and Western spells were completely different. It was more of a difference in the system. The first technique that Chen Zhao saw was qi observation. It was similar to Western divination. Divination had a certain accuracy. One could see the future of the target. On the other hand, qi observation looked at one's facial features to observe their qi fate. It was easy to see if they had a good or bad fate. One could also see the overall path of the person's life, but couldn't predict specific events like divination. Of course, neither qi observation nor divination were 100% accurate. A person's fate wasn't unchanging. For example, Stephen could have lived to more than 90 years old. If he died due to an accident, you could say he died before his time. But what truly interested Chen Zhao was a technique called needle thread guidance. This technique was very special. You condensed magic in your hand or finger, and then the magic would change according to your will. It could be used for attacks or medical practices. Take acupuncture, for example. If Chen Zhao was skilled enough at this technique, he wouldn't have to use needles anymore. He could use magic to perform acupuncture on patients. It wouldn't be any less precise either. That wasn't all. The records also noted some special acupoints that even acupuncture diagrams never supplied. If he sent magic into the other's body, it could keep them from dying even if they were on their last breath. Of course, there were also some special acupoints not used for treatment. Instead, there were life points. If he sent magic into those points, the person would die immediately. Chen Zhao continued reading. The Qingyi techniques didn't only record some strange techniques. There were also some offensive techniques. The third book was Strange Happenings. It recorded the strange events that the ancestors of the Qingyi sect had experienced. It didn't talk about spells or cultivation, but the content was enough to become a novel. Chen Zhao wasn't very interested. He flipped through a bit and put Strange Happenings down. Instead, he started studying the Qingyi techniques, especially the ones that were designed for medical practices. He valued these highly. After all, his main career had always been a doctor. Much of the content was useful for him. Some were complicated while others were simple. Many were techniques that he couldn't perform at the moment. However, just studying them was useless. It was like practicing on air. Chen Zhao immediately thought of Trigly and Marion, his two white mice locked up in the castle. They were the best testers. Since he wanted to experiment, it was best to try on living beings. Chen Zhao went to the basement. Chapter 435, Trap. Chapter 435, Trap. Trigly and Marion had been living in fear. They had no idea what they were about to face, but it would clearly be something wicked. Just then, Chen Zhao walked in and pointed at Marion. Bring out the more injured one. What are you doing? Where are you bringing me? Underlings could not understand human language. Of course, even if they could, they would still obey Chen Zhao's instruction. Underlings were pretty rough creatures. Pulling and dragging, a few of them brought Marion out of the cell. On the other hand, Trigly hid in a corner and shivered in horror, not even daring to look at Chen Zhao. Soon, Marion's limbs were fixed tightly in place. Chen Zhao held his own chin with one hand. Looking at Chen Zhao's evil face, Marion could not stop shuddering. He screamed even louder. In fact, Chen Zhao had yet to do anything. He tried to cast needle thread guidance. A beam of qi converged at his fingertip. As Chen Zhao scratched Marion's wrist, its interior was completely destroyed, although his wrist still seemed normal. Of course, after the move, the qi also dissipated. I still can't maintain it, Chen Zhao muttered to himself. Marion's ear-piercing screams almost filled the entire castle. Below them, Trigly could clearly hear Marion above the ceiling. Chen Zhao tried a few more times, but he still could not use the technique proficiently. Importantly, he could not use it for treatment. If he were to use it aggressively, it would be ineffective too. He might as well just punch his opponent. With Chen Zhao's current strength, his punch was definitely stronger than needle thread guidance. Moreover, needle thread guidance was not meant to be used in battle. Its biggest use was to treat internal injuries, such as internal muscle injuries that even modern surgery could not heal. The people in the past must have developed such a special method because they did not have surgery. In particular, there must have been many conflicts between clans, such as Qingyi sect. Without a unique skill, Qingyi sect would not have survived this long. Needle thread guidance was the spell that Chen Zhao valued the most. Being able to use it perfectly would dramatically increase his medical performance. There was another spell that interested Chen Zhao, namely Qingyi armor. It was a defensive spell like the famous kung fu move, Golden Bell. The user would condense qi on their skin to form a layer of protection. However, unlike Golden Bell, which was like an unbreakable shell, Qingyi armor would manifest itself as a layer of qi on the surface. The layer of qi could be broken, but it would be very elastic, as if the user had a layer of rubber on them. Chen Zhao found mostly attack spells, which he found unsuitable and hard to experiment. Most spells were aggressive and would use a large amount of chi per cast. Zhao either could not use them or would lose all his strength after a single cast. After all, Zhao was still too weak. Kill me, Marion begged. Zhao cured Marion's wounds slightly and threw him back into the cell. In the suburbs to the north of L.A., there was an abandoned church. It was a gathering place for the witches in L.A. While there was no formal organization, witches would occasionally meet up. Activities included trading, gathering, and alliance. When Sienna arrived at the abandoned church, there was already someone inside. "Hey, Sienna." A girl with black hair approached Sienna and greeted her. "Carla, you're here too," Sienna said. "I heard it's a gathering organized by Ms. Teresa," Carla said. "Is it about a joint attack against Evangeline?" "Possibly," Sienna nodded. Sienna was the one who had informed everyone about it. In addition, this was perhaps the only major event recently for which Teresa would call for a meeting. Teresa was one of the senior witches in L.A. and an accepted witch leader. She was powerful, knowledgeable, and wise. Over 10 witches appeared one after another. The gathering was not compulsory. A witch could choose to come or not. There might be aloof witches who would rather stay hidden. "Oh, I'm getting married next month," Carla said. "Really? Congrats." Sienna had a sincere smile, but she did not want to continue the topic. After all, if they kept talking about it, Carla might invite Sienna to her wedding. Crucially, Sienna would have to give them a present. "Are you free on the 12th next month?" "I'm not sure. I've been quite busy recently," Sienna said awkwardly. Just then, the side door of the church was opened. Teresa was standing at the door, and Sienna was delighted. Fortunately, Teresa had appeared in time to stop their conversation about the wedding. Teresa continued to stand at the door, but her expression was rather weird. "Ms. Teresa, may I ask why you've summoned us today?" a witch asked. Suddenly, Teresa vomited a mouthful of dirty blood and a pair of hands stretched from her mouth. Then, her body was torn apart. "Bloody parasitism!" someone in the crowd shouted. A bloody naked body stood before everyone with a gloomy smile. "Evangeline! She's Evangeline!" Sienna shouted. It was a trap. The person who had summoned them was not Teresa, but Evangeline. An old witch mustered her courage. She waved her wand, and it emitted a beam of light. "Demon, go to hell. Transform." Evangeline blocked with her hand, and a magical beam was reflected onto another witch. Immediately, the witch turned into a sheep. Before she could react, Evangeline had already attacked the sheep with her bloody claws. When the sheep collapsed, it turned back into a human. "No, it's Ms. Teresa's mirror reflection. Why does she know this spell? I remember. Ms. Teresa's teacher was in the team that went to destroy the ghost ship. Do not use spells. Before mirror reflection is broken, no spells can harm her." "Then what should we do?" "Explode magical phosphor. Mirror reflection does not work against AoE attacks." After all, there were more than a dozen witches present. With advantage in number, nobody had retreated yet. Each witch more or less had some magical phosphor. But Evangeline knew that, too, so she acted first and charged into the crowd. Before mirror reflection ended, she did not need to worry about spell attacks. Ladies, revel your last moments. Chapter 436, I Memorized Your Sense. Chapter 436, I Memorized Your Sense. Once Evangeline rushed into the group of witches, they were no longer able to fight back. "Run! Run!" Sienna grabbed Carla's arm. But then there was a pained cry in her ears. When she turned around, she saw that she was only holding onto Carla's arm. Evangeline's hands had penetrated Carla's body, lifting her high up. She bit down on Carla's neck and started munching on the flesh. Sienna's knees turned weak from fright. Evangeline was focused on eating Carla, so she didn't pay much attention to Sienna. She soon sucked Carla dry and tossed the dried corpse to the side. Sienna pointed a gun at Evangeline, but the woman grinned. "Little girl, you think guns are effective against me?" Bang! A giant hole opened up on Evangeline's forehead. "Ah!" Evangeline cried out in pain. "I'll kill you," Sienna's gun didn't use the average bullet. They were made out of angelic crystals. But this was her last bullet. Evangeline was in immense pain. She reached into the hole and dug out the bullet. The flesh around the hole wriggled and filled the hole again. Vine entanglement. Evangeline was about to attack Sienna when a witch in the distance cast a spell on her. Vine entanglement wasn't an offensive spell. Instead, it was a restraint spell, so the mirror reflection was ineffective. However, Evangeline was too strong now. Vine entanglement only slightly delayed her movements. The next moment, she intensified her movements and tore apart the vines. Ruler of the land, please restrain the demon before my eyes. The ground under Evangeline suddenly softened. Her feet started sinking in. Drag it out. Delay her until the mirror reflection ends. The group of witches slightly stabilized the situation, but Evangeline was still threatening, even with her feet restricted. Evangeline opened her mouth. Her long and narrow tongue went right through a witch's skull. "Help me," a witch cried. "Let me magic. I'm going to use the spirit of mountains." Two witches immediately ran over to their partner. Each one put a palm on her back, temporarily lending magic to her. "Mighty spirit of the mountains, please show your strength." A round boulder plummeted onto Evangeline's head. It weighed around 3 or 4 tons. The ground shook from the collision. Phew! It's finally over. But just as everyone thought that it was over, the boulder suddenly jumped up. The witch that had cast the spirit of mountains was turned into a bloody pulp. "You're all gonna die." Evangeline roared crazily. "Lord of the past, please bestow upon me unlimited strength to seal the evil before my eyes." A 6-pointed star emerged under Evangeline's feet. Chains shot out along the star, locking Evangeline down tightly. "Go! This seal won't be able to restrain her for long. Don't even think about escaping. I've memorized your scent. I've memorized your scent." All the witches fled. They knew that Evangeline wasn't joking. She would hunt them down one by one and then rip them to shreds. "Sienna, where are you? How are you?" Rupert had already heard about what happened in the abandoned church. All the witches in L.A., and even the entire magic world in America knew what had happened. A witch who transformed into a monster had set up a trap to massacre the witches of L.A. At least half of the witches had died, while the monster was temporarily sealed. However, with the strength of the seal, the monster broke free as soon as the witches left. Sienna picked up the phone. "Rupert, don't stay in L.A. anymore. No one can defeat that monster. Are you okay?" Sienna wasn't hurt, but she was truly frightened. What had happened in that church was terrifying. The power that Evangeline had displayed was completely above the average person. A typical person or which couldn't counter her at all. "Didn't you say your friend could do it?" "Him? I'm afraid that even he can't do it. That monster is too scary." A dozen of us went against her, but it was still a massacre. We couldn't even hurt her. Of course, it was mainly because Evangeline's entrance had shocked the other witches, scarring them mentally. Now, no one would be willing to meet up if anyone else proposed it. Who knew if it would be another trap? Sienna also remembered Carla, who died right in front of her. She was going to get married next week, but she would never have the chance to wear a wedding gown. Only one thought was in Sienna's mind: escape from L.A. She rushed home and frantically stuffed her clothes into her suitcase. Chris and Shirley happened to return and saw the crazed Sienna. "Sienna, what's wrong? Where are you going?" "I'm going out for some time." "Where?" "I don't know," Sienna said. "Don't follow me." "Sienna, what exactly happened?" "That monster Evangeline has her eyes on me. I need to leave this place." "We can ask Chen. He can definitely defeat the monster." "No, it's impossible. No one could defeat her. I personally saw how terrifying she was. She's even scarier than in the surveillance video. It's like she's a demon that just climbed out of the bloody sea in hell. Even Chen can't defeat her. You didn't see how terrible she is." The 10 of us witches were as weak as kittens before her, butchered by her at will. Sienna trembled as she spoke. Shirley and Chris could both see that Sienna wasn't stable now. She was traumatized. They couldn't imagine what Sienna had encountered that could terrify her so much when she was usually so strong. Sienna ran out without even locking her suitcase. Shirley and Chris were about to chase after her, but Sienna put a curse on the door. The two immediately felt an invisible wall blocking their path. "Sienna," Chris cried out anxiously. "Where are you going? Don't follow me. Otherwise, you'll be in danger too." Chapter 437. What is this shave? Chapter 437. What is this shave? Chris called Chen. Cheryl looked out of the window and located Sienna, after which she jumped out. Chris could not stop Cheryl. When she rushed to the window, Cheryl had already made her way down the wall. Chris would love to learn from Cheryl and jump down from the 10th floor, but considering her strength, she gave up. She would probably end up paralyzed. Can't get through. Chris could not reach Zhao. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." "Damn, Chen, where are you? Just pick up already." When Chris ran downstairs, Sienna and Cheryl were nowhere to be seen. "Chen, please pick up. Pick up. Sorry, the number you have dialed." It was the same response. Chris almost went insane in her panic. At the moment, Zhao was training a few underlings. Zhao showed the 10 underlings a photo on his phone. "Remember, this is the madam. If you can't even remember this, I'll twist your heads off and kick them like football." The 10 underlings fought to look at the phone. They could hardly recognize humans, so they were trying their best to memorize the face in the photo. In fact, it was a common characteristic of most demons in hell. It was just like how Zhao could not differentiate the 10 underlings. Nevertheless, the underlings could distinguish people based on smell. Zhao took some of Fei Lai's common items and asked the underlings to remember her smell. "Right, now let me test you," Zhao said as he picked a few photos. "Which one is the madam?" This one." The 10 underlings gave very different answers. They could not even tell the gender of a person. One of them got it right, but Zhao really suspected that it was just because of probability, not that the underling actually recognized Fei Lai. After all, even if the underlings had randomly selected a photo each, one or two of them would probably get it correct. Indeed, Zhao tested the underling alone, and this time he was wrong. Next, Zhao took out a few pieces of clothing. Some of them had been worn by Fei Lai, while others had not. Which of them belonged to the madam? This time, all the 10 underlings got it right. They managed to pick out precisely all the items that Fei Lai had worn. "Great, follow me now," Zhao said. "It's internship time." Zhao brought the 10 underlings and left through the magic door. Just then, his phone suddenly notified him of over 10 missed calls from Chris. Stunned, Zhao called back. "Hey Chris, what happened?" "Chen, we have a big problem. Sienna is now being hunted by that monster, and Cheryl went to find her. I've been trying to reach you all this while. What should we do?" Chris said anxiously. "When did this happen?" "About 2 hours ago." Zhao's face darkened. He did not expect there to be an emergency right when he was in the space crevice. "Do you know where they are now?" "No." "How? Can you find them?" Chris asked, lost and panicked. Zhao gave it some thought. "Find something that Sienna or Cheryl uses. Black Ma and White Ma should be able to locate them." Zhao was actually unsure, but apart from his silly twins, the underlings could help to track them via smell as well. "Okay, I'll be right there." Although Black Ma and White Ma would be able to find the two, Zhao did not plan to bring them along. After all, they had entered the human world in their true forms. If there was danger, they might die immediately. The other demons were of little use, too. To be honest, Zhao was probably stronger than them at the moment. Therefore, Zhao only planned to bring a few underlings with him. He sent the rest back into the crevice. Even if the few underlings died, Zhao would not regret it. There were more than 1,000 underlings in the crevice, after all. If they were allowed to reproduce, they could cause a population explosion. Chris sped to Zhao's house. After she alighted, she sprinted toward Zhao. "Chen, this is Sienna's razor. Is it all right?" Zhao took the razor. "Yes. What is this shave?" "Leg hair. Watch my house for me. I'm going now." Zhao left in his car. "Sienna, where are you?" Rupert called Sienna. "I received news that Evangeline has appeared." 3 witches have already been attacked. I'm escaping from this place, Sienna said. Come to my place. If we team up, we might be able to fight her. Stop being unrealistic. You can't defeat her, Sienna said. But where can you even hide? You stand less chance alone. I can't fight her, but I have a way to hide myself, Sienna said. What? I've made myself an invisibility potion. I've hidden my smell, Sienna said. You sure it'll work? Probably. It's not my first time making an invisibility potion. Sienna was actually not very confident. After all, she was being hunted by a monster, not an ordinary witch. Can you tell me your bank details? What? In case you die, we shouldn't let the bank gain everything. Go and die. Sienna hung up in anger. Sienna's father, Yiberg, had been controlling the car. Dad, where are we? Sienna looked out of the window. The sky had already darkened, and Sienna was starting to feel increasingly uneasy. National Park. Why are we here? Sienna complained. I control the car based on my feelings, Yiberg said. He had a special ability which would guide him to the correct path. The ability had been very useful. Indeed, Sienna had escaped from life-threatening situations many times with Yiberg's ability. Just then, the car suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? It's out of gas. Bang, bang. Suddenly, Sienna heard a noise from the trunk. What's in the trunk? The little word girl. What? Cheryl? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. Chapter 438. Reinforcements are here. Chapter 438. Reinforcements are here. Cheryl, why are you here? Sienna looked at Cheryl lying in the trunk with a livid expression. Obviously, to protect you. I don't need your protection. Go back right this instant. Go back. You want me to go back? Cheryl pointed behind them. The end of the road was under the dark night and endless forests. One couldn't even see the distance. Don't you know that you're just adding to the trouble by being here? But I have werewolf blood. Cheryl showed her fangs and claws. I feel like I'll be in more danger with you by my side. You don't trust me, Cheryl said unhappily. You're already here, so I guess I can't force you away. Where are we going now? Cheryl asked. Sienna was silent for a bit. Then she turned toward Yiberg. Dad, which way is safe? That way, Yiberg said. Are you sure? Sienna asked. I feel danger creeping closer, so we definitely can't go back. What? Danger is creeping closer? Yes, a very dangerous aura is approaching. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. How far away is she? About. Footsteps suddenly sounded in the darkness. Cheryl immediately pounced into the darkness, but she was quickly hurled out of it. Evangeline strolled out of the darkness. Where did this wolf cub come from? Evangeline. Sienna's expression changed drastically. How did you find me? Evangeline was completely different from the terrifying and cruel appearance from before. She was clean and wearing a feminine jacket, jeans, and heeled sandals. Her long hair fluttered as she strolled over. Are you wondering because you hid your scent? Evangeline smiled, as if mocking Sienna's supposed cleverness. You're not the only one who did that. Actually, the other witches I found earlier all used the invisibility potion to hide their scents, like you. But I must say, all of you are stupid. Why do you think that I can't memorize your scents? You said it yourself. Sienna finally understood. No matter what Evangeline became, she still had a human's body. How could a human remember another human's scent and travel miles to find them? I said that I memorized your scents, Evangeline continued, still smiling. But the scent I'm talking about isn't your physical scent. It's the smell of your magic. Sienna's expression changed again. Everything she'd done earlier to hide her scent had been useless. It was all to no avail. Evangeline pulled a string of things out from behind her. Both Sienna and Cheryl were shocked. She'd pulled out a string of witch heads. One glance would send shivers down one's spine. Are they familiar? It's okay if they're not. You'll be companions with them soon. You'll have a long time to get to know each other. What do you want? Want? Evangeline thought for a long while. It seemed like she hadn't decided yet, or was pretending to be deep in thought. A beat later, she said, First, I need this city, the entire country, to have no one who can threaten me. With your current abilities, no one can threaten you anymore. No, no, no. The witches are only in panic because of me. When you all process everything, you'll definitely think of a solution. There have been many examples in the past. I don't think I've already reached an unprecedented level, so I need to become even stronger. Since you know that, why don't you hide? You're only making more witches unite. Evangeline suddenly started laughing. Her voice was no longer a woman's, or even a human's. It sounded like a dozen voices mixed together. Why should I hide? Just like I can find you, you witches can find me too. Instead of that, why don't I take the initiative and kill you all? Are you sure you can do that? Sienna sneered. If Evangeline wanted to kill all the witches, she wouldn't be able to do anything else in her life. There were more than 100 witches in L.A. Plus, just look at what had happened in the church today. Evangeline could only manage a team of a dozen witches. If there were more, even she would find it difficult. She'd only directed that whole play to terrorize the other witches. This way, the witches would focus on protecting themselves instead of going against her. But if the majority of witches felt danger, they would definitely work together. By then, even Evangeline wouldn't be able to escape from death. No matter how strong she was only one person. Unless she could destroy the earth and heavens in an instant, she would never be able to defeat an entirety. It was like a soccer game between one world-class professional and 11 amateurs. No matter how talented the professional athlete was, he wouldn't be able to defeat a whole team. I don't know, Evangeline said, but I can try. Sienna could feel that Evangeline still had some reserves. She hadn't revealed her true motive. Okay, I don't have much time. Are you going to let me take your head off, or are you going to keep struggling? The car started suddenly. Yberg steered the car and crashed toward Evangeline. Boom! Evangeline pushed the car with two hands. It couldn't go an inch forward. That's all you got? Evangeline sneered. Just then, another car appeared behind her. She couldn't turn around anymore. That small truck crashed into her from before. Thud! She was stuck between two cars. She tried to push them away, but both drivers slammed on the gas. Evangeline couldn't apply much power with her current posture either. Just as Cheryl and Sienna thought that Evangeline was under control, Yberg's car suddenly died. It didn't have gas anymore. Evangeline overturned the car in anger. But then the other car slammed on the gas and crushed Evangeline. But even after getting crushed, she stood up without any injuries. The truck stopped, and Zhao got out. Sienna, Cheryl, I finally found you too. It wasn't easy. Chen, how come it's you? Why are you here? Hurry and leave. You're not a match. Chapter 439, Bitch, Stop Running. Chapter 439. Bitch, stop running. None of you shall leave. Evangeline was totally enraged. As she smashed a bottle on the ground, more than a dozen witch souls appeared beside her. Sienna's expression changed drastically. The souls were precisely those that had been killed earlier. Carla was among them. However, the souls had long lost their rationality. All the witches had turned into evil spirits, the most ferocious type. Sienna, Cheryl, hide in the truck, Zhao said. Leave the rest to me. Chen, you'll never be here alone. Can you not see the situation? Sienna shouted. Can't you have more faith in me? Zhao said. Haha, is a wizard going to stop me? Evangeline laughed. Has your teacher, or the girl beside you, never told you the difference between wizards and witches? Suddenly, Zhao charged forward. When he was a few meters away from Evangeline, he lifted the overturned car beside him and flung it at Evangeline's head. Bang! Sienna's car was completely destroyed. Sienna and Cheryl's eyes almost dropped out. Is this a human strength? The strength that Zhao had displayed was similar to that of Evangeline. Just then, Evangeline stood up again. She similarly stared at Zhao in surprise. Who's he? Why is he so strong? Go and tear him to pieces. Evangeline was not planning to fight head-on with Zhao. After all, with so many evil spirits, the big boss could just stand and watch. Zhao leisurely snapped his fingers. Immediately, one of the witch souls became distorted. It was as if the soul was being pulled and then crushed by something. Finally, in her scream, the witch soul turned into starlight. Evangeline, Sienna, and Cheryl all watched with their eyes wide open. They had no idea what had just happened. Then, another witch soul was eliminated. Chen Zhao had not even moved. Come, make a few more. Do you just have a few evil spirits? That's not challenging at all. Evil spirits? Just a few evil spirits. Sienna could not deal with a single evil spirit here, not to mention a dozen of them. All of them were atrocious evil spirits that could easily eradicate ordinary evil spirits. However, they were erased by Chen Zhao effortlessly. Nobody could accept such an outcome, whether it was Chen Zhao's enemy Evangeline or his allies Sienna and Cheryl. Evangeline's expression changed. She did not know how powerful Chen Zhao was. Nevertheless, she did not want to fight anymore. Sienna was not a must-kill target. Hence, she turned around and ran without hesitation. Seeing Evangeline's attempt to flee, Chen Zhao quickly gave chase. Sienna and Cheryl looked in the direction where the two disappeared inside. Clearly, it was not a fight that they could participate in. It was a battle between two monsters. Bitch, weren't you full of yourself just now? Stop running if you dare. Incensed, Evangeline stopped at once. She had never been humiliated like this before. Do you really think I'm scared of you? Then why were you running away? Chen Zhao provoked. Evangeline sneered. Then, her body began to deform and arms stretched out from her back. One arm, 2, 3, 4. Are you going to transform into thousand-hand bodhisattva? Soon, Evangeline had 30 or 40 arms on her body. There were too many for Chen Zhao to count. Nevertheless, this was not the most frightening part. Most of her arms had magic wands on them. Transform, Vine Entanglement, Subsidence. Fuck, that's OP. Chen Zhao jumped and dodged the 3 spells. Evangeline had just cast 3 spells. Moreover, they were instant casts. To be honest, Chen Zhao was really no match for Evangeline in terms of sorcery. Before Chen Zhao could regain his footing, Evangeline predicted his movement and cast another spell. Earth Seal. Chen Zhao realized that he was standing on a magical hexagram, his feet glued to the ground. Evangeline looked at Chen Zhao with a ferocious smile. Now, do you understand the difference between us? Chen Zhao rubbed his nose and shrugged. Well, you're indeed better than me at magic. Man, I now give you a chance to surrender. Bitch, can you stop playing the surrender game? If you look slightly more normal, I might just surrender, but you look really disgusting. I'm glad that I didn't have dinner, or I would die throwing up. Are you really so eager to die? Gloom flashed across Evangeline's eyes. If only you can kill me. You're playing with fire. Evangeline pointed at Chen Zhao with her finger. Disease. Chen Zhao's cursed eye opened at once. The mouth of Glutton also devoured the curse instantly. After consuming the curse, Chen Zhao felt much more energetic. Swallow all. Evangeline looked at Chen Zhao in surprise. You know a spell from the 7 Demon Kings? With the knowledge of more than a dozen witches, Evangeline naturally knew what a 7 Demon King spell was. If the spell was cast by an old and powerful witch, Evangeline would not be shocked. Although not many people knew any 7 Demon King spell, there would always be a few special ones. However, importantly, the spell was cast by an Asian man. Evangeline became even more curious. At the same time, she felt that Chen Zhao must have some secrets on him. Hence, she was even less willing to kill Chen Zhao. If she could dig out the secrets, she might become even more powerful. How was that? Aren't you surprised? Chen Zhao glanced at his right arm. Evangeline frowned and said, Although I can obtain your secrets from your corpse, I feel that you're strong enough. I don't mind giving you another chance to choose. Are you sure that you're going to win? If you have any other abilities, you should use them now. Evangeline sneered and looked at Chen Zhao. Suddenly, a demonic ritual implement appeared in Chen Zhao's hands. He tossed it on the ground. And then came the second one. The third, the 4th, the 10th, the 20th. What are these? Evangeline was confused. I'm calling my friends, Chen Zhao answered. Chapter 440. Finish your curse if you want to curse me. Chapter 440. Finish your curse if you want to curse me. Sienna and Shirley stood on the side of the road, watching the fog rising in the forest. How come there's fog? Is this a spell? Shirley asked. I think Chen used this the first time we met. Then that pure-blood werewolf appeared. Like this time. The fog is thicker this time, Shirley said. Much thicker than before. Sienna felt a bit cold. A chill rose up from her feet. The fog rose up without any warning in the forest, blocking her vision of Zhao. Just then a phone rang. Hey, Feilai. I'm busy. I'll get home later. You eat dinner first. Evangeline felt that Zhao didn't think she was important at all. You think this mist can save you? She yelled. All her arms waved wands at the same time. Spirits of the wind, listen to my call. A large wind started up, blowing the mist apart. Evangeline's vision cleared again. But when she saw close to 30 strange things of various sizes around Zhao, she felt her knees go weak. The creatures were all different types. Some were strong, and some were weak. The one that caught her attention was the woman in white standing next to Zhao. She looked like a ghost and radiated with a terrifying aura. What are these things? Things to kill you. Zhao pointed at Evangeline. Rip her apart. Evangeline pointed her dozen wands at Zhao, casting countless spells at him. Right then, Jessica started moving. She let out a shrill cry. The shriek seemed to tear apart the air and spread forward. In an instant, those dozen spells were destroyed by the sound waves. As if suffering from a windstorm, Evangeline was covered in injuries. This was such terrifying power. What exactly was that woman? She definitely wasn't a ghost. A ghost didn't have this kind of power. Merely her scream could scatter a dozen spells at once. Run. I can't stay here. I'll really die. Evangeline turned to flee, but then a huge creature stopped before her. This demon was called the Boar King, but despite the name, it was just a pig, an inferior demon. Boar Kings were actually very weak, but its skin was thick and tough. It was big too. If it was given an iron-toothed rake, it would look like the pig, Zhu Beiji, in the Journey to the West. Evangeline crashed against the Boar King's stomach. The demon didn't budge while Evangeline ricocheted back. She wasn't willing to give up. Evangeline cast another spell at the Boar King. However, her spells practically had no effect against demons. After all, a human couldn't compare to the endurance of demons. The spells of the human world were mostly the watered-down versions. The Boar King crashed against Evangeline. She hurriedly grabbed its tusks, but the Boar King's momentum was too big. She kept retreating, unable to stop. The next moment, the bloody hunter's claw grabbed onto Evangeline's back. Her many arms were broken directly. A two-headed snake wrapped around the lower half of her body. She fell to the ground, and the Boar King slammed down on her, even crushing the two-headed snake. Evangeline cried out in pain. Don't kill her. We haven't started yet. Ever since the bloody hunter was summoned by Zhao 3 times, and news spread through town that he could get a demonic crystal every time, all the demons in town anticipated for Zhao to summon them. The chance finally came, but he'd summoned a bit too many demons, while their opponent was actually this weak. Evangeline was on the ground before most of the demons could act. How could this be? This was practically wasting their chance to have fun in the human world. No, they definitely had to show off before the Living Lord. If they didn't do anything and returned to hell empty-handed, it would be embarrassing. Living Lord, check out my trick, the death penetration. Evangeline's head was stabbed by a demon's horn. Check out my spiral of despair. Mine is death penalty. My trick. Finally, Evangeline's body was shattered, and she was on her last breath. She's close, Jessica said, glancing at her. Zhao finally walked over to Evangeline. How is it? Does it feel good to go through the whole thing? Evangeline looked up with half-closed eyes. Her limbs were practically all destroyed. Her body had a million holes. No matter how strong her vitality was, she wasn't actually immortal. She would die as well. These serious physical wounds were fatal to anyone, including her. Who are you? I am the bringer of justice. Suddenly, Evangeline's broken body shot up. I curse you. But her head happened to get sucked into the mouth of gluttony. Her head was stuck in there while her body kept wriggling, seemingly struggling for the last time. Why don't you finish your curse? This makes me uncomfortable. The mouth of gluttony opened to the max and swallowed Evangeline whole. Chen Zhao sat on the ground, feeling very, very full. You guys line up. Each one gets a demonic crystal. The moment Evangeline was destroyed, Chen Zhao realized that the metal box in his spatial ring had a new crystal. It wasn't a demonic crystal, but an angelic crystal. A perfect angelic crystal. It wasn't only one either. Instead, it was 4 or 5 perfect angelic crystals stuck together. After he rewarded the demons, he sent them back to hell. Only Jessica remained. Chen Zhao made her stay specifically. Jessica, how is the fight between Lord Zhou Fi and his neighbor? The Lord has the upper hand, but they are very strong as well. It's hard to determine the victor yet. I have a fatal weapon, but I'm afraid you won't be able to take it to hell. What weapon? Perfect angelic crystal. Jessica gasped. You have perfect angelic crystals? Yes. I cannot take it. That thing will cause enormous damage to me. Then I'll bring it the next time I go to hell, but don't summon me too suddenly. Have a Betos tell me beforehand. Chapter 441. He's probably dead. Chapter 441. He's probably dead. The fog has dissipated. I wonder what's happened inside. Should we go in and take a look? What if Chen lost? Sienna and Cheryl were both worried and scared. After all, they had seen for themselves how terrifying Evangeline was. Could Chen Zhao really defeat Evangeline? While Chen Zhao was powerful too, Evangeline was more formidable. Just then, a car shot towards them at high speed. In an instant, the car stopped before them and Chris rushed out. Sienna, Cheryl, are you all right? Chris looked at the two in worry. We're fine. How did you find us? Your sister brought me here, Chris said. Rupert also alighted from the car with Camilla. Then, Rupert stared at the car components scattered all over the ground, as well as the now flattened car. What happened here? Camilla gasped. It was the real world, not a movie. No sorcerer here could shatter the earth and overturn the seas. The devastation before them was astonishing enough. Where's Evangeline? Rupert asked. I think she's battling with Chen in the woods, Sienna said. Is he mad? Does he know what he's doing? Rupert exclaimed. He's literally trying to kill himself. Let's leave now. After Evangeline kills him, she'll certainly be back. We'll be doomed by then. No, Chen's not going to lose. He's very powerful, Cheryl said. Really? Rupert did not believe her. In just that day, more than a dozen witches had been killed, which was enough to show how frightening Evangeline was. Did they still have hope in him? How ridiculous. Sienna, stop being stubborn. Let's go before it's too late. Rupert urged. Sienna shook her head and said resolutely, Chen came here to save me. He might be in danger now. I can't leave. Teacher, please say something, Rupert said helplessly. Camilla hesitated for a moment. Sienna, let's go. It's really impossible. If we stay, we'll only add to Evangeline's trophy collection, which is meaningless. If you want to avenge your friend, you should stay alive and summon more witches to attack Evangeline. Staying here will bring nothing but more deaths. Camilla was similarly not confident in Chen Zhao. After all, Evangeline had such an alarming battle record. It was worse than the ghost ship last time. Ghost ships were dangerous because they would float on the sea. That time, more than 10 witches went to fight the ghost ship. They lost only because they were trapped in the sea. But Evangeline was different. She was purely a powerful individual. Thus, Camilla was pretty sure that Chen Zhao would never come out of the forest again. Sienna, where are you going? Are you mad? Rupert stopped Sienna. Rupert almost went insane when she saw Sienna walk toward the forest. Why would Sienna be so stupid despite having the same teacher as her? Even if Chen has died, I won't let his body lie in the wild, Sienna said lightly. Cheryl, leave with Chris first. No, I think that Chen can win, Cheryl said stubbornly. I'm not leaving either. I'm going in, Chris insisted with a similar tone. She was not afraid, or she would not have come here. More precisely, her concern toward Sienna and Cheryl suppressed her fear. 3 mad women. Rupert turned around and left. Just go in and kill yourself. I'm not going in. However, after taking a few steps, Rupert turned around and cursed. Fuck. Why am I doing this? I should be lying in bed with my puppet now. The four women and a spirit entered the forest. While the fog was gone, the forest was still ghastly. Everyone walked with great care, not even daring to make the slightest of noise. Rupert, who had been cursing outside the forest, also kept quiet. There's nothing here. Maybe they've gone back to sleep. I think we should turn back, Rupert muttered. Shut up, Sienna roared softly in annoyance. Crack. Suddenly, Chris stopped. The other three also stood still. Chris, what happened? I think I stepped on something. The group lowered their heads. It was something long. Then, Chris started to scream. It was an arm. Chill. Quiet, quiet. Sienna quickly covered Chris's mouth to prevent her from yelling again. Why? Why is there an arm here? Chris's face paled in horror, and she could not calm down. Let's leave. That Chinese must be dead by now. Shut up. Ignoring Rupert's reaction, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl were determined to keep moving. Whose arm was that? Rupert asked. None of the three answered or was willing to answer. I think it belongs to a female, Camilla said. Sienna's eyes brightened. Teacher, you mean that wasn't Chen's arm? No, a man's arm should be thicker than that, Camilla said. So, Chen managed to pull Evangeline's arm off during the battle. You left too quickly today to hear about it, but when Evangeline attacked one of the witches, she turned into a horrifying form. She had dozens of arms on her body, Rupert said. But she's never used it before me, because you're too weak for her. That Chinese must have enraged her. That's why she transformed into that form. Hearing Rupert's words, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl felt even more worried and uneasy. Look, there, puke. The group saw many arms and pools of blood all over the ground. What an intense battle, Camilla commented. That wizard's quite powerful. Look at what he's done to Evangeline. Chen's there. Cheryl suddenly exclaimed in excitement. Everyone saw Zhao sitting under a tree. They charged forward at once, and Sienna tried to pull him up from the ground. Chen, what happened? Chen, wake up. Chapter 442, Victoria. Chapter 442, Victoria. Stop shaking, Zhao called out. I'm awake. He'd eaten too much and couldn't keep walking, so he'd sat down before a tree. Then he ended up falling asleep. He didn't know how long he'd slept before being shaken awake by Sienna. Chen, are you hurt? Where's Evangeline? She's dead, Zhao said. She won't threaten you anymore. You won? Yes. You really won? The group didn't believe it. Yeah. Then where's Evangeline's body? Try piecing it together. You might get a full body. Zhao pointed at the bits of flesh and carnage in the distance. It had all been sliced down from Evangeline. Chen, did you really win Evangeline? Yeah. Zhao touched his right arm. You're not hurt. Rupert studied Zhao, still in disbelief. How terrifying was Evangeline? Everyone here knew. But now, this wizard said that he'd defeated Evangeline without getting hurt at all. Who would believe that? Be careful. Shirley had been supporting Zhao, but she tripped and brought Zhao down too. Zhao hurriedly held onto a tree nearby. Crack! The tree was about the width of a thigh, and it fell at Zhao's touch. The four women and a ghost gaped at Zhao. Chen, just how strong are you? He'd lost control of his strength again. He probably couldn't touch Fei Lai today again. After exiting the forest, Zhao let out a long sigh. Okay, the problem's solved. I need to get back. Chen, thank you. No need to thank me. You should thank Chris. She's the one who took out your razor. Zhao took out Sienna's razor. But how come I couldn't find your scent? Thankfully, there's a bit of your magic left on it. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to find you. Sienna exploded in anger and snatched the razor from his hands. But the others couldn't see her expression clearly in the night. Chris, why couldn't you find something else? Why'd you have to take this out? I just grabbed it and didn't think too much. Zhao didn't go with Sienna and the others. A while later, a black shadow suddenly darted out from the side of the road. Zhao was taken by surprise. Then there was a loud crash. He got out of the car and saw that the hood was completely distorted and there was a wild pig on the ground. The pig kept screaming miserably. When Chen Zhao went over, the pig squirmed violently. However, its front legs seemed to have been broken and couldn't move. Chen Zhao pressed it down, making it struggle even harder. However, it wasn't easy for it to fight against Chen Zhao's strength. Sleep. Chen Zhao hypnotized the pig and tossed it in the trunk. He remembered that he'd promised to give Mordery a pet. Perfect. This pig could be his companion. He fed the pig some intelligence potion and then drove toward Mordery's hiding spot. When he got to the highway outside the hiding spot, Chen Zhao picked the pig up and walked toward the mountain forest. While walking, he dug out his phone. Mordery, I'm coming. Mordery was waiting outside the cave. He saw Chen Zhao come with a wild pig. Haha, Chen, you know that I haven't had meat recently and brought me a pig? You're so good to me. Fuck off, this is the pet I'm giving you. It's not food. If you dare eat it, I'll kill you. What? Are you kidding? You're giving me a wild boar for a pet? Yes. Is there a problem? I don't want it. I definitely will not have a pig for a pet. It's as smart as Princess. Mordery was tempted. Are you sure? When have I ever lied to you? It really is as smart as Princess. Yes. Do you want it? If you don't, I'll take it home. I want it. But how come it's hurt? When I was bringing it over, it jumped out of the car and got hurt. That's sad. Oh, what's it called? I haven't named it yet. I was waiting for you. Call it Victoria, Mordery said. Is there something special about this name? Chen Zhao asked curiously. I had a dog before called Victoria. Okay, I have to treat its legs. Victoria woke up while Chen Zhao was treating it. However, it didn't have its original fear. Instead, it looked at Chen Zhao and Mordery with confusion. Take out what food you have and feed it, Chen Zhao said. Mordery hurriedly took out some food. Victoria didn't reject him. When it looked at Mordery, it seemed to have something else in its gaze. You have to talk to it more, Chen Zhao said. It's smart. The more you say, the more it can understand. Princess is smart because I'm always talking to it. Oh, okay. Victoria's injuries aren't bad. It should be okay in 2 days. You'll have to take more care of it before that. Chen, can you give me a car? Mordery asked, a bit embarrassed. After all, he was basically eating Chen Zhao's food, using his stuff, and asking him for other things. Mordery had a big ego. He would never proactively ask unless he had no other choice. Sure, I'll get you a car when I bring you things in a few days. Thank you, Chen. Chen Zhao hugged Mordery. When he saw Mordery's eyes, he felt that the man had to go out for a bit. No one was willing to stay in a mountain and live like a caveman for life. Mordery probably planned on doing some things. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. Mordery nodded. Chen, when did you start seeing me as a friend? Chen Zhao thought back to how he met Mordery. The first meeting wasn't a happy one. That time, Mordery's boss had been shot. If Chen Zhao hadn't been able to save his boss, Mordery definitely would have killed him. Probably when we were both beaten up by Gaia. The two started laughing stupidly. Sometimes, men's friendships were just that strange. The first time, they separated on bad terms. The second time Mordery went to find him, Chen Zhao had accepted grudgingly because of the money. The third time, it felt natural. Chapter 443, Slave Owner and the Madam. Chapter 443, Slave Owner and the Madam. When Chen Zhao returned home, Fei Lai was still awake. She immediately went to prepare dinner for him. Fei Lai, wait. I have something to show you. What? To be accurate, it's not a thing, Chen Zhao said, smiling. Let me go to the basement. Chen Zhao rushed downstairs. After a while, he brought 10 underlings from the basement. What are these? Fei Lai was not scared of the 10 strange little things beside Chen Zhao. After all, she had seen things that were much more terrifying. The 10 underlings did not look very frightening. Of course, they were not cute either. They're called underlings. Starting today, they'll be our servants, Chen Zhao said. Do they have names? Nope. Then can I give them names? Of course, but don't pick anything complicated. I don't think they can remember those. Are they very dumb? Actually, they're smarter than Princess, but they generally do not have names. They live in groups and have a very weak concept of individuality. It's like a nest of ants. Will you name Every ant? But I just want to name them. No problem, Zhao said with bitter laughter. It was one of the few times when Fei Lai was playful. Zhao waved his arm, and the 10 underlings stood before them in a row. Master, madam, they sound weird. They can't speak any human language. To be fair, they spent quite a long time just to learn those 2 words. Then how should I ask them to do stuff for me? That will be easy. They're very talented in this area. To be blunt, underlings were professional servants in hell. They could complete any manual work to an outstanding extent. If an underling lost its job, it would lose its significance. They would even give up and feed themselves to wyverns. Perhaps that would be their last contribution in life. Although they could not speak any human language, they were not stupid. If required by their job, they would very quickly adapt to any new environment and language. From today, you'll be the slave owner, madam. No, that sounds so ugly. Then, Zhao and Fei Lai brought the 10 underlings around the house, teaching them some general knowledge in the meantime. Of course, Zhao and Blackie had already taught them most things in the crevice. All they lacked now was practice. For example, if there was a visitor, they had to hide and make sure that they would not be discovered. In addition, when Zhao and Fei Lai were not at home, they had to take care of the pets. They learned this really quickly. After all, most of them had the experience of raising wyverns. With the underlings to look after the pets, Zhao no longer needed to bring them whatever he went. In the past, Zhao was worried that his pets would not take care of themselves or would destroy the house if left alone. Take Black Ma and White Ma, for example. Although they seemed lively, they were still somewhat sensitive. For example, they would feel sad if they saw a princess being praised. Zhao and Fei Lai liked to lean against Princess. Knowing this, the silly twins would mimic Princess's posture every day and lie before Zhao and Fei Lai, hoping that they would lean against them instead. To be honest, while they were huge, they were much less comfortable to lean on. Half of Princess's body was fat, which made her really soft. In addition, the silly twins could not maintain any posture for more than 5 minutes before they had to move. On the other hand, Princess would not sit if she could lie down, would not stand if she could sit, and would not move if she could stay still. She was literally the land version of Amon. Lastly, because the house was so large, most areas required regular cleaning. With underling helpers, this would become much easier. The next day, once Fei Lai and Zhao got out of bed, a few underlings immediately came in to tidy their bed and wash their pajamas. Then, they prepared breakfast for the pets and readied toiletries for the 2. They finished everything without any reminder. To underlings, these were basic work. They could understand them without any commands. Fei Lai finally experienced what it was like to be a master. The underlings really knew how to take care of people. They would not even stop for a second. A, B, C, D, E, go and fertilize the plant around. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, go and clean the entire house. Also, change and wash the quilts. Upon receiving Zhao's order, the 10 underlings began working at once. Chen, are you going out today? Yes, Zhao nodded, but not so early. All right, I'm going to work now. See you. Zhao kissed Fei Lai and watched as she left in her car. Shortly after Fei Lai left, a truck came. Gaia alighted from the truck. Chen, I brought you your special fitness equipment according to your request. A few workers walked up and asked, Sir, where should we place the equipment? Just carry them down and place them on the ground, Zhao said. Sir, the equipment is very heavy. We need machines for loading and unloading. Are you sure you don't need us to deliver them into your house? Just listen to him and place them on the ground. All right. The workers placed the fitness equipment before the villa. After receiving a tip from Zhao, they left. How much does all this cost? 20,000. I don't have that much cash. I'll transfer you later. You sure you can use these? Gaia stared at Zhao. The smallest piece of equipment was a 300-kilogram dumbbell. As for the barbell, the bar alone was 3 meters long and 10 centimeters in diameter. It was difficult to even hold it with one hand. The bar itself weighed 50 kilograms. The smallest weight was 100 kilograms heavy while the biggest was 500 kilograms, and there were 20 pieces of them. Zhao grabbed the bar and started to add the heaviest weights. 1, 2, 3. Zhao placed 4 pieces on each side. With the weight of the barbell now weighed over 4,000 kilograms. Gaia stared at Zhao. Can he really lift such a heavy object? No way. No human can lift this. Chapter 444, Xiangliu Qingyi. Chapter 444, Xiangliu Qingyi. Zhao tried his strength. This weight was pretty much his limit. He couldn't pick it up with one hand. He applied force and pulled. The bar lifted. Gaia's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Right now, Zhao was a monster to her. He could only lift the 4-ton barbell to his chest. He couldn't lift it over his head like standard weightlifting. Thud! Zhao tossed the barbell down. His left arm was clearly weaker than his right. Of course, he was already strong enough for regular situations. Right now, I'm doubting if you're a human. Well, I'm not a regular human. Is it possible for me to reach this level? Zhao thought about it and replied, my situation is a bit special, but you can still surpass your current limit. How much will it cost? Train Tiger well. How about that? I'm only in charge of his technique. You're definitely more professional in terms of strength and fitness. Then after he recovers fully in a bit, I'll train both of you for fitness. Gaia nodded. Zhao agreed to her request because of their friendship, so she wouldn't take advantage of it. After sitting in Zhao's house for an hour and touring it, she left. Zhao didn't plan on moving Gaia's equipment into the house. It would damage the infrastructure if it fell onto the ground. He planned on just leaving it outside. After exercising for half an hour, he started getting ready. He washed up and put on a casual outfit to go out. He always cared about his appearance. Whether he went out for work or visiting friends, he would always tidy himself up. Today's schedule was to visit the Shan family. Yesterday, Shan had called, saying that his father's situation may have changed. Zhao had to go look. When he reached the manor, the atmosphere was still heavy. They were the mafia, after all. But Zhao was a regular guest, so he was led into the manor after a slight check. Mr. Chen. Shan went over to him and shook his hand. Zhao had proven his abilities in the past few months. Shan's father had been declared to only have 3 months left, but Zhao had already stretched out that number. Thus, he also gained Shan's trust. Shan would notify him immediately about his father's condition. Mr. Shan, how is your father? I don't know about the specifics, but according to the servant taking care of him, his facial muscles keep twitching. When did it start? Yesterday. Shan took Zhao to Old Shan's bedroom. Old Shan was in the wheelchair, as always, and had 2 servants beside him. Shan waved his hand, and the servants left. Zhao went over to check Old Shan's pulse, heartbeat, and tongue. Then he asked, what has Old Shan eaten these past few days? Are you saying that he was poisoned? No, it's just a routine question. He would have a daily bottle of nutritious liquid and oatmeal with some meat. It's like that every day. Anything else? I don't think so. Check your father's servants or the kitchen. So it's still poison? It's only a minor amount of poison from red spider lily, Zhao said. The red spider lily had a more well-known name, hellflower. Of course, it wasn't able to actually send you to hell. It could be put in medicine, but had certain toxicity. It was pretty widespread, though it was mainly produced in Southeast Asia. It wasn't a rare type of plant. The hellflower wasn't highly poisonous. Of course, if you consumed too much or had health like Old Shan, it could still easily be fatal. The person who did this was very careful. Old Shan only showed slight symptoms as well. After giving Old Shan some antidote, Zhao gave Shan some advice. Mr. Shan, I shouldn't get involved in your family matters, but I hope you do things after investigating fully instead of killing everyone related. Shan looked at him, surprised. After a pause, he nodded. Okay. Zhao went to Ethan's motel. After greeting him, Zhao went straight to Li Qing's room. Auntie Li, I'm here to check on you. Mr. Chen, I'm much better. You don't have to visit me every day. It's all right. I don't have much to do either. Li Qing glanced at Zhao and studied him for a bit. Mr. Chen, you seem well today. Your brows are smooth. The shadows from earlier have disappeared. Did you solve some big problem? Zhao smiled. Li Qing's eyes were as sharp as ever. I took care of that thing. You did it by yourself. No, I had some friends. Mr. Chen has wide connections, as expected. Oh, did you read the scriptures of my Qingyi sect? I read some. Is there anything that you don't understand? Zhao listed everything that he didn't understand, and Li Qing answered them one by one. The Qingyi sect wasn't a big sect in China. It had experienced many ups and downs to be passed on to the present day. Its style was small but detailed. It didn't have any majestic or shocking spells. Most of the techniques were used for individuals, with some auxiliary techniques mixed in. This had something to do with the founder of the Qingyi sect, Xiangliu Qingyi. Rather than the evil god by the same name, this man was from the end of the Tang dynasty. At first, Xiangliu was the heir of the Mai sect. He was greatly talented and received the true inheritance of Mai. Then he left the mountain and wandered through the world. He became known for his medical abilities and saved many lives. Because war erupted often, the commoners had difficult lives. Xiangliu started his own sect and took up Qingyi as his title. Xiangliu was the title given to him by his teacher in the Mai sect. He kept this name to show respect for the Mai sect. Later, people refer to the founder of the Qingyi sect as Xiangliu Qingyi. He'd read many medical books. So many of the Qingyi sect's techniques were related to medical practices. It also contained the techniques of the Mai sect, so was also able to defeat demons. The Mai sect was actually a branch of the Mao Mountain School, which was part Taoism. Xiangliu Qingyi had started his own sect, but he never declared that he'd left the Mai sect. Thus, Qingyi and Mai were both closely connected to the Mao Mountain School. Zhao could also tell from Li Qing's words that she guessed the Mai sect or Mao Mountain School had suggested Xiangliu Qingyi to found the Qingyi sect. The reason didn't have anything to do with modern-day matters, so it was just a topic for chit-chat. Zhao and Li Qing weren't historians. They didn't have to be completely clear about things that had happened more than 1,000 years ago. Chapter 445, Sorcerer Killer. Chapter 445, Sorcerer Killer. After Zhao left the motel, he received the invitation. He was greatly enlightened by the conversation with Li Qing. Li Qing was kind of his senior, and she had displayed an excellent understanding of the spells of Qingyi sect. Of course, this was not to say that Li Qing was powerful. In fact, Li Qing's combat power was probably much weaker than that of Zhao. But it was only because the spells of Qingyi sect were not designed to be used in combat. Of course, Zhao did not learn every single spell from the conversation. His inadequate magical power was the real limiting factor. Nevertheless, Zhao found the spells really useful for medical treatment. For example, if he were to encounter Hoffman's situation again, he would be much more confident. "Ms. Rupert, may I ask how's it going?" Pierce South called Rupert again. When Rupert heard his voice, she was enraged at once. "I've already attacked him, and I failed. According to our agreement, you need to pay me the remaining balance," Rupert said. "What? You failed? Ms. Rupert, you must be joking. You're a famous witch in L.A. Why would you lose to that Chinese? What do you know about that Chinese?" Rupert sounded more and more displeased. Zhao was an out-and-out monster who even killed Evangeline. She had already attacked Zhao twice, both of which failed. His magical resistance was too high. According to Sienna, he even had the incredible strength to fight with Evangeline head-on. If she really irritated Zhao, he might just tear her to pieces. Anyhow, Rupert was determined that she would never attack Zhao again. No matter what, he's just a wizard. Wizard? Just a wizard. Rupert was mad. I cast a curse from his back, and he actually told me that my curse tastes nice. Do you know how I felt? I'm not even thinking about finding him for revenge now, but finding you. Pierce almost dropped his phone on the floor. Was that Chinese really so scary? You better pay me the remaining amount, or I'll find you, and then tell the Chinese your whereabouts. I believe he'll be happy to pay me for that. All right, I'll pay you. Pierce did not know if Rupert was blackmailing him. Perhaps Rupert did not even attack Zhao. Perhaps it was just blackmail. But Pierce had no choice. After all, who asked him to find Rupert? If he rejected this, Rupert might really expose him to the Chinese. Nonetheless, Pierce was even more dissatisfied. Suddenly, Pierce had an idea. He would not find another witch in L.A., lest he be cheated again. How about a foreign association? As a wizard, Pierce more or less knew some supernatural people or information. Sorcerer killer? That would be expensive. Is it really worth it? Pierce fell into silence. Sorcerer killers were obviously hired to kill sorcerers. Of course, sorcerer killers were sorcerers themselves, which was exactly why they knew the weaknesses of sorcerers. After making up his mind, Pierce logged into a website and issued a post. Soon, he received a call. It was a woman's voice. Did you make the $1 million offer? Yes, Pierce answered. 500,000 deposit. Tell me the target's location, identity, and power. If I succeed, I'll find you for the remaining amount. If I fail, I won't disturb you again. Are you sure you can complete the task? The witch I hired previously took my money without attempting the task. She even blackmailed me. I can only promise that I'll try my best to complete the mission. You can check my history. I have a 100% success rate on my 9 missions. I won't destroy my perfect record just for 500,000. That's great. Gritting his teeth, Pierce paid another 500,000 and sent Chen Zhao's information to the killer. When Chen Zhao got home, Abitos crawled to him and placed his forelimbs on Chen Zhao's body. Ada, father said that he'll summon you to hell tonight. Okay, at midnight still. Yes. Chen Zhao summoned Samuel. Samuel, I need the skeletons of demonic beasts, preferably those with magical power. You need to trade something with me. Those skeletons are just piled up before your place. Don't you feel embarrassed for being so greedy? Why would I be embarrassed? They still belong to me, even if they're useless. Also, I made my investigation. Fried chicken drumsticks and ham sausages are just ordinary food. You've been using cheap items to trade with me. Samuel stared at Chen Zhao with righteous indignation. Wait, you're the one who wanted the trade, not me. I don't care. I feel deceived. Fine, so the deal is off then? Forget it. I'll find another demon. You're not the only demon in hell. I don't accept this. Who dares to trade with you? Do you believe that I'll go and destroy the true forms of those petty demons around you now? Chen Zhao suddenly took out the enormous piece of perfect angelic crystal. What did you say? Repeat that. Wait, take that away from me. Damn, why do you have such a holy object? Samuel wanted to escape, but Chen Zhao grabbed his neck. He could not break free at all. The other pets in the house had long fled from the place. None of them would stay in the living room. The entire villa was enveloped in a holy aura. Samuel was both the weakest and the strongest demon present. Moreover, he was closest to the perfect angelic crystal. The Samuel Chen Zhao was holding was only a projection, but just like a person's limbs, it would affect his true form. Samuel's true form was in as much pain as his projection. Of course, the perfect angelic crystal was far from enough to kill Samuel. His true form would continuously send power to his projection, which was therefore unkillable. Precisely because of that, however, he would consistently receive damage from the perfect crystal. Fine, I apologize. Then let's talk about the deal. Chapter 446, Forest Shepherd. Chapter 446, Forest Shepherd. I want 100 cows. Samuel knew how to make huge demands now. Then he added, I want the kind from last time. The kind from last time? The kind that Rhea had brought. Chen Zhao had asked around. That cow's market price was around $1,500. This meant that he would have to spend $150,000. All right, it was unrealistic for him to keep taking advantage of Samuel. This kind of request was reasonable. Hi, Rhea. It's Chen Zhao. How come you're calling me? Rhea was surprised to get his call. I need cows. Chen, I'd supplied you last time because it was a special reason. Don't think you can take advantage of me every time. I didn't plan on taking advantage. I want 100 cows. Sell them according to market value. Why do you need so many cows? Well, I want them. Will you sell them? Sure, but where do you want me to bring them to? Since it was a regular exchange, Rhea had no reason to reject him. After all, her ranch was an open business. 100 cows was only small business, but she'd attended Chen Zhao's party, so she still had to help him. Take them to my house. You don't plan on raising cows near your house, right? I've been there. It's not suitable for cows. The salt content is too high. It's difficult to plant trees, let alone ranch pastures. Plus, you know the smell too. I advise against raising cows in your own house. You got it wrong. I don't plan on raising them. I just need beef. Beef? You want to feed everyone in town to eat beef? It's a personal need. Anyway, transport them over. Fine. An hour later, Rhea drove 2 trucks over. These were specially for transporting cows. They were up to 20 meters long and had 4 levels. One truck could fit 50 cows. Just put them here, Rhea asked. Leave the trucks here for now. I don't want to let them out and shit everyone. Even inside the truck, they already had a strong smell. If they were released, the surroundings would probably all be polluted. Even though their manure was good fertilizer, Chen Zhao really didn't want it. These 2 trucks are more expensive than the 100 cows. Borrowing. I'm just borrowing them. After Chen Zhao paid, Rhea brought her crew away. Chen Zhao put all the cows into the spatial ring. Thankfully, it was windy here. The smell quickly dissipated in the wind. It didn't pollute the environment around his home. After waiting an hour, Chen Zhao had Rhea call someone over to drive the trucks away. Fei Lai, I have to go to that place after midnight. 24 hours. Oh, shouldn't you bring some things to your friends over there? I already did, Chen Zhao said, pursing his lips. 100 cows. 100 cows? Do you have a lot of friends there? Fei Lai, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Then what should I ask? Whatever, nothing. 100 cows, $150,000. Chen Zhao's heart was in pain. Meow, meow. Don't be sad. I'll just compensate you something. Chen Zhao glanced at Samuel. Go away. Stop annoying me. Before midnight came, Samuel stuck to Chen Zhao's side. I really will compensate you. What do you want? I'm serious. I swear as a demon king. Samuel might have thought that he'd really made a huge demand this time and felt bad. How about I give you a forest shepherd? Samuel asked. What's that? Those tree people you saw when you came to hell that day. They're the forest shepherds. What do? They can take care of the plants nearby. Like they can control what plants need what nutrients. A forest shepherd can control an entire forest. Chen Zhao was tempted. His house was built, but it lacked greenery. After all, turning a place green couldn't be done in a day. His original plan was being able to see verdure when he looked in the back. But because of the soil here, the backyard was still very empty. The bushes he'd planted were sparse too. It would be difficult to have changes in the next few years. If he could have a forest shepherd, this might change. Are you sure they can adjust to the soil and environment of a human world? Of course. They're not demons. They're not demons. They're a type of tree spirit and can adjust to any environment, even deserts. They can also change themselves to adjust to the environment. Okay, since you're so sincere, I'll manage to forgive you this time. You forgave me? Yes. Then can you give me some spices? Shit. Chen Zhao should have known that this bastard was taking a step back and apologizing to him for an ulterior motive. He wanted spices from the human world, but those who took from others had to give in. Chen Zhao could only go to the supermarket and buy all the spices there. When a worker saw him take all the spices, he thought Chen Zhao had gone crazy. But it's Abito's dad summoning me this time. Do you know where his territory is? I don't need to know. I only have to remember your smell. I can find you even if you're on the other end of the Blood Sea. Oh, Abito's dad is fighting with one of your subordinates. Don't get involved. Adults never get involved in children's fights, Samuel said indifferently. To Samuel, Beelzebub Zophie's war with his neighbor was like kids fighting. Chen Zhao waited until midnight. The summoning came as planned. Kaboom! A giant explosion sounded in his ears. The ground shook as well. Chen Zhao felt that the tall platform under him was breaking apart. It wasn't just a feeling. It really was breaking. Ah, help! Chen Zhao freaked out. A 100-meter-tall monster was ramming against the platform. The ground slipped away from him. He started falling toward the beast's head. This beast was Lord Logan's true form, a huge black lion. When Chen Zhao fell on his head, Logan also noticed him. I'd heard long ago that Beelzebub Zophi knows a living being. Logan's voice boomed in Chen Zhao's ears. It really is true. Chapter 447, The Most Miserable Trip to Hell. Chapter 447, The Most Miserable Trip to Hell. Just then, Beelzebub Zophi and Oris transformed into their true forms and leaped at Lord Logan. Clearly, they did not expect Logan to suddenly attack them during Chen Zhao's summoning. As a result, Chen Zhao was captured. He lay on Logan's head, holding on to his mane tightly. With his current power, Chen Zhao was not much better than an ant before a real superior demon. Leave the living. Beelzebub Zophi attempted to bite Logan, but all he received was a scratch on the face. Beelzebub Zophi did not dare to use full strength, given that Chen Zhao was on Logan's head. He and Oris only wanted to get Chen Zhao back. Logan knew that too, so he was not planning to fight at all. Whoosh! Flapping his black wings, Logan was already thousands of meters away. With his bloated body, Beelzebub Zophi was too slow to chase Logan. Speed was not his forte. On the other hand, Oris dove from the sky and gave chase. Her speed was not slow, even very fast. However, just then, a few superior demons blocked her path. They were there to help in Logan's retreat. But could they stop Oris? Certainly not. Oris was a fire dragon, in addition to being a superior demon. She was one of the strongest demons below demon kings. Equals. Blocking Oris with a few superior demons was similar to blocking a fierce tiger with a few dogs. The few superior demons only managed to be a foil for Oris' powers. However, with just the few minutes that they had delayed, Logan made his getaway. Logan, I'm going to burn you to ashes. Come back. Come back. You coward. Bastard. Logan knew that there was no turning back. Oris and Beelzebub Zophi must have launched an attack on his territory. From their insane status just now, it was clear that they would not give up until one of the parties was annihilated. Human, work with me. I will give you whatever Beelzebub Zophi would give you. No, Chen Zhao rejected at once. Then I'll have to kill you. Wait, I'm suddenly interested in cooperation. Let's discuss the details. All Chen Zhao had to do now was to make as much time as possible and wait for Oris and Beelzebub Zophi's rescue, or for Samuel to arrive. Before any of this happened, he had to stay alive. What details? I need angelic crystals. Give me all your angelic crystals. Then what will you give me in return? Your life, Logan said. What else? Chen Zhao's face darkened. Logan was clearly going to rob him. And I won't hurt you. And nothing, Logan answered. Do you know what Beelzebub Zophi gives me during a trade? I don't need to know. I'm not a fool like him. Logan interrupted Chen Zhao. Remember that your life is in my hands. Chen Zhao had no idea how much distance Logan had flown for. Finally, he stopped in a mountain forest and turned in normal form. Logan's normal form was 3 meters tall. He had a lion head and a tail and looked pretty burly. Human, have you made up your mind? Without any benefits, I will not trade or cooperate with you. Even if I kill you. Chen Zhao kept silent, thinking about whether he should compromise or be stubborn. It was a big problem. Logan looked very irascible. Chen Zhao really suspected if he could survive a single blow from him. Fine, I'm scared. Chen Zhao took out an angelic crystal and Logan grabbed it. He seemed disgusted, but he did not run away from the crystal like most demons would. More? Don't tell me you only have one. I indeed only have one, Chen Zhao said helplessly. One is not enough to keep your life. Chen Zhao unwillingly took out another piece. You've just shattered my impression of demons. Petty human, this is hell. A great lord is standing before you. Not every demon is as abject as Beelzebub Zophi, Logan announced proudly. Logan is as sickening as those racists. I don't understand why a human can be so respected in hell. How ridiculous and foolish. Logan stared at Chen Zhao from above. Give me all your angelic crystals. I know you have more. No, I don't. No, you do. Beelzebub, Zophi, and Oris would not have been so aggressive unless they have more angelic crystals. Chen Zhao looked at Logan. What if I'm not giving them to you? I have many ways to make sure you do. With a ferocious smile, Logan pointed his finger at Chen Zhao's chest. Immediately, Chen Zhao's chest was penetrated and a beam of blood erupted. Like this! Chen Zhao collapsed onto the ground and covered his chest in agony. Many black markings appeared around the wound. Logan stepped on Chen Zhao with one foot and looked at him from above. Human, never challenge me. My temper isn't great. Chen Zhao vomited some blood from his mouth, but he stared at Logan with an unyielding look. If I have the chance, I'll repay you with pain that's 1,000 times worse than this. Huh, human, do you really think you'll have the chance to avenge yourself? Logan laughed wildly. Logan lowered his body and scratched Chen Zhao's chest with his finger. His claws were sharper than the sharpest dagger. He really enjoyed torturing and killing the weak. When you've made up your mind, I'll give you a quick death. Chen Zhao panted loudly as severe pain struck each of his nerves. You better kill me quickly, or you'll lose the opportunity to. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth, his face filled with ruthlessness. No, I shall torture you slowly. Not just your body, but also your soul. You'll suffer eternal torment. Accept your fate. Chapter 448, Cruel Kill. Chapter 448, Cruel Kill. Last chance? Why do I need a chance to kill you? I can do that whenever I want. Logan sneered. Chen Zhao smiled meaningfully and covered his ears. Boom. The next moment, Logan's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Completely shocked, he looked at the black shadow that appeared before him. The black and deep power was filled with boundless fury. Logan gulped. The power was enough to freeze his blood. Your Majesty, Logan gives you the greatest respect. Logan knelt on the ground. Who told you to attack my guest? Samuel stared coldly at Logan. Chen Zhao stood up with difficulty and looked down at his chest. Not only was there a fist-sized hole, but there were also many black threads around it. Samuel, help me look at what this is. Samuel turned and looked at Chen Zhao's chest. He grinned. Not bad. From now on, you'll be my descendant. How about you change your name to Samuel Chen Zhao? What do you think? Fuck off, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. Logan's knees turned weak. This human was Samuel's guest, but didn't Beelzebub Zophi summon him? How did he become the guest of the King of Wrath? Judging from their conversation, they were very familiar too. What's so bad about being my descendant? You can have a pair of cool black wings. I'm going to lose my temper. Fine, fine, Samuel said unwillingly. I'll extract the blood of wrath from you later. He pointed at Logan. How should we deal with him? Looking at Logan, Chen Zhao suddenly grinned. However, this moved his injury, and he hissed at the pain. Lord Logan, do you remember what I said earlier? Living Lord, I'm very sorry for my offense. No need to apologize, Chen Zhao said, smiling. I'm a very kind person. I'll never hold a grudge. Logan smiled inwardly. This truly was a stupid human. Samuel, help me capture him. What do you want to do to him? Just hand him over to me. No, this is my personal matter. Samuel reached out. A black shadow broke free from his hand and whooshed toward Logan. Logan was unable to fight off the King of Wrath's restraint. He could only get restrained obediently. However, he wasn't worried. As long as the King of Wrath didn't act, a human couldn't do anything to him. You wanted the angelic crystals? I'll give them to you. Chen Zhao took out the biggest perfect angelic crystal. Logan could feel the pure light radiating from the crystal. It was like a red-hot brand and made him feel extremely uncomfortable. You want angelic crystals, right? You want angelic crystals. For you, all for you. Chen Zhao grabbed the perfect angelic crystal and slammed it down on Logan's head. A few hits later, Logan's head was covered in blood. Force his mouth open, Chen Zhao called. Samuel didn't care if his descendant was willing or not. He forcefully opened up Logan's mouth. Oh no, don't do this to me. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit. Logan finally realized the severity of this problem. Chen Zhao didn't plan on letting Logan go so easily. He stuffed the perfect angelic crystal straight into Logan's mouth. Even Samuel, the king of wrath, found Chen Zhao's actions very cruel. You wanted the angelic crystals? I'm giving them to you. Eat it. Eat it all. Didn't you want angelic crystals? Come on, here they are. All for you. Eat it. Chen Zhao stuffed his hand into Logan's mouth. Logan bit down on Chen Zhao's hand. Chen Zhao was in pain, but he couldn't take his hand back. However, Logan had a huge piece of perfect angelic crystal in his mouth, so he couldn't bite down completely. You dare to fight back? Chen Zhao was even more furious. He activated the mouth of gluttony and bit down inside Logan's mouth. Logan finally let go. A chunk of flesh inside his mouth had fallen off. Chen Zhao took 2 steps back. He felt unprecedentedly full. His stomach bulged too. It was only a piece of flesh, but he actually felt fuller than eating the entire Evangeline. The hole on Chen Zhao's chest also healed visibly. The black threads under his skin disappeared gradually. Chen Zhao stared at Logan breathlessly. Logan was also on his last breath too. The perfect angelic crystal filled his mouth completely. It was like a human having a mouthful of nuclear waste. What kind of feeling was that? Just then, Samuel walked over. He dug out the piece of perfect angelic crystal and tossed it back to Chen Zhao. This was Samuel's true form. Nothing in this world could hurt him, not even angelic crystals, the so-called demon kryptonite. Even if powerful lords were scared, Samuel had no reaction. After all, he was a demon king. He had no enemies in hell. Chen Zhao caught the perfect angelic crystal. It was half its original size now. He's not dead yet, Samuel said. I want his flesh, Chen Zhao said. Samuel didn't waste time. The black shadow that split from him dug straight into Logan's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Logan's blood splashed everywhere. His flesh and bones were separated. The bones were still bloody while his flesh hovered in the air. You want to keep the meat? To feed the guys at home, Chen Zhao said. Take out the stuff I wanted. Chen Zhao tossed the 100 cows and large amounts of spice onto the ground. Samuel's black shadow whooshed across the ground and everything disappeared. Then Samuel's black shadow enlarged and a tall tree man appeared before Chen Zhao. This forest shepherd was 40 meters tall. He had a thick waist around 4 or 5 meters wide. He had red bark and dark green leaves. If one only looked at him, he was like a mature tree. From now on, he is your master. Yes, your majesty, king of wrath. Then Samuel said, I brought a few skeletons for you. Do you still want them? Bring them all. Chen Zhao didn't reject him. After cleaning up, Samuel said, Okay, we're even. Next time you want anything, remember to tell my projection. With that, Samuel transformed back into a black shadow and disappeared. Chen Zhao didn't have time to say anything or have Samuel bring him back to Obsidian Castle before Samuel ran. That bastard, Chen Zhao cursed. He looked at the forest shepherd. Right, what's your name? Master, I am Eugenus. Do you know where Obsidian Castle is? Yes. Bring me there. Yes, master. Eugenus extended a branch. Chen Zhao sat on it, and Eugenus started striding forward. Chapter 449, Learning How to Make Gargoyles. Chapter 449, Learning How to Make Gargoyles. Very soon, Chen Zhao regretted his decision, because Eugenus is really too slow. In an hour, he merely covered a kilometer. Even Chen Zhao himself was faster than this. With his speed, they would not reach Obsidian Castle in years. Fortunately, Oris found them just then. Human, here you are. Oris' enormous body landed on the ground. Were you caught by this forest shepherd? Where is Logan? Where did he hide? Oris was already preparing dragon breath in her mouth. Chen Zhao had little doubt that it would burn Eugenus into charcoal. Oris, stop. He's my servant, not an enemy. Servant? How did you get a forest shepherd? My friend gave him to me. Your friend? Then where's Logan? Dead. Chen Zhao took out Logan's head. Oris was flabbergasted. Even a living Logan could not shock her. But a dead Logan was truly frightening. How did you do it? I stuffed a perfect angelic crystal in his mouth. Oris gasped, tragic. Now that Logan's dead, do you still need perfect angelic crystals? Zhao asked. Yes, it's something that can kill great demon lords. This will be one more guarantee for my husband and me, Oris said. What do you need? I need to know how to make gargoyles. Let me bring you back to Obsidian Castle first. Keep the forest shepherd. Sitting on Oris' back, Zhao could finally relax. Oris was way bigger than Obito's, in addition to her more stable and faster flight. In no time, Zhao was in Obsidian Castle again. The place was filled with the wreckage of the war, as well as corpses of demons. Ah, human, I knew you'd be fine. Beelzebub Zhao patted Zhao's shoulder in excitement. Zhao felt that the tap had just shortened his life by 3 years. Oris, did you save him from Logan? No, he killed Logan. No way. There's no way he could have done it. But he did. Is Logan really dead? Yes. Really? Beelzebub Zhao was even more delighted. With various demons beside him, he was about to go and rob Logan's territory. Stay here. Oris, stop Beelzebub Zhao. Human needs gargoyles and the way to make them. All right, I'll ask someone to make a few now, Beelzebub Zhao said. Be quick. He's already wasted a lot of time here. Now he only has 6 hours before his return. Fine, I'll go and prepare now. Beelzebub Zhao could only temporarily curb his urge to loot his neighbor. Turning around, he went to prepare what Zhao needed. He's the best artisan in Obsidian Castle. He made the Red Moon Heart last time. Beelzebub Zhao introduced a short demon to Zhao. A third of the demon's body was metal, and it seemed like he had installed it himself. Beelzebub Zhao added, Arnold, the human here is my distinguished guest. He wishes to learn how to make gargoyles. Teach him. Be detailed. Yes, my lord. Arnold saluted Beelzebub Zhao with great respect. Then, he turned to look at Zhao. Living lord, I'll now show you how to make a gargoyle. Great. Thanks, Arnold. First, use soil or any other material with high plasticity to make an outline. Zhao watched the demonstration very carefully, and Arnold also performed it seriously. Next, place a soul into the statue, and then bake it with hellfire. Lastly, draw some magical inscriptions on the statue. Done. Simple, right? Air. Looks simple. Have you learned it? No, can I watch again? Of course. Lastly, have you learned it this time? Nope. How about now? Can I place any soul? Yes. Must I use hellfire? Hellfire can incinerate any awareness left in the soul, and at the same time combine the soul with the statue. Other flames generally do not have such an effect. Arnold said, Living Lord, would you like to try it yourself? Zhao felt that he had learned nothing. He understood the entire process, but he neither knew how to make sculptures nor had hellfire. It was easy to obtain tinder for hellfire, but in order to maintain the fire, souls had to be constantly added as fuel. None of Zhao and Blackie would be able to keep the fire burning. Forget it. Please make a few gargoyles for me, Zhao said, helpless. He had already given up on making them himself, which was impossible. Arnold nodded. After asking what Zhao wanted, he began the creation. Gargoyles did not have a fixed form. In fact, they could come in any form. Nevertheless, the soul needed for a gargoyle's creation had to be appropriate, especially in terms of size. A human soul was certainly insufficient to drive a gargoyle the size of the Statue of Liberty. Also, while gargoyles were unkillable, they could be corroded. They could not resist the power of time. Souls would not stay forever. As time passed, they would slowly die. Moreover, they were not perpetual motion machines. The more they exercised, the more their souls would tire out. To be honest, they were very much like cars. They needed fuel to work, and it would be wear and tear. Arnold made 20 gargoyles for Zhao, of which 2 were cyclopes and the rest were bat demons. Zhao decided to give the 2 cyclopes to Blackie to guard the entrance of the space crevice. As for the 18 bat demons, because of their appearance and style, they must not be placed outside the villa, which would be too abrupt and weird. Zhao planned to place the bat demons in the forest around the villa. In this way, Even if they were activated, they would not affect the people in the villa. After obtaining the gargoyles, Zhao spent the rest of the time buying health specialties in town. Chapter 450, Terrifying Skeleton. Chapter 450, Terrifying Skeleton. Human, Beelzebub Zophi said seriously. You have a share of the war spoils. Next time you come to hell, I'll have it prepared. Bye. Zhao's body disappeared gradually. As soon as Zhao got home, Feilai came downstairs. Feilai, how did you know I'm back? I had the housekeeper remind me. Zhao caught Feilai, who hopped over. Did you miss me? Feilai didn't speak. She just kissed him deeply. What did you bring back this time? Zhao pulled Feilai out of the house to the backyard. Is it really big? We even have to go outside? Very big. Zhao opened his hand and released Eugenus. Feilai was surprised as she watched Eugenus move his body slowly. A tree man. Pretty much. Zhao nodded. His name is Eugenus, also known as a forest shepherd. What does that mean? He'll help us take care of the surrounding plants. In the future, if we need to plant something or make something grow faster, he can help us. Can I touch him? Of course. Feilai touched Eugenus' thick skin. It didn't feel any different from regular tree bark. Master, what do I need to do now? Eugenus asked. The surrounding soil isn't very good. Do you have any solutions? I can get rid of the material in the soil that is bad for plants, Eugenus said. But the soil is too poor. I can't make it fertile. Zhao suddenly thought of something. He took out an angelic crystal. Is this useful toward you or the plants? Angelic crystal. Eugenus suddenly grew excited. He wasn't a demon, so he didn't fear angelic crystals. The crystal could help promote plant growth, so it naturally was effective on him too. Master, can you give that to me? Zhao had taken the angelic crystal out just to give Eugenus. Take it. Great master. Thank you for your benevolence. You are even greater than Samuel. I will make all the surrounding plants grow. Zhao rolled his eyes. This guy was such a sweet talker. He said whatever the other wanted to hear. Would he dare to say that if Samuel was here? Is one angelic crystal enough to change the surrounding soil? Not enough. How many do you need? 5? No, 3 is enough. I'll give you 5. If the surrounding trees can't grow well enough, I'll burn you into cinders. Of course. Thank you once again for your kindness. When Zhao and Feilai woke up the next day, they discovered that the trees in the backyard were already thriving. However, Eugenus was extremely eye-catching in the middle. He was too tall, at least twice as tall as the house. Feilai had the inferior demons go water Eugenus, but he didn't really need water. Plus, they were close to a lake. They could lack everything but not water. After Feilai went to work, Zhao started arranging the stone demons. Blackie, these 2 one-eyed giants are for you. Zhao, did you learn how to make the stone demons? I know the general method, but do you know how to sculpt? No, Blackie paused. I'll go learn how. And you need hellfire. After thinking, Blackie said, actually, you don't need hellfire all the time. You can ignite it when you need it. It's best if you wait until I go to hell. Zhao and Blackie didn't have that much money. Lighting hellfire was quite expensive. Plus, they didn't have the kindling. If they wanted hellfire, they would have to visit hell. If they only went to hell for the kindling, it would be very unrealistic. It was best to wait until the demons in hell summoned Zhao, and then get some kindling along the way. Sienna, I got the skeleton you wanted last time. Come get it. Sienna, Chris, and Shirley arrived in less than half an hour. As soon as they arrived, they started raiding his fridge. The 3 had come just to get a free meal, so they started preparing lunch immediately. Where's the skeleton you mentioned? Zhao went downstairs and tossed an armful of bones to Sienna. Sienna took the bones and observed them. What's with these bones? It looks like it's been dead for a long time and most of the magic had scattered. If I use it to make potions, it won't be very effective. Wait a bit longer. Zhao went to the basement again and carried up 2 bloody bones. Sienna was shocked. She looked at the 2 bones, not daring to go forward. It's not a human's. Zhao explained hurriedly, afraid that Sienna would misunderstand. I obviously know it's not a human's. Sienna glanced at him. What kind of creature is it? The magic is terrifying. I can feel my magic resonating with it. Can you use it? No shit. I've never seen such terrifying magic ripples. Did you go hunt it specially? It's probably stronger than Evangeline, right? Evangeline was nothing compared to Logan. Logan was a demon lord. Before him, Evangeline was at most just a small figure. Even Logan's subordinates were stronger than Evangeline. I didn't imagine that there would be such strong magical creatures in this world, Sienna lamented. In the recent century, there are fewer and fewer magical creatures in the natural world. It's getting more difficult to make potions. Chen, you didn't kill this creature just for the magic potion, right? No, it was an accident. I almost died in its hands. It could even put you in danger? Sienna asked, amazed. It was unprecedented danger. In terms of power, I'm much weaker than him. Sienna couldn't imagine how strong the owner of these two bones had been. Chen Zhao didn't know how she would feel if she knew that these bones belonged to a demon lord of hell. When will I get the potion? I need to collect some ingredients. Give me an estimate. Around 2 weeks. Chen, look, I caught a fish. Shirley was in a swimsuit and excitedly swung a catfish around. The catfish was at least 30 or 40 kilograms. It definitely wasn't weaker than an adult human in the water, but Shirley grabbed it easily. Shirley could only play freely at Chen Zhao's place. Plus, there were many things to play with here. There was also a group of pets. Instead of being scared, they would have fun with her. After all, regular cats and dogs would all get terrified and escape when they saw Shirley. Chapter 451, Robber Rupert. Chapter 451, Robber Rupert. After lunch, Sienna, Chris, and Cheryl left with many packs of items. The 3 bandits had come to Chen Zhao's place with a clear goal in mind. Chris, drive faster. Why are you in such a hurry? These are all good stuff. The more time we waste, the more magical power they will lose. With the magical power potions I make from these, I'll become stronger. Then we can earn more money and live in a bigger house. Can we build a house like Chen's? Cheryl asked. Both Sienna and Chris kept silent. Kid, stop making things awkward. Fine, you're still young. They would love to build a villa, but they could even afford a normal one, let alone one similar to Chen Zhao's. As soon as the 3 returned home, Rupert and Camilla approached them. What a strong magical aura. Rupert sniffed. Where is it coming from? Camilla also sniffed. Finally, the 2 looked at Sienna. At Sienna's backpack, to be precise. Sienna immediately hugged her backpack. Rupert, why are you here? Why didn't you call me in advance? Sienna, what's in your bag? Nothing. Show it to me. There's nothing. Stop coming closer to me. Rupert was used to being pampered. She cast Electrocute at Sienna at once. Sienna trembled, and her backpack also dropped on the floor. Rupert immediately walked up to snatch the bag, but Cheryl seized the bag with an amazing reaction. Little word girl, how dare you take my stuff? Rupert was about to cast Electrocute at Cheryl when Sienna finally recovered. She grabbed her wand and cast Electrocute back at Rupert. Rupert was knocked into the shelf behind before standing up and awkwardly. You dare to attack me? So what? Electrocute. Electrocute. Confusion. Weak. Blind. Disorientation. The entire living room was thrown into a mess by flying spells. In the end, the 2 sat on the floor, panting. Bones of a magical creature. Rupert shivered in excitement when she caught a glimpse of the bloody bones in the backpack. Her eyes glowed brightly. You're making magical power potions? Let me warn you, these are not mine but Chen's. If you dare to take them, you better be ready for his anger. Sienna used Chen Zhao to intimidate Rupert. When Rupert heard that, she began to hesitate. After all, she knew how powerful Chen Zhao was. Where did he find such a strong magical creature? Are there still creatures in the world that are this powerful? Rupert stared at the part of the bones outside the backpack. From the magical aura on the bones alone, she could tell that the creature was definitely no weaker than Evangeline, even stronger. Rupert did not know how insane Chen Zhao had to be to hunt such a terrifying creature for its bones. No, it's not a magical creature. Just then, Camilla shouted, It's a demon. It's the bones of a demon. He killed a demon. Sienna and Rupert gasped. Hunting a demon. Teacher, are there demons in this world? Rupert asked curiously. I have not seen one for myself, but I have seen the bones of a demon, Camilla said. It's an old witch in the UK. She had a demon skeleton in her collection. I've seen a demon. That time, Chris was harassed by a demon. We were helpless, but then Chen came and defeated the demon. How powerful is that Chinese? Rupert sighed. Sienna, are you helping him to make magical power potions? Yup. You must have a share too. Those 2 bones are surely enough to make potions for 5 or more, Camilla said. Could you give Rupert one of the potions? Immediately, Rupert stared at Sienna, her eyes wet. Sister Sienna, please give me one. I'll help you to collect the other materials. Why are you only calling me sister now? I have wolf heart grass and a high-quality flower of glory. With my high-quality flower of glory, the magic potions will definitely double in strength. Sienna thought about it. It would not hurt to give Rupert one of the potions. She could give Zhao 2 bottles, keep 2 for herself, and give 1 to Rupert. Fine. Bring your wolf heart grass and flower of glory here. Wow. Daddy, look. That tree is so tall. Faith was standing on the seat. She was raised with great freedom and would not sit in the baby's seat. For her safety, Dell had to drive slowly. Nevertheless, Dell had also noticed the towering tree behind the villa in the distance. It's huge, Dell could not help but exclaim. Risfar's car was right behind them. The 2 naughty ones in his car were similarly shouting. After they parked their cars in the garage, Risfar and Dell pulled Zhao to a corner. Chen, when did you move that tree here? It's such a good idea to plant a tree like this in the backyard, Dell commented. No climbing. When Risfar saw the 3 kids attempt to climb the tree, he quickly stopped them in fear. Let them climb, Zhao said. They are only allowed to climb this particular tree. Risfar and Dell stared at Zhao baffled. The tree before them was clearly taller than the rest. Why was this the only tree they could climb? Chen, why is that so? It's a divine tree that I've specially planted here. The higher you climb, the more this tree will bless you. They won't be injured even if they fall. Chen, what have you become so superstitious? Come on, you've even drunk wine that makes you younger. Why don't you believe in a divine tree that could bless you? Johnny, what are you doing? Climbing the tree. I also want to be blessed, Risfar said. Then I'll climb too. Zhao allowed them to play on Eugenist's body. When Risfar reached more than 10 meters high, he was already tired. Dell glanced at him. Johnny, you're old. Huh? Dell managed to climb higher than Risfar, but before he could finish laughing, he slipped. Shit, Risfar exclaimed. He watched as Dell fell, unable to help. Chapter 452, Magical Tree? Chapter 452, Magical Tree. The next moment, Risfar realized that the tree's leaves were right under Dell. After falling 4 or 5 meters, Dell was caught by the branches and leaves. Dell looked around. He was sitting on the soft leaves. I'm that lucky. Dell, are you all right? Risfar asked. I'm okay. It's really comfortable. This is so interesting. You scared me. Suddenly, Vera yelped in shock too. When Risfar saw Vera slip, he was so scared that his heart almost stopped. But the next moment, Vera actually landed on a branch and leaf, unharmed. This was too coincidental. Did the tree actually have a spirit? Risfar climbed another 10 meters and looked down. He discovered that there was also a leaf and branch cushion below him. That was strange. There wasn't anything under him when he climbed up, right? Okay, come down now. Zhao finally called to them. Chen, is this a magical tree? Why else would I plant it here? Where did you get this tree from? Risfar asked. I want one too. There's only one in this world. Don't even think about it. Why do I feel like Chen's home always has good things? Dell asked through clenched teeth. I'm so jealous. Faith asks me every day when I'll take her here. Risfar didn't speak because Vera and Ronnie were the same. The 3 went to the front yard. They changed into swimwear and started swimming in the lake. The 3 little girls were the same. They played in the lake. The 3 adults didn't have to look after them because they weren't worried that they would be in danger. After all, Black Ma and White Ma were by their side. Amon was sunbathing in the distance too. There weren't any dangerous creatures in the water, so the three girls were very safe. Chen, can that magical tree really bless people? How come we're back to this topic again? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. If you believe it, then yes. If not, then no. Del and Risfar found it more and more magical as they thought back. Plus, Chen Zhao had sworn confidently that they wouldn't be in danger. It made them think that it may really be a magical tree. Yay! Faith cried from the distance. She was standing on Amon's back. I won. Vera and Ronnie climbed onto Amon's back too. That doesn't count. You started first. Let's do it again. Faith is so strong. Is it okay to describe a 1-year-old as strong? But Faith really is healthy. Vera and Ronnie are really healthy too. Del was a bit proud. Faith was his daughter, after all. After a pause, he said, if they're not, you can have Chen give them a checkup. Fuck off. Vera and Ronnie don't need any checks. You shouldn't say that, Del said as if he was very experienced. Some conditions can't be seen from the outside. You think Faith is healthy, right? But I have Chen check once per month. Chen, is that true? Yeah, Chen Zhao said. Checkups aren't only for finding diseases. It's also for preventing them. Kids' immune systems aren't as strong as adults. It's always possible for them to be harmed from outside things, so they have to be checked periodically. Then, can you check them after lunch? Sure. After getting onto land, the three girls were still playing in the water. They didn't come back until they smelled the barbecue and surrounded the adults, asking for food. Chen, how come you're not drinking? Since I have to give them a checkup, I won't drink. The alcohol will affect my judgment. Del and Risfar didn't pressure him anymore. They respected Chen Zhao's professionalism. His medical abilities went without speaking. After all, they both benefited from it before. After they ate and drank, Faith, Vera, and Ronnie were pretty much done too. Chen Zhao gave the kids a checkup. They were all healthy. The three kids cooperated with him too. After all, if they didn't get a checkup, they wouldn't be allowed to play with the pets. They had to cooperate so they could play. Chen, remember we agreed to go hunting before you went to Sacramento? Sure. I'm pretty free these days. How about you two? Then tomorrow, Del said. You guys okay? Sure, tomorrow, Risfar said too. The three men agreed to not bring their family or even bodyguards. They would bring only their guns to the mountain. That night, Chen Zhao told Feilai about it. Feilai obviously wouldn't stop him. They all had their own social circle. She had her own too. Since Chen Zhao was going hunting instead of messing around, she would support him. However, Feilai also said that they would go hunting together next time. At night, Chen Zhao called Risfar. Johnny, what should I bring tomorrow? Bring Black Ma and White Ma, Risfar said. Nothing else. If you bring Princess, all our food will be gone. Plus, her smell can scare the prey. We don't need tents or anything. I'll take care of all that. They planned on going deep into the mountain, so they would stay the night there. Tents and things were necessary. Risfar was like an expert in this. Whatever Chen Zhao could think of, he could definitely think of too. In fact, he would be more thorough. Next day, Chen Zhao led White Ma and Black Ma and met up with Risfar's family empty-handed. The three put the things they prepared into the trunk and went straight for the mountain. I'll carry that. Chen Zhao picked up the biggest bag. The biggest one was around 30 kilograms. This weight was practically nothing to Chen Zhao. Risfar and Del both carried bags that weighed around 10 kilograms. Since they were going hunting, they had to take up their own responsibility. Chen Zhao could carry everything by himself, but that would make things boring. Hunting wasn't for killing animals. Rather, it was to enjoy the process. As for Black Ma and White Ma, they were going crazy with joy. They didn't have many chances to let loose in a forest. They could barely stop jumping up and down. Chen, are you sure White Ma and Black Ma can help us hunt? Risfar kind of regretted bringing these two. Stop embarrassing me, Chen Zhao said with a dark expression. Find me some prey. Chapter 453, Conflict in the Forest. Chapter 453, Conflict in the Forest. After a while, Black Ma returned with his first prey. Wolf. Chen Zhao kicked Black Ma in his anger. Can you stop embarrassing yourself? With your size, you just came back with a mouse. Aren't you embarrassed? Master, when we were hungry in hell, we would always catch mice to eat. Hearing Black Ma's reply, Zhao could not sympathize with him at all. They were poor only because they were unbelievably useless. Even if they had come back with a rabbit, Zhao would not be mad. Dejected, Black Ma and White Ma went to search for prey again. However, just then, the group heard a gunshot in the distance. Next, Black Ma and White Ma bolted back. Zhao, Del, and Risfar's expressions changed. They had clearly not fired the shot, which meant that there was another group of people here apart from them. Master, someone shot us just now. Let's go and kill them. Are you injured? Were you hit? Zhao quickly checked the silly twins. Zhao was glad that they were indeed unharmed. Just then, a few people walked out from the tall grass in front. It seemed like they were here to hunt as well. There were 6 of them. Are those 2 wolves yours? Zhao frowned. Can't you see the dog tags around their necks? We're deep in a mountain forest. Who cares about dog tags? You wolves are lucky to have survived. The few people sounded as if they had done the correct thing, with no intention to apologize at all. Zhao tried his best to control his anger. It was obviously unwise to have a conflict here, especially when both parties had guns. A conflict here could quickly become dangerous. Even if Zhao was not scared, Del and Risfar were not invincible. Zhao could not guarantee that the two would not be hurt in a conflict. Since they had come here together, Zhao would like them to return together, instead of someone being carried out. If someone shoots you again, bite the person to death. I'll be responsible for it, Zhao said directly to the silly twins. Kid, what did you say? One of the hunters shouted. The hunters were not kind people. They actually all aimed their guns at Zhao's party. Del and Risfar also lifted their guns. Zhao stepped forward and stood before the two. Put down your guns. Kid, you must apologize for your words. What if I say no? Zhao squinted. Then be prepared to lose a limb. One of the hunters licked his dagger. To be honest, in a movie, such an action would make the character look ferocious. But in reality, it looked really foolish. Zhao exercised his neck. Then you better be prepared too. Prepare for what? You going to attack us? We have 6 guns. Suddenly, Zhao, Black Ma, and White Ma charged forward like 3 bolts of lightning. The 6 hunters were only 3 meters away from Zhao. To Zhao, it was as if they were standing right before him. Before the person closest to Zhao could react, Zhao had already crushed his chin with an uppercut. The others were about to aim their guns at Zhao when the silly twins had made a circle and darted into the team from behind. 2 of the hunters had their arms badly mutilated. The silly twins did not kill anyone. After taking a bite, they jumped into the grass again. With this opening, Zhao grabbed the shoulders of 2 hunters and smacked them into each other. And so there was only one uninjured hunter left. With great fear, he pointed his gun at Zhao, but did not dare to fire. He could feel Black Ma and White Ma right behind him. Can you carry them down the mountain by yourself? Zhao looked at the hunter from above. The hunter immediately dropped his gun and raised his hands. Buddy, you were too impulsive. We were just joking with you. Joking? I don't think people who point their guns at me are joking. Zhao looked coldly at the last hunter. Scram, don't appear before me again, or I'll feed you to the wolves. Zhao took all their guns. He did not know if they would take a risk to wash their humiliation. The 6 held each other and left. Only then did Del and Risfar walk forward. They clearly did not expect Zhao to attack the 6 directly. Chen, you should have told us in advance. How? There were 6 muzzles before us. You want me to tell you that I was going to attack them? Risfar and Del were speechless. Nevertheless, the battle had renewed their impression of the silly twins. Since they knew the silly twins, the 2 had been behaving like idiots. They were always so active and safe, especially before children. No matter how a child hit or teased them, they would remain so loyal. However, Del and Risfar finally realized that Black Ma and White Ma were not huskies which only knew how to play. They were actual wolves. Risfar and Del found their sudden aggression and intelligence just now incredible. They actually knew how to cooperate with Chen Zhao and use tactics. It was also the precise reason why they were particularly reliable and safe. Del and Risfar would not be scared of the silly twins because of the incident, because they were only protecting their master loyally. In fact, they were even somewhat jealous. Having such pets at home would be a great protection to them and their families. Chen, how exactly did you train Black Ma and White Ma? Why are they just so smart? No, not just them, but also Princess. Chen, are you really not a beast tamer? Del said. Risfar nodded in complete agreement. They were indeed too clever. They were so clever that nobody could reject them. No pets could be compared to them. Actually, Laugher is smart too. No. Laugher is smart as a dog, but your pets have intelligence that has surpassed what a pet should have. After all, Risfar was also a dog lover, or he would not have spent $1 million to purchase Laugher. Precisely because he knew a lot about dogs, he could understand how intelligent Chen Zhao's pets truly were. No animal trainer could produce such a pet in his life. Chapter 454, We're Not Bad Guys. Chapter 454, We're Not Bad Guys. There's a wild hen. Black Ma, White Ma, don't move around on your own. Chen Zhao restrained the silly twins. Twice earlier, they'd gone after prey on their own, making the humans unable to shoot. The silly twins failed to catch the prey too. They were fast, but most of the prey were small and agile. Once scared, they would disappear instantly. Black Ma and White Ma were too impulsive. Even though they were demons, their natural wildness was just like a wolf. However, they didn't have a wolf's hunting techniques. They mostly chased after prey, just to have fun. Risfar raised his gun and aimed at the wild hen eating in the grass. Bang! The gun went off. The hen's head exploded instantly. Amazing skills, Chen Zhao exclaimed. He turned toward Risfar, but his gun wasn't smoking. Chen Zhao was confused. It wasn't Risfar who fired? Then was it Del? Del's expression was confused too. Just then, a woman, all covered up in clothes, walked out. Sorry, that's mine. A dozen people showed themselves behind the huntress. They seemed to be a team. They were both young and old people, men and women. The variety of people looked more like a tourist group instead of a hunting team. Right then, a senior walked out of the group. He looked to be around 60 years old, but he wore camo clothing. Hi, the man said. Are you hunters? No, we're just enthusiasts, so we came here to hunt, Risfar answered. People are hunting in this season. Aren't you all as well? Chen Zhao asked. That's true. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Carlo. We're a college field study group. Oh, what do you study? Chen Zhao studied the people behind Carlo. Who are you trying to fool? You guys say you're a college field study group? Do you think we're blind? Some of them had guarded eyes, as if cautious of Chen Zhao's trio. Why would a college field study group be like that? You think I'm a fake college professor? Other than Carlo, the old leader, the other dozen people were all tall and strong. They were fully equipped too. They honestly didn't look like some study group. Even the huntress from earlier was 8 meters. Her eyes were sharp and kept studying Chen Zhao, Risfar, and Del. They didn't hold regular hunting rifles. They looked like the standard military weapons. We're a Ruins expedition team, Carlo said. Did Ruins expedition teams all have such amazing equipment nowadays? Chen Zhao didn't believe it. Anyway, Chen Zhao didn't believe it. You call yourself an expedition team? You look more like mercenaries. Oh, then we won't disturb you anymore. Bye. Carlo laughed. You think we're criminals, huh? Don't joke around like that. Okay, we're not criminals, Carlo said, laughing heartily. Of course, we're not a research team from the government or some college. We're a private expedition team. So, that means you won't suddenly start shooting at us. Chen Zhao was confident in dealing with the 6 hunters from before because they weren't strong at all. Plus, they only had 1 unloaded rifle. But the dozen people before him now were not only fully equipped, but they also had vigilant eyes. Anyone who met their gaze would feel like retreating. So, Chen Zhao wasn't willing to get into a conflict with them. No matter what their background was, Chen Zhao didn't want to have anything to do with them, especially in these deep woods. The people behind Carlo all laughed, as if laughing at Chen Zhao's ignorance. Our guns aren't used against regular folks like you, the tall woman from earlier said. Okay, I apologize for my mistake. Now, we're going hunting. Bye. You guys better not stay here for too long, Carlo called. Go hunt elsewhere. But the three left without turning around. Professor, Vanity said, why waste so much time talking to them? They don't trust us at all. We should have acted meaner to scare them away, a black guy with no hair said. Okay, don't bother with them anymore. Carlo waved his hand. We've already made a warning. If they keep hanging out around here, we're not responsible if anything happens. Risfar, could you tell who they were? I couldn't tell. They don't look like mercenaries or poachers. Bullshit. There aren't any valuable wild animals here. How could there be poachers? Del rolled his eyes. But they don't look like good guys either. M4A1 carbines, plus the M9 Beretta and military knives, and they're all wearing bulletproof vests, Risfar said. How are they here for research? It's like they're here for war. If they have any illegal motives, why didn't they attack us? Logically, they wouldn't want to be exposed. They would definitely want to try and capture us, or even kill us all. Whatever, Risfar said. No matter what they do, they probably don't mean harm to us. Let's not stay here anymore. We can go to another mountain, so we don't run into them again. Chen Zhao and Del had the same idea. Who knew if that group would still interact with them peacefully if they met again? The three fumbled around in the forest. Del and Risfar had high social status, but they hadn't grown up coddled. They performed well in the wilderness and were very independent. Even Del, who'd messed around for a decade, had good shooting skills. He got a rabbit and a wild boar. Risfar only got a wild hen. As for Chen Zhao, he was empty-handed. Chen sucks to suck. Seems like hunting is Chen's weak spot. We have to go hunting more often. Bang! Chen Zhao missed again. The mountain goat in the distance disappeared in a flash. By the time Chen Zhao raised his gun again, the goat was nowhere to be seen. Slam! Chen Zhao threw his gun onto the ground in anger. Motherfucker, this gun isn't accurate. Risfar, you gave me a bad gun. It's definitely the gun's problem. Want to trade with me? There's a problem with the bullets too. Then trade the bullets too. Johnny, I think Chen will say there's something wrong with the gunpowder too. Just then, it started drizzling. Chapter 455, An Adventure Story. Chapter 455, An Adventure Story. How unlucky. It's actually raining. The three cursed and ran. On the other hand, Black Ma and White Ma did not mind the rain at all. They continued to play in the wind and rain until their body was covered in mud. Just then, the three noticed a cave in front. Quickly go in there. When the three rushed into the cave, they realized that it was already occupied. Click! The three saw more than a dozen guns being pointed at them. They quickly lifted their hands in shock. Air! Put down your guns. Carlo waved his hand. The people in the adventure team also recognized the three. Hello, what a surprise. The three almost peed their pants. Even Chen Zhao was unsure whether he could survive being shot by more than a dozen military automatic assault rifles. Come in. The rain is so heavy. You have nowhere else to go. The forest was warm and humid. In the rain, a person would lose water and heat at an astonishing rate. Even the strongest man would collapse after staying in the rain for just one night. Thank you. They had been actively avoiding the team, and they clearly did not expect the second encounter. Now, they had no choice but to enter the cave, given that they really had nowhere else to hide. Come, remove your coats and dry them, Carlo said warmly. Their coats were waterproof, but it was indeed uncomfortable to keep them on. The three removed their coats. When the tall lady saw Chen Zhao's body, she whistled. You have a great body. Risfar and Del were somewhat unhappy, as their bodies were actually not bad either. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao had the perfect shape. Since Vanity saw Chen Zhao's muscles, she had been swallowing saliva at the corner. Vanity's comment caused major dissatisfaction among her teammates too. A man in vest glanced at Chen Zhao. So what if he looks good? He might not even be able to take a punch from me. All right, I know you have 2 years of middleweight boxing experience. Even if you can win an outsider, what's there to be proud of? Vanity widened her eyes at her teammate. Chen Zhao ignored them and sat down beside the fire. Carlo brought the three a bottle of liquor. Come and drink some vodka. It can really warm you up. The three drank a bit and indeed felt much warmer. You're really not an illegal gang. I said, we're a private adventure team, or maybe treasure hunters. Carlo smiled. What are you looking for here? Chen Zhao asked curiously. Although they were deep in a mountain forest, it was only 100 kilometers from a city. Being so close to a populated area, what treasure could there even be? That I cannot tell you. Carlo smiled. Then where have you been in the past? Many places across all the 6 continents, Carlo replied. But you have guns and knives. Will there be any danger? Risfar asked curiously. Let me tell you a story, a middle-aged man suddenly said. It happened 12 years ago. At that time, we didn't have so many people. It's just me, Professor, Carlo, and 4 other buddies. In Australia, we discovered an ancient Indian ruin. An Indian ruin in Australia? Risfar asked, confused. From what he recalled, the Indian society in Australia had been undeveloped, even primitive, before Western civilization kicked in. Their greatest architecture was probably tree houses. Don't ask me that. We're an adventure team, not an archaeological team, the middle-aged man said. Professor Carlo might be able to answer you. The middle-aged man glanced at Carlo and then continued. That ruin was underground. From its crafting and structure, the degree of civilization should be close to ancient Egypt 3,000 years ago. We explored the ruin all the way till the end, where we found a fist-sized blue diamond. Huh, you must be exaggerating. A fist-sized blue diamond? Dell laughed. Fine. If you don't believe me, just take it as a fictional story. The middle-aged man was really well-tempered. He continued, we were elated. With the diamond, we were about to leave the ruin when we met many incomprehensible creatures. They had a slender body, 6 legs, and crawled on the ground. Then, they started attacking us recklessly. Back then, our equipment was pretty poor. We had 6 people, but only 4 pistols and a few military sabers. We ran as quickly as we could, and the monster kept chasing us. In the end, someone triggered a mechanism and the whole underground ruin began to collapse. Professor, Carlo and I made it out, but the 4 others, together with the blue diamond, were buried forever. Risfar and Dell did not believe him. Professor Carlo, did that really happen? That's not the only case, Carlo said. Although you may think that it's impossible, we've explored many places over the years and encountered many strange things and creatures. For example, one time we accepted an invitation from the Chinese government and participated in the exploration of a crypt. We bumped into plants that attacked us. We lost 3 men. Really? Another time, we found an imperial mausoleum in Thailand. In there, we found some dolls that had been mummified. They attacked us as well. What are you looking for here? Do you know that 60 years ago, this very mountain forest was a weapon test site? The 3 shook their head. They had never heard about it before. We received some information from a madman in a mental hospital. When the military was testing their weapons here, they accidentally blasted an opening to an underground cave. Some terrifying creatures emerged from the cave and attacked the military camp. Less than a 10 survived, and they all became insane. You mean, we're in that weapon test site? Dell said with a stiff smile, swallowing some saliva. Those creatures either have territorial awareness, or they are being restrained by something. They cannot move too far away from the underground cave, so you would be fine if you stay close to the edge. The deeper you go, the more of these creatures you'll find. Woof woof. Just then Black Ma and White Ma, who were outside the cave, barked loudly. Chen Zhao immediately stood up and walked to the entrance. Black Ma and White Ma were barking at the darkness. Black Ma, White Ma, what's wrong? There's something there,